Chapter 1: The Beginning of Everything. The tobacco quietly burned, and amidst the swirling gray mist, Lu Xiao lazily nestled in the corner sofa of the CF. His fingertips slid as he continuously refreshed the web page on his laptop resting on his knee, while silently observing the chat messages in the WeChat group. It was a tranquil yet boring afternoon, ordinary to the point of being dull. October had already entered deep autumn, yet the world outside was still bathed in the unkind glare of the sun. Lu Xiao turned his head to glance out the floor-to-ceiling window, then cast another look at the halo of the sun hanging high above, his mouth twitching. The sun today is a bit strangely fierce. Silently, after typing out a message in the group, he skillfully switched screens and clicked the button to send resume. This was Lu Xiao's last summer vacation that couldn't exactly be called a summer vacation at 23 years old. He had just finished the happiest phase of his life in school and was preparing to step into the legendary society, ready to contribute to human progress and to join the monotonous life of the office worker army that lived between two fixed points. Yeah, it's the same here. We've had continuous rainy days lately, and the weather station reported more rain today, but today, point one. Glancing at the WeChat message from the group marked gaming group, he didn't pay it any further mind. He still had countless resumes to send and countless good jobs waiting for his attention, and if he didn't finish sending them today, these companies might miss out on an elite talent, losing a future business magnate, which could lead to the downfall of their opportunity. To ring the bell on the shares and become one of the Fortune 500. Lu Xiao felt a responsibility and a sense of mission to prevent such a thing from happening. Of course, the premise was that the other party would first respond to his job application. Planet 93222100182 belongs to intelligent biological entities. What sound? A clear female voice mechanically echoed in Lu Xiao's mind. He instinctively reached up to touch his ears, only to realize he wasn't wearing headphones. He silently looked up and glanced around. The voice was clearly right next to him, almost whispering in his ear. However, there was evidently no one nearby. The closest person to him was the only waiter in the CF, at least 10 meters away, and besides, the other person was a genuine man. Curiously, this somewhat handsome waiter also wore a puzzled expression, looking around. It seemed he had heard something too. Just as Lu Xiao scratched his head and decided not to dwell on it further, the mechanical and stilted female voice sounded again. Galactic Order Law 30102. All biological entities that receive the spiritual sound will soon engage in dimensional drifting. What the hell? Galaxy? Order? Spiritual sound? Dimensional drifting? Lu Xiao looked completely bewildered. Who's making that noise? Can it be quieter? Not far away, a burly man in his 40s stood up and roared, glaring around. In his ears, only a French melody continued to softly resound in the quiet CF. After scanning the surroundings, the man realized that not only was no one speaking, but there wasn't even a single woman present, making the situation somewhat awkward. The waiter wisely turned off the speaker, given that Planet 93222100182 has not undergone large-scale biological recruitment. This drifting will commence at order scale 0.0021, planetary time 30 minutes later. A large chunk of burnt ash fell from Lu Xiao's fingers. Did you hear that voice? The waiter seemed somewhat skeptical, tentatively asking the customers. You heard it too? That planet thing? Biological? The previously loud man hesitated in his response. The waiter nodded emphatically. Lu Xiao saw that other customers in the CAF were also nodding in agreement. He glanced out the window under the glaring sun. The people who should have been bustling about were eerily still. Although some of these people were sneering, some were terrified, and some were confused, one thing Lu Xiao was certain of was that everyone he saw had heard the same voice. Brothers, I think I might have encountered a ghost. Just heard a strange voice, but there's nobody next to me. Suddenly, someone in the WeChat group typed out a message. You didn't hear the Galactic Order, did you? You heard it too. Damn, I seriously suspect you guys are messing with me. Shit. Is the game in early access? Get lost. In an instant, the lurkers were all drawn out. I'm in Xiantang. I heard that voice too. It's a woman's voice, not very natural and not pleasant. Lu Xiao typed a message in the group. Same in Yinjing. Someone replied instantly. Same in Yancheng. Same in Shujun. I just asked, my grandpa didn't hear it. Same in Jinling. Wait, you said your grandpa didn't hear it? Yes, my grandpa is right next to me, and he confirmed he didn't hear it. That guys, I feel like something's going to happen. This isn't something current technology can achieve. A big shot in the group spoke up. What we receive should not be sound, but some form of shortwave, high-frequency resonance or vibration otherwise wouldn't have such a wide-ranging effect that I think. While Lu Xiao was reading through the various messages in the group, he dialed his father's number back home. The call connected quickly. "Hey, Dad, did you hear a woman's voice?" Lu Xiao asked anxiously, gripping the phone. "You heard it too?" On the other end of the line, his usually unflappable father sounded somewhat shaken. "Yeah, I asked many friends from other cities, and they all heard it." Lu Xiao could feel his heart racing like never before. "Dad, that voice said that in half an hour, we would participate in some kind of drifting." There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. "Son, half an hour isn't enough time for you to come back home. I'm going to find your mother right now, and we'll go to your grandmother's house together. We will be together no matter what happens. If you have the chance, come back to your grandmother's house to find us. Our family will be together." His father's words suddenly paused, and after a moment, he said solemnly, "If something really happens, remember that your mother and I have always been proud to have you, and we will always love you." "Okay, Dad, I love you too. Don't worry, I'll take care of myself. I'm going to call Mom now. Drive carefully." Maybe it's some high-tech testing, like a spam message. Hastily hanging up the phone, he took a deep breath to slightly calm his racing heart, and then called his mother on the other end. His mother clearly didn't realize the seriousness of the situation, cheerfully saying it was nothing, and even asked Lu Xiao when he would come back for her to make him something delicious. Thinking about it, it seemed like having a mom like that was pretty good too, Lu Xiao thought as he glanced at the time in the top right corner of his phone. There were still 20 minutes left. Planet 932-221-0182 belongs to all intelligent biological entities. Based on Galactic Order Law 30102, intelligent biological entities that receive spiritual sound must participate in dimensional drifting. Given that Planet 932-221-0182 has not undergone large-scale biological recruitment, the first drifting will commence at cosmic scale 0.0021, planetary time 30 minutes later. A big shot in the group typed out a long message. "This is the content we all heard earlier. I don't know if the wording is accurate, but it shouldn't be too far off." That's right, Big Shot is awesome. It should be correct. That's what I heard. Everyone hurry and check the TV, Weibo, and various major news websites. This matter has completely exploded. Lu Xiao quickly called for the waiter to turn on the TV, while also opening up news websites himself. Various headlines and bold texts immediately appeared on the screen. Mysterious sounds have appeared simultaneously in multiple locations. The government urges the public not to panic and to enter nearby buildings. First official contact with extraterrestrial civilization. The visitors from beyond finally arrived. Origin deviation. Intelligent biological entities. Before Lu Xiao could click on the headlines to read the full articles, the television began to broadcast sound. Emergency news. 10 minutes ago, people across the country received unidentified sounds. The source and authenticity of the sounds are currently undetermined. Please do not panic. Do not leave buildings. Do not take the elevator. If you are outdoors, please enter the nearest building as soon as possible. Await further instructions. Emergency news. The news anchor on the television repeatedly recited this notification, and one could sense his voice trembling. Fear stems from the unknown. The government's reaction could not be described as slow, but in the face of the unknown, it seemed pale and powerless. Lu Xiao looked back at the WeChat group. Planet 932-221-0182 should refer to Earth. Intelligent biological entities are not just humans. Cats and dogs could also be intelligent beings. Those of you with cats at home, check if they are acting strangely. The group's expert began to analyze step by step. The Galactic Order Law 30102 should be laws and regulations issued by an extraterrestrial legislative body. The phrase mass biological recruitment is related to origin deviation. It probably means that intelligent beings are required to do something together. The cosmic scale of 0.0021 corresponds to 30 minutes. Expert, you explained it, but I still don't understand what's going on. Yeah, what's with the cats and dogs in the galaxy? I can't comprehend it. Lu Xiao basically understood what the expert was saying, and he continued reading that in simple terms, it is a civilization higher than Earth, which, according to their laws, requires all intelligent beings on Earth to do something. The expert's words were quickly typed out. Got it. Received. I understand, but I feel like we're all going to be doomed. Time passed by second by second. Lu Xiao lit another cigarette. In the CAF, The television continuously repeated the same notification. Everyone was on their phones, and some customers came in one after another, all looking for nearby buildings after hearing the government's emergency announcement, sitting down. Randomly with panicked expressions, Lu Xiao could hear faint cries and helpless voices saying, "What should we do? What should we do?" He slowly packed his computer and other devices into his backpack. Quietly, he stared at the wall clock. Ding! He glanced at his phone screen. It was a text from his father. "We have arrived at your grandmother's house with your mother. Don't worry. No matter what happens, take care of your safety." He replied briefly to the text. Lu Xiao smiled faintly. With the last swing of the second hand, the 30-minute deadline arrived. Chapter 2, starting from 5. Planet 93222100182 Intelligent Biological Entities. Execution of deviation in 10 seconds. That voice unexpectedly echoed in his mind. Consistent in its brevity and clarity, there were no unnecessary words or any intention of negotiation. If this truly was an extraterrestrial civilization, one could imagine how small and weak humanity appeared in their eyes, with not even a chance to struggle. 10-9-8. Wow. Mom. In the CAF, a little girl was crying loudly, clutching the middle-aged woman beside her. "Honey, I love you. Son, Mommy loves you." Various farewell words rang out. The atmosphere reminded Lu Xiao of a widely believed apocalypse in 2012. "Ah, I still have 17 resumes to send." He turned his head to look at the sky outside the window. It was supposed to be such an ordinary afternoon. His vision began to blur and distort. It wasn't the world in front of him changing, but himself disappearing. There was no light enveloping him, no discomfort. He simply felt waves of heat surging in his chest. There was no time for him to observe his surroundings because suddenly a powerful squeezing force came from all directions, making him feel like he was being crushed in a packed subway during rush hour, causing a suffocating sensation. Everything in sight was swallowed by darkness, a pure blackness. The pressure continued to increase. Just as Lu Xiao felt he was about to burst, suddenly, the force acting on him vanished. It wasn't gone entirely, but had dropped to a bearable range. About 3 to 5 seconds later, everything in front of him suddenly brightened. IT began with the same feeling of haze, but quickly became clear. What the hell? People, countless people, everywhere he looked, were people confused, dazed, panicked, and smiling foolishly. Then came the noisy voices. It wasn't a roar, but rather a chaotic, explosive sound. Fear and confusion began to spread, infecting, exploding among the crowd. Some people sat on the ground and cried out. Unfamiliar individuals embraced one another, unabashedly expressing their panic. Lu Xiao remained silent, quickly processing the information around him. In just a few seconds, everyone had been collectively transported to an unknown area. The transportation followed a certain pattern. He noticed several customers and staff from the CAF were beside him, and the mother-daughter pair from the CAF were together as well. That everyone's original clothing was gone, replaced by black jumpsuits. Lu Xiao himself was also wearing a jumpsuit that covered everything from his toes to his neck, with only his head exposed. The soles were particularly tough, serving as shoes. He rubbed his fingers, finding that although they were wrapped in the jumpsuit, the sensitivity of his fingers remained unaffected. The material felt like rubber, but certainly wasn't. It had excellent elasticity and was very light, almost weightless. The surrounding noise continued to explode, but Lu Xiao's heart was calm, that he knew that venting emotions wouldn't solve any problems. Only gaining more understanding of this new environment would be practically helpful. He gazed into the distance and discovered that the end of the crowd led to an endless forest. Beneath their feet was a vast grassy area in the woods, with a winding stream flowing through the grass, roughly dividing it into 2 zones. His backpack was gone, and so was his phone. Lu Xiao sighed helplessly. Both his phone and laptop were bought with his hard-earned money, and now they were gone after only a few months of use. Looking around the crowd, Lu Xiao noticed a few things. First, there were no elderly people, specifically, no very old individuals. Secondly, there were no children. The youngest he could see appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old. As he observed, Lu Xiao was astonished to find an information bar appearing above the people within his line of sight. Category: Organic Intelligent Biological Entity Source. Galactic Order Species. Human Gender: Male. Height: 1.64 meters. Planetary Measurement Note: due to too many people not paying attention, I couldn't help it. This is someone else's information bar. Physical ability: insufficient permissions. Mental energy: insufficient. Permissions belief, insufficient permissions. Element affinity, insufficient permissions. Isn't this a character attribute frame from a game? Lu Zhao's eyelid twitched. He suddenly had a bad premonition. Are the aliens making us play a game? The crowd, initially in a state of panic and disorder, gradually quieted down, but this calmness was only relative. There were cries, but only low sobs. Once people felt the absence of danger in their environment, they began to calm down. Some people who knew each other started to gather, discussing countermeasures together. More people are searching for their acquaintances or family everywhere. There are also some people constantly waving their arms in the air, which should be a side effect of the information boxes in their line of sight. Many are adapting to this magical identification. Due to the large number of people and the lack of communication tools, the acquaintances form a circle, with men placing younger boys and women in the middle to prevent them from getting lost. In the city where Lu Xiao is located, Xiantang, the population is at least in the tens of millions. Roughly calculating, excluding the elderly and children, at least 6 to 8 million people have been teleported to this patch of grass. This population base gives everyone a certain sense of security. But an uneasy thought surfaced. Millions of people mean millions of mouths. What to eat? What to drink? As he thought of this, he cast a glance at the river nearby that should solve the drinking problem. But what about food? Could both eating and drinking come from this river? However, these survival issues didn't trouble Lu Xiao for long. In other words, there are many people here, and even more smart ones. People from various industries in Qian'an are not lacking here. Surely someone has considered these problems? To put it simply, such matters are not something he needs to worry about. Lu Xiao began to study this unknown entity that had appeared in his body, which may or may not be a system. Since he could see some attributes of others, then, Lu Xiao tried various methods to obtain more information. It wasn't that difficult. As soon as he focused his mind, an information panel appeared. Category: organic intelligent life source, galactic order species, human gender, male. Title: none. Height: 1.76 meters. Planetary measurement: physical endurance. Strong: 5 strength, 5 agility, 5 explosive power, 5 psychic energy. None. Faith: none. Elemental affinity: none. Mastery: none. Physical skills: none. Spiritual skills: none. Well, a definite weakling. Still a 6-no product. Originally holding a glimmer of hope for a lucky outcome, it now seems to start from 5 none. Pulling away from the disappointment of his own attributes, at least Lu Xiao gained some information. One, that this system is not controlled by finger touch or eye contact, but by consciousness too. It is obvious that this place is not the Earth he is familiar with anymore. The psychic energy, faith, elemental affinity, and mastery in the status bar must have transcended the original cognitive scope. 3. The setting here is more in line with a game, and combined with his previous knowledge of games, Lu Xiao could even guess. This world has magic. Chapter 3: Origin. Just as Lu Xiao was continuously trying to activate the system, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Welcome to the Origin, intelligent beings from planet 9322210-182. This voice is clearly different from the previous one. Although both are female, the tone is different. The earlier one was more mechanical, while this one is more human-like. Since we are all human, I want to be polite. Yes, I'm also human, haha. Ahem, let us get to the point. The place you are in now is called the Origin. Don't ask me why it's called that. You don't need to know right now. What you need to know is that this is no longer the area of planet 9322210-182, which is Earth. Therefore, most of the knowledge and skills you previously possessed are useless here. Of course, the low-level technological civilization of Earth isn't of much use either. Here, your bodies are unique to the Origin, and your original bodies are still on Earth. What has been transmitted here is only your spiritual or conscious form. In other words, you are still alive on Earth, and you're also alive in the Origin, but the 2 dimensions have different bodies, regardless of any previous illnesses or disabilities. The bodies here are entirely healthy at the initial stage. However, if you die here, and as long as your spiritual form is not completely destroyed, the Galactic Order will send your spiritual form back to your original body on Earth. Understand? In other words, if you die here, you can immediately return. But would you be content to return to the low-level, civilized world of Earth to survive? I know you want to ask why all of you were brought here. Please be patient and listen to me. According to the Galactic Order Law 30102, this time we are summoning intelligent life from planet 932-221-0182, that is, Earth, along with millions of other planets. Therefore, you are just a tiny part of the vast number of summoned lives. Do you understand? Don't ask me what the Galactic Order Law 30102 is. It's too long. Just know that it's an irresistible force. Well, I have explained the basics. Since I am your kind, no, I should say I am your ancestor, I will make an exception and give my descendants some bonus information. You need to listen carefully. I want to say a second time. What you gain in the origin will benefit you back on Earth, whether it's for yourselves or for Earth's civilization. So, do not easily give up this opportunity. Yes, that is right. It is an opportunity. All right, I've said a lot today. Finally, I will execute the origin law. Ahem. The female voice cleared her throat and solemnly stated, based on the origin law 271. Intelligent life entering the origin for the first time will be granted a one-time reward of items or knowledge at no cost. This reward will be executed by the Life S star domain, as permitted by the origin. All right, dear descendants, choose your first reward wisely. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Xiao immediately saw a message. Please select whether to accept Law 271. With a thought, the message shifted, revealing another message. Please choose an item or knowledge. Lu Xiao hesitated, feeling frustrated. I don't even know what items are available or what knowledge there is. How am I supposed to choose? This is ridiculous. It wasn't just him. Most of the people around were hesitating as well. But it was only most. A considerable number of people quickly made their choices. Perhaps for some, this was not a big deal at all. Soon, those who made their choices had strange and varied items appear on their chests. No one knew how the items appeared or why they were on their chests. So as these items materialized from the void, they fell to the ground without anyone able to catch them. A glance around revealed, wow, there really is everything. Benches, clothing, sunglasses, sleeping bags, frying pans. Well, some of these items do seem practical. At least a frying pan is both offensive and defensive, a must-have cooking tool for camping in the wild. The woman's voice seemed to disappear after that, and many people began shouting various questions at the sky, hoping for a response. But Lu Xiao knew it was futile. Even if this woman was also human, would she answer millions of questions? Just like countless people praying for blessings, would the deity manifest? Lu Xiao still did not make a choice. He had more important things to do. He needed to find a group to gather more information. He was doing this out of life experience, but rather from years of gaming experience. In an unfamiliar world, only by mastering more information can one acquire more resources. Remaining anonymous in the sea of people would only lead to relying on others to survive. Lu Xiao had few friends in Qiantang, and most of his classmates had returned to their hometowns. He searched the crowd for a group that would be suitable for him or could accept him. Soon, he found one. It was a group of more than 30 people, looking to be around his age, likely also university students or recent graduates. Lu Xiao approached them slowly. The group formed a circle, with girls huddled together, some already exhausted, tears streaming down their faces, while the boys appeared much calmer and not in a panic. Hey, are you from the normal university? Lu Xiao patted a boy on the shoulder and asked. He asked this because the CAF he had previously visited was located near Qiantang Normal University. The boy turned around, seeing that Lu Xiao was about the same age, and nodded, saying, yes, we are graduates from the Normal University. What about it? I'm from the City College, also a graduate. Can I join you? I'm not a local from Qiantang. Lu Xiao didn't want to beat around the bush and went straight to the point. The boy looked troubled. You can, but it's not up to me. It's fine. Come over here. Everyone is stronger in numbers. A tall and handsome boy at the center of the group said loudly, evidently having heard the conversation. We are all not locals, and being here without any connections. We can only depend on each other. Lu Xiao nodded at him and stepped into their circle. The impression this boy gave him was good. Judging by his position, he and a short-haired girl seemed to be the backbone of the group. Hello, everyone. My name is Lu Xiao, a graduate from the City College this year, and I'm from Wuching. Lu Xiao took the initiative to introduce himself. What a coincidence. I'm also from Wuching. Are you from Jiangnan or Jiangbei? The tall and handsome boy asked with a smile, posing a very specific question that only locals from Wuching would understand. Jiangbei, Lu Xiao replied. Haha, a true Wuching local. Just like me. My name is Li Tianjia. The boy didn't continue the topic. He pointed to the ground. We are discussing survival issues here. Come and join us. Lu Xiao nodded. Fatty, tell us again how you got that fishing rod, and then Daoist, explain the details of the skill rewards. Everyone pay attention. Li Tianjia gestured to a chubby boy beside him to start talking. Okay, I chose the item reward. And then the system prompted me to imagine the shape and function of the item in my mind. I thought, with so many people, we must eat, right? There's a river over there, so I thought about fishing and needed a fishing rod. You all know I'm a wild fishing enthusiast, so I'm familiar with every detail of a fishing rod. Later, this appeared. Saying this, he waved the fishing rod in his hand, which was over 3 meters long. Li Tianjia nodded and looked at another boy. I chose knowledge, and then the system provided me with a menu-like option listing some names, most of which we could understand. I can remember a few. Cooking knowledge, geology knowledge, tailoring knowledge, construction knowledge, trap knowledge, planting knowledge, knowledge of low-level native plants in this area, knowledge of low-level native animals in this area, and the boy was trying hard to recall more, but he couldn't think of anything else. All right, you can talk about the details now, Li Tianjia said. Well, I chose knowledge of low-level native animals in this area. I agreed with the fat guy that he would handle fishing, but he might not recognize the fish here. So I need to learn about animal knowledge to see which fish are edible. After choosing knowledge of low-level native animals in this area, I instantly grasped all the information. I now have a rough idea of what animals are around, and I remember it particularly clearly, as if we had gone over it countless times in class. Indeed, the plants and animals here are not things from our traditional understanding. So everyone shouldn't think and judge based on fixed ideas. I believe everyone should try to gather a complete list of learnable knowledge. And then each person should learn one item without repetition. The remaining people can choose items based on this knowledge. If what we have learned and the items we possess are not enough to ensure everyone's survival, then we should bring in others. Does anyone have any other opinions? Li Tianjia scanned the room and found no objections, finally resting his gaze on Lu Xiao. I agree, but I want to add a guess. Surviving here shouldn't be as simple as solving the problems of eating and sleeping. Combat ability will be extremely important. We need to maintain a certain level of combat strength. Lu Xiao expressed his thoughts. I agree. Everything here feels too much like a game. But for now, let's make survival our primary goal, he said. All right, everyone started acting immediately. The girls began to learn knowledge, each choosing different types, while the boys would start after the girls finished. This young group immediately began to take action. Lu Xiao approached the boy who had acquired knowledge of low-level animals, wanting to inquire about the surrounding animals. The boy's name was Wu Pin, and everyone called him Daozhong. He was a classmate of the fat guy who had just received the fishing rod, and without holding back, Daozhong shared all the information he knew. Under his description, everyone was surprised to find that many animals were almost identical to those on Earth, such as wild rabbits, wild boars, and carp. However, there were also some creatures they had never heard of, like the luminous mouse, a mouse that emits light at night and has a horn on its forehead, the floating bug, a creature that hovers in midair among the trees, and the pond fish, a fish with frog-like legs. There were no less than 100 various animals. Before Daozhong could finish, Lu Xiao gestured for him to wait. Lu Xiao slowly stood up. I could faintly hear an unusual sound of voices coming from afar, followed by a sense of unsettling anxiety. Chapter 4: Survival in the Distance. A large crowd surged towards the riverbank. Lu Xiao and the others were not far from the river, just about 100 meters away, so they quickly walked towards the river. The riverbank was crowded with people. After squeezing to the edge, Lu Xiao took a glance at the surface of the river and immediately understood the source of the unease. On the calm river surface, several corpses were slowly floating down from upstream. No, not just a few. As he looked upstream, that sight would be etched in his memory for life. Countless bodies almost covered the river's surface, drifting downstream bit by bit with the current. On both banks upstream, many people were continuously jumping into the water. Lu Xiao watched helplessly as a mother and daughter, crying, embraced and submerged into the water, disappearing after a brief struggle. Facing death made everyone feel incredibly oppressed. Surrounding women wanted to cry, but only dared to stifle their sobs. Their previous lives, not that they were particularly happy, were free from war and famine, with little death, and they rarely had to confront primal fears. But now it was different, utterly different. Even if, as that woman said, death here did not signify true death. Everyone knew that the bodies were indeed real. Did they choose to use one death to verify the truth of what that woman said? How much courage would that require? What if she was completely deceiving them? People continued to jump into the river, and the floating corpses seemed to be signaling a fact to those on the shore. They went back first. You continue to suffer here. Thus, more people wavered, and more joined in. Seeing this scene, Lu Xiao could not bear to watch any longer. He turned away, squeezed out of the crowd, and left the riverbank. He did not believe, not that he disbelieved what the woman said, but he did not believe that the higher civilization that transported them here would do so without any meaning. What he remembered was the woman's accompanying words. This was an unprecedented opportunity. If that were the case, why miss it? For thousands of years, who among the emperors at the peak of dynasties could claim their lives were better than that of an ordinary middle-class person today? This was the gap in technology, culture, and civilization. Lu Xiao's mouth curled into a smile. At that moment, he made up his mind to survive here at all costs. Worried that the team members would be affected by the river jumping incident, Li Qianjia decided to move the team to a place further away from the river, closer to the woods. The members were relatively stable. After all, in the face of death, rational people still chose cowardice. Meanwhile, the team's numbers increased slightly, with 7 more solitary college students joining. The girls had mostly completed their acquisition of knowledge, and everyone discovered that the knowledge rewards available to each person were different. This indicated that at the origin point, the knowledge system was diverse, and mastering all of it was nearly impossible. Everyone understood this. After all, even in the known knowledge systems on Earth, one person might not complete learning it in a lifetime. At least they had gained some basic knowledge related to survival. Lu Xiao did not have time to inquire about each person's knowledge. He only had a rough idea of what type of knowledge each girl obtained and remembered their names and appearances. Soon, Li Tianjia gathered everyone and began preparations for survival. There is a lot of knowledge information. I'll mention a few directions. The girls can combine their knowledge to provide suggestions, and then we'll decide what items the boys will procure in the next steps. Once everyone was gathered, Li Tianjia spoke. The most crucial issue was food and water, followed by safety and then rest. They still did not know the day-night cycle here, but it was better to be prepared. Yishan, Li Tianjia called out a girl's name. If Li Tianjia was the leader of this small group, then Yishan was the big sister among the girls. She was a top student among the graduating class and had some fame on campus, known for her straightforwardness and integrity. And she was also the vice president of the student council. If not for her petite stature, which made her unable to provide a sense of security in this environment, she would have been the obvious choice for a leader. Okay, let me speak. Yishan continued after Li Tianjia. The river water is still the main source of drinking water. Although there's a lot of it, it's running water, and those things haven't rotted yet. We can collect the water and boil it, which will solve the drinking problem, but we need containers to hold the water and tools to boil it. As for food, Yishan picked a yellow-stemmed plant from under her feet and struggled to pull it up. Help me out. After realizing her strength was insufficient, she sought help from the boys. 2 boys immediately stepped forward and helped her pull the plant out by the roots. It was seen that the plant's root was connected to 7 or 8 long, tubular stems. This plant was called jiaoqie, and according to records of lower plants, its root stems were edible. Saying this, she directly broke one of the stems in half to show everyone what it looked like inside. Doesn't it look a bit like yam? Is your yam that long? One boy broke off a piece and tasted it. What's it taste like? Everyone stared at his expression. Not bad, a bit sweet. It tastes like sweet potato. The boys savored it and finished the remaining part. This is one source of food. Additionally, there is this half-human tall plant with a tuft of green leaf spikes at the top, called qinghao. Its root stem is also edible. And there rests that plant with blue finger-sized fruits, called pa di mei. The fruit can be eaten directly. There are also some more in the woods. Yishan looked towards the distant woods, her gaze a bit hesitant. I warn everyone, besides the plants I mentioned, many plants are dangerous, not just poisonous. But they can also be aggressive. Huh? What the heck? Aggressive plants? Yes, aggressive. Although we only understand the knowledge of nearby lower plants. Even some of these lower plants have the ability to attack, like one called muley, which should be a vine-like plant that grows on branches. It secretes toxins to animals on the ground. This toxin drops from a height onto the animals, corroding their fur. If the toxin lands in the eyes, it could directly cause blindness. Yishan said seriously. The muley I mentioned should be considered the most threatening plant among lower plants. And there are some that can only slightly harm animals of our size. As for what lies above lower plants, it cannot be assessed at this moment. Therefore, if we need to enter the woods later, we must be cautious. Perhaps due to the vast number of humans we transported here, the nearby lower animals have basically hidden in the woods. So before entering the woods, apart from aquatic animals, we might find it difficult to see any animals that can serve as food. As for the rest issue, I'll mention a basic rule of the origin point. There is also a day-night cycle here, but the duration of the cycle is not 24 hours. It's close to 336 hours. That means one day here is half a month in Earth time, and the daytime here lasts a week on Earth. WEF? Does that mean we have to sleep during the day? The evil capitalists have finally come up with the ultimate solution to the 996 work schedule. Let Yishan finish speaking first. Li Tianjia timely interrupted the crowd's complaints. I'll continue. On Earth, sleeping is for the body and brain to rest, allowing cerebrospinal fluid to enter the brain and discharge metabolic waste and toxins. But here, sleeping should have other purposes, because our body structure is already different from before. As for how it is different, I cannot answer that question at the moment. Although everyone was a bit surprised, they did not continue to dwell on the issue. After all, the overwhelming amount of unknowns in a short time had significantly increased their ability to accept the situation. During Yi Shan's explanation, Lu Xiao was also paying attention to the movements of other groups nearby. We need to act immediately. Lu Xiao interrupted Yi Shan, though it was somewhat rude. He pointed to some people about 100 meters away. Look over there, they have already started gathering food. Everyone followed Lu Xiao's and indeed saw about 100 people bending down, purposefully searching for something in the grass. Some were even pulling out plants together, clearly looking for Artemisia annua and Solanum nigrum. Among them, many were carrying hoes and shovels, which significantly improved their efficiency. Although this grassy area was large, it was certainly not enough to sustain millions of people. We must gather as much food as possible before more people start. Lu Xiao's words were not alarmist, but a harsh reality. To put it bluntly, if we want to survive at the starting point, we must act faster than others in every aspect. If we compete for resources with the vast majority, we will have no advantage, and our living space will be gradually compressed. This principle did not come from life experience, but from Lu Xiao's rich gaming background. In those well-known online games in China, when a server first opens, millions of players flood in at the same time, crowding into the novice village to compete for limited resources, quests, and monsters. Sometimes, it could take an hour just to compete for a single quest monster. In contrast, there were players who quickly completed quests and leveled up, leaving the novice village. They would create a significant gap in level, equipment, and strength in a very short time, accumulating those advantages until the end. Lu Xiao was one of those players who quickly broke out of the novice village and often ranked at the top of the game charts. Li Tianjia also realized the seriousness of the problem and immediately began assigning tasks. Zhou Peng, Chui Wei, you two handle the entrenching tools. Huang Yuchen, Hu Lei, one of you take an axe and the other take a saw. Wu Dongquan, I need a container for water, the bigger the better. Tiger, you handle the fire sticks, the kind used for outdoors. Tasks were handed out one by one, and the boys began to choose their items, while the girls started collecting ground plums directly. In the end, including Li Tianjia himself, there were still 4 boys without assigned tasks. Among them was Lu Xiao. The item acquisition went smoothly, and one item after another began to materialize from imagination into reality. Yishan started to assign work to everyone, and everyone became busy. At this time, Li Tianjia gathered the 4 boys who had not been assigned tasks together. Boss, don't we have any work? Asked Zhou Yuko with a smile. Clearly he knew Li Tianjia well and had a good relationship with him. No work. What are you thinking? Li Tianjia lightly kicked him in response. There's one thing I haven't team mentioned until now, and I'll bring it up now. Motioning for the others to come closer, Li Tianjia whispered earlier. Lu Xiao proposed forming a combat team, and I have the same idea. I have a strong sense of insecurity and feel that something will happen. We were brought here, and it's surely isn't just to survive in the wilderness. Old Zhou, De Yong, Xiaoyang, the four of us are from the physical education department, so our physical conditions are naturally not to be mentioned. Lu Xiao is my fellow townsman from Wuqing, the birthplace of the Qijiao army. No need to say more. Let us form this first combat team with the five of us. What do you all think? We have no objections. Yang Zi and Yang Zhao in unison. They were twins, both from the physical education department's rugby team, and were extraordinarily strong. Boss, I'll follow your lead. Zhou Yuka, who specialized in sprinting in the physical education department, said, I have no objections either. I have a background in archery. What about you guys? Lu Xiao had been considering this question, apart from obtaining a driver's license during his school years. The only other skill he could boast was his keyboard and mouse proficiency and being a 3-year member of the archery club. You can shoot arrows. Li Tianjia exclaimed in surprise. Great. I can handle a knife. It's a family heirloom. We both practiced martial arts in high school. Zhang Zhao uses a gun, and I use a sword, said Zhang Zhe, the older brother. Everyone turned to look at Zhou Yuka, who seemed somewhat stiff. I helped my grandma rake the fields during the summer vacation. Does that count? What do you mean? Li Tianjia asked, confused. I mean raking the fields, you know, like a rake. Zhou Yuka mimicked a motion of gripping with both hands and swinging downwards, like the 9-tooth rake that Zhu Beiji uses. His younger brother Yang Zhao chuckled. All right, that's fine. At least that tool can still be used for farming. Li Tianjia patted Zhou Yuka's shoulder to comfort him. Let's decide on that, and each choose our suitable weapons. Lu Xiao nodded, reopened the reward box in his mind, and chose the item without hesitation. Subsequently, a message appeared. Please visualize the existence of this item through thought simulation. Note, this item must be a real object existing in the biological domain of the star system. Lu Xiao closed his eyes and imagined the wooden compound bow he was best at in the archery club, visualizing every detail and the scene of archery. When he opened his eyes, a compound bow that looked exactly like the one in his memory appeared in front of him, and he quickly reached out to catch it. To his surprise, along with the compound bow, a quiver and 20 arrows appeared as well, as if the system considered these 3 items as a whole. The weapons of the other 4 also appeared one after another. Li Tianjia received a ceremonial knife, a relatively rare 2-handed sword, which absorbed the essence of the Japanese katana and modified the Ming Dynasty's Qijiao knife, the same kind used by the Qijiao army to defeat the Japanese pirates. Zhang Zhao ended up with a spear over 2 meters long, while his older brother Zhang Zhe got a short sword. When the last weapon, or rather, farming tool, the 9-tooth rake, appeared in Zhou Yuka's hands, the others selectively turned their heads away, struggling to suppress their laughter. The 5 of them, armed with their respective weapons, stood guard around the food storage area, with Zhou Yuka, holding the rake, standing out particularly. Old Zhou, nice job. You finally evolved into Zhu Beiji. Get lost. I'm Tianpeng Marshal. Ha ha ha. The food gathering proceeded in a tense and orderly manner. During this process, Lu Xiao noticed that the distance between different groups was widening, which was a bad sign, indicating that each group was slowly developing a sense of territory, shrinking their core areas. More and more groups were learning to gather food, and it was believed that soon conflicts would arise between different groups over gathering areas. Sure enough, a team of 1,000 members entered the vicinity of a 100-member team to pick Artemisia annua, which triggered strong dissatisfaction from the 100-member team. After exchanging some harsh words, both sides began to engage in physical conflict. Subsequently, over 100 middle-aged men rushed out from the 1,000-member team, some carrying farming tools, others holding strange objects, and some clutching stones picked up from the ground, charging forward. The 100-member team clearly felt intimidated, as the opposing side had combat units equal to their total number of members. However, both sides were somewhat restrained, only confronting each other without drawing blood. After all, just an hour ago, they were still civilized people, likely never having fought in their lives. Ultimately, the entire 100-member team retreated to a distance, abandoning the area of contention. This is not a solution. Lu Xiao felt uneasy. He looked at his team. With barely 50 people, they were still not enough to fill the gaps. When the pressure of survival exceeds the rationality of civilization, violence That has nothing to worry about. He once again turned his gaze to the distant forest, an expanse that seemed endless, lying like a colossal primordial beast across the surrounding green wilderness. Chapter 5, A Small Step. I want to go into the woods and take a look. Lu Xiao approached Li Tianjia and whispered. Li Tianjia was initially a bit surprised. He looked into Lu Xiao's eyes, trying to confirm whether Lu Xiao was serious. Soon, he seemed to have gotten his answer. Do you need us to go together? No. I'll go alone. It's safer that way. Lu Xiao was not trying to show off, but the team needed a guardian for the combat units. While his actions felt more like an adventure or exploration. Go ahead. We can't stay here for long. We'll have to go to the woods sooner or later. So you should scout the path first. But be careful and return immediately if there's any danger. Li Tianjia did not say much more. He was not blind to the crisis of survival the team faced. The woods were always the way out for everyone. Lu Xiao gave him a slight nod and turned to walk into the woods. Li Tianjia watched Lu Xiao's back until he disappeared from sight. As his figure blended with the shadows of the trees, Lu Xiao stepped into the woods. The light became mottled, and the noise of the crowd gradually faded away. Following a certain direction, he cautiously made his way through. There were giant trees too large for several people to embrace, sharp shrubs resembling spears thrusting into the ground, and countless unfamiliar flowers and vines. Lu Xiao was not walking quickly. When he encountered some plants, he would stop and observe them carefully. There was a girl in the group named Jiang Lina who had studied low-level plant knowledge. Lu Xiao had asked her about plants to watch out for, which were edible and which were poisonous. As he compared along the way, he noticed that when you already understood and remembered the basic information about a certain unfamiliar organism, the system would automatically display the organism's information upon encountering it. This made things much more convenient. The knowledge memory entity detection system provided complete information. This was truly an eternal formula for the truth of theory and practice. It was much more reliable than just staying in the knowledge phase. Having a system is great. Although everyone has it, this practicality is very real. Lu Xiao jumped over a thick root with a radius of about 1 meter. This root emerged from the ground, and there was no visible trunk nearby, making it hard to imagine how large this tree must be. He crouched down and found a connection point between the root and the ground. In a damp and dark corner, a small grass plant was growing, with 5 white round fruits at the top of its spike. I finally found you, forest shade fruit. Category, organic plant. Source, origin point. Name, forest shade grass. Features, grows in dark, moist soil and can be found at tree roots, in crevices, or in places lacking light. Its fruit is called forest shade fruit, which is round, white, and semi-transparent. The fruit, when ground into powder, has a rapid hemostatic effect. Lu Xiao picked the 5 fruits and examined them carefully in his palm. After confirming they were correct, he squeezed them together and then opened his hands. The fruits had turned into a pile of white powder. He casually tore off a leaf nearby, folded it into an inverted triangle, poured the white powder inside, and then folded the opening over to complete a medicinal powder package. Not bad. However, what else with this feeling of picking up money? Why do I feel like I found treasure in a game? I can't possibly be dreaming. After a brief moment of pride, Lu Xiao stuffed the leaf package into his quiver and continued to explore deeper into the woods. A lizard-like reptile gracefully climbed on a branch, its blue and white colors flashing rhythmically. Upon sensing a noise, this palm-sized little creature first turned its head toward the sound, then suddenly opened a pair of wings on its back and flew away. Soon, Lu Xiao peeked out from the bushes. The animals in the woods were very cautious. Along the way, he hardly saw any large animals. He encountered many insects and some organisms that corresponded with low-level animal knowledge. But perhaps this area still belonged to the edge of the forest, and the sounds of human activity were so loud that the medium and large animals had retreated deeper. He took out an arrow and skillfully marked a tree trunk. After walking for about 2 hours deeper into the woods, he had basically found all the plants Jiang Lina had highlighted for him. The plants that the system could not identify were either harmless or of no value. As for dangerous plants like the wood tears that actively attacked organisms, Lu Xiao had not encountered them, probably because they were not abundant. It made sense. If a plant actively poisoned animals, it wouldn't be able to escape, and the poison wouldn't kill the opponent. leading to a clear outcome of who lived and who died. The reason for their scarcity was easy to understand. Not to mention scarcity. They might be on the verge of extinction. Lu Zhao's waist was now adorned with a belt made of a very tough tree bark tied around his waist, with two palm-sized baskets made from vines temporarily woven onto it. Although crude, they were practical. In fact, he felt quite helpless. The system left them bare when they arrived here, not even providing a trash bag. Along the way, he found more forest shade fruits and other plants with special effects, like the bay leaf that could alleviate bruises, the ringtail flower that could detoxify certain poisons, and the head-waving fragrance that emitted a strange smell to repel animals. These herbs had to have a place to be stored, right? So he had to grit his teeth and, relying on a bit of memory and various attempts, managed to create a makeshift storage belt. Based on his pace, he had likely only walked about 5 kilometers. Lu Xiao looked back toward the direction he came from. He did not have extraordinary physical strength nor experience in wilderness survival, and he had been stopping and starting along the way, mostly identifying the flora and fauna. Ahead, there was a noticeable slope. Was he finally about to enter the mountains? Just as Lu Xiao stepped onto the slope, the system displayed a message. Discovered a primary danger zone, periphery of the falling star eye. Received primary exploration reward, 1 free attribute point for physical strength. Detected that the intelligent beings of the Galactic Order have entered this area for the first time. Gaining 10 merit points from the Galactic Order origin point. Gain 1,000 merit points from the Galactic Order. Open permission. Exchange of Galactic Order merit points. Detected that the intelligent being's core has not undergone transformation. And this permission cannot be used. Lu Xiao. He stared blankly at his feet, recalling Armstrong's first words when he landed on the moon. That's 1 small step for man, 1 giant leap for mankind. This time, the amount of information was a bit overwhelming. First of all, does this mean I've finally left the newbie village? This area in front of me is starting to have dangers? I can understand that. They have to protect the weak newcomers. Secondly, exploring unknown areas yields rewards and directly grants physical attribute points, meaning that by allocating points, I can change the physical constitution of this body from the origin point. This makes sense, after all. The origin point can replicate an entirely new body, so transforming it is quick and easy. Thirdly, I am actually the first intelligent being of the Galactic Order to enter this area, which means that the beings sent by the Galactic Order are quite spread out. With millions of intelligent beings on countless planets, there must be at least trillions. It's impossible that I'm the only one to enter an unfamiliar area for the first time. Finally, about this merit point. The origin point is clearly in a higher position than the Galactic Order. The Galactic Order actually needs to obtain merits from the origin point, while the Galactic Order rewards me with 100 times the free merit points. This is quite significant. What exactly is this origin point? As for the fact that the Galactic Order merits cannot be exchanged for now, Lu Xiao understood that there was no point in dwelling on it. No one would provide an explanation anyway. Thinking of this, he felt like complaining a bit. When others travel through, the system acts like a parent, fearing that the protagonist will not understand something, and goes through great pains to grant the protagonist a golden finger. But for him, well, if you don't understand, then just leave it. This system should be the SMS prompt of 10,086. Looking at the character status information with free attribute points. 1. This is really something. Chapter 6 Growth rewards the entire hesitation process was expected to last only 2 seconds. As his thoughts flickered, Lu Zhao's agility attribute increased to 6. At the same time, he could feel a subtle change in his body. His legs, shoulders, and wrists were slightly strengthened. Just as he thought, agility directly affects ranged attacks and speed. From this, he could estimate the functions of other physical attributes. Toughness represented stamina, which roughly corresponds to health and defense. Strength represented absolute power, affecting melee attacks and carrying capacity. And burst represented instantaneous explosive power, impacting both ranged and melee attacks. Finally, escaping the ranks of the weak. Lu Xiao did not immediately venture deeper into the falling star eye. He knew that the real danger was just beginning. Previously, he had merely been hopping around in the novice village, which was akin to a kindergarten child moving from the classroom to the hallway. And now this child had reached the entrance. If he didn't prepare, he would truly be in trouble. Lu Xiao turned to the side, holding the bow in his left hand, drawing an arrow from the quiver with his right, knocking it, pulling the string, and drawing the bow in one smooth motion. A standard 3.5 aiming technique. He aimed at a tree trunk 30 meters ahead, adjusting his breath, calming his mind. His gaze sharpened. Release. Whoosh. The arrow shot toward the target with a sharp whistle. Crack. Lu Xiao's mouth twitched. It was off, and quite badly too. After all, this bow was a gift from the system, and he still needed to gradually acclimate to it. On the other hand, while the physical form was a copy of Earth's, muscle memory was definitely absent. Lu Xiao did not feel discouraged. Anything that was lacking could be made up for. He didn't believe that in this distraction-free environment, he couldn't regain his previous archery skills. Whoosh crack, whoosh crack, whoosh crack. Release, 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 until he could no longer find arrows in the quiver. Lu Xiao picked up the arrows from the tree trunk and the ground and started over. Shoot, 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 shoot. I refuse to believe I can't shoot until the clouds part and the sun shines through, or shoot down 9 suns. I am the first of the city courtyard. Okay. When hungry, just chew on some ground plums. When thirsty, drink some dew. When fingers stiffened and shoulders weakened, he wrapped them in palm leaves to alleviate muscle soreness. Once upon a time, Lu Xiao was known as the man guarding the silk spin cave in a certain game. What does that mean? This guy camped at the spider spawn point for 3 days to level up quickly, not sleeping a moment during that time. In his own words, only by enduring loneliness and hardship can one earn the worship of all. Draw the arrow, knock the arrow, pull the string, draw the bow, aim, focus, release. Draw the arrow, knock the arrow, pull the string, draw the bow, aim, focus, release. Was muscle memory. When the same movement is repeated many times, it forms a conditioned reflex in the muscles. As for how many repetitions, it depends on how much you need that conditioned reflex. This was the last palm leaf, which Lu Xiao wrapped around his trembling wrist. Glancing at the tree trunk filled with arrows not far away, he shook his head in dissatisfaction. After nearly 3 hours of high-intensity training, he could barely reach 30 of his initial level. Out of 20 arrows, only 3 hit the target accurately. The other misses, while not as far off as at the beginning, were still only passable. But this was a fixed target. What about moving targets? Keep going. He didn't want to waste time talking to himself. Just do it. The palm leaves quickly helped his body recover, alleviating the soreness and bruising. He shook his wrist, feeling ready again. Collecting the arrows, Lu Xiao stood firm, turning to face the target. The action of drawing the arrow was no longer stiff. Bending the bow and knocking the arrow, he shouted in his heart, "Arrow of the scorching sun." Whoosh! Crack! As Hou Yi's ultimate move accurately hit the target. Lu Xiao was stunned. Not because this arrow truly became a legendary move, but because the system provided a message. Achieve beginner level in archery mastery. Reward: 1 beginner physical skill. Please choose from the following beginner physical skills. Beginner precision, passive skill, slightly increases ranged attack hit rate. Beginner sharpness, passive skill, slightly increases ranged attack power. Beginner charge, active skill, consumes stamina to increase single ranged attack power. The system rewards had arrived. The legendary saying that effort pays off was true. Still choosing instantly, Lu Xiao directly selected beginner precision. It was the obvious choice if you can't hit the target. How strong your attack power is doesn't matter. Acquired skill, beginner precision. Detected that an intelligent being has acquired a skill for the first time. Gain beginner growth reward. 1 free attribute point in physical abilities. Double happiness. However, the name of the reward was different. The previous point was a beginner exploration reward, while this time it was a beginner growth reward. It seemed that this reward system had a lot of variety. Without hesitation, he allocated the point to agility. As a newcomer who had just escaped the ranks of the weak, it was the best choice to focus on his only combat skill. Looking at his attribute information panel, there had already been changes. Category: Organic Intelligent Being. Source: Galactic Order. Species: Human. Gender: Male. Title: None. Height: 1.76 meters. Planetary measurement. Physical abilities: Toughness 5, Strength of 5, Agility 7, Burst 5, Psychic Power, none, Faith none, Elemental Affinity, Mastery. Archery Mastery, Beginner, Physical Skills, Beginner Precision. Passive Skill, slightly increases ranged attack hit rate. Psychic Skills, none, with 1 point in Agility and the boost from Beginner Precision. The improvement in archery was immediate. With the sound of arrows, 20 arrows were shot, and this time 5 hit the target. The results in subsequent rounds were similar. Previously, it was 3 out of 20 with a hit rate of about 15. Now it was 5 out of 20, raising the hit rate to 25, a direct increase of 10. This only accounted for the absolute hits on the bullseye. Other misses also saw an improvement in accuracy. Such an increase was no joke. Back on Earth, how long would it take to achieve such a qualitative improvement through diligent practice? The key was that this was just a beginner skill. What about intermediate skills? Advanced ones? Surely there are no super ones. With this thought, Liu Xiao decided to venture into the Falling Star Eye area. For more rewards and faster growth, he would absolutely not be a flower in a greenhouse. He collected some palm grass nearby, applying it to his still sore wrist and shoulder, and entered the outer area of the Falling Star Eye. Chapter 7. Wealth and Danger. Liu Xiao crouched in the thicket, his eyes focused on a spot not far ahead. There, 7 or 8 one-horned goats were munching on a green plant growing at the roots of a tree, occasionally emitting a wailing sound. The sound did not come from the goats themselves, but from the plants in their mouths. It seemed that the plant would emit a child's cry whenever it was attacked. Quietly, Liu Xiao drew his bow and aimed at a one-horned goat that was chewing contentedly. Whoosh! The arrow struck true, piercing the goat's head. It fell to the ground with a thud. The other one-horned goats immediately went wild, scattering in all directions and disappearing in an instant. After waiting for a while and seeing no further movement, Liu Xiao approached, pulled the arrow from the goat's corpse, and discovered he couldn't break off the horn with his hands, so he left. It wasn't that he didn't want to make good use of the goat. He was tempted by its legs, but he had no tools. Starting a fire by friction was one thing, but roasting a whole goat? He couldn't even remove the wool. After confirming that he hadn't gained any experience points from killing the animal, Liu Xiao felt somewhat disappointed. He had initially thought that killing animals would yield some rewards, but it seemed he had been overly optimistic. The flora and fauna in the celestial eye of falling stars had exceeded the knowledge rewarded by the system, and various unfamiliar species began to appear, making Liu Xiao increasingly cautious. The slope of the mountain was steepening, but due to the dense canopy, he couldn't see the peak's height and could only climb slowly upward. The wailing sound came from afar. Liu Xiao recognized it and followed the sound. Sure enough, a large animal he had never seen before was voraciously devouring the grass around it. This creature stood nearly 2 meters tall and was 3 meters long, with a deer-like body but no fur. It had a large head and, most strangely, a huge mouth resembling a suction cup that, when fully opened, could fit a basketball. The massive creature was kneeling, sweeping the area around it. That is not right. Liu Xiao noticed that the animal's hind leg was caught in a metal trap, blood seeping from the injured area. No wonder it couldn't move and could only nibble on the grass nearby. This posed a question. The metal trap was obviously a trap, indicating that there were people nearby. No, to be precise, there were more intelligent beings who understood how to use traps. Liu Xiao found a concealed spot, hiding behind rocks and tree trunks while still able to see the large animal's position. He wanted to wait for the intelligent creature that set the trap to appear and see what it was. It didn't take long, probably just over 10 minutes. The sound of branches breaking came from the forest, and the large animal began to struggle, clearly showing signs of unease. Liu Xiao sensed that the hunter had arrived. The large animal started to thrash violently, its massive body crashing around, but the metal trap on its hind leg kept it from escaping. Liu Xiao remained hidden in the shadows, quietly observing everything. The hunter's figure emerged from the thicket. It was a green creature about his height. Except for its chest and abdomen, its entire body was covered in green scales, walking upright with a long, sturdy tail swaying behind it. Its lizard-like head had blood-red eyes, and a long tongue forked at the tip occasionally extended from its mouth. Without needing any system prompts, Liu Xiao already knew the name of this creature, a lizardman. The lizardman clearly possessed a high level of intelligence. Though it wasn't wearing clothes, it carried a large bundle on its back, and a dagger and machete were strapped to its belt. The craftsmanship of these items indicated they were no less advanced than Earth technology. Looking at its prey, the lizardman seemed quite satisfied. It slowly drew out its machete, emitting a series of harsh sounds that were likely its species' language, though Liu Xiao couldn't understand them. The large animal seemed to have resigned itself. It was exhausted and merely watched the lizard man with its small eyes, no longer struggling. In a flash, the seemingly ordinary machete cleanly decapitated the animal, the cut as neat as if done with a paper cutter. At that instant, an arrow whistled through the air. For the unsuspecting lizard man, the moment of the mantis catching the cicada was the best time to strike, and Lu Xiao would not let it pass. With a dull thud, the arrow pierced the lizardman's neck, though it didn't hit the most fatal spot. The sharp pain in its throat caused the lizard man to falter. It had never expected an ambush during its attack. It let out a couple of harsh cries, and just as its three-fingered hand touched the arrow shaft, preparing to pull it out, a second arrow came whistling in. This time it struck its left eye, the arrowhead piercing straight into the blood-red eyeball. This second arrow was enough to be fatal, but then came the third and fourth arrows, until the fifth arrow lodged itself in the lizardman's chest. The once proud hunter fell silent, collapsing to the ground, lifeless alongside its prey. Detected that a galactic order intelligent being killed a cross-domain transformed creature, earning 1 galactic order merit point. Receive 100 galactic order merit points. Detected intelligent being has killed an intelligent being of a higher tier. Receive tier jump kill reward. 1 free attribute point in physical fitness. Detected intelligent being has achieved a first kill of a transformed creature. Receive kill reward. Please select reward type. Random auxiliary item, origin. Random physical skill, beginner. Random auxiliary proficiency, entry level. 2 free attribute points in physical fitness. Lu Xiao. Happiness always comes so suddenly. Last time, it was double happiness. This time, it's triple fortune. Did he somehow provoke the system with his complaints? Indeed, wealth and danger go hand in hand. Great effort brings miraculous results. Historical experience has not deceived me. Lu Xiao never expected the lizard man to be so valuable. The reason he dared to ambush was that he felt the lizard man had keen senses and would likely detect his presence after killing the prey, which was why he took the risk to shoot an arrow at the opportunity. He thought that whether he hit or not, he would run first, but unexpectedly. The first arrow didn't miss by much, and the lizardman's shock after being hit kept it from fleeing, allowing him to fire 4 more arrows. Rubbing his palms together, Lu Xiao found himself at a loss for a rare moment. He admitted that he was covetous of the equipment in the lizardman's possession and had thoughts of killing for loot. He also acknowledged that the moment he shot the first arrow, the lizardman's knife had chilled him to the bone. However, regardless, the outcome was wonderfully favorable. Forget about merit points for now. His permissions weren't enough anyway, and the system didn't specify how much was needed. Killing a higher-tier creature indicated that there was a class difference between him and the lizard man. He was able to kill it due to the long-range ambush and the timing of the attack. As long as he achieved a tier jump kill, he would receive a free attribute point in physical fitness, which was incredibly rewarding. As for the first kill reward for a transformed creature, it was similar to a first kill bonus. The system had informed him that he hadn't undergone transformation, while the lizard man had already transformed. He couldn't tell where the difference lay. Was it the color of the eyes? Or would he become a lizard man after transforming? Never mind that for now. This reward was indeed a bit perplexing. As for the last reward of a free attribute point, well, he was an archer. What do archers do? They are the pioneers of killing higher-tier monsters, the old 6 in the jungle. And now their SA-tier jump kill reward. Why would he care about this measly 2 points? The other 3 were all random. He had previously received a beginner physical skill, but that was a specialized skill granted by archery mastery. The risk of randomly getting something useless like a host skill was too high. He'd go complain about that. So he decided to pass on the random physical skill reward. Auxiliary mastery, pass, not because it's bad, but because Lu Xiao doesn't understand what auxiliary mastery really is. Why randomly choose a mastery that he completely doesn't comprehend, that only leaves auxiliary items? Lu Xiao must be pondering the 2 words in parentheses, origin. This means that the randomly awarded auxiliary items belong to the origin, which gives it value worth taking a chance on. If it were written as Earth instead of origin, he wouldn't even glance at it. But origin, that as something that can put the entire galactic order underfoot. With determination, Lu Xiao chose a random auxiliary item, origin. Chapter 8. Defective Products Calculating Random Reward Auxiliary Item, origin. Confirming random reward auxiliary item, origin. Obtained auxiliary item, origin defective product, WTF? Lu Xiao couldn't help but want to slap himself twice. 2 points of physical free attribute points aren't appealing. Mastery in auxiliary skills isn't appealing. Why did I choose this thing? Look at what I got. A defective product. Is this something a person can give? A brown cloth bag-like item flickered in front of his chest. Lu Xiao grabbed it tightly in his hand, his anger rising even more. Isn't this just a ragged bag? Huh. The moment the system displayed the item information, his expression changed oddly. Name, defective product, quality, rare creator, anonymous. Message, failed again. What a piece of junk. Item details, storage type auxiliary item, contains an independent sealed space, size of 125 cubic meters, planetary measurement unit, can be accessed at any time. Lu Xiao, this is really appealing. He tried to reach into the ragged bag, and his hand disappeared. His hand vanished at the bag's opening, and as he continued to explore, his entire arm disappeared into the bag, which was less than the size of a palm. Then, Lu Xiao began to stuff bags of medicinal plant leaves inside. The space inside was independent, vacuum-sealed, and without gravitational effects. He could feel the items fixed in the positions he placed them. This is really appealing. 125 cubic meters. Isn't that just a 5-meter cube? The 2 corpses in front of him could easily fit inside. And this is actually a failed defective product. What would happen if it were successful? Forget it. Greed leads to ruin. Having such a rare item, Lu Xiao was already satisfied. After distributing the newly obtained physical free attribute points into agility, his agility attribute reached 8. He quickly walked to the lizardman's corpse, removed all the items from it, and placed everything into the defective product. Then he lifted the huge animal's foreleg, preparing to stuff it into the defective product, but awkwardly discovered he couldn't lift it at all. So he had to take out the defective product, open the bag, and put it over the hoof, moving it upwards bit by bit. Fortunately, the bag opening could stretch to a magical diameter of about 2 meters. Otherwise, he really couldn't fit this huge body. Following the same method, Lu Xiao stuffed the lizardman inside as well. Apart from there were no other items on the ground. To be safe, Lu Xiao used dirt to cover the blood traces, at least making it look clean. After quickly finishing all of this, he headed in another direction. After a rapid dash of more than half an hour, Lu Xiao found a relatively safe indentation at the base of a giant tree root, sat down, and began to count his spoils. He didn't dare to linger in the previous environment for too long. This type of lizard man was likely to be social, and if other lizard men came looking, he would be in big trouble. He reached into the defective product and pulled out the lizardman's backpack and belt. First, he tied the belt around his waist. He hadn't noticed before, but there were 4 small pockets on this belt. He opened each pocket in turn. The first pocket contained 3 dark red pills, each the size of a tablet. The second pocket held a meatball the size of a ping-pong ball, which had a strong, fishy smell. Just one glance made Lu Xiao throw it back into the defective product. The third pocket contained a small glass bottle. Though it wasn't exactly glass, it seemed to be a type of crystal bottle filled with a green viscous liquid. The fourth pocket also had a bottle, but instead of liquid, it contained a glowing flying insect. In Indy, they all seem very useful, but in fact, they're all useless, because he didn't know what they were for. He set these things aside. Lu Xiao opened the lizardman's package. A metal clip one. Well, combined with the one on the huge animal's hind leg, he now had 2. Roasted animal leg 2. This is nice, solving the meat problem. Extremely elastic rope 1. Material unknown, but very tough. It should be useful. Cone-shaped goat horns 5. Lu Xiao had seen these before, the things on the head of a unicorn goat. It seems these are useful. Otherwise, the lizard man wouldn't have kept them separately. Unknown animal leather 1. The skin of an unknown animal, fully peeled off and rolled up. Unknown animal tendons 2. These are useful for Lu Xiao as they can be made into bowstrings, but he doesn't know how to make them, so he'll keep them for now. Unknown plant fruits, several. Apart from a few banana leaves, he didn't recognize the rest. The package was empty. There were no other items. Lu Xiao put everything back into the defective product, except for the roasted meat and the bottle containing the glowing insect. These items should have some value. But that S for later. They were of no use right now. He gnawed on the roasted meat, which was of average quality, a bit tough, and didn't have cumin. So the taste could only be described as finally playing. Playing with the bottle, the originally quiet insect at the bottom of the bottle flew up, its glow becoming brighter. What is this thing for? A night light? Impossible. This little brightness is not enough. For food? This should be insufficient to fill gaps between teeth. Could it be kept as a pet? Lu Xiao, with a sense of malice, said a few words to the bottle, but there was no reaction. After taking off, the little insect kept bumping against one side of the bottle wall. At first, Lu Xiao thought it was just panicking and bumping around. However, after changing the bottle's position and direction a few times, he noticed that the insect kept bumping against the bottle wall, with different sides being hit, but the direction remaining the same. Suddenly enlightened, this little insect is a guide. Yes, Lu Xiao slapped his forehead. This lizard man could get lost. It must have something to help it find its way back anywhere. This little insect should be its map and compass, and since it glows, it can be easily recognized even in the dark. What good thing, Lu Xiao took a big bite of roasted meat. But where does it lead to? No need to guess, it's most likely the lizardman's nest, where they congregate. Where else could it go? Those things beyond his understanding, he couldn't think of, so he could only speculate based on the habits of homing pigeons and old dogs. Nest. Hee. The 6 words killing rewards for ascending levels fell from the sky, making him take another big bite of meat. Quickly finishing the roasted meat, Lu Xiao dragged the lizardman's body out of the defective product while removing the dagger and cleaver. Faced with the lizardman's thick scales, he first made a cut with the dagger on the surface, leaving only a deep mark. Then he thrust it hard, but the force was dissipated by the scales, and he bounced back. Next, he picked up the cleaver. He had seen its power firsthand and didn't know what material it was made of. Swinging hard at the scales, the cleaver sliced through the outer layer of scales, but was blocked by the deeper tissues and couldn't penetrate any further. This doesn't mean the cleaver isn't sharp. It just indicates Lu Xiao's strength is too low. After all, he only has 5. If it were Zhang Zhe or Zhang Zhao, or Li Tianjia, this knife would at least cause lethal damage instead of just cutting through the scales. After roughly understanding the defense capability of the scales, Lu Xiao stepped back 10 meters and shot an arrow at the back scales. The arrow tip pierced the scales, sinking to the depth of a finger. Sure enough, the bow and arrow's lethality cannot cause significant damage to the lizardman from the covered areas of the scales. Lu Xiao flipped the lizardman's body over, exposing its abdomen. The lizardman's chest and abdomen had no scales and were milky white, feeling quite soft to the touch. On this side, whether using a dagger or arrows, he could easily cut through the surface skin. It seems that the head, chest, and abdomen are the parts he can currently attack. He stuffed the body back into the defective product. Lu Xiao took out another bottle, and the green viscous liquid inside caught his attention. He needed to verify his guess. He dipped the tip of an arrow into the bottle, and after coating it with some of the liquid, he withdrew it. 10 minutes later, Lu Xiao bent his bow in the bushes, aiming at a monkey-like creature climbing on a tree trunk with the arrow. The feathered arrow struck the hind leg of the tailless monkey, which was the part he had intentionally aimed for. The arrow pierced through its body, pinning the monkey to the tree. In a panic, the black monkey squeaked loudly, flailing its limbs. Lu Xiao silently counted the time. Before he could reach 4, the monkey's cries abruptly stopped, and its body slumped down, hanging from the arrow. Lu Xiao approached, pulled out the arrow, and carefully examined the monkey's corpse lying on the ground. The area around the wound was already showing large patches of black, with its blood vessels protruding and also visibly black. Even the blood that flowed out had turned from red to black. It was confirmed. It was indeed poison, and highly toxic at that. Lu Xiao smiled at the little worm glowing innocently in the crystal bottle. Chapter 9. On the peak following the direction indicated by the little bug, Lu Xiao continued to ascend, trying to pass by some obvious landmarks along the way. As he still had to return, he thought to himself, pulling out the bottle from his pocket, glancing at the little bug inside, which was lying at the bottom of the bottle. He shook it a bit, and the little creature obediently took off, only to crash into the wall of the bottle. Lu Xiao adjusted the direction based on the angle of the bottle, then shoved it back into his pocket. He did not follow the initial direction indicated, but instead climbed higher, preparing to head straight for the destination indicated by the bug when it was at the same height as himself. On one hand, it was hard to discern direction in the forest. Traveling in a straight line would make it easier to find the way back. On the other hand, He didn't want to retrace the route taken by the lizard men, who knew how many restless hunters might be lurking along the way. Speaking of which, he had made some preparations for this adventure. He had tied a lot of weeds and leaves to his belt. Although this made movement inconvenient, it provided some camouflage. At least when he crouched or lay still, it was hard to spot him up close with the naked eye. Of course, part of the reason he did this was his obsession with camouflage. Additionally, he had smeared dirt all over his body to cover his scent. After nearly 2 hours of continuous ascent, Lu Xiao finally reached the peak of the mountain after circumventing a sheer cliff. He plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. It wasn't easy. He used to climb mountains often, but compared to this peak, it was still quite different. The carefulness required along the way, paying attention to his surroundings and watching his step, left him physically and mentally exhausted. Although he had reached the summit, the terrain was surprisingly vast at the top of the mountain range. It felt like when he visited a mountain city and took the elevator from the first floor to the 13th floor, only to step out and feel like he was still on the first floor. Never mind, he thought, I'll rest for a bit. Without the canopy of trees overhead, the scenery below was fully visible. The view was breathtaking. In the distance, beyond the forest, lay a vast plain shaped like a hexagon. He could faintly see some moving black dots, wisps of black smoke rising, and a winding river flowing by. That must be where he had come from. Thinking of the hundreds of thousands of people struggling to survive on the plain, Lu Xiao couldn't help but sigh. He hoped that Li Tianjia and the others had stabilized the gathering point, at least securing the basic elements for survival. So many humans, yet there were no tall buildings, no traffic or smog. It was quite an adjustment. He wanted to look further, to see what lay beyond the plain and the woods, but unfortunately, the peak he was on was not high enough to do so, so he had to give up. The fatigue in his legs had disappeared thanks to the effects of the bay. Lu Xiao stood up, took out the bottle, and indeed, this time the direction indicated by the little bug was a horizontal line. After circumventing an incomplete skeleton, Lu Xiao had encountered the 5th animal carcass on his journey. He also discovered 4 traps on the ground, and unfortunately, those 4 had already become trophies, stuffed into the defective goods bag. The signs of intelligent beings were becoming more evident. Paths had emerged in the woods from years of human trampling, making Lu Xiao even more cautious. Finally, just as he was packing up the 5th metal trap, he heard a strange chattering sound. The lizard men he had been thinking about appeared. Quietly, Lu Xiao crouched down, slowly pushing aside the branches obstructing his view. Goodness, it was a double show of chaos. Not far away, 2 lizard men were standing face to face, constantly emitting chattering sounds, with one occasionally poking the other in the chest with the tip of its tail, which looked like pure provocation. Lu Xiao imagined their conversation. Lizard man, what are you looking at? Lizard man B, what about it? The other one, evidently impatient, swatted the first lizard man's tail away. The chattering intensified. This infuriated the other, and the cries became more frantic and violent, as it seemed they were about to come to blows. Neither side was willing to back down, opening their large mouths filled with sharp teeth, spitting out half a pound of saliva in a roar. From shoving each other, it escalated into a contest of who could produce more spit. Their fangs clashed unexpectedly, and a battle ensued. Initially, they supported their bodies with their tails to maintain balance, wrestling in a tangle. Soon, their tails joined the fray, rolling on the ground as they occasionally whipped each other's backs with their sturdy tails. The scene wasn't too bloody since no blood was visible, but the intensity was enough. As they fought, one lizard man started to feel something was off. The other seemed to lack strength and was allowing itself to be squeezed. But soon, it realized something was wrong. The lizard man on top of it had clearly lost all breath. It was a bit dazed, blinking its small eyes repeatedly, wondering if it had become that powerful. At that moment, it noticed a spike protruding from the side of the other's head, long and thin, with black and green fluid dripping from the wound onto its cheek. This seemed like puff. It felt a chill in its eye, a sensation that shot straight into its brain. Soon, in a daze, it gradually lost consciousness, and just before dying, its one intact, I seemed to see a monster covered in green fur stealthily creeping out from the shadows of the woods. Lu Xiao separated the 2 corpses from their tangled state, opened the bag for defective goods, and quickly stuffed the bodies inside one by one. 3 lizardman corpses, and 1 giant beast, and only a third of the space inside the bag was occupied. After covering a bit of the toxic blood with dirt, Lu Xiao quickly left the scene. Detected a galactic order intelligent being killing a cross-star, domain, metamorphic being. Galactic order origin merit point 1. Obtain galactic order merit point 100. Detected intelligent being defeating a higher tier intelligent being. Received higher tier kill reward. 1 free attribute point for physical ability. Detected a galactic order intelligent being killing a cross-star, domain, metamorphic being. Galactic order origin merit point 1. Obtain galactic order merit point 100. Detected intelligent being defeating a higher tier intelligent being. Received higher tier kill reward. 1 free attribute point for physical ability. Crouched in a relatively safe patch of grass. Lu Xiao happily allocated both points to agility. He realized one of the benefits of this system was that it could verify whether the target was dead, which seemed trivial but was crucial in practice. Earlier, he thought the second lizard man was dead, but when he didn't receive a system reward notification. He immediately lay down until the information appeared before getting up. His attribute value reached an even number, but without a reward, which was expected. Otherwise, those Olympic champions or fitness enthusiasts would be drowning in rewards right after being teleported. After rummaging through the items on the 2 lizard men, he found little of value. Unknown material chest armor 2. Unknown used dark red pills 4. Fist blades 2. Belts 2 from the items on them. It seemed they were more like gatekeepers and guards, not the type to go hunting. Lu Xiao didn't find any of it appealing. While the chest armor had defensive properties, his absolute strength was too low. If he wore this armor, the agility he had added would basically be wasted. Unfortunately, there were no venom vials. After experiencing the benefits of poison arrows, he thought this slime deserved an award, the annual Most Valuable Treacherous Award, specifically for causing harm to their own. Distant thunder rumbled, and before long, the light around him dimmed. A flash streaked across the sky, followed by a clap of thunder that made Lu Xiao shiver. A torrential downpour poured down without mercy. Lu Xiao quickly moved towards his target. The sudden rain was an excellent opportunity for him. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the woods came to a halt before clearing. More than 20 low houses made of piled stones are scattered across the open space, at the edge of which is a high cliff. Above the cliff stands a stone house, surrounded by numerous animal skulls. Behind the stone house rises a stone pillar about 5 meters high, topped with a statue of some creature. A dark red lizard man, over 2 meters tall, stands on the cliff, roaring at the sky, while 2 other lizard men below look up at him with reverence. Each time, lightning flashes through the dark clouds. The dark red lizard man waves a stick in his hand. Lu Xiao has no time to watch this bizarre performance. He just wants to confirm whether there are other lizard men in those stone houses. Kikek. The dark red lizard man points at one of the lizard men and calls out. That lizard man stands up and walks up, not very tall, probably only about 1.5 meters, and appears less robust than the others Lu Xiao has encountered, looking somewhat underdeveloped. It approaches the dark red lizard man and kneels on one knee. The dark red lizard man takes something out of a bag behind him, but it's too far away and the rain prevents Lu Xiao from seeing what it is, only that it has a pure white glow. The small lizard man receives the glowing object with both hands. Soon, the light gradually dims. Meanwhile, the dark red lizard man keeps making strange calls and waving the stick in his hand. Lu Xiao notices that the statue atop the pillar is faintly glowing. This is insane. The small lizard man's body is visibly growing at a noticeable speed. This must be cheating. This tribe has grown up using cheats. System origin. I want to report this. No response at all. Lu Xiao feels he should change his approach. The small lizard man is holding a glowing sphere, and after the statue emitted some light, he became stronger. There is something wrong with both the glowing sphere and the statue. If there's a problem, it must be taken away. Chapter 10. The strongest creature. Green slime dripped from the arrowhead, falling to the ground along with the raindrops. Lu Xiao's gaze was fixed on the dark red lizardman's head. The rain would slightly alter the trajectory of the arrows, but it was hard to say how much. To be safe, he aimed for the head. The first ritual had ended, and the dark red lizard man was ushering a second smaller lizard man forward. The previous one was slowly descending, its body still twitching involuntarily, clearly indicating that the process of transformation was uncomfortable and not quick. A lightning bolt spread across the clouds like a spider web, and at the moment the lightning split the darkness, Lu Xiao released his finger, and the poisoned feathered arrow shot out, accompanied by the booming thunder, aiming at the dark red lizard man reaching for the light orb. As the thunder faded, the arrow pierced through the lizardman's neck. Lu Xiao's second arrow quickly followed, targeting the lizard man still enjoying the sensation of growth. It struck the back of its head, and the lizard man fell to the ground, still not finished with its pleasure. The dark red lizard man had noticed Lu Xiao, its throat torn apart by the arrowhead. Unable to make a sound, the small lizard man in front of it woke from its seizure and turned to pounce on Lu Xiao, emitting a screeching roar. Lu Xiao quickly drew a third feathered arrow, aiming at the rushing lizard man, preparing to release. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a head poking out from Stonehouse. Cursing his bad luck, he turned to shoot that head with an arrow. The arrow struck the center of the forehead. Lu Xiao had only prepared 3 poison arrows, and that was already the last one. Unhurriedly, he drew a 4th arrow, continuing to aim at the small lizard man that had approached. The arrow pierced into the lizardman's chest, causing limited damage. The lizard man merely paused slightly before continuing its charge. Lu Xiao threw the bow on the ground and reached for the machete from the remains. The small lizard man roared in anger, leaping less than 2 meters from Lu Xiao and pouncing towards him. Fool! The machete struck down diagonally, the blade slicing from the lizardman's left shoulder to its right abdomen, nearly cutting the lizard man in half. This underdeveloped creature hadn't even touched Lu Xiao before it met its end. Lu Xiao quickly sheathed the machete, wiped the green blood splattered on his face, picked up the compound bow, knocked an arrow, and shot again at the staggering dark red lizard man. The arrow struck directly in the face, causing the lizardman's head to fall back and its body to flip onto the ground. Without giving Lu Xiao a moment to breathe, 2 lizardmen rushed out from the surrounding forest by the stone house. They looked at the twitching dark red lizard man on the ground and charged towards Lu Xiao with roars. Unlike the previously charging small lizard man, these 2 were not only robust, but also clad in breastplates, wielding fist blades. If they got close, Lu Xiao would surely die. At this moment, if he lost his composure, it would be all over. Lu Xiao followed his own rhythm, drawing arrows, bending the bow, aiming, and releasing. The 5th arrow skimmed past the lizardman's cheek, causing no damage. For the 6th arrow, he lowered his aim. The arrow pierced through the closer lizardman's calf, embedding itself into the ground. The lizard man fell directly to the ground, tripped by the arrow. The other one circled around it, charging wildly. Lu Xiao shot out his last arrow that could reach this distance. The arrow veered off wildly, missing the charging lizard man by at least a meter. No, to be precise, it was aimed at the lizard man lying on the ground, and with a thud, the lizard man still trying to pull the arrow from its leg was struck in the face. Due to the close distance, the force was sufficient, and the arrowhead pierced through its skull, leaving it mortally wounded. Sheathing the compound bow, Lu Xiao turned and ran backward. At this moment, the lizard man was only 5 meters away from him. After running a few steps, Lu Xiao drew the machete, turned around to face the lizard man. He couldn't run away, so he had to fight. The lizard man didn't care about Lu Xiao's inner turmoil. It stepped over the severed body on the ground and charged towards him, believing that this small creature couldn't withstand even a single attack. I must swallow this bastard whole. Crack! Huh? The lizard man felt a chill at its ankle, before it could look down to see what was happening. Crack! Huh? What about the other foot? A piercing pain shot through, and the lizard man let out a screech as it fell to the ground. At this moment, it saw that both of its feet were caught in traps, the sharp teeth already slicing through its bones, and around it were 5 more traps. It raised its head, glaring at the despicable creature before it. But what it saw was a cold gleam in the pouring rain, in a moment of daze. It could see its own body splattered with blood, the body already perfectly separated from it, letting out a long breath. Lu Xiao had no time to reflect on the battle that had just ended. He quickly opened the bag of remains, stuffing the traps inside. There was no time to deal with the corpses, so he hastily took the items off the bodies and placed them in the remains. He quickly climbed up the cliff. The dark red lizard man had stopped twitching, and he intended to take this corpse with him. Lu Xiao reached the stone pillar, pushing with all his might, but unable to move it. Indeed, something that could stand firm in such a place must have an incredibly solid base. Frustrated, he looked up at the statue atop the pillar. It seemed he wouldn't be able to take this thing with him. Regret? A little, but not much. Entering the huge stone house filled with skulls, the smell nearly overwhelmed him. Holding his breath, Lu Xiao stuffed anything that looked valuable into the remains. After clearing it out, he rushed into a smaller stone house. No time. No time. I want it all. I want it all. Two thoughts clashed in his mind. After searching 5 stone houses, reason overcame greed. Lu Xiao dashed back into the woods where he had entered, and the pouring rain disappeared into the shadows of the trees. He had been cautious coming in, but now he was running for his life. Fortunately, the sound of the rain drowned out all other noises, giving him the chance to recklessly move through the forest. Soon, Lu Xiao reached the spot where he had rested after reaching the peak, running down the slope. With over 20 houses, who knew how many lizard men were in this area? Only when he ran out of the outer region of the falling star would he truly be safe. Almost rolling and crawling, Lu Xiao, at the cost of numerous scratches and his black bodysuit being torn by more than a dozen cuts, managed to reach the foot of the mountain in less than an hour. Lying sprawled in the grass, gasping for air, all the soreness and pain surged at once. He couldn't care about stopping the bleeding. He needed to rest for a moment, as some of the wounds had already started to clot. Raindrops pelted his cheeks. An indescribable refreshment. Ha 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 ha. Lu Xiao laughed out loud, his laughter mingling with the sound of the rain. So refreshing. It was then that he finally had time to check the system information. Detected Milky Way Order Intelligent Creature Kills, Collapsing, Star Domain, Transformed Creature. Milky Way Order Origin Merit Point 1. 5. Gained Milky Way Order Merit Point 100. 5. Detected Intelligent Creature Surpassing, Level Kills Intelligent Creature. 5. Gained Surpassing Kill Reward. 1 free physical attribute point. 5. Detected Milky Way Order Intelligent Creature kills the strongest creature in the primary danger zone. Milky Way Order Origin Merit Point 10. Gain Milky Way Order Merit Point 1000. Detected Intelligent Creature kills the strongest creature in the primary danger zone. Gain Primary Danger Zone Kill Reward. 5 free physical attribute points. Gain Primary Danger Zone Kill Reward. Please select reward type. Random Faith Energy Skill Beginner. Psycho Energy Crystal Broken. Random Elemental Energy Skill Beginner. Random Auxiliary Mastery Primary. A great harvest. And he even took down the strongest creature in the area? Was it that dark red lizard man? That guy was the strongest creature outside the Falling Star Eye? No way. That guy didn't even let out a single fart before he died. Well, maybe it's because he didn't do anything. If he had, it would have been his own demise. 6 lizard men, 5 kill rewards, but that little guy who was cut in half by himself doesn't count. Which means that one was on the same level as himself and also hadn't transformed, while the one that grew stronger on the spot had already transformed. Could it be that what I witnessed was the transformation process of the lizard men? Oh my, is there a way to turn back time? Can I ask the strongest lizard man to help me transform too? Damn it, I've missed that opportunity just like that. And what's with this area kill reward? What the heck is a faith ability? And what kind of demon is an element ability? What about energy crystals? System lady, could you please come out and clarify? I don't know anything. Let's continue for now. Random choices might waste it. 10 free attribute points, all dumped into agility. Category: Organic Intelligent Being. Source: Galactic Order. Species: Human. Gender: Male. Title: None. Height: 1. 76 meters. Planetary measurement. Physical attributes: Endurance 5, Strength 5, Agility 20, Explosiveness 5, Psyche None, Faith None, Elemental Affinity None, Proficiencies: Archery Proficiency, Beginner. Physical Skills: Basic Precision. Passive Physical Skill slightly increases ranged attack hit rate. Spiritual Skills: None. Suddenly, his agility grew by 10 points, and Lu Xiao immediately felt his legs filled with strength. The coordination and power of his wrists, shoulders, and arms also multiplied. He felt that now the arrows he shot could penetrate the lizardman's scales. Chapter 11. Transformation. This is a European medieval castle, with a spacious castle hall where thousands of various creatures are working nervously. Countless intangible, octopus-like entities are floating in mid-air, and one of them suddenly drops from the air, landing in front of a human girl. The girl, who is dozing off, opens her eyes and locks gazes with the elusive octopus for a moment. Seemingly understanding some information, she slightly raises the corners of her mouth. She waves her hand, and the octopus returns to the air, continuing to float. The girl has her own seat in the hall, and there are thousands of other creatures enjoying their exclusive seats, each belonging to different species. Gurgle, gurgle. A creature near the girl looks at her, its throat writhing, and says, "My kin is completely useless. So far. Only 817 have transformed, and it's just lucky to have drawn a broken essence crystal." Gurgle, gurgle. This creature is large, resembling a giant worm, but with a human face. The attrition rate has exceeded 30. Gurgle, gurgle. It seems my evaluation will fail again. The face worm looks mournful, its small eyes glancing around, asking, "How are you humans doing?" Gurgle, gurgle. The girl crosses her legs and gives a sly smile. "The attrition rate is about the same as yours," she casually replies. The face worm turns from worry to joy, realizing it is not at the bottom. But the girl takes a deep breath. "I just learned that someone among the humans has completed the strongest kill in the area, and the origin merit has been credited. As for the number of transformations, it's only 893. Gurgle, gurgle. Gurgle, gurgle. The face worm looks astonished, its emotions clearly reflected in its expression. How is that possible? This hasn't been a full origin cycle yet. The girl smiles lightly, too lazy to continue paying attention to this annoying worm. However, the fact that someone completed an area kill in just 10 Earth hours leaves her somewhat baffled. As a member of the Judgment Council of the Galactic Order at the Origin, she is responsible for the onboarding and evaluation of new humans. Although her rank is not high, the number of humans transported into the Origin this time is in the hundreds of billions. The transformation ratio meets expectations. But what else with this strongest area kill? Are we humans that physically capable? Such situations are not uncommon in the Galactic Order, but they usually only occur among the few races at the top, which are all monsters in terms of physical quality. The girl gazes toward the end of the hall, which is still quite far from her, hoping that this time will bring her position closer to that side. This little guy deserves a reward, she thinks. And Lu Zhao's information appears. Okay, this little guy hasn't completed the transformation. The girl's expression darkens. Forget it. It seems you made me disgust this worm. She snaps her fingers. The scene pulls away. Outside the castle, the mountains undulate, and more buildings are scattered. But all of this exists only on the back of a gigantic dark turtle, which leisurely floats above the clouds, soaring somewhere in the origin. Lu Xiao applies the powder of the Lin fruit to his wounds, and the effect is immediate, except for his back, which he cannot reach. The other wounds have stopped bleeding. Received information initiated by the Galactic Order. Do you accept? This information is actively initiated by the Galactic Order, approved by the Origin. Accept. Method of biological transformation. Essence crystals contain the life force needed by spiritual bodies. Absorbing the spiritual energy within essence crystals is one of the core methods of biological transformation. This, a knowledge welfare package sent by the Galactic Order. Absorbing essence crystals can directly lead to biological transformation. So the glowing object I witnessed during the Lizard Man's transformation process, that glowing object is an essence crystal. Wait, the kill reward in the primary danger zone includes essence crystal rewards. Doesn't that mean I can claim the reward to absorb it? No, no, no. Lu Xiao held back, not directly choosing to receive the essence crystal reward. Instead, he first sorted through the spoils of this battle. At the time, he didn't pay attention, but now, taking out the items one by one, Lu Xiao realizes he collected so much. 4 punch blades, 5 chest armor, 2 machetes, 4 daggers, 2 bow knives, 3 trap clamps, 12 poison bottles, 30 dark red pills, 11 strongly smelling meatballs, 17 unknown white pills, 3 guiding worm bottles, 4 belts, 7 bags, 5 complete animal skins, 1 complete animal fur, 41 unknown biological organs, including horns, tendons, internal organs, tails, bones, etc. 3 bee skin maps, 9 bee skins with special characters, 1 metal hammer, 12 large metal rivets, 3 ropes, 1 barbecue fork. These are the items he rummaged through in several stone houses. At that time, he was pressed for time and had heavy tasks, so he really took whatever he saw. Now that he thinks about it, there seem to be many small items he didn't take. Regret, after all, is the original sin of not having enough strength. The main event comes, and he drags out the strongest creature in the area, which is the corpse of the lizard man with dark red skin all over. This guy died uncomfortably, with a hole in his neck and face, and his entire head had turned black. Sorry, brother. Lu Shao still feels some awe towards the title of the strongest. He quickly stripped the corpse of all its items. Finally, he forcefully pulled a short stick from the corpse's hand. The short stick is about half a meter long, made of a material that seems to be wood but is lighter than ordinary wood, with a monster statue in a sitting position embedded at the top. He tosses it aside and picks up the belt, opening each pocket one by one. There are also 4 pockets. The first contains a crystal bottle with 2 red stones the size of fingernails, faintly emitting a red glow. The second pocket holds a black gelatinous sphere. Lu Shao fiddles with it and finds that the sphere is warm, but he doesn't know its use. Rubbing it with his hand, sparks appear on the surface. With a strong pinch, the entire sphere actually catches fire. This thing is a Lizardman-S lighter. This is a good item. It can be used to light a fire at critical moments and can also serve as a hand warmer at ordinary times. The third pocket also contains a crystal bottle with golden liquid inside, the purpose of which is unknown. The fourth pocket contains a stone, egg-sized and shaped. This can't be the Lizardman-S egg, right? A chill runs down his spine, and he casually stuffs it into the defective product. Finally, there's a bag made of bee skin, which is tied to the belt, and Lu Shao is most interested in the contents of this bag. Sure enough, the moment he opens the bag, Lu Shao feels a surge of excitement. Inside is a pear-shaped crystal, smooth and transparent, radiating a pure white light. This should be the essence crystal. Originally, there should have been 2, but one was used by that small lizard man, and this one was not used in time. This thing can allow biological transformation. Lu Shao carefully takes out the essence crystal. The moment his fingertips touch the crystal, system information appears. Found spirit energy crystal broken. Do you wish to absorb it? No wonder the Galactic Order S information didn't explain the absorption method for the essence crystal. It turns out it's fully automated. Lu Shao takes a deep breath and selects yes. Charging spiritual body. Enlarge my body. Lu Shao silently shouts in his heart, preparing to welcome a transformation into a strong physique like the lizard man. Unfortunately, what comes is not the sound of his body growing in size, but an internal change. A certain part of his body is rapidly filling up, a part that clearly belongs to him but has never been perceived before. Meanwhile, his heart rate is continuously slowing down. The central part of my brain seems to no longer need the energy contained in blood, but is instead replaced by other forms of energy. The energy crystal in my hand is gradually dimming until it loses all luster. Spiritual energy crystal absorption complete. Intelligent life form has completed spiritual transformation. Intelligent life form capable of spiritual energy supply detected. Central link activated. Central link complete. Obtain intelligent life form origin point number 87242-82231-25241-2241. Intelligent life form origin point permissions upgraded. Galactic Order Merit Exchange activated. Civilization language switch activated. Basic task for origin point activated. Galactic Order task activated. Galactic Order Merit Exchange activated. Spiritual attributes activated. Soul 1. Spirit pool 5. What is going on here? I'm completely confused. Chapter 12. Permission upgrade this time. The system immediately provided feedback. Intelligent organism 87242-82231-25241-2241 has questions about biological metamorphosis. You can spend 10 Galactic Order merit points to exchange for relevant knowledge. This operation is approved. Do you want to exchange? Yes, 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 yes. Damn, Lu Shao couldn't wait any longer. Spend 10 Galactic Order merit points. Biological metamorphosis. Changes the energy supply of the original biological core from biological energy to spiritual energy. Spiritual energy. Spiritual energy is the foundation of all energy and is the life energy of the biological core, which can provide the necessary energy for all energy-based skills and the central system. Spiritual body. The spiritual body includes the spiritual core, spiritual energy, and other abilities. The strength of the spiritual body determines its defense against mental interference and attacks on the spiritual core. The spiritual energy attribute is an index of spiritual energy capacity. The larger the value, the more spiritual energy that can be utilized. Spiritual core, the life core of all organisms. If the spiritual core perishes, the organism dies completely. All memories, abilities, data, and cognitive functions are generated and preserved by the spiritual core, which requires life energy to maintain its existence. Central system, an information core composed of high-level knowledge entities. Intelligent organisms interact with the central system by consuming spiritual energy. Okay, I roughly understand. In other words, my brain already has this thing called a spiritual core, but it used to rely on blood oxygen for nutrients as life energy. Now, it has evolved to use spiritual energy, directly providing energy to the spiritual core. What I thought was a system is actually called the central system, and interacting with it requires spiritual energy. Therefore, the central system didn't respond to me before, but now that Lu Xiao has completed his metamorphosis, he can support the energy needed by the central system, and indeed, there is more interaction. Moreover, it seems that my permissions in the central system have also upgraded. Otherwise, it would respond to what I want to ask. The amount of information is vast, but Lu Xiao feels he can fully comprehend it. His thoughts are incredibly clear, and even childhood memories, some images, fragments, and words suddenly come to mind. Clearly, this is the effect of the spiritual body metamorphosis. He can also feel that there is a space in his head that is not in this dimension, filled with white liquid. The size of this space is unquantifiable, but the liquid is almost at capacity. This should be the spiritual body, and this liquid is spiritual energy. If understood in terms of game mechanics, this is basically my magic points. With a flicker of thought, Lu Xiao wants to see the newly unlocked functions of the central system. First is the Galactic Order Merit Exchange. Galactic Order Merit Exchange. Current merit points, 2,790. Spiritual body teleportation, minus 100 points. Realizes the teleportation of the spiritual body between the original space and origin. Physical ability duplication, minus 20 points. Can realize the duplication of specific physical abilities from the origin to the original body. Body maintenance, minus 20 points. Maintains the existence energy of the original body. Identity protection, minus 1,000 points. The Galactic Order will protect your identity in the origin from being disclosed. Body modular replacement, minus 50 points. Pico-level carbon-based replacement of body parts. Item exchange can realize item exchange within the Galactic Order. Entering the item exchange, planetary ownership, starting from 2,000,000 points. Galactic ownership, starting from 100,000,000 points. What the hell is this? Galactic Order merit can directly give me a galaxy? But what is starting from me minimum price? Forget it. I can't afford it. Let's look at something more realistic. Intelligent organism directional search for exchange items. Earth human civilization equivalent exchange item RMB. Exchange ratio 1 merit point 100,000 RMB thud. Lu Xiao sat down on the ground. He suddenly recalled what that woman said, that what is gained here would benefit his own self on Earth. This is an unprecedented opportunity. He has 2,790 Galactic Order merit points. If he exchanges them all for RMB, that would be 279 million. And this happened in just over 10 hours. Have I become a billionaire? Moreover, I can exchange for spiritual body teleportation at any time, allowing the spiritual body to return to Earth. Isn't this invincible? Isn't this the peak of life? Detected that intelligent organism 87242-82231-25241-2241 has resistance thoughts against the origin. Based on the origin, Law 103, any intelligent organism's spiritual body must not leave the origin for more than one origin cycle, 14 Earth days. Otherwise, indiscriminate extermination of the spiritual body will be executed by the Galactic Order. Okay, I understand. Can I just stop thinking about it? Lu Xiao suddenly realized that this central system also has the function of monitoring his consciousness. However, he also discovered a problem. detected that intelligent organism 87242-82231-25241-2241 has questions about the interpretation of the origin law. This information has no cost for intelligent organisms that have not undergone metamorphosis. There is no need to bear the effect of the origin law 103. Liu Xiao then had another question. Detected that intelligent organism 87242-82231-25241-2241 has questions about spiritual body teleportation. This information has no cost. Spiritual body teleportation can be directed to other intelligent organisms. It cannot execute bidirectional teleportation if the original body has perished. Good. He breathed a sigh of relief. In this case, his parents or friends can be safely teleported back. But if they have already completed metamorphosis, detected that intelligent organism 87242-82231-25241-2241 wants to interact with other intelligent organisms. This information costs 10 galactic order merit points. Damn, sending a message costs 1 million. Gritting his teeth, this message must be sent. The central system cannot locate intelligent organisms that have not undergone metamorphosis. Organisms receive biological numbers only after metamorphosis. Done for without metamorphosis. There's no biological number, and I can't send messages at all. His heart sank. He originally wanted to send a message to his father, telling him to never undergo metamorphosis. It seems he must find his parents himself. Basic origin task: explore unknown areas of the origin. Increase total physical attributes to 51. Increase total spiritual body attributes to 21. Have any mastery, beginner. Have any belief, beginner. Elemental affinity, beginner. Energy skill, beginner. This is definitely a milestone task. It seems the main goal given to metamorphosed organisms by the origin is to become stronger and then continue exploring. Let us take a look at the Galactic Order's character system. Galactic Order tasks: explore areas of the origin. Exterminate interstellar organisms. Obtain spiritual energy crystals. Find origin towns. The tasks of the Galactic Order reveal some key information. Firstly, the Galactic Order also wants energy crystals. Secondly, the Galactic Order uses tasks to tell intelligent organisms to hurry up and find towns within the origin. It's a bit of a gray area. After all, the Galactic Order has such a low status here in the origin. Lastly, it seems that the relationships between star regions are quite tense. These tasks blatantly encourage exterminating interstellar organisms, either to seize resources or to help the Galactic Order accumulate origin merit. Liu Xiao quickly digested all the information. From the moment of his spiritual body metamorphosis, he was no longer the recent graduate he once was. The lifestyle of Earth civilization had completely departed from him, just like Peter Parker, who was bitten by a radioactive spider. The moment he became Spider-Man, he could never return to the past. Those resumes, it seems, are no longer necessary. Chapter 13. Hunter camouflage while picking up the items on the ground. Liu Xiao continued his endless questions. What is faith? What is elemental affinity? Let's also talk about auxiliary mastery. Faith, the deity worshipped by intelligent biological spirits. The creator deity gains the power of belief from intelligent beings, transferring the deity's own strength and skills to the intelligent beings themselves. Faith is triggered and materialized through biological, spiritual energy, and the higher the level of faith, the greater the power obtained from the deity. No deity faith detected within the intelligent biological spirit. Consumption of 10 galactic merit points, creator deity. Insufficient permissions, elemental affinity. The elemental core nurtured within the intelligent biological spirit. The foundational elements include water, earth, wind, fire, lightning, light, and darkness, as well as other hidden or branch elements. Intelligent beings nurture elements through elemental affinity within their spirits and convert elemental power through skills. This process requires biological, spiritual energy to trigger and materialize. The higher the elemental affinity, the greater the energy of the elemental core within, and the stronger the elemental skills that can be mastered. No elemental core detected within the intelligent biological spirit. Consumption of 10 galactic merit points, auxiliary mastery. Mastery is divided into combat and auxiliary types. with auxiliary mastery leaning more towards the survival of intelligent beings at their origin, creating environments and resources suitable for the beings themselves. Common auxiliary masteries include leatherworking, forging, smelting, drawing, cooking, and planting, etc. Consumption of 10 galactic merit points. In this way, faith and elements are more combat-oriented, while auxiliary mastery is survival-oriented, resembling life skills in a game. The rewards seem decent, but they are not what Liu Xiao wants at the moment. He wants physical skills, archery-related physical skills. These so-called faith and elemental affinities sound grand, but combined with his 20 points in agility, they don't seem that practical. Of course, thinking this way also has a hint of sour grapes, as he lacks deity, faith, and elemental cores. As for the energy crystals, well, he doesn't know whether they are good or harmful. After thinking it over, Liu Xiao chose to randomly select an auxiliary mastery, beginner. At least it seems somewhat useful for now, and he skipped the entry level, plus there is a basic task in the origin that targets beginner mastery. Let us go with the flow. Random reward for auxiliary mastery, beginner, being calculated. Random reward for auxiliary mastery, beginner, confirmed. Obtained auxiliary mastery, beginner identification, beginner. Detected intelligent biological entity 87242-82231-25241-2241 has obtained beginner identification mastery, automatically acquiring beginner material knowledge, beginner biological knowledge, beginner reconstruction knowledge. In an instant, a large amount of information flooded into Liu Xiao's mind. Oh, it should now be called the spiritual core. The entire process lasted only 3 breaths. There was no dizziness. The previous brain, now the spiritual core, indeed has a significant gap between heaven and earth. He clearly felt that the efficiency and capacity of the spiritual core in receiving information and data were at least 100 times stronger. Well, this is identification. How should I put it? This can't be considered a skill, but rather a combination of knowledge. It turns out this also counts as auxiliary mastery. From the digested information, the role of identification is to judge and recognize materials, which includes biological materials, mineral materials, elemental materials, and special materials. To be honest, this auxiliary mastery of identification is quite useful for Liu Xiao, although it won't let him understand the habits and characteristics of every unknown creature. It does inform him which items on these creatures are valuable. Not bad. Liu Xiao expressed great satisfaction. As for reconstruction, it refers to items reconstituted from various materials. For example, Liu Xiao picked up the lizardman's machete, and combining the material science knowledge he just acquired with the knowledge of reconstruction, the system immediately provided information about the knife. Name: hunting knife. Quality: ordinary. Origin: blade material. By Luo: iron handle material. Rain willow wood. Item details of a relatively sharp ordinary machete. How should I put it? Even with this knowledge, it seems a bit useless. Liu Xiao then took out 2 crystal vials, which he scavenged from the dark red lizard man. One vial contained 2 red stones the size of fingernails, and the other vial contained golden liquid. He took one of the red stones and placed it in the palm of his hand. This should be blood cherry petal. What the heck? Liu Xiao's mouth twitched. This thing is actually a blood cherry petal. Name: blood cherry petal. Origin: item details: petal of the blood cherry tree. Condensing a large amount of biological blood energy can be directly consumed. After consumption, the blood energy will be converted into body tissue, slightly increasing toughness and strength. Creatures with insufficient physical toughness will explode due to excessive blood energy concentration. The item is indeed good, but the explosion really makes it hard to try. Given that Liu Xiao's toughness and strength are both a mere 5, an explosion is almost a certainty. He put the petal back into the vial and continued to identify the vial of golden liquid. However, this time the identification wasn't as smooth. Just observing didn't seem effective. In his knowledge reserve, there are too many liquids of the same color. He sniffed it. This thing actually has a faint fragrance, somewhat resembling the scent emitted by roses, which eliminated a large number of incorrect options. He dipped his finger in to feel it. It wasn't viscous, great, that ruled out another large batch. Got it. Name: Terrasaro flower juice. Origin: item details. Juice from the tear of sorrow flower can be directly consumed. After consumption, it can neutralize the concentration of blood energy in the body and can also relieve blood-related toxins. So that's how it is. This bottle of flower juice is meant to be used in combination with the blood cherry petals. One raises blood energy concentration, the other lowers it. Perfect. As for dosage, Lu Xiao's identification mastery can only tell him the effects, but not the dosage. Let us give a try. Practice is the only standard to test truth. Fortune favors the bold. Miracles come from great strength. Here we go. He took a blood cherry petal and put it in his mouth. Gulp, his throat trembled. He swallowed it whole. Oh my! Even though it was less than the size of a capsule, the moment it sank into his abdomen, it immediately unleashed its overwhelming power. Lu Xiao could almost feel a scorching hot flow beginning to spread in his belly, rampantly coursing through his body, and almost simultaneously, he saw the veins on his arms start to bulge, muscles feeling a tension bursting outward. Soon, bruises began to appear all over his body. This is what it means for blood vessels to explode. Without further ado, Lu Xiao directly drank half a bottle of the golden liquid. If he didn't drink it, he felt like his life was about to end. After downing half a bottle, the effect was immediate. The raging blood energy began to calm down, a coolness flowing throughout his body, and gradually, the bruises disappeared, leaving his muscles feeling indescribably relaxed. After a few more breaths, everything calmed down. Toughness 1. Strength 2. 2 lines of inconspicuous information appeared, but it made Lu Xiao overjoyed. Without any hesitation, he swallowed the other blood cherry petal. He did this to see if he could directly suppress the blood energy of this petal while the effect of the tear of sorrow flower juice was still active. As he expected, this second blood cherry petal contributed its value very gently, showing no tendency to explode, as mild as a cup of goji berry tea. Toughness 2, Strength 1. The bonus to the body is actually random. Or is it that the order of consuming the tear of sorrow flower juice affects the increased attribute values? Forget it, this can be studied later, but overall, I've already made a big profit. Of course, the good things are not over yet. At the same time, he achieved the proficiency of the basic level. The central system provided 3 pieces of information. He then checked them one by one. Completed the foundational task at the origin. Intelligent creature 87242-82231-25241-2241. Please choose a reward from the following options. Item: Hunter's Camouflage Ability Clue. Free physical attribute points. 2. This was Lu Xiao's first time completing the foundational task given by the origin, and he directly ignored the reward of attribute points. After the transformation, the information provided by the central system increased significantly compared to before, and the rewarded items would also directly display all attributes. Name: Hunter's Camouflage. Quality: Good. Creator: Taroto. Creator's message: Unable to find Shadow Rock. Cannot achieve invisibility effect. Replaced with bark from the flower tree. Item details: Resists certain damage from abilities. Comes with a camouflage effect. Can be activated using psychic energy. Camouflage. When activated, it will change color based on the surrounding environment. Lu Xiao unconsciously started rubbing his hands again. This was clearly a reward item tailored for him. A piece of clothing that could activate a camouflage effect using psychic energy. As for the ability clue, if it were a direct reward of an ability, Lu Xiao would hesitate for a moment, but since it was just a clue, he decided to let it go. Without hesitation, he chose Hunter's Camouflage. A dark green leather outfit appeared faintly on his chest. There was no need for any nonsense. He put on directly. He looked at the black jumpsuit he had been wearing with disdain. Name: Bodysuit. Quality: None. Creator: Galactic Order. Item details: Covers the body. Provides minimal defensive capability. Lu Xiao had already experienced the defensive ability of this thing in actual combat. Even branches could cut through it. At most, it could be considered underwear. After changing his outfit, he felt much more sophisticated. No wonder players in the game were so eager to buy skins. This was a symbol of spending money and strength. The Hunter's Camouflage was clearly made from the leather of animals, tailored in one piece. And dark green was a protective color in the jungle. As he put it on, he could feel the difference in this clothing, and with a thought, a bit of psychic energy within him decreased, expectedly around 110. The psychic energy activated the energy contained in the hunter's camouflage, and when he looked at it again, the dark green surface gradually changed, beginning to display the deep green of the surrounding bushes and the brownish color of the plants, with gradient stripes appearing. When the colors stopped changing, the hunter's camouflage had completely blended into the surrounding environment, while Lu Xiao's exposed head was awkwardly floating in midair. Good stuff. Lu Xiao really wanted to give Torodo a good review. This thing was perfect for him. It was simply the best choice for killing, looting, and sneaking around. With the hunter's camouflage, did he still need a ghillie suit? The answer was definitely no. Feeling pleased, Lu Xiao continued to check the other two pieces of information. Chapter 14 Return to Camp. Reach the entry-level proficiency in identification. Reward. 1 associated item for identification. Please choose from the following recipes. Vision with touch 1, smell 1, hearing 1, taste 1. Reach the junior proficiency in identification. Reward. 1 associated item for identification. Please choose from the following recipes. Vision 2, touch 2, smell 2, hearing 2, taste 2. This time it was 2 directional rewards as an advancement in identification proficiency. But Lu Xiao did not expect that the rewards would be enhancements to the 5 senses. Can this stuff also be a reward? The facts told him that it could. The 5 senses are indeed a part of the body. The enhancement of the senses can indeed give a significant boost to identification proficiency. After all, the supportive proficiencies of the origin are just knowledge systems, not skills. Knowledge systems must be practiced through the body. Lu Xiao seemed to suddenly realize something. He immediately chose the Vision 1 reward for entry-level identification proficiency. There was not much change. The scenes within his line of sight gradually became clearer, and the colors of the surrounding scenery became more vibrant. At the same time, his field of vision was also expanding and extending. What was previously only vaguely visible was now very clear. Lu Xiao had learned in college that an organism's vision is determined by the number and density of photoreceptor cells. Eagles, as the animals with the best vision on Earth, have a density of photoreceptor cells that is 6 to 8 times that of humans, allowing them to see a small insect in the grass 100 meters away or a rabbit several kilometers away. As for humans, the visual range is only 300 to 500 meters. As for small insects, one might be able to see them clearly if they were within 20 meters after staring for a long time. After gaining Vision 1, Lu Xiao did not hesitate to choose Vision 2 as the reward for junior proficiency in identification. This time he silently closed his eyes and waited for a few seconds with a look of enjoyment. Then he suddenly opened his eyes, 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. His gaze extended far away, 60 meters and 60 meters away on the branch of a bush. A drop of orange-yellow tree sap was slowly flowing down along the tree's texture, drawing the bough whoosh. Crack! The arrowhead firmly pinned the sap to the trunk, and the tremendous impact caused the arrow to pierce through the trunk. Nice! Lu Xiao silently clenched his fist. The improvement in vision directly enhanced the accuracy of his archery. Moreover, his visual range was tripled, which is crucial for both a shooter and a hunter, as it allows one to discover and lock onto prey from a greater distance. What does that mean? The Origin Center was indeed generous to him, randomly granting him a proficiency in identification, providing items for a hunter's camouflage, and a Vision 3 reward that was simply incredible. It was like a windfall. This doesn't even count the physical enhancement he gained from the blood cherry blossom petals through the identification proficiency. Center, thanks. Lu Xiao looked up at the sky, his hands clasped together in seeming reverence. Category: Organic Intelligent Being. Source: Galactic Order. Species: Human. Gender: Male. Title: None. Height: 1. 76 meters. Planetary measurement. Physical attributes: Toughness 8, Strength, Agility 20, Explosiveness 5. Spiritual attributes: Spirit 1, Spirit Pool 5, 5 senses, Vision 3, Professions, Archery proficiency entry level. Identification: Junior. Physical skills: Basic precision, passive physical skill, slightly increases ranged attack accuracy. Reviewing his own panel, Lu Xiao was quite satisfied, estimating that he had been forcibly teleported to the Origin. From a bewildered novice to completing a transformation and gaining a rough understanding of the rules and patterns of survival in the Origin, it took him about 16 hours. He was confident that if this were a game, he would be among the forefront of players. But what lay ahead of him, he was uncertain. However, one thing he was sure of was that the origin was not a game, but a real existing space or dimension. Creatures were transported here, abandoning their previous technology and civilization, returning to a primitive state, and with the involvement of a super civilization like the Galactic Order. There must exist dangers beyond his comprehension and unimaginable treasures waiting for everyone. Since he could no longer escape the laws of the origin, he had to move towards the unknown. Packing all his items back into the subpar goods, Lu Xiao quickly headed towards the direction of the plane. With agility reaching 20, Lu Xiao's speed through the woods was several times faster than before, and since the danger level of this forest could be ignored, he arrived at the edge of the woods in less than 20 minutes. The plain beyond the shadows of the trees was even clearer with visible human figures. Along the way, he also did not idle, identifying the legacies left by the lizard men one by one. The dark red pill was a product made from the crushed fruit of a plant called manching, mixed with the juice of another plant called malva, used for quickly recovering internal injuries and restoring vitality, almost equivalent to a simple and crude recovery potion. The strongly fishy meatball was the salivary gland of a beast called the Bactrian beast. This beast's salivary glands emit a pungent fishy smell that can attract similar beasts from a distance. Perhaps the lizard men particularly favored this beast, especially enjoying hunting them. As for the white pill, it was the fruit of the shade grass and bay leaf, which Lu Xiao was already familiar with, crushed and combined into pill form, capable of treating external wounds and bruises. As for the bee's skin and map inscribed with strange characters, Lu Xiao also wanted to understand. The system had indicated that translation could be done, but it required consuming merit points from the Galactic Order. He was not in a hurry and planned to wait until he returned to the camp to address it. Exiting the woods, he was greeted by a scene filled with bustling crowds and drifting smoke from cooking fires. Although he had only been gone for a little over 10 hours, it gave him a surreal feeling of returning to reality. A gathering area of hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands had formed, with people using their obtained items to build their own survival spaces. The variety of modern items made Lu Xiao unable to help but smile wryly, especially when he saw some middle-aged people sitting in reclining chairs holding tea parties, making him even suspect that this was just a camping trip for citizens during a long holiday. In fact, thinking about it, it wasn't wrong. People tend to maintain their usual lifestyle and habits until they encounter real danger, which is a normal response. After all, who would have thought that a group of unknown creatures capable of hunting them existed just a few kilometers away? Lu Xiao did not approach the area where people were gathered, and no one paid special attention to him because he was dressed in hunting camouflage. After all, many people's chosen items were trendy clothing. Soon, Lu Xiao spotted familiar faces in his field of vision, thanks to his extraordinary eyesight. At this moment, the small group from the teacher's college was gathered around a campfire, with a simple wooden shelter beside them. The number of team members had not increased. In fact, it seemed to have decreased. As Lu Xiao approached quickly, Zhou Yuka glanced up and, after a brief moment of confusion, his eyes widened immediately. His reaction alerted a few others nearby, who looked up at Lu Xiao, perhaps because Lu Xiao had not interacted with them for long, after relishing the moment. Astonishment and joy manifested simultaneously in their expressions. Li Tianjia stood up, smiling and nodding towards Lu Xiao. Back safe? Absolutely. After a brief greeting, Lu Xiao curled up his legs and sat next to Li Tianjia. No matter what they had been discussing earlier, all eyes were now on Lu Xiao. It seems like there are fewer people. Lu Xiao looked around and asked. Jiang Lina and her boyfriend left. Her boyfriend is local, and there's a group of over 1,000 people over there. Li Tianjia replied. Also, those 2 university students who temporarily joined us have left. They have relatives in Qiantang. Lu Xiao nodded. It was human nature to think that a group of fresh graduates wouldn't amount to much, especially since there were so few of them. So what's in the woods? Where's your bow? Li Tianjia asked. Lu Xiao returned empty-handed, as all his gear was packed away in the defective products. Setting aside the bow issue, the harvest this time was significant, and he had learned a lot about the origin point, which he would slowly share with everyone. Lu Xiao didn't want to disclose the defective products for now, but sharing information was necessary. Why say it might be quite revolutionary to traditional views, so I'll relate it to some game settings. The area we are currently in is equivalent to a beginner village with almost no dangers. The outer areas of the forest are the same, but deep inside the woods is a dangerous zone filled with various hostile creatures that we cannot easily confront. I can't be sure if they will come out. Here's the key point. Lu Xiao scanned the group and said solemnly, "Some of those dangerous creatures have undergone spiritual transformation and do not belong to the Galactic Order faction. Killing them will earn us rewards from the system." The crowd exchanged glances, confused. Lu Xiao had to patiently explain what spiritual transformation was. As they gradually digested these unfamiliar terms, they began to get into the groove. Among the rewards, there was something called Galactic Order Merit, which, according to the system's display, could be exchanged for many valuable items on Earth. To put it simply, one merit point could be exchanged for 100,000 RMB. As for other things, I believe curing terminal illnesses should not be a problem, and if understood literally, immortality is also feasible. The crowd fell into a long silence. Lu Xiao's words, if spoken a day ago, would have sounded like blasphemous madness to these graduates who had studied hard for over a decade. But now, in the origin point, it seemed somewhat possible. "You're not lying, are you?" Zhou Yuka stammered. "At first, I didn't believe it either, but a civilization or race capable of teleporting everyone here shouldn't need to deceive us." Lu Xiao replied with a smile. Struggling to swallow, Zhou Yuka asked the question everyone wanted to know. "Have you undergone spiritual transformation? Did you kill the dangerous creatures?" Lu Xiao looked directly into his eyes and nodded slowly. "I was lucky to have killed a few, and my spirit has indeed transformed, granted me higher permissions linked to the central system, and I know much more now." Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Lu Xiao. "But I'm also constrained by the laws of the origin point. Transformed beings cannot stay away from the origin world for long." "Cannot stay away for long? Does that mean we can leave here?" Yishan asked eagerly. "Yes, with the Galactic Order merit points, we can return to our original world," Lu Xiao replied. Clearly, after hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with joy. And I believe what that voice said is correct. Before spiritual transformation, death here allows direct return to Earth. Lu Xiao felt it was necessary to share this information with everyone. It was a critical choice. Indeed, after hearing this, the expressions of the crowd became strange and hesitant. Death meant returning to their previous lives, while surviving here meant danger and being bound by the laws like Lu Xiao. But it also meant infinite opportunities. Breaking free from the fate of Earth beings, immortality. This was not a gift that Earth civilization could provide. However, everyone's thoughts were different. "I want to go back," a girl said timidly, even raising her hand as if speaking in class. "Me too," another girl beside her mustered the courage to say. For girls who were defenseless, surviving here felt no different from slow suicide. Back on Earth, having family to shield them and living ordinary lives wasn't so bad. "I will stay," said the twin brother Yang Zhe. Then he looked at his brother Yang Zhao. "I want to stay too." Yang Zhao quickly followed up. "My brother and I have a sister who has had a heart condition since childhood, and it hasn't been cured all these years. If what Lu Xiao says is true, we can use the merit points from the Galactic Order to cure her. I want to stay too. It's just death, and after dying, we can go back, right?" The chubby guy spoke up. "Me too, I'll stay. Count me in." Regardless of the reasons, the vast majority chose to continue living in the origin point. This was something Lu Xiao hadn't anticipated. "Lu Xiao, do you know why the Galactic Order brought us all here?" Yishan's thoughts were always different from others. "Not sure. I'm also newly transformed, and the Central System's hint was that my permissions are insufficient," Lu Xiao answered honestly. "Then what is our purpose here?" Yishan furuit herburais, asking herself. "From the information we have, the origin point hopes we first strengthen ourselves, then explore more unknown areas. While the Galactic Order wants us to kill creatures from other star domains and find existing towns in this world. In other words, we must seek the answers ourselves." Yishan muttered to herself. Sort of, Lu Xiao responded, "I will return to Earth once, to verify some matters and see the current situation on Earth." Upon hearing that Lu Xiao would return to Earth, everyone couldn't sit still. "Lu Xiao, please check on how my parents are doing, okay? Also ask for me. I'll send you their numbers." "Me too," Lu Xiao remembered everyone's messages, including many phone numbers, addresses, names, and appearances. Li Tianjia, how about you? Do you need me to check on your family? Li Tianjia had been silent, seemingly contemplating something. No need. My parents divorced a while ago and have their own families. I've been living alone, so I don't have much burden, Li Tianjia said calmly. It was evident that he also planned to survive in the origin point. He remained silent to avoid swaying others' judgments. Okay, then at least tell me where you were when you were teleported. I will check if it's safe. Another important reason for Lu Xiao's return was to confirm the situation of his body on Earth and whether there was any danger, which was crucial for all of them. Lu Xiao looked at the girl who had just spoken about wanting to leave the origin point. Before I return, stay alive here, otherwise. If there's danger to your body on Earth, dying here might mean real death. After Lu Xiao said this, everyone realized that their bodies on Earth might also be in danger. So everyone reported the addresses where they were located on Earth. After confirming there were no omissions, Lu Xiao patted Li Tianjia, signaling him to have a private chat. The two walked into the wooden shed. The shed was lined with straw on the floor, and there were many edible plant roots placed on the straw. Lu Xiao began to pull out supplies from the defective products one by one. Chest armor, machetes, daggers, belts, packs, animal limbs. Li Tianjia's eyelids twitched as he watched. When Lu Xiao dragged out a huge beast corpse, Li Tianjia reached out to lean against the shed, steadying his somewhat shaky body. What is this? His voice trembled. After hunting for a bit, Lu Xiao laboriously dragged all the corpses out, clapped his hands, and said, "These supplies should last you for a while. I'm not sure how long I'll be gone, and I might not come back at all. The central system told me that I can return at most for one origin cycle. If I haven't returned after one day and night at the origin, don't even think about going back by killing yourselves." Although Lu Xiao spoke bleakly, he was internally confident that this return to Earth carried little risk. Li Tianjia mechanically nodded, his gaze still fixed on the giant beast's corpse. "How'd you take down this monster? There's something even more terrifying, but I won't bring it out to avoid scaring the girls." "All right, you really are something else. Good luck. If I had been a bit unlucky, I wouldn't have made it out." "Thank you." Li Tianjia withdrew his gaze from the corpse and looked at Lu Xiao. "Though we've only known each other for a short time, you are definitely a trustworthy partner." Lu Xiao smiled at the boy, who was half a head taller than him. "I believe you are too. We may be few in number, but we are more united. In order to survive here, having more people isn't necessarily a good thing. I will return as soon as possible." After saying that, he raised his palm. The two clasped hands firmly. "Don't worry with these supplies. We are already much stronger than others. If any emergencies arise, we can head into the woods. As long as we don't enter dangerous areas, the woods are quite safe." Li Tianjia nodded. After making all the arrangements, Lu Xiao chose to perform a spirit transfer, consuming 100 points of galactic order merit, preparing for spirit transfer. 100 points, that stings a bit. Chapter 15, The Doomsday Portraits. The Galactic Order will perform a spiritual transmission for intelligent life. Form 87242-82231-25241-2241. Retrieving. Origin Principle 99 approved for this transmission. Retrieving life status of intelligent life form. Meets transmission requirements. Intelligent life form 87242-82231-25241-2241 body returns to origin. Spiritual transmission in progress. Just as Lu Xiao's spiritual form entered a state of emptiness, his physical body vanished into thin air in front of Li Tianjia. Li Tianjia noticed that an oval-shaped stone appeared where Lu Xiao had been standing. This stone was almost identical to the one Lu Xiao had found in the dark red lizardman's belt. Li Tianjia picked up the stone and, after observing it for a long time, carefully placed it into a bag. On Earth, in a CAF in Qiantang City, Huaxia, Lu Xiao, reclining on the sofa, slowly opened his eyes. The familiar scene unfolded before him, the air filled with the fresh scent of lemon. He did not get up immediately, but instead examined everything around him. In the CAF, which was over 100 square meters, more than 10 people were lying on the floor, and other customers were slumped over in their booths. He checked his phone, which had a large number of unread messages, most of which were from the service provider, seemingly emergency alerts from the government. and some were from his grandmother's landline. The time displayed on the phone was already the day after he was transmitted. It seemed the origin and Earth-S time were basically synchronized, which relieved Lu Xiao a bit. He had previously worried that the time difference between different spaces might be too great, and he might return to a version of Earth years later. Everything was strangely quiet. There was no music in the CAF, and the streets outside were devoid of passing vehicles or pedestrians, creating an eerie silence. Lu Xiao calmed his emotions, trying hard to adjust himself. The contrast of switching between two worlds was overwhelming. At the same time, he needed to get used to the dissonance of his vision and body returning to normal values. After a long time, he felt he had adapted, took out his phone, and called his grandmother's landline. After a long series of beeps, the call was connected. "Xiao Xiao, is that you?" A hoarse but delighted voice came from the other end. "Yes, Grandma, how are you? Are my parents with you? How are they now?" "Xiao Xiao, you're okay. That's great." Grandma's voice had a weeping tone. She was a very strong old woman. When she was young, she was sent to Wuqing, and originally from the Yanqing Banner in Beijing, she married and settled down in this small city she had never even heard of. Decades had passed, and in Lu Xiao's memory, he had never seen his grandmother cry. "Grandma, I'm fine, very well. Don't worry, are my parents still asleep?" "Yes, your parents. And your uncle and aunt are all here, but they are asleep and haven't woken up, their bodies are cold. I went out to check, and besides the elderly and children in the community, everyone else is like this, sleeping. I called you many times, but you never picked up. As long as you're okay, that's fine. You must not worry. I'm doing very well. I was like my parents before, but now I'm awake. Those who are asleep are fine, and their cold bodies are for their safety. So, Grandma, you don't have to worry. Just let my parents, uncle, and aunt sleep. They will wake up soon. Please don't worry. They're all fine. Take care of yourself. Don't be sad." Lu Xiao felt very sorry for his grandmother because he had spent most of his childhood at her home. Okay. Hearing you say that makes me much better. Xiao Xiao, you must take care of yourself." Gradually, Lu Xiao could sense his grandmother's emotions stabilizing, but having her children unconscious beside her must be a huge blow for her. After chatting for a while, Grandma finally stepped out of the shadow. She was a sensible old woman, and in the face of difficulties, she decided to face them bravely. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xiao packed his belongings, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and stood up. He approached a middle-aged man lying sprawled on the floor in the center of the CAF. He reached out to check the man's breath. It was long and steady, indicating that the man was still alive. However, when he touched the man's skin, Lu Xiao felt a chill. He touched the man's cheek and arm, discovering that his body was in a low-temperature state. He checked his pulse. There was a heartbeat, but it was very slow. It seemed the Galactic Order had used some means to keep the bodies at low temperatures, thus maintaining bodily functions. No wonder he felt so cold earlier. This reassured him a bit. At least, under conditions of prolonged nutrient deprivation, these bodies without souls, or rather without spiritual forms, were safe. He pressed the light switch, only to find the CAF was in a power outage. Stepping out of the CAF, he found the road in front of him was not wide, merely a two-lane road for two-way traffic. But as he looked around, everything he saw left him dumbfounded. On both sides of the sidewalk lay several people in disarray, and not far away at the intersection, black smoke was rising. Amid the smoke, there were 3 or 4 cars that seemed to be crumpled together. Scattered around the accident site were broken parts and charred black patches. It was evident that this traffic accident had occurred a long time ago. The 3 cars were almost just skeletons. Lu Xiao could vaguely see human remains that had been carbonized within the car frames. It was not hard to imagine that the drivers of these 3 cars were likely still in the driving state when they were transmitted. At least they were not truly dead in the literal sense, as long as they had not chosen to return through death at the origin. Lu Xiao looked up, and in the distance, the sky was filled with black smoke. Before Lu Xiao could regain his composure, he continued to look up in astonishment higher up, above the clouds at the top of the sky. There were actually words displayed there, spanning the horizon, incredibly huge. Someone was writing in the sky, and each character was so enormous. Origin Record 3 incredibly clear and imposing characters were abruptly stamped at the forefront, followed by Galactic Order. Planet 932221, 0182 Race Proxy Achievement Record 1. 87242-82231-25241-2241 2802. 87242-823339-43242-3245 1603. 87242-8264-52133-6634 1500. 100. 87242-8252-4-34120-70 795 1000. A volume of text was vast, but each one was clearly visible. It was easy to understand that this text information should represent the achievement points obtained by all humans on Earth at the origin. In Race Proxy, what the hell was that? He wasn't sure, but the Galactic Order's performance at the origin resembled that of a strict stepmother, coming to Earth and behaving so arrogantly. Was it really necessary to make such a grand spectacle? No, wait. Maybe he'd been looking up at the sky for too long. He suddenly felt a bit dizzy. The first position in the achievement record, although the number was a bit long, felt somewhat familiar. A thought flickered. Intelligent life form origin number, 87242-82231-25241-2241. Sure enough, after the transformation of the spiritual form, it could also interact with the central system outside the origin. Another certainty was that the first position on this achievement record was indeed himself. Lu Xiao suddenly felt that maybe he should change his name. He had always been inconspicuous, even if thrown into a flock of chickens. Wouldn't he be the one to stand out? Now he had become so ostentatious, already at the top position admired by people all over the world. There has never been such a flamboyant, domineering, and cool display of behavior art throughout history, right? Moreover, looking at the rankings in the merit record, it seems difficult for my 2,800 merits to be surpassed in a short time. Huh? Does that mean I don't even need to submit a resume? I could just find a big company and let HR see my number in the sky. Wouldn't that guarantee me an interview? Putting aside my dark humor, Lu Xiao secretly decided that when his merits increased, he would definitely exchange for that identity protection. Otherwise, if this continued, not to mention any substantial risks, I certainly don't want to be a public figure. After a brief fantasy, Lu Xiao began to analyze the information brought by this merit record. First of all, after the Galactic Order collectively transported most humans back to the origin point, it was clear that they were not planning to allow Earth to settle down and develop peacefully. It was obvious they were telling the various regimes and ruling powers on Earth, I did this, I support this, don't pretend you can't see it. Don't think about suppressing or resisting with public power. Your level of technological civilization is insignificant in front of me. I can bring you down, so are you afraid? Secondly, the merit record displayed the top 100, but as the current number one, apart from the rights to exchange merit points, I did not receive any other substantial benefits. So what is the value of this thing? Intelligent Life 87242-82339-43242-3245 questioned the value of the merit record. Intelligent Life permissions insufficient. Get lost. Cursing inwardly, Lu Xiao was too lazy to dwell on this matter any longer. The situation in Xiantang City was not optimistic. In fact, it was quite terrible. As Lu Xiao walked a few blocks, what he saw, while not a complete wreck, was nearly chaotic. Most areas were experiencing power outages, and the roads were filled with vehicles, most of which had people inside who were completely unconscious. There were numerous fires caused by car accidents, short circuits, and mechanical failures due to lack of operation. Most importantly, there were no police, firefighters, or military personnel to maintain public order. He also saw many people on the street, some crying loudly, some panicking, some running around, mostly elderly, but there were quite a few adults, predominantly women. It was easy to imagine that these adults were likely part of those who chose to end their own lives. People were searching for their loved ones in panic, calling out to the unconscious individuals in helplessness and feeling lost in confusion. This was not the end of the world. But aside from someone like Lu Xiao, who had some awareness, who could say it wasn't in the face of such chaos? Lu Xiao did not attempt to persuade those in panic. He knew it would be meaningless. stepping over a security guard lying across the entrance of the teacher's college. Lu Xiao walked into the university that had once been famous because of a successful entrepreneur. A girl ran towards him from the direction of the teaching building, covering her face, stumbling as she brushed past him, then dashed out of the campus. Lu Xiao had become somewhat numb to this. He quickly walked towards a gym. Pushing open the gym's large door, he found a standard indoor basketball court with more than 20 sleeping boys and a few girls on the court. Lu Xiao checked the boys one by one. Finally, he found Li Tianjia, the Yang brothers, Yang Zhao and Yang Zhe, and Zhou Yuk on the court. He also found Fatty, the Taoist, and two others on the sidelines. Lu Xiao's only goal was to ensure that everyone in the group was safe. After confirming that these few were at peace, he moved on to other areas. The search for people went smoothly until he arrived in front of a girls' dormitory building. Looking at the charred walls, Lu Xiao had a bad premonition. Starting from a dorm room on the east side of the first floor, nearly a quarter of the dormitory building was affected. From the charred doors and windows, one could imagine the intensity of the fire at that time. As for how the fire was eventually extinguished, he could only guess. Lu Xiao stepped on the damp floor and went up to the third floor, stopping outside the third room on the east side to take a look inside. He then continued to the second and first rooms on the east side, just glancing inside. Afterward, he went to the first room on the east side of the first floor and checked the situation inside. He sighed deeply and left. The source of the fire was an electric heater, which, after its owner lost consciousness, burned itself out until it had drained all the liquid from the kettle, then continued to emit high temperatures until it self-ignited. Lu Xiao could understand why there was a power outage. If it wasn't due to the absence of grid workers, it was likely to control similar incidents from happening. And this fire, not too big yet not too small, also determined the fate of 4 girls in the group, including the 2 who chose to return immediately in Yishan. Chapter 16 Information. Lu Xiao casually hopped on an electric bike and quickly left the teacher's college. Body restructuring, 1,000 points. Restructuring the body of the spiritual entity transformation intelligent biological's latest data anchor point. Flipping through the list of merit exchanges for the galactic order, Lu Xiao found this item. Indeed, there was a possibility of resurrection for the deceased body on Earth. But, data anchor point. The central system collects and stores biological data of any spiritual entity transformation intelligent biological. Intelligent beings that have not completed the spiritual entity transformation cannot execute data anchors. This was simply an infinite loop. Currently, the only way for humans on Earth to complete the transformation was at the origin point, but after the transformation at the origin point, they were constrained by the laws of the origin point, and the transformation center Wunti allow any biological data anchors to be made, making it impossible to restructure the deceased bodies from Earth. Lu Xiao felt the overwhelming malice of the galactic order for the second time. This answer seemed to imply that beings that had not completed the spiritual entity transformation were simply not worth restructuring, as they were considered trash. He gripped the handle tightly, and the electric bike sped forward. The social order was gradually showing signs of collapse. Lu Xiao saw a large number of people pushing shopping carts full of goods rushing out in front of a large supermarket. But this was understandable. People needed to survive. Without cashiers, without cash registers, and without police to maintain order, the concept of order simply vanished. Faced with the empty food shelves, Lu Xiao helplessly left. This city that originally did not belong to him now felt even more unfamiliar. Eventually, he found some seal bread, canned goods, and mineral water in a small supermarket with its doors smashed in, sitting by the roadside and quietly eating. Just when he felt somewhat aimless, his phone received a new message. It was a notification from WeChat. Surprised, he opened the pop-up. Someone in the gaming group had spoken up. "Are there living people?" The username Han Jiang said. "I'm here." Before Lu Xiao could reply, another user named Scimitar chimed in. "There really are living people?" Han Jiang then asked, "Don't mention it. I'm so damn unlucky. I was just watching a commotion nearby and ended up getting shot by a stray bullet. Blood was gushing from my artery, couldn't stop it, and I died in such pain. Ha 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 ha. Let me laugh first. You're more unlucky than me. We were charged by a group of monsters here. Not a single living person was left." "Monsters?" "Han Jiang, you're in Gillen. How could there be monsters at your spawn point?" "Yeah, how would I know? It was developing fine at first. We even started infrastructure to prepare for farming. Then suddenly a horde of these things rushed out. We had weapons, but the key was that the monsters were strong. We couldn't fight back. And in no time we were all cut down. I still break out in cold sweat thinking about the moment I got my head chopped off. Damn, is this origin point that fierce? Then we're better off. Scimitar, you're in Jinling? Yes, in Jinling. After I left, my parents also committed suicide. I guess that is good. But the city is in chaos now. Everything is a mess. We're doing better here. Almost everyone is dead. I just saw an ambulance driving on the street. Actually, it's better for everyone to be dead. At least the original life can be stabilized. I heard that the army won TB coming back. They have big things to do over there, and we common folks just need to handle logistics. The government must know more than us common people. Why is this origin point so mysterious? I still feel like I'm dreaming. Like I played a game and got killed by a high-level monster right at the start. Me too. And I woke up to find another apocalypse game still going on. Scimitar, now that you mention it, I also realize that it seems to be the case. Look above your head. What the hell? The appearance of Hauge. What does that mean? Damn it. What do those numbers mean? It should be the country or the planet. Those are people. At this moment, the ultimate boss of the group, Long Yu, suddenly spoke up. The members of this game group were not many. Just over 50, but they formed the core backbone and combat power of a gaming guild. This guild, made up of these 50 or so people, was notorious in any game, not necessarily the number one in the server, but definitely a public enemy. Because these people were either killing or fighting, and they were all leveling up fanatics. Long Yu was the leader of this group. There was even a post online listing the top 10 Legion leaders in the national online gaming scene, with him ranked 8th. The evaluation was touching. Combat power rated at 11 out of 10, intelligence 5, management 5, diplomacy 0. In short, aside from leveling and fighting, he didn't bother with anything else. Diplomacy is useless. Just do it. Longo, hello. Congratulations on also dying back. Get lost. You think I'm like you? I was teleported back. What does that mean? Do you understand spiritual entity transformation? We had a team that killed 5 beast tigers and roasted them to eat, and as a result, I ate one of the beast tigers' heads. And my spiritual entity transformed. Each transformed spiritual entity has a number, just like the one on your head. Lu Xiao believed Long Yu's words. The system had also informed him that absorbing energy crystals was one of the ways to transform spiritual entities. It seems that eating the spiritual entity of an already transformed being could also lead to transformation. Long Boss is great. Lu Xiao felt there was no need to stay silent anymore and actively spoke up. Old Xiao, you're secretly hiding. Scimitar exploded instantly. Welcome to the Undead Legion. Get lost, Undead Retreat. I was also teleported back. Lu Xiao retorted unceremoniously. Old Xiao, not bad. Long Yu quickly replied. What is the situation over there in Qiantang? How did you complete your transformation? There's a forest over here in Qiantang. Deep in the forest are lizard men from an outer star system. After killing them, we got an energy crystal, which allowed for the spiritual entity transformation. Lu Xiao briefly explained. There's such a method. After we killed the beast tigers, we also got a system prompt, including rewards for killing across levels and across star domains. But to transform the spiritual entity, we must eat their spiritual entity before they die completely. Otherwise, it won't work. We only transformed 2 people after killing 5 beast tigers. I see. The spiritual core of the dead intelligent beings will be automatically transmitted back to their original bodies, while the ones that are not fully dead will naturally be devoured. It seems that the energy of the eaten spiritual entity can recharge one's own spiritual entity. And the reason for not completing the transformation could be that either the spiritual entity has already been sent away, or the remaining spiritual energy is insufficient to meet the transformation requirements after recharging. What is your number? Let us keep in touch later. Long Yu continued typing. This made Lu Xiao very conflicted. If he revealed his number, everyone would know he was currently ranked 1st in the world. I'll contact you. I'm busy right now. A lot of people have died here in Qiantang, some of whom I know. Lu Xiao made up an excuse. Those who had died could no longer return. All right, my number is. Long Yu unhesitatingly sent out his number. Scimitar, I realize we are redundant now. Han Jiang said sadly. Yes, doesn't it feel just like that moment during the previous game as public test, when we didn't make it into the server? And they all got in? ISNT, that right. If we're talking about what's most important when facing a strange world, it's definitely information. The more you know, the faster and farther you can go. On the road, Lu Xiao's electric bike sped like the wind. Two crying children blocked his path, forcing him to stop. Here is the entrance of the district kindergarten, where the gate is wide open. Several security guards and teachers are lying in front of the door. A group of children is silently crying on the playground. They haven't eaten for nearly a day and have long lost the strength to cry out loud. Lu Xiao takes the hands of two children in the middle of the path and brings them back to the kindergarten. Brother, Mom, and Dad haven't come to pick us up. The little girl on his left, her voice already hoarse, looks at Lu Xiao with her watery eyes. The teachers are asleep too. Lu Xiao squats down and strokes the girl's head, saying Mom and Dad are just asleep. They'll be back soon. The little girl is very happy and turns to the other children, forcing a smile as she says, I told you Mom and Dad will come. Lu Xiao scans the area. There are at least 40 children here, and 7 or 8 of them are in a concerning state. Their parents are likely migrant workers from other places in Xinjiang, and without their elders here, they can almost be considered orphans unless their parents return quickly. He calls 110, 119, 120, and even 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No one answers. What to do? He is not a savior, but he will never allow the children to starve or die of thirst here. Even though he knows that in Xinjiang alone, there could be hundreds of thousands of children in the same predicament, he cannot save them all, just as he is anxiously desperate. Intelligent being 87242-82231-25241-2241. Do you accept the spiritual sound interaction request? Accepting interaction does not consume merit points. Lu Xiao is taken aback. The system is indeed a system and can even be used like a phone. Accept. Hello. The voice echoes in his mind, as if a real person is right beside him. But what does this awkward English mean? Detected that the spiritual sound interaction party is using a different civilization language from this planet. Do you want to start language conversion? No merit points will be consumed. Hello. Ignoring the system prompt, Lu Xiao, having experienced the college entrance examination, directly replies in English. Nice to meet you. Lu Xiao squints. What the hell is this unfolding? Nice to meet you, too. How are you? Fine. Thank you, and you? A standard soul triple attack. Damn, a Huaxiao person. The code matched. The other party finally stops the terrifying first lesson of junior high school English. Chapter 17. Hidden Dragon, who are you and what do you want? Lu Xiao replied irritably. What a great demeanor. Truly worthy of being the leader among us agents. I am Lung Yufeng, affiliated with the Hidden Dragon Group. You must have returned to Earth. Could you deign to meet? Lu Xiao felt like cursing. The awkward English was one thing, but now he was also using classical Chinese. As a science student, he couldn't handle this. To speak plainly, I'm busy. Lu Xiao indeed had urgent matters to attend to, as so many children still needed him to find food and fresh water. However, he didn't directly end the communication for a reason. This Lung Yufeng had clearly undergone a transformation, and there seemed to be national power behind him, which meant he might possess more intelligence. You're indeed straightforward. Then I'll be candid as well. The Hidden Dragon Group intends to recruit ambitious individuals from within the country. The leader can earn 2,800 merit points in a day, a feat not achievable by ordinary people. In these chaotic times, we need strong individuals like the leader to co-create a prosperous era at the origin point. Lu Xiao remained silent, waiting for the other party to continue. The Hidden Dragon Group is a national treasure. Every member is a dragon among men. I unfortunately can only barely control wind element affinity and have slain a few extraterrestrial barbarians, earning minor merit, and have returned to handle some mundane affairs. Lu Xiao wanted to curse again. This Lung Yufeng actually gained wind element affinity. Was it due to his name? What luck? Were the restrictions for joining the Hidden Dragon? Were the benefits? Lu Xiao was treating the other party like an HR recruiter, asking about performance requirements and salary. Good. With the leader's accent, you must be from East China. May I know your current city? Xinjiang. There was a slight pause on the other end. Good. There are no restrictions for joining the Hidden Dragon. You only need to maintain communication through Lingyin. Once you return to the origin point, I will include you in the Hidden Dragon Group's star pattern, allowing members to exchange information. For valuable intelligence, The Hidden Dragon Group will offer substantial rewards after verification. Moreover, upon agreeing to join, you will already enjoy some privileges of the Hidden Dragon Group, and you can call this number for details. The other party gave a string of strange numbers, which Lu Xiao noted down. So, does that mean I've joined the Hidden Dragon now? Lu Xiao found it hard to accept such an immediate onboarding process through a phone interview. Yes. I have a question. Please, can you stop using classical Chinese? Brother, our Hidden Dragon is a well-established secret organization with a history. Using classical language adds an air of mystery. Goodbye. Lu Xiao prepared to end the communication angrily. Wait, no, hold on. Speak. How did you become a transformer? It's a bit presumptuous, but this information is crucial. I can tell you, but I'll ask you a question in return. How did you gain wind element affinity? Deal. I obtained a spirit energy crystal from an extraterrestrial creature. That makes sense. The other party didn't seem surprised, indicating he knew about the method of spirit body transformation. Brother, leader, you know that long-distance movement isn't possible within the origin point. If spirit energy crystals appear, it means there's a spirit crystal mine near the Qiantang teleportation point. What you mean is, there's a place where a large quantity of spirit energy crystals can be mined? Yes, this information is vital. Spirit crystals are now a strategic reserve for the country, and the Galactic Order places great importance on them. Brother, if you can manage a spirit crystal mine. The other party paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. Our country's scientific civilization would undergo earth-shattering changes. I'll try to look for it, but don't get your hopes up. Since I know this information, Lu Xiao certainly wouldn't let it slip, but wouldn't extraterrestrial creatures want spirit crystal mines too? It's impossible, as there are definitely dangers involved. If you can find it, then, brother, you will have made a great contribution to the country. You answer my question first, Lu Xiao interrupted him. Ahem. Brother, you know that the initial stage of element affinity is to cultivate an elemental core within the spirit body. How should I put it? The elemental core relies 10 on opportunity and 90 on talent. The wind elemental core in my spirit body formed during the transformation process. This can be considered the awakening of the elemental core. Damn, Lu Xiao really couldn't hold back this time. 90 talent, but I didn't get anything after my transformation. Brother, what did you awaken? Critical damage. See you. This time, Lu Xiao ended the communication without hesitation. He then prepared to dial the strange number Lung Yufeng had given him, but he paused, quelling his impulse. Instead, he went to find a phone belonging to a comatose person on the roadside. Beep beep. Hello, how can I help you? What a professional customer service phrase. Hello, Lung Yufeng asked me to call this number. This Lung Yufeng didn't give him any code words, so Lu Xiao could only state his name. All right, please hold on. I will transfer you now. Transferring, please wait. Thank you for your patience. May I ask who you are? Soon, a crisp female voice came through, making Lu Xiao shiver. Speak Mandarin. Hello, may I ask who you are? Lung Yufeng just contacted me about joining the Hidden Dragon Group and asked me to inquire about the treatment within your group. The other party fell silent. Lu Xiao also fell silent. All right, since it was Lung Yufeng who actively recruited you, there's no problem. May I ask how to address you? This simple question stumped Lu Xiao. He couldn't just say, I'm Lu Xiao, as that would directly expose him. But he couldn't just pick a random name either, like Temujin, Feng Qingyang, Sweeping Monk, or use a gaming name, like Zong, AI Xiao Zhong, Qiantang Peng Yuyan. Ugh. 40 thieves? Please be serious. All right, my name is Ren Pingsheng. Okay, Mr. Ren, I'll make a record. I don't have the surname Ren. Ren Pingsheng is just my title, not my name. All right, Mr. Ren Pingsheng, may I ask which 3 characters? A Song of Smoke and Rain Ren Pingsheng. The last 3 characters. Lu Xiao was getting a bit impatient. Understood, recorded. Mr. Ren Pingsheng, you are now a probationary member of the Hidden Dragon Group, codename Chaofeng. All right, I just thought of a name, and now I have an additional codename. Chaofeng, I will be your dedicated contact and personal assistant. My codename is Bailing, and I will briefly introduce the rules and regulations of the organization. Lung Yufeng said that there are currently no restrictions on me, as long as I maintain communication through Lingyin at the origin point and exchange information. Lu Xiao directly interrupted. Hold on, let me confirm. After a few minutes of silence, the other side spoke again. Chow Feng, what you just said has been confirmed. But with an additional stipulation, any information about the Hidden Dragon Group must not be disclosed. This is a bottom line. I'll start over and introduce the privileges and treatment of becoming a probationary member of the Hidden Dragon Group. All right, you go ahead, Lu Xiao said with satisfaction. 1. Awarding of military ranks. 2. Family members can enjoy relevant benefits as top talents, including medical resources. 3. Can establish a company with no more than 100 people, fully funded by state-owned enterprises, with an annual cost not exceeding 100 million renminbi. No profit requirement. 4. Equipped with a private jet covering all domestic routes, airport parking space, dedicated pilots, and cabin crew. 5. Can obtain a 1-star confidential document. 6. If a preparatory team member dies, their family will continue to enjoy the benefits outlined in Article 2 and above. Lu Xiao remained silent for a long time. A phone call, a few pleasantries exchanged, and the two sides had only said about 100 words in total. The family still enjoys the treatment of top talents, and their social status is fully guaranteed. Every year, they receive 100 million, along with a private jet, allowing them to fly anywhere domestically. If you unfortunately lose your life, it's all right. Your family's benefits remain unchanged. Well, I have to say, Lu Xiao was a bit dazed by this. The reason he didn't faint directly was the chaotic state around him, reminiscent of the end of the world. But he knew this was temporary. The country was a highly systematic and meticulously operating machine. And as more and more people returned to the starting point, society would always return to normal. Feeling someone shaking his hand, Lu Xiao looked down and saw a little girl gazing at him with wide eyes. I am now going to issue a decree, Lu Xiao said firmly. Please go ahead. Bai Ling replied calmly. Please resolve the survival issues of the children trapped in Qiantang within 2 hours. They need food, water, and adult protection. Every word he spoke was particularly emphatic. Okay, noted. I will provide updates on the progress at any time. Is there anything else? Not for now, goodbye. Lu Xiao chose to end the call. He looked up at the sky. His number was still far ahead. Chapter 18. Echoes. The original setting of Chapter 17 contained sensitive words, so it had to be changed in the end. In the kindergarten, some clean fresh water was found, allowing the children to replenish a little moisture. For few children in poorer condition, he fed them with a spoon. Fortunately, these little kindergartners had already learned to use the small toilet, or else it would have been quite a difficult operation. While the parents were struggling for survival in the wilderness, the children were enduring hunger on Earth. After accompanying these half-grown children for nearly an hour, the distant sound of a tractor engine was heard, getting closer until it finally stopped at the gate. It was a cargo tricycle, and 6 adults got out, 5 women and 1 man. The 6 adults hurriedly ran into the kindergarten. The man was dressed in military uniform, likely a soldier from the Qiantang Station troops, while the women wore official attire and white coats. The soldier walked up to Lu Xiao, who was surrounded by dozens of children, saluted, but said nothing more. The salute was enough to convey everything. Watching them continuously unload food and fresh water from the tricycle, the doctor began treating the few lethargic children, and Lu Xiao felt relieved. He said a brief goodbye to a few children and left amidst their reluctant gazes. Intelligent Entity 7242-8231-25241-2241. Do you accept the spirit sound interaction request? Accepting interaction does not consume merit points. While riding his fast electric bike, Lu Xiao received another spirit sound interaction request. Did this cold wind have something else to say? Accept. Salat, Divine Generation. The interacting party uses different languages from this planet's civilizations. Would you like to enable language conversion? No merit points needed. Lu Xiao silently chose to enable it. Dear Chief Envoy, hello. Go ahead. After a moment of silence, the other party likely also enabled language conversion. So, it is the great people of Huaxiao. It is an honor to communicate with you through spirit sound. Go on. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Noel, from the Bonaparte family of the Gallic Republic, ranked 71 on the merit record. I am daring to contact you via spirit sound in the hope of becoming friends and inviting you to join the Brotherhood. Please rest assured, the Brotherhood is not centered around religion. Its members include several powerful individuals from the merit record, as well as members of ancient families, current nobility, and sages. As the current chief of the merit record, you are qualified and need strong support. Continue. The world as structure is about to change. The original nations, civilizations, systems, distribution of interests, and class concepts will be overturned. In the near future, whoever obtains more original resources will hold the world's discourse power. And power has always been in the hands of a few strong individuals. The strong need powerful partners and strong backup support to remain strong. I believe a respected person like you can understand my meaning. Noel indeed interpreted the possible direction of future Earth from a higher perspective, which Lu Xiao could not refute. Is there more? To show my sincerity, I can reveal a piece of intelligence to you, which is one of the highest secrets of the Brotherhood. After a pause, Noel continued. This time of human drifting is not the first. Since ancient times, it should be said that since humans evolved into intelligent beings and met the criteria for being intelligent, there have been people who have been drifted to the origin. Lu Xiao suddenly hit the brakes and stopped by the roadside. There have been many large-scale population disappearances or mysterious deaths throughout history that are related to this. Of course, that is not the main point. In our Europe, there are some families that have been passed down for generations. Their power and wealth are eternal. And some family members even possess incredible powers. These do not all rely on the wisdom and noble bloodlines of family members. The merit record at the top of the sky only records the data of this human drifter, and those ancients are not included. Now, are you willing to join the Brotherhood? Noel's tone kept changing, and in the end, he seemed quite certain that Lu Xiao would cry out to join them. Let's talk about it later. For now, this is enough. Lu Xiao twisted his hand and continued riding forward. He couldn't be bothered to consider whether this Noel from the Bonaparte family was throwing a fit somewhere. Since you want to recruit me and have given me a piece of intelligence, I appreciate it, but I already have a master. With all this chatter, Lu Xiao suddenly found Cold Wind much more lovable. As for this intelligence, how should he put it? It's quite valuable. Where is its value? At least Lu Xiao knew that there were other human beings on the origin, and these people might be unimaginably strong. It also implied that certain individuals or organizations held a lot of information about the origin. But from Noel's performance, Lu Xiao deduced that the support these predecessors could offer to the younger generation was quite limited. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so openly at the top, and it wouldn't be possible for these people to actively recruit him. In this place called the Origin, even the Galactic Order must obtain permission to do anything. However, following this judgment, if there are predecessors in Gaul, there's no reason there aren't any in Huaxia. He would find an opportunity to ask later. In the following hour, Lu Xiao received 3 spirit sound requests, one from a European country's recruitment, one from a private forces friendly contact, and the last one was simply a personal request to make friends. These 3 waves were either insincere, lacking benefits, or devoid of intelligence, a typical 3-no product. Lu Xiao found it quite bothersome and directly consulted the system about whether he could disable spirit sound, refusing all spirit sound interaction requests. But he recalled that Yin Long seemed to require him to maintain smooth interactions, so he could only reluctantly give up. He had experience with this situation in previous online games. He often occupied the top 3 spots on the leaderboard, and every day, unfamiliar players and guilds would incessantly harass him, fearing they hadn't spoken to him, as if they hadn't played the game. The settings of these games were also quite bad, giving him a large title above his character's head, making him a target of relentless scrutiny wherever he went. Lu Xiao was not the type to stand around with a dragon-slaying sword in a newbie village. He just wanted to play the game properly. To him, the admiration, goodwill, respect, and reverence from strangers felt nice, but what practical significance did that have? Exploring unknown worlds and experiencing thrilling excitement in battles. Was that not more enjoyable than chatting with a few strangers? When buying things, one should consider cost performance. When playing games, one should consider timeliness. With that time, wouldn't it be better to farm more equipment? After running a lap around Qiantang City, Lu Xiao finally grasped the family situations of all members of the teacher's team. He was somewhat lucky. The bodies of the family members were preserved intact and were in safe areas. However, the entire Qiantang was still in chaos, with fires everywhere and explosions ringing out from time to time. A large number of casualties seemed unavoidable. Under Lu Xiao's orders, the children's conditions had improved. A text message from Bailing arrived on his second phone. Within 2 hours, all kindergartens and primary schools in Xianyang had mobilized personnel. Once the national machinery began to operate, its execution power was indeed terrifying. At this moment, Lu Xiao was at the entrance of the expressway, looking at the jammed highway, silently sighing. It was impossible to return to Wuching via the highway now. These stationary vehicles could not be moved in a short time. Before his electric bike ran out of its last bit of power, Lu Xiao returned to the high-rise apartment he rented, opened the door, and collapsed face down on his bed. His thoughts gradually calmed down. In just one day, he had experienced too much. Even someone as strong as him needed a little time to settle and soothe himself. The past days can no longer be brought back. All of this is not a dream. I'm no longer a fresh graduate. The original plans and aspirations for life have collapsed and shattered with that one sound. The sheets are still soft and warm. I wish this were just an ordinary afternoon, a weekend spent lazily in bed until I urgently need to use the bathroom. I wish. Lu Xiao suddenly clenched his fist, quickly propped himself up, and stood up. He took a deep breath, then turned off the gas, water pipes, and the main electrical switch, closing the windows one by one, leaving only half a window open for airflow. Once everything was ready, he exchanged 20 points of merit for physical sustenance and received a green flower bud. Following the instructions, he placed the flower bud at his temple, where it rooted itself into his skin. He quietly lay down and called his grandmother to explain a few things. Finally, he glanced at the wind chime on the windowsill. Then he closed his eyes. Spirit transmission in progress. Chapter 19. Enemies on a narrow road. As I opened my eyes, my vision gradually returned, as if I had put on glasses, and everything before me became clear and vivid. Why am I in the woods? I was surrounded by brush in a wild forest. I remember leaving from the plains, no doubt about it, just as Lu Xiao was about to turn around to check. The tip of his nose nearly bumped into someone's chin. With a startled yell, the sudden change made Lu Xiao jump back. Li Tianjia, what are you doing here? He saw that the person he had nearly collided with was indeed Li Tianjia, who was also wearing a look of shock. Li Tianjia took a long time to find his voice, seemingly not understanding what was happening either. Wasn't I on the plains when I left? How? In Lu Xiao's understanding, the origin point would leave a comatose body behind on Earth, as if the human was teleported away, but it seemed that wasn't the case, at least. Lu Xiao didn't think Li Tianjia and the others would throw him into the woods. I'm also confused. Let me think for a moment. Li Tianjia scratched his head, looked at the distance between himself and Lu Xiao, and sat down. Lu Xiao's sudden appearance had startled him, and he had jumped back over 5 meters, which had left Li Tianjia a bit stunned. Unintentionally, Li Tianjia glanced at his belt, where a package had been torn open. You don't mean it came from that stone egg, do you? It seemed he thought of something, and Li Tianjia began to speak. What stone egg? What are you talking about? Lu Xiao was even more confused after hearing his words. It's like this. After you were teleported away, a stone egg appeared on the ground, about this big. Li Tianjia said as he gestured with his hands. I thought it was some kind of resource, so I just put it in my waist pouch. Lu Xiao frowned. Li Tianjia's description reminded him of something. Stone egg? Is this what you mean? Lu Xiao took out a stone egg from the remnants, which he had found on the dark red lizard man. Yes, that's it, exactly the same. How come you have one too? Just as Lu Xiao held the stone egg in his palm, it suddenly stirred. The surface of the stone egg began to crack at a visible speed, and white light burst forth from the cracks. Lu Xiao looked at Li Tianjia, who was also staring back at him. The two exchanged a glance that seemed to convey the same thought. What the hell is happening? A tremendous force surged from the stone egg into Lu Xiao's palm, causing him to quickly retract his arm. The stone egg, enveloped in white light, fell to the ground. And at the same time, a massive figure emerged from the void. The figure was nearly 2.5 meters tall, its body covered in bumpy scales, and its forearms, which gripped a dagger-like fist, were thicker than Lu Xiao's thigh. It had 5 long spears strapped to its back, and its skin was a dark red hue. What the hell? Li Tianjia had never seen such a creature, but Lu Xiao was all too familiar with it. This damned thing is a lizard man, and it's dark red. Run! Lu Xiao shouted, turning and sprinting into the depths of the woods. Who wouldn't run? Anyone who doesn't is an idiot. Li Tianjia reacted quickly as well, running in the opposite direction. Caw! Caw! The lizardmen's roar echoed behind them, and while running, Lu Xiao glanced back. The sight made his spine chill. The lizard man was raising its spear, gathering strength, its crimson eyes locked onto Lu Xiao, and then it swung its arm. Crap! Lu Xiao threw himself sideways without a second thought, not even bothering to track the spear's trajectory, because by the time he realized what was happening, it would be too late. Whoosh! The spear pierced through the air, whizzing past his ear, making a sound like a wailing ghost. Boom! 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 The muffled sounds of the spear piercing the trees were continuous and heart-stopping. This overwhelming power made his scalp tingle. Did this beast max out its strength? And why does it use spears? What does that make me, a marksman? As he rolled and sprang up, Lu Xiao continued to run forward, this time not just aiming to increase distance in a straight line, but using the thick tree trunks to conceal himself. Just as he hid behind a trunk large enough for 5 people to hug, a second spear followed closely behind. The seemingly sturdy trunk couldn't withstand the spear's might at all. The tip pierced through the tree, flying just 2 fists away from Lu Xiao's face, creating a chaotic airflow that burned his eyes and sent wood shavings slicing across his face, leaving 2 bleeding cuts. Lu Xiao, are you okay? Not far away. Li Tianjia shouted anxiously. The lizard man was continuously attacking Lu Xiao, giving him time to escape, but he didn't leave. Instead, he was hiding behind a large rock, observing the situation. Don't worry about me. Just run, Lu Xiao shouted, his eyes stinging, keeping them closed. This lizard man was the strongest creature he knew of so far, its strength likely exceeding 20, and with such accuracy using a spear, its agility wound T be lower than 10. Against such an enemy, he had to create enough distance to exhaust all its spears. He couldn't confront it head-on, especially with the primitive Li Tianjia. Caw! Caw! The lizardman's screech echoed through the forest as it began to stomp towards Lu Xiao after missing 2 spears. Lu Xiao wouldn't just sit and wait. He prepared to zigzag away, but the 3rd spear whistled through the air, blocking his path. He refused to give up and darted in the opposite direction. The 4th spear gave him no chance, seemingly having anticipated his thoughts and accustomed to his speed. Lu Xiao felt a chill in his right leg. He knew it was bad. Looking down, his eyes widened in horror. His thigh had been pierced directly by the spear, and the impact had blown a large hole in the wound. Although the bone was intact, it was a bloody mess, completely weakened. Suppressing the excruciating pain, Lu Xiao crawled back behind the large tree. His eyes were bloodshot, leaning against the tree and gasping for breath. Trembling hands pulling out a red pill and shoving it into his mouth. He didn't know how effective the pill would be, but he could only gamble with it. He was about 60 meters away from the lizard man, and it might only take a few seconds, or even the next instant, for it to appear before him. What to do? What to do? Bang, bang, bang. Just when he was in despair, the sound of metal clanging came from not far away. Grandson, I'm over here. Right after that came Li Tianjia's shout. Hey, long worm, look at this. La la la. Not just Li Tianjia, but Zhou Yuka's strange calls followed. Lu Xiao turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. There on the rock where Li Tianjia had been hiding, both Li Tianjia and Zhou Yuka stood boldly, striking various poses to attract the lizardman's attention. Especially Zhou Yuka, who was shaking his buttocks towards the lizard man, occasionally slapping his own rear. Ha ha. The intense pain made Lu Xiao laugh despite himself, but the movement caused his injury to throb painfully. Yang Zhao and Yang Zhou were also there, hiding behind a boulder, with Yang Zhao making a shushing gesture to Lu Xiao, while Yang Zhou pressed his hands down, signaling him to stay still. How the hell did you turn out like this? Your dad must be the old tortoise next door. Ouch, don't be mad. Why are your little eyes staring at me? I didn't even notice your eyes were open until I looked closely. The old tortoise's family would find you ugly and not want you. That's normal. After all, you don't even have a turtle shell. Zhou Yuka's verbal barrage continued without repeating, leaving Li Tianjia at a loss for words. Yet he still enjoyed cursing the lizardman's whole family. Zhou Yuka had no idea that extraterrestrial creatures could translate unfamiliar languages through their central nervous systems. As for whether the lizard man could do that, Lu Xiao didn't know, but it was clear that the lizard man was enraged and began charging towards them. In the eyes of the lizard man, Lu Xiao's current state was merely that of a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. After all, he was unarmed and had injured his right leg. A half-disabled prey without the strength to fight back was no match for two lively, taunting creatures. As the lizard men approached step by step, Li Qianjia and his companions chose not to scatter in fear, but instead gripped their weapons tightly, standing tall on the boulder. The lizard men retracted their last spear, cackling as they drew closer, even slowing their pace. Lu Xiao could sense from their laughter that the lizard men were mocking him, ridiculing those weak prey who dared to oppose them. "Umph! Laugh all you want, you filthy creatures." Drawing his compound bow, Lu Xiao paid no heed to the pain and began applying poison to the arrowheads. "Laugh to your heart's content. I can't face you head-on, that's true. But if you think you can force me back into the shadows, then you are the foolish one." Stealth mode activated. Chapter 20. Hunter and prey Lu Xiao was preparing for battle while Li Tianjia was already engaged in close combat. Both sides faced off against each other, hindered by a giant rock, with the lizard man leaping up and sweeping its powerful tail towards Zhou Yuka while simultaneously striking Li Tianjia with its fist blade. Zhou Yuka used a rake to block, immediately feeling the difference in strength between the two sides. The brute force of the giant tail made him lose grip on the handle, and in an instant, the top of the rake was at his chest before he was knocked away, crashing down from the giant rock with a loud thud. Li Tianjia also fared no better. His ceremonial blade was horizontally positioned, but as the blades crossed, there was no sound of metal tearing, and the ceremonial blade snapped cleanly, leaving him with only a broken knife in hand. Damn! As the lizardman's foot landed on the giant rock, Li Tianjia also rolled off the top. In just one round, both were dumbfounded. "This beast is so fierce," Zhou Yuka exclaimed, but he didn't retreat an inch. He swung the rake towards the lizard man's calf, while at the same time, a spear and a sword attacked from both sides. The Yang brothers, Yang Zhao and Yang Zhe, had been hiding their figures for this moment of ambush. The rake struck the lizard man's calf squarely, but the 9 prongs couldn't pierce through the bumpy scales, and the spear met the same fate, unable to penetrate the surface. Yang Ze's sword fared warse, snapping cleanly. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Kikek, the lizard man, let out mocking sounds. It kicked the rake aside and swatted away the spear tip, stabbed its belly and head. Li Tianjia shota. He knew that their weapons and strength could not break through the scale defenses, and the lizardman's chest was protected by armor, leaving only its exposed abdomen and head. Yang Zhao's second spear thrust aimed for the lizard man's abdomen, but the lizard man deflected it with its tail. It leisurely jumped down from the giant rock. The 4 of them spread out, but did not retreat, surrounding the lizard man in a pincer formation. Li Qianjia and Yang Zhe discarded their broken blades and drew out the machetes they had kept at their waists, holding them in front of them. "Damn, this thing is useless. I'll change weapons." Zhou Yuka threw the rake aside, also drawing out a machete, squatting slightly and licking his lips. "Brothers, brace yourselves." The others looked at him in confusion. "Rotate it," Zhou Yuka shouted and charged forward. The lizard man was drawn to him, glaring at this chatterbox who had been incessantly talking. But after just a couple of steps, Zhou Yuka turned back. "I'm just trying to scare it. Let us see if it's afraid." He chuckled awkwardly and suddenly kicked out. A clump of dirt was kicked up, aimed at the lizardman's face. Unfortunately, the kick was off target, landing on its chest armor instead. But at the same time, the 4 launched their attacks. Yang Zhao's spear was first, aimed directly at the lizard man's eyes. The lizard man crouched low to dodge this thrust, never expecting to defend against the attacks of these weaklings. Yang Zhe's machete came down, striking the scales and sparking. Li Tianjia's machete thrust was deflected as the lizard man used its head to knock him and his weapon away, sending him crashing 5 meters away. Zhou Yuka was clever. He dodged to the side of the lizard man, preparing to stab its waist, only to be swatted away by its tail, yelling as he flew through the air, landing next to Li Tianjia. The Yang brothers attacked again, but they were a beat slower than the lizard man, getting sent flying left and right. The younger brother, Yang Zhao, fared better, blocking most of the force with the spear handle, though it bent at a 90-degree angle, rendering it useless. The older brother, Yang Zhe, hit his head against a tree trunk upon landing. Though the trunk was not hard, blood gushed from his head and his left shoulder dislocated. leaving his entire left arm hanging down. Li Qianjia was directly hit in the chest by the lizardman's head, his ribs shattered, blood gushing from his mouth. Breathing becoming difficult. He endured the excruciating pain, using his machete to prop himself up, managing to stand but then spitting out another mouthful of blood, kneeling on one knee, unable to rise again. At this moment, only Zhou Yuka, who had just gotten up, and Yang Zhao, who had drawn his machete, still had fighting strength. Kikek, the lizardman's mouth opened wide, mocking these four foolish creatures before it. In its eyes, these beings were less dangerous than the animals it usually hunted, yet they not only did not flee but dared to confront it head-on. Perhaps these creatures were too unintelligent to understand that in the face of a stronger opponent, fleeing was the only way out. The one earlier had been much smarter and clearly faster, which is why it had wasted 4 spears on it. But these in front of it, its crimson eyes scanned Zhou Yuka, examining which part of this bipedal creature looked more delectable. Li Doliang, it seems like it has its sights set on me, Zhou Yuka said innocently. It wouldn't want to take me back as a captive wife, would it? Yang Zhao scoffed. Well then your rear might bloom. Get lost. Before Zhou Yuka finished speaking, the lizard man had already pounced towards him, its fist blade coiling up. Damn! Zhou Yuka cursed, crouching down and gripping the knife. Even now, he didn't think about retreating a single step. Whoosh! Puff! Zhou Yuka was pleasantly surprised to find an arrow lodged in the lizard man's thigh, the arrow piercing through the scales, with 1/3 embedded in its leg. The lizard man was momentarily taken aback. Then another arrow came flying. It pierced through its right arm, the arrow penetrating its limb without losing momentum, firmly embedding itself in a nearby tree trunk. At this moment, it finally reacted, its crimson eyes scanning furiously towards the direction the arrows had come from. But there seemed to be nothing there. Its small eyes narrowed sharply. Just as it thought the thicket was empty, an arrow suddenly appeared out of nowhere. And it let out a screech, instinctively twisting its head to barely dodge the shot, but the arrow still grazed its eye and pierced through its nostril. Of course, the nostril had always been penetrated, but this time it was leaking air. The lizard man was thoroughly enraged, ignoring the 4 surrounding it, and charged towards the direction the arrows had come from. Another arrow flew, but it blocked it with its giant tail, the arrow embedding itself in the tail flesh. Only the fletching was visible. At this point, it finally locked onto its enemy, a brown composite bow suspended in the air. Behind the bow was a blurry figure that had blended into the surrounding environment, and those eyes that were fixed on it sent a dangerous sensation deep within. One tail swiped at Zhang Zhao, and it could no longer care about this weakling, but it felt something was off. The once invincible giant tail was somewhat unresponsive, its movements noticeably slower. The sound of another arrow whizzed by. The lizard man extended its left arm to block. The arrow pierced through its left arm, driving into its chest. Kikek this time was not mocking but genuine pain and anger. It forcefully pulled out the arrow, tearing away a large chunk of flesh in the process. With a snap, it broke the arrow with one hand, then swiftly snapped another arrow that had lodged in its thigh. Another arrow flew, but this one missed. As the lizard man ducked and dodged, it pulled out its last spear. Aiming at those hunter-like eyes, it too was locked on by the opponent. I'll stab your rear. A furious roar erupted from behind. The lizard man hesitated for an instant, but still threw the spear with all its might. Puff! The feathered arrow pierced its neck, splattering green blood. Then it flew deep into the woods, while the spear it had thrown missed its target by a hair's breadth. The lizard man endured the intense pain, furious. It twisted its body, only to see Zhou Yuka stabbing into his own abdomen with a knife, the blade already embedded inside, and he was desperately trying to pull out. With a fierce grip, it seized Zhou Yuka by the neck, lifting him up, while Zhou Yuka clutched its wrist with both hands, his legs struggling incessantly. The struggle was effective. Just as his face turned purple and he was on the verge of suffocation, he suddenly felt the lizard man's 3-toed grip weaken, and he managed to pry it open, falling to the ground. The lizard man looked incredulously at its right arm, the hole pierced by an arrow oozing black blood, and its arm was covered in dark veins. It seemed to realize something and suddenly turned its head to look not far away, its eyes filled with terror and anger. This time, it saw a person who had removed their hood, the very one it had injured at the beginning, and now the roles of hunter and prey had reversed. Lu Xiao walked quickly closer, raising his hand to shoot 2 more arrows, one pinning the lizardman's left leg to the ground, and the other hitting its left arm. He stood right in front of the lizardman. At this point, the lizardman was unable to stand, exhausted and out of energy. It collapsed with a thud, one foot still pinned to the ground and unable to move. Lu Xiao looked down at this fierce creature, his gaze devoid of any emotion. He tossed a bottle containing red pills to Zhou Yuka and urged him to quickly give some to the others. He had personally experienced the effectiveness of the red pills, with the new flesh on his thigh serving as proof of their healing properties. Watching as the others struggled to swallow the red pills, Lu Xiao drew out a machete and swung it with all his strength at the lizardman's left arm, one blow after another, until the entire arm was severed. Then he turned to the right arm. After doing all this, he crouched beside the lizardman's head and looked into the eyes of this creature that had not yet died. I know you can understand what I'm saying. As for me, I don't want to ask you anything before you die. I just want to tell you that I have killed many of your kind, including a lizardman just like you, in dark red. Upon hearing this, the lizardman's eyes shrank sharply, trying desperately to lift its neck and bite Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao chuckled, looking at the 4 people slowly gathering around him. Li Tianjia looked much better, and Zhang's dislocated shoulder was also popping back into place. After returning to Earth, I received information that consuming the spiritual body of a devourer could potentially lead to the transformation of one's own spiritual body. Here's a choice. Do you want to become devourers? Lu Xiao's words plunged the 4 into silence. Becoming a devourer meant they could not return to Earth for a long time, effectively saying goodbye to their previous lives. This choice could only be made by themselves. If I become a devourer, can I turn into something like it? Zhou Yuka pointed at the lizardman, which resembled a human stick. It's hard to say. Everyone has their own talents. Some awaken their innate abilities after transformation, while others don't have anything, like me. But transformation itself brings the opportunity to become stronger. This is just the starting point. I cough. Li Qianjia was about to speak, but he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, followed by another large spurt. This, Zhou Yuka, how many did you give him? A handful, probably about 4. Damn, that stuff is a major boost to vitality. Do you want him to explode? While speaking, Lu Xiao took out some golden potion and made Li Tianjia drink some. You said to give it to him, but you didn't say how much. How was I supposed to know it was so potent? Zhou Yuka's mouth twitched as he looked at the small bottle containing red pills. After taking the potion, Li Tianjia's flushed face eased a bit. I want to become a devourer. You all know my situation. It's the same whether I'm here or not. Besides, if I die after becoming a devourer, I can still go back. Li Tianjia stated resolutely. All right, you 3 can think about it some more. We don't have time to waste. Otherwise, if this guy dies completely, his spiritual body will be gone. Without hesitation, Lu Xiao prepared to cut off the lizardman's head for Li Tianjia to consume. But he suddenly stopped. Something fell off. Could it be that directly eating this creature's head counts as consuming its spiritual body? It just felt wrong. At that time, Long Yu only mentioned that he roasted the corpse to eat, but didn't say how to consume the spiritual body. Could it be that cooking it was the secret? He tried to interact with Long Yu through the spiritual sound, but the system directly indicated that the other party was not within the origin point and could not initiate interaction. Damn it. Does spiritual sound interaction have a service area concept? No wonder no one has bothered me with spiritual sound after I returned to the origin point. Forget it. Let's treat it as a last-ditch effort. He raised his knife and struck at the lizardman's forehead, opening a cut. Just take its brain out and eat it. Lu Xiao wasn't sure if this was right, but he decided to let Li Tianjia try it first. Li Tianjia, without any doubts, used both hands to pry it open. The scene was so gruesome that everyone watching felt their hearts race, while Lu Xiao secretly rejoiced that his method of transformation was indeed clear and unique. Just as Li Tianjia's right hand was about to reach into the lizardman's skull, he suddenly stopped moving, frozen in an eerie stillness. Lu Xiao hoped that this lizardman could provide its final value. It was definitely the strongest creature he had encountered since returning to the origin point. If it weren't for the fearless determination of Li Tianjia and the others, combined with the lizard man's underestimation of them and ignorance of Lu Xiao's attack methods. He will not be lying on the ground now. This is how it is between hunter and prey. Either you die or I live. It's just that this guy's death was indeed a bit tragic. Just as Lu Xiao lamented the lizard man's unfortunate fate, Li Tianjia slowly stood up. Lu Xiao patted his shoulder. It's okay, there will be another chance. No, Li Tianjia said excitedly. There's no need to wait for the next time. I am already a devourer. Chapter 21. Hidden Pearl. Chapter 21. Talent. Hidden Pearl. Wait a moment, let me digest this. Li Tianjia closed his eyes and signaled everyone to wait for him. Lu Xiao understood and told the others not to disturb him. Did you not receive the system notification just now? Lu Xiao asked. What notification? Everyone was puzzled. The reward information for killing the lizard men. No, what was the reward? Physical attribute points. Damn, why didn't I get any? All right, Lu Xiao had nothing to say. Either it counted as whoever killed it got the reward, or it was based on contribution to the kill. Throughout the process, the four of them had played significant roles, but if judged by direct damage to the lizard man, their contributions could be overlooked. If physical points can be rewarded, Lu Xiao, are you already almost like Superman now? Zhou Yuka asked curiously. Killing this one only grants a bit. What do you think? Lu Xiao replied irritably. That is too little. We almost lost our lives taking down this one, and it only gives 1 point. I currently have resilience 6, strength 6, agility 7, and explosiveness 7. I still feel weak. Zhou Yuka said bluntly. Sprinters are all weaklings. The Yang brothers scoffed. Damn, as someone who started with all attributes at 5, Lu Xiao suddenly didn't want to chat with this group of sports types anymore. By the way, how did you guys get into the woods? Lu Xiao wanted to change the topic. With the supplies you gave us, everyone doesn't have to worry about survival for the short term. Li Tianjia felt they needed to prepare for the next step, so the few of us came to the woods to see if there are any suitable gathering points. Yang just said while rubbing his shoulders. Speaking of which, how come you're back so quickly? I thought you'd stay for at least half a month. Yang Zhao asked. I went back just to verify a few things, and once I finished, I came back. The situation in Qiantang City is quite chaotic right now. Most adults are still at the starting point. In a city where no one maintains order, you can imagine the circumstances. So what about us? Zhou Yuka was referring to their bodies still lying in the school. Don't worry, you're all fine lying in the gym. The Galactic Order is maintaining your bodily vitality through low temperatures. I've confirmed each one of you. And I've also contacted your families. They're all with your parents. But what? The others asked simultaneously. The girls' dormitory at the teacher's college caught fire. And Yishan and the other 3 girls can't go back. Lu Xiao said somewhat reluctantly. Upon hearing this news, the 3 felt a bit uncomfortable. They weren't fools and naturally understood the implication of Lu Xiao's words. How could this happen? Younger brother Yang Zhao punched the nearby tree trunk. Being fellow classmates and partners in such dire straits, he felt the pain deeply. Compared to dying at the starting point, the destruction of their bodies on Earth was even harder to accept, as it meant their way back was completely cut off. It's not entirely hopeless. What other options are there? The bodies on Earth can be remade. I haven't tried it, but with the power of the Galactic Order, it should be possible to achieve rebirth with certain merits. But the premise is to become a transcendent. Hearing Lu Xiao say this, everyone's hearts relaxed a bit. After all, there is always a way when the car reaches the mountain, and what they feared was having no way out. As long as there was a path, everything could be discussed. What's your next plan? Li Tianjia suddenly asked Lu Xiao. I've finished here, and I heard what you just said. I plan to continue exploring deeper into the woods. There is a mountain over there, belonging to a low-level danger zone. But the strongest monsters shouldn't be as fierce as this one. If you're heading in that direction, I'll go with you. Li Tianjia pointed to a direction deep in the woods. Lu Xiao frowned. What are you going in that direction for? I don't know, but something over there is calling me. Lu Xiao squinted his eyes, feeling like he wanted to curse. You didn't awaken something extraordinary, did you? He asked tentatively. No, not at all. I just feel like something is beckoning me to that direction. Lu Xiao felt a bit frustrated. Why had he not experienced anything after his transformation? All right, let's go together. Lu Xiao decisively agreed. Li Tianjia wasn't a liability. Although his combat power was lacking, growth takes time. And being able to help a reliable partner become stronger was equally meaningful. Guys, can we first solve the problem of being hungry? Zhou Yuka groaned, holding his stomach. I've been starving since earlier. Did you bring food? Lu Xiao looked around at everyone. Everyone shook their heads in unison. With a twitch at the corner of his mouth and hands spread wide, Lu Xiao said, I gave you all the food before we left, and now I have nothing to eat. All that's left in the leftovers are some supplies and lizardman corpses. There really isn't any food left. What should we do? We've been deep in the woods for quite a while now. If we go back, we starve to death? Zhou Yuka looked dumbfounded. Let us roast it and eat it. Li Qianjia pointed at the corpse on the ground, treating it like roasted gecko. Everyone. Since it was decided, no one wasted words. Zhou Yuka kicked the head of the lizard man away, feeling a bit unsettled at the sight. The Yang brothers gathered dry firewood and soon started a fire. One person cut off a piece, ready to put on the fire to roast. Damn, we can't eat this. I almost forgot this thing is poisonous. Lu Xiao threw aside the lizard man's remaining limb and signaled the others to hurry and toss theirs too. What should we do then? Zhou Yuka asked gloomily. Lu Xiao struggled to drag out a complete lizard man corpse from the leftovers. This was also his first prey. Everyone was speechless. After tidying up, the five finally sat around the campfire, chatting and watching the lizard skin sizzle in the fire. The lizard meat roasted to a golden color, releasing yellow grease. Looking quite appetizing. Taking a bite, huh? So tough. I can't chew it. Turns out I bit into the skin. I'll flip it over and try again. The meat is tender and melts in the mouth. Who would have thought this creepy thing on the table would actually be a delicacy? After exchanging glances, the group immediately ignored their image and started a feast. Just as Lu Xiao was enjoying the food and the rush of dopamine, Zhou Yuka suddenly said, hey, not bad. This lizard man's roasted meat can temporarily add 1 point to resilience and 1 point to strength. Huh. This left Lu Xiao a bit bewildered. What was this situation? It is good. That previous beast only temporarily added 1 point to resilience. I just don't know how long this will last. Li Tianjia said calmly. Huh. You have it too? Lu Xiao looked at the indifferent Li Tianjia, as if this experience was quite common for him. Last time it lasted half an hour. Last time at this time. Zhang Zhi chimed in. It's a pity I didn't eat a few bites before encountering this guy. Otherwise, it would be so miserable. Then came his younger brother Zhang Zhao. Lu Xiao's gaze darted between them. Did I eat too little? Or is Mercury in retrograde? Making me a cursed star? Why do I have no reaction at all? It's just tasty, filling. Why don't I get any attribute points? Lu Xiao suddenly felt like crying, disgusted to the point of tears. Am I not a normal person? It's one thing not to get elemental affinity, but everyone else has something calling them after their transformation. And what about me? Just eating roasted meat? Others get attribute boosts, and I get nothing? What does this mean? Are you all bullying the archer? Heaven, earth. Lu Xiao raised his head, tears welling in his eyes from frustration. Look, Lu Xiao choked, and tears are coming out. Zhou Yuka elbowed Zhang Zhe and whispered, spirit talent, containing pearl, passive activation. Absorb the physical body of intelligent organisms, slightly enhance physical attributes. Huh? What's going on? Could it be that my experiences are so tragic that the origin feels sorry for me? Lu Xiao quickly checked his panel, but there was no change in his physical attributes. He was puzzled and took a few more bites, and the message popped up again. Absorb the physical body of intelligent organisms, slightly enhance physical attributes. Now he was not calm anymore. He checked the panel again, but there was still no change. After that, the message popped up 2 more times, with the same result. Just as a large chunk of roasted meat was about to be finished, new information appeared. Absorb the physical body of intelligent organisms, strength, attribute 1, oh my. Lu Xiao finally understood what was happening. It turned out that the previous prompts were telling him that he was consuming the powerful body of a creature, which was why his strength had increased. But he hadn't eaten enough yet, so it only indicated that he was improving, but not enough to increase the attribute value. The so-called quantitative change leading to qualitative change probably meant this. This is impressive. It turns out that eating the flesh of high-level organisms can also add attribute points. Moreover, while others gain temporary attributes from eating meat, I gain permanent attributes. Isn't this invincible? Detected intelligent organism 87242-82231-25241-2241 has questions about spirit talent. Can consume 10 points of galaxy order merit to exchange for related knowledge. Operation approved by Origin. Do you want to exchange? Consume 10 points of galaxy order merit. Spirit talent is a hidden ability within the spirit itself, with significant variations in ability types, as its activation conditions differ and are hidden when not activated. Neither the individual nor others can perceive it through spiritual energy. So the currently known number of spirit talents is 92,819, with 51,112 having a clear activation method. Detected intelligent organism 87242-82231-25241-2241 has questions about the containing pearl spirit. Can consume 1,000,000 points of galaxy order merit to exchange for related knowledge. Operation approved by Origin. Do you want to exchange? Huh, is that so? This spirit talent containing pearl costs so much merit just to inquire? Origin. Is it because there are 4 mouths in my name, Xiao? That's why it's like this? Lu Xiao raised his head, tears of happiness welling up. Look, he got choked up again. Chapter 22. The Coming Storm. Lu Xiao, how hungry are you? Zhou Yuka finished his meal, looking satisfied as he got up. But he saw Lu Xiao beside him, still stuffing his face with roasted meat. Lu Xiao ignored him and kept eating, finishing off an entire arm. His strength had increased by 2 points. This way of training by just eating to grow is something you wouldn't understand. Help me out. It wasn't until Lu Xiao could no longer fit any more food that he stopped his frenzied eating. But at that moment, he realized he could barely stand up. Of course, there was another reason for his temporary cessation. He discovered that while the spirit body was absorbing power, his own spiritual energy was also being continuously consumed. Lu Xiao estimated that his strength had increased by about 2.8. But his spiritual energy had been reduced by more than 20%. Coupled with the previous 2 uses of disguise, he had only half of his remaining spiritual energy left. He needed to be cautious not only with his stomach, but also with the risk of running out of spiritual energy. After all, the spiritual core requires spiritual energy to supply power, and once the spiritual energy is exhausted, it's uncertain what kind of problems might arise. Moreover, the self-recovery speed of spiritual energy is extremely slow, and he didn't know how long it would take to replenish it fully. He couldn't waste any leftovers either. He had to pack them up and stuff the remaining corpses into the defective goods, including the dark red lizardman's body. Looking at this ambush, the gains were indeed minimal. Apart from the equipment on the dark red lizard man, it was almost empty-handed, leaving everyone feeling disappointed. But at least this fierce creature contributed a fresh spirit body. And Li Tianjia's spirit body transformation was a decent gain. Zhou Yuka supported Lu Xiao as everyone slowly made their way towards the edge of the woods. By the way, Lu Xiao, how did that lizard man suddenly appear? This question had troubled Li Tianjia for a long time, but he couldn't come up with an answer. That thing should have appeared in the same way you did. If I'm not mistaken, that stone egg is equivalent to a coordinate object. If a creature leaves the origin point and returns again, it uses this stone egg as a reference. But I feel that the stone egg itself should have other functions. As for what they are, I don't even have a clue. In fact, Lu Xiao had also tried to consult the central system about this issue, but the system demanded 1,000 merit point for an answer, so he had to give up. This theory seems correct. But why did it teleport back as soon as he took it out? Li Tianjia continued to ask. This is a bit complicated. I haven't figured it out either. However, we can consider some rules together. Lu Xiao pondered for a moment and said, First, there's a time limit for leaving the origin. You must return within 1 origin cycle. Otherwise, the spirit body will be directly erased. Second, the stone egg was in my inventory. The space inside an item shouldn't meet the conditions for a creature to return. We can simulate it. If I prepare to return to the origin, but find that the return teleportation cannot be executed and the time limit is approaching, I would definitely keep trying. Just as I took out the stone egg here, it hurriedly executed the teleportation over there. That's what I think. Now that you mention it, that has seemed to make sense. Li Tianjia nodded, deep in thought. So, if we put the enemy's stone egg into your item space and leave it there for 14 days, even if the opponent is a deity, they would be done for. That seems plausible. Hearing Li Tianjia say this, Lu Xiao also realized that the defective goods had this function. This implication is quite interesting. He instantly thought of many deadly traps. After the transformation, my permissions in the central system have also upgraded, but acquiring any knowledge requires consuming galactic order merit points. That's right, and the central system won't proactively give you hints unless it's about something that has already happened, Lu Xiao added. It seems the central system hopes we find the answers ourselves or earn enough merit points. Sometimes, a good question is more important than a good answer. Before seeking answers, we first need to know the right questions. It feels like the central system and the system are both very irresponsible, Li Tianjia said helplessly with a smile. Or perhaps the central system itself knows little about the origin, just like cloud computing on Earth, relying on the accumulation of big data rather than knowing everything from birth. Otherwise, why would it keep wanting us to explore the unknown here? Lu Xiao made his own judgment. Maybe, but it's also quite interesting. At least everyone starts from the same point. Not necessarily. When you say everyone, it can only refer to us. What do you mean? Literally, the Earth has existed for billions of years. Did the galactic order only bring humans here once? Damn, Li Tianjia became somewhat uneasy. Are we possibly going to encounter ancient people? Who knows? Maybe those old folks have all died off. Lu Xiao didn't even believe his own words. Tell me about your spirit body transformation. I see you didn't do much. How did your spirit body succeed in transforming? You're asking me? I should be asking you. Li Tianjia raplia angrili. Didn't you say you ate that guy's head? As soon as I reached in to retrieve it, I touched an empty cavity in the middle. And then I got a prompt asking if I wanted to charge. It was that simple. An empty cavity? In the head? Lu Xiao pressed on. Exactly. That area was empty, like a spherical hole opened in the middle of the head, Li Tianjia recalled. By the way, when the spirit body started charging, several reward notifications popped up on my side. First kill, overleveled kill, interstellar kill, granting me 1 free attribute point and 100 merit points, plus a reward for the first kill of a transformed creature. Alright, it seems that the winner-takes-all rule for kill rewards is indeed true. Lu Xiao finally understood the rules of kill rewards. You didn't get any? Li Tianjia frowned and asked. Winner takes all means whoever delivers the final blow gets all the rewards. Lu Xiao explained. So I took the reward that should have been yours. Li Tianjia panika. No way. You killed that lizard man. Those rewards should go to you. Don't be silly. Not only must the reward for this lizard man go to you, but if we have opportunities in the future, we should also give chances to our brothers. Not for anything else, but for the first kill reward. The sooner we get that reward, the better. If the same kill goes to me, the reward would only be 1 attribute point. Besides, if it weren't for you guys risking your lives to buy me time and conditions, we would be the ones being roasted and eaten right now. The system can coldly enforce rules, but we are human, not machines. We have brains and emotions, and we can't be so rigid. That is true, but Li Tianjia was about to say something else. Tianjia, Lu Xiao is right. We need to efficiently gain rewards within the rules so we can quickly improve ourselves. We don't want to always be a burden. Yangzhe interrupted Li Tianjia. Continuing, this was my first real battle at the origin, and to be honest, I feel very unwilling. I believe you guys share the same feelings. On Earth, with our physiques, we could hold our heads high and look down on others, but here, we are simply not enough. If we don't grow stronger quickly, we won't be able to protect our classmates, let alone save our own lives. Bro, it's rare to hear you speak so passionately. I'm with you on this. Yang Zhao gave his brother a thumbs up. I also want to get stronger, and I've decided that after the boss, I will be the next one to become a transformed being. Anyway, even if I don't go back, my brother can go back, and when the time comes, the job of serving the parents will be up to you. Get lost. If you're staying, we all stay. Since you decided to stay, then I won't leave either. Yang just slapped his brother on the back. You all say so, then I definitely can't leave the organization. It's settled then. I'll line up, and after Yangzhe, it will be my turn to transform. Who told us we are the lumber leaders? Get lost. Several people shouted in unison. The battle started suddenly, but it showed Lu Xiao the true side of several companions. Their courage in the face of a strong enemy and the spirit of being willing to die for their partners made him deeply respect them. Lu Xiao kept an eye on the situation, taking note of everyone's performance. Some emotions can be well hidden in daily life, but in the face of death, nothing can be concealed. Throughout the ordeal, not a single person trembled out of fear, and not one person hesitated because of fear. Lu Xiao asked himself if he could do better than them in the same situation. The group slowly walked out of the woods, chatting and laughing. As they approached the edge of the forest, they gradually encountered unfamiliar teams and individuals. It seemed that they were not the only ones. Many others had ideas about this forest. Once they exited the woods, a vast number of adults appeared in their sight, which made Lu Xiao, who had just returned from Earth, feel quite unaccustomed. Each group began constructing their own wooden shelters, with many trees being felled. People used various tools to saw large trunks, then manually transported them back to the gathering area. Some individuals even set up camp right next to the woods, cutting down trees nearby to build houses, making the edge of the forest unusually lively. Upon arriving at the area designated for student groups, Lu Xiao immediately saw students surrounded in the middle, all eager to know about their own and their family situations. Lu Xiao patiently replied to each one. During this process, Yishan and 3 other girls were called into the wooden shed by Li Tianjia. Soon, the sound of a female student crying could be heard from inside. But shortly after, the noise subsided, and Yishan and Li Tianjia came out. After learning that her body on Earth had died, Yishan surprisingly showed little emotional fluctuation, which made Lu Xiao pay even more attention to this top student from the teacher's college. Don't disturb them. Let them calm down. Yishan instructed the others before walking away with Li Tianjia to talk about something. After the students confirmed that they and their loved ones were safe, they asked Lu Xiao about what he had seen and heard since his return. When they learned that the entire Qiantang was in a state of social disorder and that basic living conditions were hard to meet, confusion appeared on everyone's faces. A few had already made up their minds to return to Earth, since Lu Xiao had confirmed that their bodies were unharmed. The next step should be to decisively end their lives at the original point, to quickly return to their familiar lives. However, the current state of Earth made them hesitate. Even if they returned, would the world be the same as before? No one knew. Lu Xiao told them the situation on Earth without concealing anything, essentially giving them the choice. He had no intention of deciding the fate of others, even though he could have easily done so. Lu Xiao, we have some situations on our end to discuss with you. Yishan and Li Tianjia called him over from a distance. What's going on? Lu Xiao asked as he approached them. It's like this. The station troops in Qiantang have integrated armed police, reserves, retired soldiers, police officers, and military academy students, preparing to implement temporary military control here. While you were away, military personnel contacted various groups, hoping everyone would obey commands. I don't think this is a bad thing, but we also want to hear your opinions, Yishan said, as practical and calm as ever, making it seem like she was unaware that she couldn't return to Earth. Does the military have any plans? What we need to do under military control? Lu Xiao thought military control was a good thing, but organizing hundreds of thousands of people, what would they do? First, the military hopes that at least half of the people will return to Earth as soon as possible, especially those with physical fitness below 20. Second, the military will quickly compile a list of those unable to return to Earth. Until that list is out, everyone is advised not to do anything foolish. Third, all lethal weapons should be handed over to the military. Fourth, those with special abilities, special items, or special skills are to be recruited into the military. This is what I've learned. It seemed the military had a way to know the situation on Earth. Lu Xiao pondered for a moment and continued. It appears that the military's decisions are correct. Allowing most people to return is essential to stabilize the situation in Huaxia, as everyone's roots are still there. But this list may not come out so soon. The military might allow certain specific professionals like doctors, firefighters, and electricians to return first. Otherwise, the chaos there will continue, and the number of people unable to return will only increase. Li Tianjia has informed me about your next steps and what happened in the woods. After that, you can rest assured, I will lead the remaining people. With the military's involvement, Yishan's words were interrupted by a commotion in the distance that caught their attention. They saw people continuously running toward the riverbank, shouting that something had happened on the other side. In an instant, a large crowd began to surge toward the river, and strangely, those originally by the river were desperately pushing outward. Lu Xiao could see clearly that the faces of those people were filled with terror and panic. It seems something really did happen, Lu Xiao said as he ran forward with the crowd. Chapter 23. Chaos. Soon, they reached the riverbank. But faced with a wall of people numbering in the tens of thousands, Lu Xiao found it impossible to squeeze in. Come, step on my shoulders. Li Tianjia's voice came from behind. Lu Xiao turned around and saw him half squatting, indicating for him to step on his shoulders. Without wasting any words, Lu Xiao lightly leaped up. Li Tianjia was nearly 1.9 meters tall and standing on the shoulders of this giant. Lu Xiao's field of vision instantly broadened. They were on the northern bank of the river. He could see countless people in the water trying to swim over, while many more on the southern bank were wading through the water, struggling to make their way across. The river was at least 100 meters wide, with a third of it being extremely deep. These people were crying out for help, hoping that those on the northern bank could assist them, even if it was just throwing them a few pieces of wood. Further back on the southern bank, Lu Xiao saw armed soldiers. From the look in their eyes and their straight posture, he could tell they were military personnel, likely the original garrison troops from Qiantang. Under normal circumstances, the army should have organized to manage the chaos, but each of them was silent, uniformly facing south. What on earth was happening? At first, Lu Xiao thought it was another mass suicide by the populace throwing themselves into the river, but it was clear this was not the case. The people's eyes were filled with a longing for life and a fear of death. Finally, with his vision 3 times sharper than that of an ordinary person, he saw something unusual. About 5,000 meters away from the southern bank, he could only make out the outline of a group of people desperately fleeing, while a monster easily caught up to them, leaving them with no chance to struggle. Some were torn apart, their limbs and severed parts flung into the air, large patches of blood staining the ground. Within a couple of breaths, the monster continued chasing after the other humans, and none of that group were able to stand up alive again. Lu Xiao swallowed hard, realizing that there were at least tens of thousands of such monsters. The entire southern bank had turned into a hellish battleground. He suddenly recalled what 4 meters had mentioned in the gaming group, that in Gillen, everyone had been completely slaughtered by monsters. He struggled to suppress the unease in his heart. The people around him likely could not yet see what was happening in the distance, but those swimming over from the southern bank had already begun to spread panic. Run! The monsters are coming. Our people are all going to die. Run! A person who had been carried ashore shouted hoarsely, suddenly breaking free from those helping him and desperately pushing through the crowd to run north. Run! The monster has 4 legs and 4 arms. It kills us as soon as it sees us. One swipe can disembowel us. We're finished, run. Another middle-aged man in his 40s sat on the ground, gagging as he spoke to those around him. More and more people coming from the southern bank were shouting the same warnings, their desperate cries causing the crowd on the northern bank to waver, followed by chaos, as many onlookers began to flee back to their gathering points. Area warning. The designated area of Dandan River Valley Plain has changed to a war zone. Area warning. The designated area of Dandan River Valley Plain has changed to a war zone. Area warning. The designated area of Dandan River Valley Plain has changed to a war zone. The 3 consecutive system warnings caused the expressions of everyone, including Lu Xiao, to grow serious. Tianjia, quickly lead our people into the woods until the system indicates a danger zone. We can't take any major supplies, just hurry. Lu Xiao jumped down to the ground and looked Li Tianjia in the eyes as he spoke. Okay, what about you? Li Tianjia trusted Lu Xiao's judgment completely. I'll stay here to gather more intelligence. Don't worry, I can run fast. Take this. Lu Xiao handed him 2 guiding insect bottles. Run in the direction indicated by the little bugs hitting the bottle wall, and I will find you to regroup later. Be careful. We'll wait for you. After saying this, Li Tianjia turned and ran towards the gathering point. Lu Xiao continued to walk towards the riverbank. At this point, the crowd was no longer as dense, with more people brushing past him, running behind him, while Lu Xiao was one of the few moving against the flow. Brutal killings were happening all over the southern bank. Human blood stained the grass, with severed limbs and entrails scattered everywhere. Some picked up weapons to resist, but their hands trembled, and even before they could swing a blade, their skulls were crushed. Some knelt down begging for mercy, but received no compassion. Others played dead on the ground, but the monsters seemed intent on leaving no intact corpses, reducing everything to a bloody mess. The wind blew from the south, carrying a heavy stench of blood. This, perhaps, was the true origin point. A brutal land where the strong dominated, and all creatures fought through killing to survive. Sporadic gunfire erupted from the southern bank, with the monster's vanguard approaching the military defense line. From this distance, Lu Xiao could see clearly. The monsters indeed matched the descriptions of those fleeing. They had 4 legs and 4 arms, stood about as tall as humans, and were dark brown all over. Their arms were long and thin like dried bones. With claw-like fingers, their waists and lower bodies resembled a tripod, with limbs positioned in 4 different directions. The upper body resembled that of a human, except for a large, gaping mouth filled with fangs and a single enormous eye on its head. The monsters ran at double the speed of an average human, and their upper bodies were equally agile, though their waists appeared bulky. The sound of dense gunfire rang out as the soldiers crouched and opened fire on the monsters. Flames spitting from the gun muzzles, bullets whistling towards the creatures. The few monsters at the forefront fell instantly under concentrated fire, even in the origin point. The power of firearms remained formidable. Upon seeing their companions fall, the distant monsters abandoned their pursuit of humans and charged directly towards the military's defensive line. Tens of thousands of monsters surged forward, sweeping along with countless fleeing humans. Monsters mixed among the crowd, indiscriminately reaping lives around them. Their short stature allowed them to blend in, making it impossible for the soldiers to aim properly. Consolidate the formation. Consolidate the formation. The sergeants shouted as they ran along the line, but the chaos and the disbanding crowd rendered their commands impossible to execute. A monster burst from the crowd. The 2 soldiers in front of it hadn't even had time to fire before they were sent flying. The monster, driven by inertia, ran a short distance before stopping, preparing to turn to the other side, when a sergeant pulled out his pistol and fired several rounds into the monster's head and chest, taking its life. Just as the sergeant intended to check on the 2 soldiers he had just seen knocked down, a sharp claw pierced through his chest, the 5 claws clutching a still-beating heart. More monsters charged into the exposed line. Gunfire erupted everywhere, and the unequal battle between the monsters and the strongest forces of humanity began. Fight these monsters. Running is useless. If we don't fight, we'll all die. You fools. Cowards. Some adults shouted, wielding hoes, spears, or anything that could serve as a weapon, amidst the blind panic of the fleeing crowd. Many strong men stopped, picked up stones, and joined the fight, while more people continued to run blindly like zombies towards the opposite bank. As the second largest economy in the world, the citizens of Huaxia had grown up in orderly, stable, and comfortable environments, rarely encountering danger, let alone a life-or-death battle. What they thought was just a run with the crowd, letting the monsters kill others, hoping to escape themselves. Meanwhile, those who bravely fought against the monsters, both soldiers and ordinary people, were deeply grateful, thankful that these individuals were buying more time with their lives. But in the end, it was all just gratitude. Yet nonetheless, the humans here still held a numerical advantage. A monster was hit by a bullet, stumbling and falling to the ground. Several big men armed with clubs rushed up and beat it until it was a pile of mush, dead beyond revival. The fact that a monster was killed by ordinary people gave more men courage. Many of them had friends and relatives who had died at the hands of the monster, and with the mindset that they might as well die and reunite with their families on Earth, they prepared to fight the monster. The line that had been scattered by the monster began to show signs of reversal in some areas, with dozens of people surrounding a monster to beat it. Perhaps this was also the deeper meaning of why the army positioned the line by the riverside. The river's despair and the hope of victory finally made those with fighting spirit brave enough to act. At this time, there were still many people on the north bank. Besides helping those who were good swimmers and had successfully crossed the river, there were also many holding spears and bows. Like Lu Xiao, they did not leave, but were nervously watching the situation on the other side. Good swimmers were still a minority. Even though the current was not rapid, only about 1/3 managed to swim across, while most became floating corpses drifting downstream. Hundreds of rafts continuously moved back and forth on the river, trying to transport as many women back as possible and carry weapons and soldiers across. Look, the west has been breached. Hearing the shout, Lu Xiao looked toward the west line and indeed saw more than 10 monsters breaking through the defense line, already charging into the crowd by the riverbank. Women and terrified men were slaughtered like livestock, while those who hesitated in the shallow water were driven into the deep water, struggling for a moment before disappearing. More monsters surged toward the riverbank from the breach, sweeping from west to east, and the chaos on the front line left the army powerless to stop this small group of monsters from the rear. Some men armed with cold weapons rushed over, but their numbers were clearly insufficient, and they soon met a tragic end at the riverbank. Before long, more men began to gather, this time numbering over 1,000. The leading monsters did not charge head-on, but instead turned around, leading over 40 monsters directly into the river, swimming toward the north bank. They must not be allowed to cross the river. Lu Xiao's pent-up anger had nowhere to go, and seeing these beasts choose to cross the river gave him chance. The monsters were about to cross the river. Let's kill them. They've killed so many of us. They're doomed. Those who remained on the north bank, though not fearless of death, were the bravest and strongest group. They shared Lu Xiao's thoughts, shouting as they ran toward the west. At the moment the monsters entered the deep water, they displayed abilities different from humans. Their bulky waists floated like airbags on the surface, and their forelegs moved swiftly underwater, practically gliding with ease, and they swam quickly. Before long, several monsters crossed the river's midpoint and were immediately met with a barrage of stones and arrows from the north bank. But the crowd's aim was disappointingly poor. Only a few small stones hit their target, causing minimal damage. Sensing danger, the monsters dove into the water, and besides the floating corpses of humans, no trace of the monsters could be found on the river's surface. Hurry, get away from the bank. They can dive. The men by the bank scattered in panic, and a group armed with spears and wooden sticks filled the gap. People nervously stared at the water's surface, ready to strike with their cold weapons at any moment. Just when everyone thought they could play a game of whack-a-mole, more than 30 monsters suddenly emerged from the bank, their forelegs pounding the ground as they leaped into the crowd. Like tigers entering a flock of sheep, the monsters' agile, elongated arms acted like 4 long knives, quickly wreaking havoc among the crowd, and in an instant, they pierced through the chests and abdomens of those around them. A middle-aged man's chest was pierced, but he desperately clung to the monster's arm, shouting for those nearby to not let it escape. Unfortunately, his eyes dimmed before anyone could avenge him. More than 10 men armed with short sticks surrounded a single monster, each fearless of death, but the wooden sticks had limited lethality. Even as the last man fell in a pool of blood, they had not managed to kill the monster. The landing site saw 300 to 400 people, and within just a few minutes, they all perished at the riverbank, while the monsters they killed numbered less than 10. Without the support of firearms, humans were at a vast disadvantage in terms of physical condition, combat skills, and fighting spirit compared to these monsters. After the massacre, the remaining 20 or so monsters did not leave, but instead formed a semicircle to guard their landing point. On the opposite bank, more monsters surged toward the south bank from the breach in the line, preparing to cross the river. They must not be allowed to hold the landing point. The men who had gradually arrived as reinforcements stopped 100 meters from the monster's defensive line. Their numbers were insufficient to rush in without it being a death sentence. Lu Xiao was quick, but barely made it in time. Don't go. Wait for more people. A strong man saw Lu Xiao trying to rush in alone and kindly warned him. But when Lu Xiao showed no reaction, he could only shake his head helplessly. Then, Lu Xiao broke away from the crowd, drew his bow, and without much aiming, released an arrow that shot out like a meteor. One monster was struck and collapsed without even a chance to dodge. Impressive. A few others with bows nearby thought it was almost impossible to hit a target from 100 meters away, and hitting anything was already quite good. Just as they marveled at this stunning shot, Lu Xiao fired 3 more arrows consecutively. Each arrow hit its mark. 1 in the eye, 2 in the chest. Incredible. If hitting 1 arrow could be considered luck, then hitting 4 in a row was absolute skill. The way people looked at Lu Xiao changed completely. The monsters also focused on Lu Xiao. The enemy possessed such precise ranged attack capability, and after a brief exchange of glances, half of the monsters sprang into action, charging directly at Lu Xiao. Drawing an arrow, aiming, releasing, the first monster that charged was shot through the head. At a distance of 80 meters, another arrow flew out, striking a monster in the neck, and red blood gushed uncontrollably into the air. After staggering a few steps, it fell to the ground. At 50 meters, a monster suddenly flipped to the ground, rolling several times before lying still. At 30 meters, Lu Xiao remained steady. At this distance, he hardly needed to aim. A horizontal grip on his composite bow, he shot an arrow that struck the monster's abdomen, though the beast continued to charge forward. The intense pain and the arrow embedded in its organs caused it to roar in agony before quickly losing its combat ability. "Protect this young man," several men shouted simultaneously. Standing in front of Lu Xiao, more people surged forward from behind him, forming human walls. Lu Xiao fired another arrow, murmuring under his breath. The monsters collided with the human wall, and the men in the front row were directly knocked aside. An arrow pierced through the crowd, accurately hitting the monster's single eye. Another arrow sealed the throat of a monster that was dripping with human blood and fell in shock. More than a dozen middle-aged men who had stood in front of Lu Xiao died unwillingly under the claws of the monster, but they witnessed this vengeful arrow, which struck down the hairless beast that had killed them, causing it to fall in a pool of blood alongside them. More people arrived, quickly passing Lu Xiao, fearless as they charged toward the much stronger and more ferocious enemy. That arrow had severely injured their target. Lu Xiao coldly counted, each arrow carrying his anger. A system prompt indicated that a message had been received. He reached for his quiver, only to find it completely empty. "Here, use mine." A stranger's voice came from beside him. Lu Xiao turned his head and saw a girl looking at him with excitement, handing him a bundle of arrows. "Thank you." Lu Xiao simply nodded, took the arrows from her, and continued to look at the next target. The moment she handed over the arrows, the girl was startled by Lu Xiao's icy gaze, which made her heart tremble. Those eyes were filled with anger, indifference, and a desolate contempt for life. She took a deep breath, encouraging herself to be a qualified arrow bearer and not let this somewhat handsome boy lose his weapon. Although those eyes were frightening, she still wanted to get to know him. The girl secretly watched Lu Xiao's back, and that sense of security captivated her, making her face slightly blush. "Yay! We won." The last monster that charged into the crowd fell under the onslaught of the people. Everyone present shouted from the heart. Even though there were just as many monsters waiting ahead, at least this time, they had won. Chapter 24 Ant 10 kills in close proximity to the monster that had already breathed its last. Its information was displayed. Category: Organic Intelligent Being. Source: Polaro. Species: Qi Xiao. Gender: Male. Height: 1.78 meters. Planetary measurement. Physical ability: Insufficient authority. Mental energy: Insufficient authority. Belief: Insufficient authority. Elemental affinity: Insufficient authority. Indeed, it was an extraterrestrial being. This monster, called Qi Xiao, had probably been thrown into the origin by a higher civilization, just like humans, and was rampaging due to its own powerful combat abilities. They left no survivors, likely searching for the metamorphosized among humans, and they did not consume corpses for the same reason. Only the spiritual bodies of the metamorphosized held value for them. This group of Qi Xiao were not metamorphosized, at least those killed by Lu Xiao were not. Otherwise, there would have been at least a merit reward from the Galactic Order. Speaking of rewards, Lu Xiao's thoughts shifted, and the information he had overlooked during battle was presented. Number of War Domain biological kills achieved. War title obtained. Ant 10 kills. Title name: Ant 10 kills. Title acquisition: Completed 10 kills of ant-level biological beings in the War Domain. Title effect: All physical attributes 1 in the War Domain. All spiritual attributes 1. Alright, it seems that I still do not understand the rules of the origin well enough. For the Qi Xiao species, this war's significance seems to be not just about killing metamorphosized humans. Obtaining war titles should also be one of the main reasons. However, speaking of which, this title is quite appealing, even though it only takes effect in the War Domain. Category: Organic Intelligent Being. Source: Galactic Order. Species: Human. Gender: Male. Title: Ant 10 kills. Height: 1.76 meters. Planetary measurement. Physical ability: Endurance 8. 1. Strength 1. Agility 21. Explosiveness 5, 1. Mental energy. Hidden pearl. Hidden. Spirit 1, 1. Mental pool 5, 1. 5 senses. Vision 3 proficiencies. Archery proficiency beginner. Identification basic physical skills. Elementary precision passive physical skill slightly increases long-range attack hit rate. Opening the personal panel, the title's bonuses were substantial. But Liu Xiao was puzzled by the Origin's refusal to allow him a name. Detected intelligent being 87242-82231-25241-2241 has doubts about the biological name. Can consume 10 galactic order merits to exchange for relevant knowledge. This operation is approved by the Origin. Do you wish to exchange? Yes. Low-level intelligent beings do not deserve a name. Liu Xiao. Origin, thank you. Such a malicious and justified answer made him both angry and amused. In this title, 10 kills is 10 kills, but why prefix it with ant? Can't you just replace ant with something more substantial? Am I just killing 10 ants? Or am I an ant myself? He raised his eyes, focusing on the Qi Xiao arrayed along the shore. With 10 kills, it implies there could be 100 kills, 1,000 kills, 10,000 kills, and even more war rewards, giving him another reason to kill them. People gathered around Liu Xiao, but made space in front of him, allowing him to shoot arrows calmly. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled sounds echoed, and the Qi Xiao on the shore began to waver. These 3 arrows resulted in 1 dead and 2 injured. The leading Qi Xiao wasn't foolish. It was clear that holding the line was impossible, and charging again would mean death. The pupil of its single eye trembled wildly in its socket, seemingly a manifestation of extreme anger, yet it did not turn around. Instead, moving its 4 limbs directly towards the river behind, while keeping its body facing Liu Xiao. Run? Did anyone ask for my consent? Liu Xiao surged forward, moving at great speed. By the time the crowd around him reacted, he had already dashed over 30 meters and shot 2 arrows. But the accuracy while in motion was insufficient, and both arrows missed. Kill them. Annihilate these monsters. Avenge the people from the south. The people on the northern bank, having just achieved a small victory, were now bursting with morale, following Liu Xiao's lead. The remaining Qi Xiao, after leaving behind 3 corpses and 2 severely injured companions, all submerged underwater, and the Qi Xiao swimming from the south bank promptly dove back as well, pulling arrows from the corpses and shaking off the blood. Liu Xiao stood 10 meters away from the riverbank. The crowd regained lost ground, but the tense battle situation across the river gradually dimmed the excitement on their faces. The northern bank's victory stemmed from the open terrain, the courage of the fighters, and most importantly, Liu Xiao, this long-range killing machine. On the southern bank, aside from a numerical advantage, they had nothing. The soldiers of the army had already fixed bayonets and started close combat with the Qi Xiao. Like Liu Xiao's arrows, the initial supply of bullets was limited to a single magazine. Once the shots were fired, the rifles turned into sticks. The line was still there because more and more ordinary people had overcome their fears. They could not conquer their terror, but could deceive themselves into believing that by winning, they could survive. People trembled and cried, still clinging to the waist of the Qi Xiao, even if their bodies were torn apart. They sought to create conditions for those behind them with weapons to attack. All around was small-scale chaos, with Qi Xiao deep in the crowd, unable to escape. Voices were jumbled, and the situation was utterly chaotic. Should we go help? Someone beside Liu Xiao tentatively asked. Given the situation on the other side, Liu Xiao's marksmanship could not be utilized, and with his close combat capability, it was better not to embarrass himself. We can't help if we go. We just need to hold the riverbank. Someone replied before Liu Xiao, reminding everyone not to forget that our families and friends were still behind us. Suddenly, drawing back the bow, he shot an arrow. On the river surface across, a Qi Xiao had just surfaced when it was struck by an arrow and truly vanished beneath the water. Wow, what marksmanship! What vision! A true 100-step bullseye. This young man is definitely an Olympic champion. The crowd did not hold back their praises for Liu Xiao, as if every compliment could grant him a buff. Go! The girl handing him arrows whispered. Liu Xiao glanced at the bundles of arrows the girl was holding, estimating there were still over 100 left. It seemed that those who initially chose archery as their reward had all handed their arrows to her. Previously, He had hesitated to shoot arrows across the river, worried that shooting one would mean losing one, but now it was clearly unnecessary. The Qixiao ran quickly, their upper bodies agile, but their tripod-like waist structure made them inflexible. The Qixiao that had submerged in the water dared not show its head, while those on the opposite bank were in trouble. Lu Xiao pulled back the bowstring, took a slight aim, and the feathered arrow shot across the river, directly piercing the head of a Qixiao that was engaged in fierce combat with surrounding humans. This time he decided not to count. Counting was useless, as many Qixiao that fell to the ground were still alive, only to be finished off by the humans that followed. So in the end, the kill count would depend on luck. Good luck would mean a one-shot kill, while bad luck would at least be an assist. But this assist would not come with a reward. His maximum shooting range was about 300 meters. It wasn't that he couldn't shoot further, but he was limited by this earth-crafted composite bow. However, it seemed that this range was sufficient. One Qixiao after another fell under the cold arrows, and the crowd on the southern bank realized there was a miraculous archer from the northern bank, although they couldn't clearly see who was shooting the arrows. Whenever someone was saved by the arrows, they would wave vigorously towards the northern bank. Some even deliberately led Qixiao to the shore, surrounding them without attacking, giving Lu Xiao enough leeway, or perhaps they were also afraid that if Lu Xiao's hand shook, an arrow might hit them. The arrows in the girl's hands decreased rapidly, and Lu Xiao's shooting speed increased. With every arrow shot, the surrounding crowd cheered. The 10 or so cavalry horses could no longer stay in the water, and all jumped out together. Finally out, huh? If you have the ability, keep holding it in. Lu Xiao found the leader among this group of cavalry horses. Its size was noticeably larger than the others. It's you I'm aiming for. He aimed at the creature's head, pulled the bowstring tight, and with a whoosh, the powerful arrow shot like a streak of light, piercing through the back of that cavalry horse's head and emerging from the front. The once arrogant beast collapsed on the shallow riverbank. Not even realizing that Lu Xiao would hold such a grudge, it had merely glared at this human a few times. Kill, ant 100 slashes. Retrieved. Galactic Order intelligent being killed a transformed creature in the broken star domain. Galactic Order Merit Point 1. Gained 100 Galactic Order Merit Points. The system prompt flashed by. It turned out this cavalry horse was a transformed one. What a pity to miss the chance for an ordinary person to transform. But it avenged the hundreds of people it had killed. Chapter 25. The melancholy battlefield within the range of fire. There was no trace of the cavalry to be found. Lu Xiao reluctantly lowered his composite bow and turned to look at the girl beside him, who was still holding several bundles of arrows. He wondered where she had produced so many. Their eyes met, filled with admiration and fervor, and he quickly turned away to gaze at the southern battlefield. Sporadic skirmishes were still ongoing, but most of the cavalry had been wiped out under the assault of 10-fold, or even 100-fold humans. Their corpses were mercilessly whipped by enraged people until they turned into piles of black mush. What? The Geneva Conventions? That S meant for humans. Are these things considered human? The army began to tally their numbers and military supplies. The chaos of this battle would surely result in significant losses among the soldiers, and the remaining ammunition was still an unknown quantity. After finally passing this hurdle, Lu Xiao pondered whether his decision to have Li Tianjia and the others retreat into the woods was a bit hasty. After all, with nearly 10 million military and civilians against tens of thousands of extraterrestrial creatures, there was still a chance of winning. Nonetheless, it was not wrong to take precautions. If it weren't for the effective organization of the Qiantang garrison, it would have been difficult to inspire the fighting spirit and resolve of ordinary people. It was hard to say whether they could withstand a mere few thousand cavalry. When the last cavalry fell in defeat, a roar of triumph erupted from the south, sweeping across the shores like a gale. We won. Humanity is the strongest. We're the strongest. Long live Huaxia. Long live the army. People rejoiced, embracing one another and unleashing the last remnants of their adrenaline. Lu Xiao, influenced by those around him, perfunctorily jumped a few times. The ground trembled under the weight of millions jumping and shouting together. Strangers rushed to him, enthusiastically embracing him. And even the girl who handed him arrows shyly hugged his waist from behind. Soon a group of people lifted him up, tossing him into the air repeatedly. as he was the greatest contributor on the North Bank and deserved this treatment. With an expression of disillusionment, Lu Xiao saw someone squeeze into his vicinity and salute him with a standard military gesture. The crowd, understanding, set him down. "Hello, I am Chun Sui from the 2nd Battalion of the 105th Division of the Qiantang Garrison." The soldier introduced himself sincerely and straightforwardly. "Hello, my name is Run Pingshan." Lu Xiao did not reveal his real name, but responded with a title, just like he did when facing Yilong. "We saw your performance from the opposite bank. The situation was critical, and you stood up. On behalf of the 105th Division, I thank you. I have also received permission from my superiors to recruit you temporarily to join our unit," Chun Sui said earnestly. "Sorry, I have already joined another official organization of the state." Lu Xiao declined directly. With the Yilong group, the allure of the local army had diminished significantly. "In that case, I wish you safety and success on behalf of the 2nd Battalion of the 105th Division. Goodbye." Without any further ado, Chun Sui nodded slightly, saluted again, and turned away gracefully, heading towards a wooden raft waiting by the riverbank. "That guy is impressive. Even the army is extending an olive branch to you." Someone commented. "What do you mean? Our brother ran from the North Bank, single-handedly killed over 100 monsters. Even if their army has guns, who can achieve that?" Another replied. "Exactly. But I heard the army's guns are out of bullets. The initial reward only provided one magazine, just 30 rounds. They used them all up in this battle." As Chun Sui departed, the surrounding crowd began to discuss, shifting the topic from Lu Xiao to the military, and then from the military to the differences between the North and South banks. Lu Xiao felt helpless. He prepared to quickly call Li Tianjia and the others back, fearing that while things were calm here, they might encounter lizard men on the other side. Lizard men were much more formidable than cavalry. If this time, an equal number of lizard men were to attack, the outcome would undoubtedly not be in favor of humanity. The strength of the cavalry lay in their physical structure being more suited for combat, but they were strong in offense, yet weak in defense, and their physical attributes generally surpassed those of humans, allowing them to overwhelm millions of humans with mere tens of thousands. In contrast, lizardmen represented a different concept altogether, tough-skinned and muscular, with both offensive and defensive capabilities. Lu Xiao even doubted whether current thermal weapons could penetrate their scales. Despite the victory, it was still a Pyrrhic one. On the southern plains, people searched among the heaps of corpses for their loved ones. Many carried the bodies of their relatives, jumping into the river together, uncertain if their bodies on Earth would be safe, surrendering their lives to fate amid their grief. The casualties on the southern bank were estimated to be at least half or more. This melancholic conclusion made those who had calmed down from the joy of victory feel desolate and speechless. The number of people who drowned, were trampled, or committed suicide was even greater than those killed by the cavalry. A rough calculation showed the battle loss ratio was nearly 100-1. With no intention of observing the situation on the opposite bank, Lu Xiao decided to first go into the woods to call back Li Tianjia and the others. Seeing their hero turn away, the crowd began to disperse, but the girl who had handed him arrows and 2 other boys with bows followed him. These 3 had previously expressed their desire to join his team. They were all university students, not locals from Qiantang, and had temporarily joined the organization of the community where they rented, but clearly struggled to fit into that homeowner-based makeshift team. The 2 boys had backgrounds in archery, and with Lu Xiao's remarkable performance, it was natural for them to want to follow him. Lu Xiao did not refuse. He was not responsible for mentoring newcomers anyway, and the girl was carrying so many arrows providing supplies, so why not? "Big guy, I chose a bow and arrow as my initial reward, and people around me laughed at me. I even regretted whether I made the wrong choice. Now it's their turn to regret." One boy joked. "Who says otherwise? An uncle in our community has been showing off his reclining chair in front of me, saying it can be laid back or sat on, and if all else fails, it can be folded up and used as a weapon." I was speechless. Another boy chimed in. These 2 were typical comedians, always playing off each other. Speaking of which, those 3 warnings earlier really scared me. Are you talking about the warnings about the area changing into a war zone? Yeah, 3 times in a row. It's terrifying, right? Indeed, I was shaken when I saw it too. But now that the battle is over, shouldn't there be a message to clarify things? Hearing this, Lu Shao abruptly stopped in his tracks. Yes, the battle was over. The attributes of the war zone should have changed. Why was there no notification? He turned around, his expression serious, and looked to the south, an unsettling feeling rising within him. Unless the war had not ended at all. His gaze extended southward, where it seemed a patch of black was writhing. The distance was too great for Lu Shao to see clearly, so he scanned elsewhere. However, that mass of black continued to grow larger. When his gaze returned and focused on the blackness, his expression changed completely, becoming twisted and grave. What is wrong? The three beside him sensed something was off and asked simultaneously. Lu Shao fell silent. His gaze lowered as he took a deep breath and closed his eyes to think. After a moment, he opened his eyes and said, "You all go ahead, quickly into the woods." His tone was cold and powerless. He handed a guiding bug bottle to the girl and took all the arrows she was holding into his arms. Follow the direction indicated by this bug. You will meet my team, led by Li Tianjia. Tell them about the situation here. If I'm not mistaken, humanity has no chance of winning this time. How could that be? The three were somewhat disbelieving, surprised. Hurry up. I'm not sure if the cavalry will attack the woods. We'll see what happens when I return. If I Haven T come back within 2 hours, just listen to Li Tianjia. Lu Shao wasted no time and quickly turned back towards the riverbank, stuffing several bundles of arrows into the defective items. The three of them no longer asked questions and quickly walked toward the woods, occasionally looking back at Lu Shao and Nanan, until they saw it. That wave of black torrent, piercing into the crowd like a sword, unstoppable and devastating. Run, a boy shouted, switching from a brisk walk to a full sprint. What about Ringo? The girl cried out, her voice trembling. In her sight, Lu Zhao's defiance was so dangerous yet mesmerizing. If the great god said so, we just do it. No more talking. Hurry up, or we won't be able to escape. Another boy grabbed the girl's arm and pulled her to run with him. Lu Shao shrugged his shoulders, took a white pill, and the soreness in his shoulders and arms quickly vanished. At that moment, he stood alone on the northern riverbank, glaring at the black torrent across the river. Chapter 26. Catching the wind, now Lu Shao could be certain that the tens of thousands of cavalry he had encountered earlier were merely the vanguard of this race. With the vanguard encircled and annihilated, they had drawn forth the main force. This black torrent had already filled the mountains and fields, numbering at least 1 million. The crowd on the southern bank, having learned from previous experiences, formed circular formations, but these formations burst like bubbles under the sweeping cavalry, vanishing without even creating a splash. The torrent showed no signs of slowing. The plains were the cavalry's home turf, their four-legged charge unstoppable, and their massed assault was like a battering ram. In less than 10 minutes, the cavalry had cleared all humans from the periphery and was about to collide with the 1 million humans gathered at the shore. The battlefield on the southern bank reminded Lu Shao of his war title, Ant 10 Slashes. It was indeed a fitting image. Humans resembled the common black ants, working hard and living frugally, small in stature, while the cavalry were like army ants, brutal and chaotic, even without a nest. The earlier chaos did not repeat itself. People seemed to have awakened, uniting around the army. Rafts continuously crossed the river, transferring women from the southern bank to the northern bank, but returned empty, as no one was willing to go to the southern bank anymore. The army had regrouped, quickly distributing cold weapons to ordinary people, using the corpses of humans and cavalry to build a wall of flesh, preparing for the final resistance. On the northern bank, large crowds had gathered once more, some there to watch, others to help, but all remained silent, watching as their compatriots across the river were harvested for their lives. Just as the first layer of the flesh wall was being built, the cavalry had already arrived, leaping over the 1-meter-high wall of corpses, crashing directly into the dense crowd. The first wave of cavalry was taken by surprise by the human spears and clubs, suffering heavy casualties, but as countless cavalry followed into the fray, the humans' tightly packed, defensive line instantly collapsed. Without an absolute numerical advantage, the humans' counterattack became utterly ineffective. Lives were ruthlessly buried beneath the feet of the cavalry, limbs flying, blood, and entrails splattering in the air. As people valiantly waved their weapons in resistance, they found their chests pierced, only to be thrown backward by black. withered hand that emerged from their chest, and then torn to pieces by the cavalry behind them. With no chance of victory, the last line of defense formed by hundreds was quickly segmented and devoured, and cries echoed across the southern bank. The hellish scene causing many on the northern bank to kneel and vomit. Lu Xiao shot an arrow, killing one cavalry that entered his range on the spot. More cavalry had ceased to focus on the humans being slaughtered on the southern bank, and instead turned their one-eyed gaze toward the opposite shore. Large groups of cavalry began to enter the river at different points, and, at this moment, it had been less than 20 minutes since the cavalry had appeared. Chaos erupted on the northern bank. Spectators began to turn and flee, while those determined to fight built a defensive line at the shore. And the confusion spread to the plains. Millions of ordinary people, just calming down from their earlier panic, were once again dominated by fear, running around in a frenzy, spilling hot water, kicking over campfires, helplessly crying women, and those wielding cold weapons against the tide, creating a chaotic scene. Lu Xiao mixed in with the crowd at the shore, shooting arrows at the cavalry across the river. The people gathered around him, hoping to provide protection, believing him to be powerful. He glanced around and estimated that more than 30 people were using bows. Among them, only 3 or 5 could hit their targets, while the others shot poorly, wasting arrows. The crowd gathered around him for 2 reasons: to provide protection and because they thought he was strong. In truth, Lu Xiao wanted to tell those around him to run quickly. He stayed behind because he had calculated the cavalry's speed. They were slower than him, which gave him the confidence to remain. But he kept silent, as their presence could hold back the cavalry crossing the river, buying more time for the ordinary people behind them. "Leave the riverbank," Lu Xiao shouted, quickly retreating. After backing up 30 meters, he stopped again. Sure enough, over 100 cavalry emerged from the water, then leaped onto the riverbank. At this distance, Lu Xiao did not need to aim. His compound bow shot rapidly, hitting 5 cavalry as they accelerated forward. The 30-meter distance prevented the cavalry from picking up speed, making their impact less terrifying. The strong men around him were already eager and charged forward to meet the cavalry. Thousands of humans armed with long weapons incapacitated over 100 cavalry. The people of the northern bank, having learned from watching, used their long weapons, which were twice the length of the cavalry's arms, to control the distance, maximizing their safety and making it difficult for the cavalry to gain speed. Lu Xiao glanced back at the million-strong crowd, hoping more would survive. Many cavalry had also landed on the shore, but the humans there were quickly crushed. The bowstrings hummed without pause. The cavalry had long since targeted Lu Xiao, charging toward him, but were met with fierce resistance from fearless people wielding long weapons. Lu Xiao's cold arrows were nearly unavoidable. As soon as he set his sights on a target, an arrow would fly toward it. From their trembling single eye, one could guess how enraged these cavalry were. These beasts were truly silent killers. Lu Xiao had never heard them make a sound and did not understand what their gaping mouths were for. More cavalry crossed the river, and those from other directions were drawn to the battle, abandoning the chase of ordinary people to charge at full speed toward this side. "Retreat! Everyone retreat!" Lu Xiao shouted. The cavalry charging at full speed were not something his group could withstand. He shot 2 more arrows, taking down the leading cavalry. These 2 were unfortunate, crushed into a pulp by the cavalry behind them, causing the entire formation to falter. The people, caught up in the frenzy, heard Lu Xiao shout and without a word began to retreat. Behind them, countless blackheads emerged from the water. Lu Xiao shot his last arrow, taking down a lightly injured cavalry that was tailing him. He turned and ran toward the woods. He was the last to retreat, yet quickly caught up with the crowd ahead, and in the blink of an eye, he was at the very front. Damn, what a god! People initially thought Lu Xiao was providing cover for them, their hearts swelling with emotion, nearly moved to tears, only to realize that this incredible figure was running faster than the monsters. Lu Xiao ran without reservation, his mind somewhat distracted. After his last arrow, a message popped up in the system. Archery proficiency has reached beginner level. Reward 2 related skills. Please choose from the following options: dynamic shooting technique, passive skill. Accuracy while shooting in motion is unaffected. Guided arrow beginner. Active skill. Consumes spiritual energy to slightly alter the flight trajectory of arrows. Shadow break arrow beginner. Active skill, arrows shot while consuming spiritual energy become undetectable. Shock arrow beginner. Active skill, arrows shot while consuming spiritual energy can knock the target back or away. Item, catching the wind, archery proficiency, finally reach beginner level. 5 options to choose to, awesome. The rewards this time seem to be all good things, all desirable. But multiple choice questions are cruel. Dynamic shooting technique was a must. Liu Xiao knew that his shooting accuracy while moving was terrible, and this technique perfectly complemented his combat ability in motion. Among the 3 active skills, one allowed arrows to slightly curve, but slight meant not much curve, so he discarded it. Another was a jungle assassination tool, making arrows invisible, valuable for surprise and self-protection. The last could knock back close enemies, essential for escaping. And then there was the last one, catching the wind. Liu Xiao ran, while checking the attributes of the wind catcher. Name, wind catcher, quality, creator, Kesa, creator's note. Made from scrap materials on a whim, item details, hunting bow, the bow handle is made of rootless wood, and the bowstring is made from the tendons of a dining beast. Slightly increases shooting speed, slightly increases arrow flight speed, slightly increases arrow lethality. And shooting range is determined by the holder's physical fitness. Star pattern engraving, rapid fire stance, archery skill, consumes spiritual energy continuously after activation. Greatly increases shooting speed. No more running. This is it. Liu Xiao was already dissatisfied with the composite bow in his hands. His high agility value of 21 had long been limited by earthly craftsmanship. Now that he had found such a good item, he couldn't hesitate. There wouldn't be another chance like this. He eagerly grabbed the black hunting bow that appeared in the void, and the dynamic shooting technique was also displayed on the panel. Liu Xiao turned his head to look back, locking onto a steed over 500 meters away, his steps unceasing as he turned and shot an arrow. The resilience of the wind catcher's bowstring was far beyond that of the previous composite bow. With a bang, the arrow transformed into a black. The moment it was shot, directly piercing through the steed, and without losing momentum, it shot through another one behind it. No, 3 in total, directly skewering them like gourds. When did the steeds become as fragile as paper? In his surprise, Liu Xiao reassessed the power of the wind catcher. The slight enhancements mentioned in the details were improvements beyond the bow and arrow themselves, and the material of the wind catcher was far superior to earthly materials. Not only did it perfectly showcase Liu Xiao's physical attributes, but it also provided absolute enhancements. Liu Xiao instantly felt a sense of elevation. He coldly glanced at the crowd of steeds surging towards him and silently activated the rapid-fire stance. Chapter 27. Carrying against the wind, he didn't know what the star pattern imprint was, but as long as it could be activated directly with spiritual energy, it was a good thing. Holding the wind catcher, he felt a coolness emanating from the bow grip. This unusual sensation quickly spread throughout his body, as if some force was urging Liu Xiao to maintain an extremely comfortable archery posture, turning sideways, bending the bow, and knocking an arrow. Without looking at the results of this shot, he followed up with another arrow. The movements were fluid and incredibly smooth, his body repeating the archery motion like a precise machine, while Liu Xiao only needed to focus on aiming and releasing the arrow. The strength of his entire body was concentrated in his upper limbs, allowing him to shoot 3.5 arrows in the time it would normally take to shoot 2, a direct increase of 75. This felt exhilarating. In contrast, the cavalry chasing this group in the distance were having a tough time. Liu Xiao's arrows, which were originally aimed at precise kills, were now hitting multiple targets in succession. The most brutal shot pierced through 6 cavalrymen. In the current situation, he was no longer pursuing single target kills, but was specifically looking for trajectories that could hit multiple targets. What was even more terrifying for the cavalry was that this human shooting speed was astonishingly fast, often just as an arrow took down a nearby comrade. The next arrow was already headed for them, swift and relentless, leaving no chance to dodge. Warfield biological kill count achieved. Obtained war title and 100 kills, title name, and 100 kills, title acquisition. Completed 100 kills of ant-level biological entities in the warfield, title effect. All physical attributes 5. All spiritual attributes 5 within the warfield. The holder generates primary intimidation towards nearby biological entities at short distances without consuming spiritual energy. Intimidation, primary affected by intimidation. Enemies may experience fear, confusion, or reductions in physical or spiritual attributes based on their spiritual strength and will. Allies may experience obedience, determination, or increases in physical or spiritual attributes. With 100 kills achieved, his title changed and the effects multiplied. This primary intimidation was extraordinarily powerful, but unfortunately, it was not melee combat. Otherwise, he could have tested how the nearby cavalry would react to him. However, the expressions of the people around him had indeed changed. Especially those within 10 meters, they exchanged astonished glances at Lu Xiao. Gradually, a hint of fear and panic dissipated, replaced by a cohesion centered around Lu Xiao, as if they were dutifully guarding him. Great God! Shoot with confidence. I will protect you with my life. Lu Xiao recognized the middle-aged man who spoke. He had been trembling during the earlier escape, but now, it was as if he had transformed into a different person, tightly gripping a kitchen knife in front of himself. Killing 100 people on the battlefield grants such a no-cost effect. Lu Xiao couldn't help but feel envious of the title 1,000 kills. All attributes 5 would elevate his lethality to another level. Category: Organic Intelligent Being. Source: Galactic Order. Species: Human. Gender: Male. Title: and 100 kills. Height: 1.76 meters. Planetary measurement. Physical attributes: Resilience 8.5, Strength 10.5, Agility 25, Explosive Power 5.5. Spiritual attributes: Concealed Pearl, Hidden, Soul 1.5, Spiritual Pool 5.5, Senses, Vision 3. Proficiencies: Archery Proficiency Beginner. Appraisal: Beginner. Physical Techniques: Beginner Precision, Passive Physical Technique, slightly increases long-range attack hit rate. Dynamic Archery Technique: Passive Arrow Technique, shooting accuracy unaffected during movement. Moreover, the doubling of the spiritual pool attributes allowed him to faintly sense the growth of spiritual energy, which was crucial for Lu Xiao. The substantial supplementation of the concealed pearl spirit relied on this bit of spiritual energy, and the rapid-fire stance also continuously consumed spiritual energy, though the consumption rate remained within a controllable range. I need more arrows. Others, don't waste them. Lu Xiao's words were like a military order, and soon nearly everyone around him, wielding a bow, rushed to deliver their arrows to him. The crowd led by him was moving quickly towards the forest. But at this moment, Lu Xiao was running at the back of the group. The advantage of this was that he could assist the main force in escaping, and his intention was to amplify himself as a target, drawing the surrounding cavalry to charge straight at him, which would facilitate his multi-target shots. Arrow shadows flashed as a group of over 10 cavalrymen fell one after another. Several streaks of light penetrated them and darted into another group of cavalry 100 meters behind, followed by a series of thudding sounds. The impact of the arrows was so great that the first few cavalrymen pierced through had gaping holes the size of bowls in their chests. Detected kill of Galactic Order intelligent biological transformations in the Collapse star domain. Galactic Order base merit point 1. Obtained Galactic Order merit points 100. He didn't know which unlucky fellow contributed to his merit points again. Chuckling lightly, he released 4 arrows in quick succession towards 4 different directions. Shutting down the rapid-fire stance, he turned and ran. A true warrior does not look back at the results of the battle behind him. One row after another of cavalrymen toppled to the ground, and more cavalry surged forward. Local victories could not change the overall tide for humanity. The slaughter on the southern bank was nearing its end. The last military formation was breached, and soldiers, unafraid of death, made the final stand alongside the few remaining ordinary people. As the black tide converged into one, it announced the complete fall of the southern bank of the River Valley Plain, with millions of humans slaughtered nearly to extinction. Lu Xiao noticed that among the cavalry formation, there was one particularly eye-catching figure, a cavalryman clad in bright red armor, twice the size of an ordinary cavalryman, with a matching red helmet that concealed his face, revealing only a single eye. That guy must be the leader of this million-strong army. It was too far away, and he could only glance at it from a distance. The northern riverbank was a good 5 to 6 kilometers from the forest. and even though the battle had been going on for nearly an hour, most of the fleeing humans were still far from the edge of the forest. Fat men, some women, and those with poorer physical conditions could no longer endure such high-intensity fleeing, sitting or lying down along the way, preparing to face death. The river valley plain spanned dozens of kilometers, and after crossing the river, the cavalry army began to disperse in pursuit. Lu Xiao and his group were quite far from the crossing point, and the million-strong army had wasted quite a bit of time crossing the river, allowing him and the others to move northward at a leisurely pace. It wasn't that the cavalry didn't want to chase them. It was just that Lu Xiao was putting too much pressure on them. They died in droves, and by the end, he had cleared out the nearby cavalry, leaving them with no one to chase after. Why not hunt down those defenseless humans instead? Having run with a team of nearly 1,000 for more than half an hour, the forest was now close. During the process, Lu Xiao tried hunting but yielded little, which left him somewhat frustrated. In the forest, shadows of people were everywhere. Everyone supported each other, and some who had already exhausted themselves were being helped into the woods. Teams that had already set their gathering points at the forest's edge were proving how wise their decisions were. Sharp wooden sticks were quickly fashioned and distributed to the stronger men. What amazed Lu Xiao the most were the hundreds of people holding torches, spaced several dozen meters apart in a line, their gazes intense and focused straight ahead. They were preparing to hold the line. Lu Xiao couldn't help but applaud the ancient wisdom of China. If a pile of fire was set up on a grass-covered plain, it could indeed resist the cavalry's fierce attacks. Moreover, the people had cleared a layer of vegetation outside the forest, so there was no worry about the fire spreading into the woods. Stumbling over, the team of over 1,000 finally entered the forest, many hugging tree trunks and vomiting, having never run so desperately for such a long distance in their lives. Surviving the ordeal, they gasped for breath, enjoying a moment of rest. With his powerful agility, Lu Xiao stepped on tree trunks and climbed to a higher vantage point. Looking out, he saw the cavalry advancing in a V formation, rapidly charging forward. Not to mention the slaughter along the way, the vanguard was already less than 500 meters from the woods. The nearest fire bearer hurriedly ignited the nearby haystack, and as black smoke billowed, all the fire bearers sequentially set fire to the haystacks in front of them. With tears in their eyes, the fire bearers expressed their apologies to their compatriots who had not yet entered the woods. For the greater good, these individuals could only be sacrificed. The flames spread quickly, driven southward by the northern wind. The cavalry's vanguard immediately fell into disarray, urgently stopping in their tracks, but were then crashed into by the rapidly advancing center, causing many cavalrymen to be directly thrown into the fire. Thousands of cavalrymen rolled and scrambled in the flames, quickly turning into charred corpses. The vanguard was in chaos, and both flanks of the V formation had halted early. After a moment of daze, these cavalrymen began to stomp the ground around them with their forelegs, while their agile arms swiftly cleared the surrounding vegetation. "Damn, this group of beasts is quite clever," Lu Xiao muttered to himself as he jumped down from the tree. This action also took into account the people below. The tree was about 6 or 7 meters high, and jumping down without a tremor was no small feat, while others had to take a big step just to maintain their balance. This wall of fire wouldn't trap them for long. They had to continue deeper. His words were like a military command, and the people around him stood up first. There was no other choice. After all, those within 10 meters of him were under threat. The others weren't fools either. The fact that they had been safe along the way was largely due to this young man. Incredible, a single person with a bow, shooting down enemies in every direction. If they could manage this under unfavorable conditions, just imagine how they would fare in favorable ones. They could simply lie back and relax. They also wanted to persuade others to leave together, but some remained behind, claiming they wanted to see these monsters burn to death. But in reality, they were simply too exhausted to move, unable even to stand. Chapter 28. Convergence. The forest was densely populated with people. In fact, people weren't foolish. The body structure of the riding beast was not suitable for movement in the woods. Their home ground was still the plains. Therefore, many held a lucky mindset, believing that the riding beast wouldn't enter the woods. After all, no one could say for sure whether there were more terrifying creatures deeper in the forest, and the strange plants everywhere had already scared them to death. Moreover, there was no water source, no food. Venturing deeper would mean death. As Lu Xiao and the others went deeper, the number of people gradually decreased. The fire on the plains was not going to be extinguished anytime soon, which bought humanity a lot of time. As for what would happen after the fire was out, Lu Xiao himself didn't know. After nearly an hour of walking, they had seen fewer and fewer dense crowds, and a 1,000-person team arrived at the large tree where Lu Xiao had previously completed his transformation. The terrain here was open and flat, making it a good camping site. Let's take a break. Lu Xiao found a protruding tree trunk from the ground and sat down alone. This place might not be completely safe, but the limited visibility in the woods made it relatively safer. Even if the riding beast entered the woods, it would follow the crowd, unless they were determined to sweep through the entire forest. Everyone sat around Lu Xiao, too exhausted to speak, only nodding frequently. Lu Xiao extended his hand, pointing backward. Over there are creatures more terrifying than the riding beast. I will go there later. How you choose to proceed next is up to you. Everyone looked at each other, unsure how to respond. Suddenly, a man beside him stood up abruptly, wanting to speak, but was pulled back down by Lu Xiao. No talking from the people beside me. A few around them said, "Great God, we owe our survival to you this time. I want to follow you." "Me too." "Yes, great God, we don't have anything else. We can be cannon fodder. After all, if we die, we can always return to Earth." The crowd was enthusiastic. In their hearts, Lu Xiao was the strongest ally, and if they didn't cling to him now, when would they? "Do you really think that if all of you die, you can return to Earth?" Lu Xiao took out a roasted lizard and began to eat it nonchalantly. In Qiantang, there are car accidents, fires, and various incidents, and everyone's body is like a vegetative state, unaware. You'd better recall where you were and what you were doing before the transmission. Upon hearing this, everyone began to carefully recall their last moments on Earth, and many people's faces gradually turned ashen. "Great God, how do you know this? Have you been back?" A college student asked in confusion. Lu Xiao ignored his question and continued, "No one wants to be cannon fodder. The creatures over there can take your life, or even mine, with a single blow, and the weapons in your hands cannot harm them in the slightest." With that, Lu Xiao stood up and walked deeper into the forest. This time, over 200 people followed him. "At the origin point, we are like ants, but ants must also cherish their lives," Lu Xiao said before disappearing into the thicket. It turned out that the guiding worm was indeed a local navigation artifact of the origin point. After nearly 2 hours of continuous movement, Lu Xiao saw figures in the distance, but they clearly hadn't noticed him at this distance. It wasn't until they got closer that he heard voices ahead. "Someone is coming." Then several heads popped out, first looking stunned, then seeming to recognize Lu Xiao and immediately smiling. "It's Lu Xiao." Lu Xiao has brought a large group of people. There were no warm embraces. After Lu Xiao scanned the area and found no familiar faces missing, he instructed everyone to sit down nearby. The more than 200 people who had come with him, along with nearly 40 from a student group, totaled almost 300 people, which was quite a scale. I'll introduce everyone. Although Lu Xiao is not a social person, since he is the intersection point of the two groups, he can only reluctantly act as a mediator. Those who came with me are skilled fighters against monsters, having experienced life and death together. This group here is composed of students from Qiantang University, also partners in the fight. Both sides nodded to each other, with the students appearing somewhat shy. To briefly explain what happened, nearly 10 million of us were transmitted from Qiantang, with at least 70 casualties. The entire river valley plain has fallen, and the garrison is gone. The survivors have basically run into this forest, and it seems we are currently in a safe position. Lu Xiao's words were delivered lightly, but the students felt a storm of emotions inside. The 3 college students who had arrived earlier had already told them some of the battle situation. They mentioned that humanity had won a previous battle, but the future was uncertain. Little did they know that this uncertainty ultimately led to a complete collapse, with millions slaughtered. Some girls covered their faces, lowering their heads, but they did not cry. "Lu Xiao, why do you think this place is safe?" Li Qianjia asked solemnly. "One is motivation, and the other is timeliness." Lu Xiao raised 2 fingers. "The creature is called the riding beast, an extraterrestrial being. I speculate there are several motives for the riding beast's attack on us. One is for war rewards. 2 is for galactic order merits. And 3 is to find the Transformers among humans. The more than 200 people who followed Lu Xiao looked confused, with some nodding seriously. Don't ask questions now. We'll talk later. Seeing someone raise their hand to ask, Lu Xiao interrupted directly. Once in the jungle, the efficiency of killing becomes very low, which means timeliness decreases. The likelihood of the riding beast entering the forest is low when humans are not massively gathered. This war has disrupted the original plan. I discussed with everyone and decided that everyone will go with you to that place. Yishan spoke up, not dwelling on what had happened, but considering more about the future. Are you sure? Lu Xiao frowned and scanned the students. For some reason, the students noticed that Lu Xiao was clearly different this time. His aura was almost suffocating. When his gaze passed over them, they could even feel a chill running down their spines. Sure, Yishan's response was firm and confident. Similarly, within 10 meters, the effects of the intimidating presence between people were completely different. Some timid or hesitant individuals became submissive, while those with strong will, like Yishan and Li Tianjia, became even more resolute. In that case, let's rest and regroup here, and then we can set off. Lu Xiao no longer hesitated, since this was everyone's choice. He would respect it. Lu Xiao, setting off now is too ominous. Can we change the name? Zhou Yuka protested. Sure, let's call it knowing there are tigers on mountain. Yet choosing to head towards the tiger's mountain, what does that sound? Lu Xiao winked at him jokingly. It seems there's no difference. Zhou Yuka muttered sulkily. Lu Xiao handed over the more than 200 people who had followed him to Li Tianjia and informed him about the war titles. Clearly, he didn't want to manage so many people, but since they had come along, they were considered a team. The students began to compile the names, specialties, and weapons of this group of people. It turned out that these individuals, who dared to face the riding beast without retreating, not only had stronger willpower and courage than the average person, but also had better physical attributes, at least better than Lu Xiao's initial data panel. The statistical work was quickly completed. Including the student group and Lu Xiao, there were a total of 303 people, based on physical attributes and individual characteristics. These 303 people were categorized into long weapons, short weapons, archers, logistics, and medical staff. The long weapon fighters are those who wield long-handle weapons, and their role is to besiege and maintain distance, totaling 133 people. The short weapon fighters carry hunting knives, kitchen knives, and other short weapons, and they're responsible for guarding and breaching, totaling 57 people. As for the archers, there are 33 people holding bows and crossbows, who serve as the main output force and reconnaissance units at this stage. The logistics team is responsible for producing arrows, setting up temporary camps, and cooking, with a considerable number of 70 people. The remaining 10 are medical staff, and surprisingly, among these 10, there are actually 3 real doctors, all emergency department doctors from Qiantang First Hospital. These 3 serve as the backbone of the group, while the other 7 are tasked with dragging the injured out of the battle zone. There are 5 teams, each led by a captain. The long weapon team, Captain Yang Yunlong, who comes from martial arts school, wields a spear with great skill, with agility 7, strength 8, and explosiveness 8, clearly an exceptional human. The short weapon team, Captain Li Tianjia, who also serves as the leader of the entire team of 303 people, is one of the 2 metamorphoses. The archer team, Captain Lu Xiao, who needs no introduction as others dare not take his place. The logistics team, Captain Yishan, whose organizational skills and intelligence are unanimously acknowledged, and the medical team Captain Zhang Quan, nicknamed Zhang Yishou, whose barehanded hemostatic techniques are unmatched in Qiantang First Hospital. After the division of labor is complete, they enter the main topic. First, Li Tianjia combines the information he learned from Lu Xiao to explain some of the principles and logic of the origin point to everyone, including metamorphosis, the central hub, the galactic order merits and reward missions, etc. The benefit of this is that everyone can foresee their future growth and have a correct understanding of their position in the origin point. However, regarding some key information, especially Lu Xiao's, he did not disclose anything, and under Lu Xiao's instruction, they also began to refer to Lu Xiao as Rin Pingshen. The new team members were also somewhat enlightened, not overly surprised, but rather excited, making an effort to remember all the information points. At the moment they chose to follow Lu Xiao, they actually had the idea of surviving in the origin point. This information was crucial for them. The cohesion of the new team rapidly increased. After the cultural education class, Li Tianjia dragged out a lizard man corpse, which Lu Xiao had prepared in advance. At this point, everyone finally recognized the strength of what Lu Xiao had mentioned earlier. Li Tianjia then explained the lizard man's attack methods and weaknesses one by one, with Lu Xiao providing additional insights. After that, the combat units were led by their captains for training, with the goal of having 1/5 of them achieve entry-level proficiency. Yishan began to assign tasks to the logistics group, with the primary task being to collect medicinal plants like bay leaves and shade grass nearby, followed by searching for resilient branches to make arrows, and finally fresh water and food. Of course, these 3 tasks could also be carried out simultaneously. The medical team led by Zhang Quan had a relatively relaxed schedule, with 3 emergency doctors teaching some first aid knowledge, hoping it would be useful. Everyone was full of energy, and the captains generously shared their knowledge, the only exception being Lu Xiao, who sat continuously at the tree roots, munching on roasted meat. He appointed someone with decent archery skills as the deputy captain, while he himself just watched and enjoyed the pleasure brought by the Pearl Spirit body. The key was that everyone felt his behavior was entirely justified. He was a great god, after all, with high energy consumption requiring a lot of food. Even though he couldn't eat anymore, after this round of eating, his strength attribute had already soared to 12. Chapter 29, Beast Skin Leisurely. Lu Xiao took out 3 beast skin maps and 9 beast skin documents. Since he returned from Earth, he had been in an almost continuous battle, and only now had a bit of time to study these spoils, spending 100 merit points on the cutting-edge price. He mastered the language and script of the lizardmen and began to read. This first reading was significant. On the first beast skin, he discovered something extraordinary. It recorded the lizardmen's research results on the transformation of spiritual bodies. The charging of spiritual energy crystals goes without saying. But the key point was the consumption of the spiritual body of the metamorphosed. It turned out that his previous understanding was wrong. The beast skin recorded that the spiritual body of a deceased, metamorphosed individual would still exist for a short time. If there was a kill notification, it would be possible to search for the spiritual body within the corpse in time. In other words, when the physical body dies and a kill notification appears, one could still obtain the spiritual body without needing to bring the enemy to the brink of death and then hurriedly dig up the corpse. This gave Lu Xiao a renewed understanding of Qi Zhao's reckless killing behavior, and it greatly increased the likelihood of metamorphosis for his side. Indeed, knowledge is the primary productive force. Next, he looked further down. It was a record of the growth of the lizardmen population, showing the number of metamorphosed and non-metamorphosed lizardmen during each origin cycle, their growth conditions, the metamorphosis time of each metamorphosed individual, and the reserves of spiritual energy crystals. Lu Xiao was unlucky. It stated that there were only 2 spiritual energy crystals remaining, just as he was about to launch a surprise attack, and one was used in the process. If he had gone earlier, he would have captured more spiritual energy crystals. There were 217 metamorphosed lizards and 339 non-metamorphosed lizards. This number made Lu Xiao feel a bit challenged, but at least knowing the total number of the enemy was quite valuable. The next beast skin document recorded something strange, a timetable documenting a faith ability called Power Release, including the usage time and effects. From the effects, it appeared that lizardmen subjected to Power Release generally had their power attributes increased by around 15 points. Unfortunately, there was no additional information about Power Release. This made Lu Xiao recall the strange ritual he had spied on with a small lizard man, after charging through spiritual energy crystals and completing its transformation. Seemed to be under the influence of some kind of magic, quickly growing larger. It seemed that was the effect of Power Release. This explained why Lu Xiao had previously thought that the body would instantly become stronger after metamorphosis. It turned out he had guessed wrong. Speaking of which, that dark red lizard man, the strongest creature in the outer area of the falling star eye, had mastered some kind of divine belief. At that time, when he wielded a short stick, he was likely releasing the faith ability of Power Release. No wonder he seemed to be chanting and dancing like a shaman. Lu Xiao had always felt that the strongest creature in this area was somewhat overrated. It turned out the other was a mage, And what do mages fear the most? Ambushes and cold arrows. Well, I apologize to you, strongest creature. Before you could show your true strength, you met your end. The next 5 beast skin documents recorded the physical attribute values of each metamorphosed lizardman, which was similar to what his team was doing, as understanding each member's attributes would facilitate better coordination of combat power. Lu Xiao gained a rough understanding of a lizardman's physical attributes. Lizardmen who had not undergone the baptism of power release were, in fact, just small lizardmen, with physical attributes generally at toughness 13, strength 15, agility 8, and burst 7, while those who had undergone the baptism had their strength generally exceeding 30. Fortunately, they were not superhumans. Otherwise, Lu Xiao would have been done for upon his first encounter with the lizardmen. Now, he had a comprehensive understanding of the lizardmen, which gave Lu Xiao greater confidence in defeating this group of extraterrestrial beings. The last beast skin document recorded the growth of a single lizardman over a long period of 24 origin cycles, and its final physical attributes reached toughness 22, strength 41, agility 15, and burst 14. It also specifically noted that this lizardman had returned to its home planet. Well, Lu Xiao figured out which individual was recorded in the documents. This highly anticipated racial genius was currently lying in a state of disarray, or rather, part of it. Fortunately, his group had mistakenly killed it. Otherwise, this four-dimensional superhuman would have made his crew experience what it meant to be overwhelmed in an encounter. Having finished reading the beast skin documents, he was still preoccupied with the spiritual energy crystal mine, which seemed to be mentioned nowhere. With so many spiritual energy crystals possessed by this batch of lizardmen, if they hadn't found a vein, even Lu Xiao wouldn't believe it. There was nothing to be done but to look at the map. Perhaps he had missed some important resources in his hasty escape last time. He unfolded the first beast skin map, which was an overview of the entire falling star eye, drawn extremely crudely, with only lines outlining the general shape. The falling star eye truly lived up to its name. The entire area resembled an eye. The outer ring of the falling star eye was shaped like a jujube pit, while the core area was a standard circle, overall resembling an eyeball and eye socket. The outer area included the foot of the main mountain range to the peak. Combined with Lu Xiao's memories, the mountaintop was flat and quite extensive. The core area was a gigantic celestial pit, a round celestial pit. Falling star? Could it really be that a star fell and smashed down here? This map mainly depicted the outer area, including the lizardmen gathering points evenly distributed in 8 directions, as well as several marked locations for descending into the celestial pit. It was truly fortuitous that there was someone to provide a pillow when he was drowsy. The second beast skin map depicted the situation around the southern gathering point, including some freshwater resources, animal burrows, and plant distribution, which held little value for Lu Xiao but should be useful for Yishan. On the last beast skin map, Lu Xiao looked puzzled until he discovered the curved, long lines and the blank areas on either side, leading him to think it might represent the river valley plains where humans resided. From the direction, he could infer that this was a map drawn by the lizardmen after exploring the surrounding area. The center of the map was northwest of the falling star eye, at a lake called Mirror Lake. He didn't know if the lizardman scale was accurate, but this Mirror Lake was drawn on the map as larger than 6 river valley plains, and there was a label within the lake named Yading, which only had a name without any explanation of what it was. Centered around Mirror Lake, only the southeast corner had a pattern with marked text. The other areas were left blank. Extending southeast to the edge of the map was the river valley plains. It was hard to say how far apart the two were, as the lizardman's map was indeed crude. The map depicted several winding lines, all originating from the western area of the falling star I called the smoke sand wetlands, with each line extending towards Mirror Lake from different angles, but not a single line ultimately reached the lake. Lu Xiao was puzzled. Why were the lizardmen so fixated on this Mirror Lake? Did they intend to spawn in the lake? Forget it. He didn't understand and couldn't make hasty conclusions. What did this Yading represent? Was there a giant monster in the lake called Yading? Was the lizardman's deity named Yading? Or was there a city called Yading there? It seemed that the answer could only be found by himself. What a pity there was still no information about the core area of the falling star eye, and the spiritual energy crystal mine was completely unrecorded. However, At least there were clues to enter the core area. These documents and maps were still very valuable. Lu Xiao carefully rolled up the beast skins and placed them back into the remnants. Chapter 30. Facing the enemy, the area assessment in the battlefield has not yet concluded, indicating that the pursuit and extermination of humans by the cavalry has not ended, where the number of hostile races within the same area still falls within the demands of war. It is unclear what the situation outside is like. What the aftermath of the fire will reveal, perhaps only reaching the mountain peak will provide answers. The training of each team continues vigorously. For someone like Yang Yunlong, who already has a solid foundation, a bit of adjustment is all that is needed to reach the entry-level proficiency in spear handling. However, for others, especially those without any combat or weapon experience, it may take a long time to reach the entry level. For these people, they can afford to wait and take their time, but Lu Xiao does not want to waste time. He only has a limited amount to give to others. The physical condition of humans at the origin is almost negligible if they do not grow quickly and gain more advantages. Holding on to a steady development mindset will soon leave them with nothing, as evidenced by the collapse against the cavalry. No one will give you time. If humans want to become strong and establish a foothold at the origin, they can only take greater risks to grow rapidly. Lu Xiao approached Li Tianjia and spoke a few words to him. 1 hour remaining. Li Tianjia then shouted to the crowd. The logistics team member beside him, holding a stopwatch, immediately began timing. Lu Xiao then found Yi Shan, asking her to draft a list for spiritual transformation, ensuring that the 4 girls must be among the first 4, then arranging the order based on each person's willingness and the danger level of the environment before teleportation. At the same time, he provided her with a map marking resource points around the lizardmen's gathering spots, roughly explaining the meaning of each mark and text. Yi Shan's logistics team was highly efficient. They quickly found suitable hardwood in the forest for making arrows. With multiple people working together, using rudimentary tools, they had already produced hundreds of arrows. However, due to the lack of metal, the arrowheads could only be sharpened wooden shafts, significantly reducing their lethality. Lu Xiao tested a few shots and shook his head helplessly. These arrows were basically incapable of penetrating the defenses of the lizardmen unless they hit vulnerable spots like the eyes. But it was better than nothing. And since the lizardmen could produce hunting knives, daggers, and fist blades, they must have the tools for smelting and forging. If they lacked something, they could just take it. The 8th Route Army also had no guns or cannons at first. The enemy provided those for us. The long weapon and short weapon teams had somewhat more decent weapons. Having pieced together some truly lethal weapons from the arms and materials Lu Xiao had previously looted. An hour passed quickly. After a new round of statistics, it became clear that completing the set tasks was impossible. Only 17 people had reached entry-level weapon proficiency. Among them were 3 from the long weapon team, 12 from a short weapon team, and 2 from marksman team. It didn't seem like many, but it was actually more than Lu Xiao had anticipated. Among them, Li Tianjia, Yang Zhao, and Yang Zhe also successfully reached this level, while Zhou Yuka was not counted. He had no foundation and was only at the level of having done some farm work during his vacation. The 2 marksmen who reached entry-level proficiency were the first 2 to follow him, naturally choosing basic accuracy as their skill. The teams assembled, with Lu Xiao at the front, followed by the long weapon team, short weapon team, medical and logistics, and finally a small team of long weapons at the rear. Before setting off, Li Tianjia made a speech. This time, our objective is to capture the outer area of the Falling Star Eye. Our enemies are over 500 lizardmen, and everyone should be aware of the enemy situation. Here, I will reiterate, we are not going to die for nothing, but we must not fear sacrifice. We, the Huaxiao people, must show our courage at the origin. Being slaughtered by beasts does not indicate our weakness. It only shows that we are not strong enough. After this battle, those who survive will have the chance to become strong, and those who sacrifice will be remembered by this land and by each of us. After finishing his speech, he shouted, "Let's go." The crowd, lowering their voices, roared with energy. When I and the Great Ones become strong, we will come back and kill these beasts. The spiritual transformation. I am ready to fight these alien beasts at the origin, despite differing thoughts. The morale of the 300-person team was unprecedentedly high. Holding a guiding worm in a bottle, Lu Xiao moved through the forest. with the large group silently following 3 meters behind him. The pace of advancement was not fast. After nearly half an hour, area information finally appeared. Discovered entry-level danger zone. Outer area of the falling star. They were about to truly enter the danger zone, and the team made a brief adjustment before continuing to move forward. Gradually, various animals and unfamiliar vegetation began to appear around them. The logistics team members were somewhat excited, as their food supplies were severely lacking. However, after communicating with Lu Xiao, Yishan decided to temporarily refrain from hunting animals. Lu Xiao's goal was to take down the southern gathering point of the lizardmen, the same place where he had successfully conducted a sneak attack last time. Their advantage lay in being hidden. If the lizardmen gathered, their small number would surely be insufficient. Combat power is not merely a sum of attribute points. A transformed lizardman, in terms of attributes, compares to humans at about 1, 2, or 1, 3, but can 2 to 3 children take on an adult? What about an adult wielding a slaughter knife? And how would one fare against an adult clad in scales? The journey proceeded surprisingly smoothly. Not only did they not see a single lizardman, but they also did not encounter any traps used for capturing wild beasts that they had seen before. With no dangers along the way, the team reached the summit of the falling star eye. While everyone marveled at the vast view from above, they also beheld a scene that made their hearts race. In the distance, the river valley plain was no longer a comfortable camping ground for humans, but had become a territory for the cavalry to roam. Ordinary people could not see clearly, but Lu Xiao could see the cavalry searching for humans who were playing dead or had not yet died, while more cavalry were feasting on the corpses of both humans and their own kind. At the edge of the forest, trees would occasionally fall or shake, likely indicating traces of the cavalry chasing humans within. Just as Lu Xiao had said, the deeper they went into the forest, the quieter it became. At the foot of the falling star eye, there were almost no signs of fleeing or large-scale movement. As witnesses to the war of races, people felt dazed. At this moment, all of this seemed so far away from them. From the early evacuation of the university students to Lu Xiao's measured movements on the battlefield, and now their distance from the battlefield, these facts told them that everything was within Lu Xiao's expectations. Even on a battlefield where blades and swords are indiscriminate, Lu Xiao still had the ability and confidence to retreat unscathed. This undoubtedly made everyone present look at Lu Xiao's back with even more admiration. It should be noted that after leaving the war zone of the River Valley Plain, Lu Xiao's title effect had already disappeared, but his influence over the crowd had not diminished at all. After a brief rest, the team continued to advance, and everyone's expressions became more serious. Their movements particularly cautious, as they were now very close to their destination. Lu Xiao scouted alone ahead, increasing the distance between himself and the team from the original 30 meters to now over 100 meters. Amidst the shadows of the trees, Lu Xiao silently pulled up his hood, activating his camouflage, completely blending into his surroundings, leaving only a pair of piercing eyes. Upon seeing Lu Xiao disappear, Li Tianjia raised his right arm high, and everyone halted, bending down and quietly waiting in unease. They dared not even breathe. Apart from their own heartbeats and the rustling of leaves, no other sounds could be heard. The painful wait felt so long, and everyone silently encouraged themselves to stay calm and keep their hands, which held weapons, from trembling. Not feeling nervous? That was impossible, especially on the eve of a great battle. Unless one was battle-hardened, no one could escape the instinctual drive. A male student from the long weapon group was assigned to the second row, his body shaking uncontrollably. He tried hard to control it, but it had no effect, as if his body no longer belonged to him. A large hand gently pressed on his back, and in panic, the student turned to look at the adult man beside him, who was smiling kindly at him. Feeling the warmth of that hand on his spine, the student bit his lip and nodded with difficulty to the person next to him, adjusting his breathing and gradually calming his mind. A blurred figure quickly moved from the front to whisper a few words to the leader, Li Tianjia, and then turned back and disappeared into the shade of the trees. Battle formation. Prepare for battle. Li Tianjia's voice was not loud, but it was full of strength. Orders were passed down one after another in low voices. and a rustling sound began to rise as the various teams started to awkwardly take their positions. The long weapon team protected the front and flanks. The short weapon team stood behind the long weapon team. The archers were positioned on several large rocks in the center, and the medical and logistics teams were at the back of the formation. Come on, come on. People encouraged each other, both to those around them and to themselves. Once the formation was set, all that was left was to wait, with 302 pairs of eyes fixed on the woods ahead. Chapter 31. Team battle. Not long after, strange screeches and the sound of branches snapping began to echo from a distance. As everyone held their breath and gripped their weapons tightly, a figure covered in mottled colors appeared in sight. The figure moved agilely like a weasel, leaping and swaying from side to side while approaching. A hunting bow occasionally let out a thud as arrows pierced through tree trunks, accompanied by muffled sounds. Lu Xiao showcased his skills in front of everyone, not intentionally, but simply wanting to inflict as much damage on the lizardmen before the two sides clashed head-on. He had already infiltrated near the lizardmen's gathering point, and it was clear that the lizardmen were on guard this time, with at least 40 visible. Not to mention, they were even using stones and trees to build a low wall. Most likely, it was due to the arrow holes left on several bodies from the last encounter. The lizardmen were afraid of being ambushed and decided to build a wall for simple defense. After understanding this situation, he returned to the team and explained the lizardmen's gathering point and the subsequent plan to Li Tianjia before heading back to the vicinity of the gathering point. This time, he didn't waste words. There was no way he would charge in. He wanted them to come out willingly. He raised his hand and shot a few arrows. 3 lizardmen outside the low wall, along with 2 still building the wall, were inexplicably shot through the head, while 2 other arrows missed slightly but still caused fatal injuries. The sound of the arrows was not loud, but the wounded lizardmen let out a miserable howl. Having learned the lizardmen's language, Lu Xiao understood what they were shouting. Help! Help! Well, it's human nature to call for help. This time, he had stirred up a hornet's nest. A group of lizardmen screeched and charged out from behind the low wall, and more lizardmen angrily rushed out from the rocks. Goodness, counting casually, there were already over 100. 8 gathering points, over 500 in total. How come a quarter of them are here? In surprise, a large number of lizardmen gathered outside the low wall, searching for the enemy with their small eyes, yet they couldn't find their target for a long time, making the scene somewhat awkward. Where's the enemy? Where is he? The lizardmen screeched, but couldn't find the one who ambushed them. Lu Xiao was too lazy to play hide-and-seek with them. He sought an angle and shot his arrows. Thud! 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 The muffled sounds of arrows piercing through flesh were music to his ears. The perfect tension of the bowstring showcased the bow's lethality, as the arrows penetrated 2 lizardmen and still had enough force to stab into the chest of a third. At this moment, over 100 fierce red eyes finally spotted Lu Xiao hidden among the shadows of the trees. There! Kill him! I want his head. No one else take it. It must be this beast who killed the chieftain. Capture him and sacrifice him alive. Amid the cries for blood, the lizardmen with their long tails swung wildly charged towards Lu Xiao. While shooting and retreating, Lu Xiao darted through the forest, using dynamic shooting skills to kite the enemies. And continuously pulling the lizardmen's formation made it easier for his arrows to deal penetrating damage. Just when he thought he could wipe out the 100 lizardmen alone, several lizardmen with spears sticking out of their backs brought him back to reality. The enemy now had ranged attack capabilities, and he couldn't act so arrogantly anymore. During the retreat, he had to zigzag his movements. He had suffered greatly from thrown spears before and had shadows in his heart. Be careful of their flying spears. At the moment before he returned to his team's formation, he shouted loudly for everyone to find cover before the melee began. Those who acted quickly hid behind stones or trees. The smart ones crawled on the ground, while those who froze in place were out of luck. In an instant, several flying spears came hurtling through the air, for members of the long weapon team were pinned to the ground before they even realized what had happened. And in the field of view, dozens of ferocious lizardmen surged forward like rampaging rhinoceroses. Even having seen the corpses of lizardmen, the fear was still overwhelming when faced with living beasts. Just as many in the front ranks of the long weapon team began to tremble with fear, Li Tianjia shouted with all his might from the front lines. Remember, This is our first battle initiated by humanity at the origin, but it is definitely not the last battle. Remember, after this battle, we will all become strong. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao, standing on the giant rock, was shooting accurately, taking down a lizard man charging at the front with 2 arrows, sending it crashing to the ground. Entering rapid-fire mode, Lu Xiao was like a Gatling gun from the cold weapon era, shooting 2 arrows per second. Li Tianjia's rallying cry and Lu Xiao's valiant performance greatly boosted everyone's morale. The coldness throughout their bodies gradually transformed into surging hot blood. Kill! Come on, beasts! Amidst the heart-wrenching roars, people emerge from their initial fear of battle, rebounding from the depths of their fears to unleash a fearless courage. Different creatures from different star domains collided completely at this moment. The lizard men charging at the front directly crashed into the formation of spears and staffs, creating a cacophony of sounds. These lizard men experienced the pleasure of being caught in traps, their eyes bulging with rage, yet they still staggered forward, as numerous spears and wooden staffs were instantly broken by their fists and blades. However, there were also some long-handled weapons embedded with animal horns that pierced the unarmored bellies of the lizard men. After a brief encounter, the lizardmen vanguard failed to break the formation of the long weapon team, and aside from the 4 who were stabbed by spears, there were surprisingly no other losses on the human side. This was already a perfect start. The damage that the long weapon team could inflict was extremely limited. Their role was merely to prevent the lizardmen from disrupting the formation. The real killing power still came from the archers. In just 2 breaths, over a dozen lizard men blocked by the long weapon team had already become Lu Xiao's arrows' victims. More flying spears came, 3 of which were aimed directly at Lu Xiao. He narrowly dodged the distant ambush, but several members of the long weapon team were pierced by the flying spears. The injured were gravely wounded, yet they did not cry out, which made Lu Xiao unable to help but feel deep respect for the team members. The medical team had just dragged the previously injured 4 to the back and rushed forward again. The horde of lizard men emerged from the shadows of the trees. The real battle had begun. Dozens of lizard men crashed into the human line, and under their immense strength, many spears were broken. Without traps to slow them down, the lizard men charged like war chariots. Casualties quickly rose, and the lizardmen's fists and blades flew up and down, harvesting lives as easily as cutting vegetables once they got close. Their massive tails swung continuously, easily swatting aside weapons thrusting at them from the sides. The long-handled team members on the flanks rushed in to support, barely holding the line. Several particularly strong lizard men smashed through the center, crashing straight into the short weapon team's axes and knives. Li Tianjia wielded a fist blade in his left hand and a hunting knife in his right, engaging in a chaotic battle with these lizard men. Even though his strength had exceeded 10, he was still no match for the lizard men in a one-on-one fight. The gap in strength could only be compensated for by swordsmanship. He exerted all his might to deflect a downward strike from a lizard man, and the blade of his knife broke through. With his left hand, he thrust the fist blade sharply into the lizardman's abdomen, making a squelching sound as it pierced its soft belly. With one successful strike, the pained lizard man screeched in agony, swinging a hand to knock Li Tianjia back. In an instant, 2 hunting knives stabbed into its lower abdomen, and Zhang Zhe and another person, after landing their hits, slashed sideways, green blood and large chunks of intestines spilling out from the torn wound. The few lizard men that had charged into the short weapon team were quickly dealt with through the combined efforts of the team. Drag the bodies to the back. Yishan, Lu Xiao, standing on the giant rock, shouted. These lizard men were strong and clearly transformed. If they died without consuming spiritual bodies for a long time, it would be a sheer waste. Logistics team, the voice of Yishan, came from behind, and soon dozens of men began to drag away the bodies that had fallen within the ranks, while also taking on the responsibilities of the medical team, dragging the incapacitated wounded to the rear. In just a few minutes, the 133-member long weapon team was already showing signs of collapse. Under the simultaneous charge of dozens of lizard men, significant casualties were unavoidable. Captain Yang Yunlong roared as he pulled out a spear from the chest of a lizard man, while the remaining members gradually retreated. At that moment, Lu Xiao had already dealt with 8 lizard men skilled in using spears. After throwing their spears, These 8 lizardmen began picking up stones to throw, forcing the archer team to dodge, which infuriated Lu Xiao, prompting him to kill them one by one. Without the distant harassment, the remaining 28 archers truly revealed their fangs, and arrows flew like locusts, instantly hitting the lizardmen entangled in combat, satisfying their hunger for vengeance. This greatly reduced the pressure on the team members engaged in battle, allowing them to reorganize their formation. Lu Xiao stood at the highest point, his sharp gaze directing each shot accurately, with arrows finding their mark without fail. A girl stood behind him like a nurse, precisely handing him arrows, which increased his shooting speed even further. Lu Xiao had completely lost his mind to the killing. At this distance, every arrow was aimed at the heads of the lizardmen, almost without pause. He knew that each moment he spent shooting safely was bought at the cost of his companions' lives. Bang, 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 bang. Green blood splattered in his vision, and flesh exploded under his arrows. To Lu Xiao, lizardmen were like ants in the eyes of humans, crushed before the powerful. The bowstring was hot, and the sounds gradually ceased. The intense panting became the only noise on the battlefield. People swallowed hard, looking at each other. Their eyes reflected hesitation, excitement, and the relief of surviving a catastrophe. When the dust settled, a surge of suppressed exhilaration erupted from their throats, forming a simple word. Oh! Everyone raised their weapons high, screaming with all their might. In front of them lay the once mighty extraterrestrial beings. They were far stronger than the cavalry that had once crushed humanity. They had tough scales, unmatched weapons, and powerful tails, yet ultimately they fell at their feet, defeated by their own weakness. This is what victory feels like. For everyone except Lu Xiao. It was the first time in their lives they tasted the true flavor of victory, not to mention that some had never seen blood before. But these people had won, not just survived, but truly triumphed. Everyone was scared, but no one chose to flee. Even if they died, they faced the enemy. Those on the list. Quickly consume the spirit bodies. Lu Xiao's shout interrupted everyone as they continued to bask in the joy of victory. Those numbered 1 to 100 on the list. Consume the spirit bodies nearby. Yi Shan's voice rang out. She had already numbered the list of those who requested transformation, prepared for such a situation. A group of people rushed towards the freshly fallen lizardman bodies as if awakening from a dream, picking up the lizardmen's clawed weapons and starting to strike at their heads. Meanwhile, many wounded were being treated on the spot, and 3 emergency doctors were already sweating profusely, their bodies stained with blood. The logistics team searched through the lizardmen's corpses for red and white pills, which could save lives. The 3 doctors could only quickly stop the bleeding, and without tools or medicine, their capabilities were severely limited. Most of the seriously injured had open wounds, and many couldn't help but turn their heads to vomit. Everything was too bloody. One by one, red and white pills were found, cut open or directly stuffed into the mouths of the injured according to their conditions. Lu Xiao saw a male student desperately pressing his hands against the abdomen of a middle-aged man, whose wound was spurting blood. The young boy's face, smeared with red and green blood, was still smiling at the man. "Big brother, hold on. Open your eyes, look at me. Don't sleep." The boy would not forget that it was this man who had given him warmth when he was trembling with nervousness. Now, it was his turn to do something. The pale-faced, middle-aged man, in pain, raised his hand and grasped the boy's hand. Smiling, he closed his eyes. The boy kept pressing on the wound, unwilling to let go, tears streaming down his face. He was just going home. Someone patted the boy on the shoulder and softly said to him. The boy turned his head to look at Lu Xiao standing behind him, wiped away his tears, and nodded silently. "I still don't know his name. He is your companion. Everyone here is." After saying that, Lu Xiao walked away. Cleaning the battlefield would take a considerable amount of time, and this process had little to do with him. After exchanging a few words with Li Tianjia, Lu Xiao left. He returned to the lizardmen's gathering area, where there were less than 10 lizardmen remaining, all of whom could be judged from their size to be those who had not transformed or undergone the baptism of power release. Walking slowly, Lu Xiao entered the area bounded by low walls, casually passing by the freshly fallen corpses. Finally, he stopped in front of a massive stone house at the edge of a cliff, sitting down on the ground, looking at a long list of merit rewards without clicking on it, and luxuriously exchanged merit points for a pack of his usual cigarettes. He tore open the plastic wrap, took out a pack, ripped it open, pulled out a stick, put it in his mouth, and lit it. Thus, the southern gathering point of the lizard men was completely occupied. Chapter 32 Farewell. At the end, nearly an hour later, human figures appeared outside the low wall. The rested team began to step into the architectural complex created by alien creatures. Li Tianjia sat down beside Lu Xiao, who offered him a cigarette, but he declined. 79 people died, and 14 were seriously injured or disabled. The others have mostly recovered, Li Tianjia said softly. Lu Xiao nodded noncommittally. This casualty rate was lower than expected. 54 people completed their transformation, including Yishan and her 3 companions. The numbers seem a bit off, Lu Xiao began. There should be some who exceeded their spiritual body stay time, Li Tianjia speculated. Can we roughly calculate the time? Yishan said it should be 5 minutes. Lu Xiao nodded and fell silent. The red pill has no effect on severed limbs, Li Tianjia said, feeling somewhat down. That's normal. So the actual casualty number is 93. Just get used to it. We only move part of the lizardmen's bodies here. How do we handle the rest? I'll take care of it. Okay, Tianjia. I might have to leave the team, Lu Xiao said, tossing the cigarette but to the ground and extinguishing it with his foot. Why? Li Tianjia looked at him in surprise. As long as I'm here, the team cannot grow. I counted. I have 77 kills on my personal record, and there are no more rewards for exceeding my tier. This means the lizardmen and I are on the same level now. Lu Xiao's gaze was unfocused. This was his well-considered decision. But without you, Li Tianjia azitata. With me, everyone will always be in the role of a tool, and most of the resources will be taken by me. Without me, you all will have the chance to grow, even if the cost will be high. Lu Xiao lit another cigarette. The ground was already littered with butts. I've been thinking about what the point of the origin throwing us here is. Is it just to make different creatures kill each other? No, killing is merely a means, not the goal. What is the goal then? Perhaps it's to allow some people to grow rapidly in brutal battles. Survival of the fittest? Li Tianjia murmurat. Right? Wasn't that the case when Homo sapiens first appeared on Earth? That sounds somewhat reasonable. Are you confident? Lu Xiao looked into Li Tianjia's eyes. I should be, Li Tianjia replied, also looking at him. Suddenly, both of them smiled. By the way, what direction is the thing that summoned you? Behind you, Li Tianjia answered casually. Huh? Lu Xiao became uneasy, turning to look at the stone house behind him. Inside the house, Li Tianjia shook his head, stood up, and pointed in a direction. Lu Xiao followed the direction and saw the stone pillar at the edge of the cliff. His lips twitched as he stared blankly at Li Tianjia. That's it. I can feel it, Li Tianjia said solemnly, slowly walking towards the stone pillar. Lu Xiao watched his back without interrupting. Li Tianjia arrived at the base of the stone pillar, gazing up at the statue at the top. Then, he knelt on one knee, his expression devout, and began whispering. In the sunlight, the statue faintly glowed, and in that moment, the surrounding noise disappeared, everything eerily quiet yet solemnly sacred. Lu Xiao crossed his arms and waited silently. The entire process didn't last long. Li Tianjia slowly stood up, opened his eyes, and seemed to have gained a bit more spirit. As he returned to Lu Xiao's side, before he could speak, Lu Xiao asked first, "Did you find a god to believe in?" Li Tianjia nodded, "The god of war, the creator deity of the origin. I had my suspicions before, and now it's finally confirmed." Lu Xiao checked Li Tianjia's panel information, and sure enough, a title appeared on Li Tianjia's panel, War Envoy. Did you receive a power release? Lu Xiao was deeply impressed by this belief-related ability. Unfortunately not. It was a choice of 3, and none were similar to a power release, so I chose Battle Cry. It can temporarily boost our side's strength and resilience while weakening the enemy's abilities. That is also quite good. Step by step, how do you enhance your belief? Simple and straightforward. Keep fighting. Li Tianjia chuckled helplessly. All right, it seems the way to enhance divine belief is related to the deity itself. I understand. Too bad there's no power release, otherwise. Don't be greedy. Maybe that ability is meant for spellcasters. Don't think too much about it. Lu Xiao said, extending his palm. Now that you have divine belief, I feel much more at ease. Are you leaving now? Li Tianjia looked at the hovering hand. What else? Continue being a little nanny? Or just watch you all develop slowly? Lu Xiao replied with a smile. Ha! The two clasped hands firmly. Be careful. The end awaits you. After briefly greeting the Yang brothers and Yishan, Lu Xiao left. A few people gathered around Li Tianjia, watching Lu Xiao's receding figure. Is Lu Xiao really leaving just like that? Zhou Yuka asked, puzzled. What else? Should he keep being your nanny bodyguard? Li Tianjia Skufa. That is not what I meant. Zhou Yuka quickly explained. What do you mean then? Yang Zhao spoke up. I mean, why didn't he say goodbye to me before leaving? Everyone get lost. By the way, boss, did you talk to him? About Yishan? Yang suddenly asked. Li Tianjia slapped his forehead. Damn, I forgot. Everyone, all right then. Returning to the previous battlefield, the human bodies had been buried on the spot, and the ground was littered with incomplete lizardmen bodies. Lu Xiao stuffed as many of these giant corpses as possible into the defective items. These were his food for growth, and he naturally wanted to avoid waste. With over 400 lizardmen, this battle had claimed more than a quarter, but the remaining forces, if gathered to deal with Li Tianjia and the others, would definitely spell disaster. Lu Xiao unfolded a hide map, determined the southeast direction, and headed towards another lizardman gathering point. 2 hours later, at the southeastern lizardman gathering point, Lu Xiao stood at the center of a circular area surrounded by more than 10 stone houses, with over 20 lizardman corpses lying nearby. He methodically counted the number of corpses. After finishing, he looked up and calculated the number of remaining lizardmen, frowning slightly and cursing. Why are there still so many? He then leaped into the shadows of the forest, disappearing from sight. 3 hours later, Lu Xiao's figure appeared atop the tree canopy. From his high vantage point, he looked down at the lizardman gathering point ahead. It was significantly larger than the previous one, with over 50 visible lizardmen. Locking his gaze on a lizardman carrying a spear, he slowly blended into the surrounding foliage, drew his bow, and released. The originally chaotic gathering point instantly erupted into chaos. Campfires were overturned, flames danced wildly. More lizardmen rushed out from the stone structures, only to fall inexplicably. Once the spear-throwing lizardmen were picked off one by one, the true slaughter began amidst the chaos. Lu Xiao, from his high ground, mercilessly harvested the lives of his enemies like a shadowy Gatling gun. When the lizardmen finally noticed him atop the tree canopy and scrambled to the base of the tree, straining to climb up, they found that this cunning enemy had already jumped to another tree, playfully smiling down at them. A deep sense of helplessness drove the lizardmen into a rage as they looked up to chase Lu Xiao, who was leaping from branch to branch, until the last lizardman was pierced through the head by an arrow. This seemingly unfair battle came to an end. Pulling back his hood, Lu Xiao landed lightly, pointing at the corpses on the ground, and collected the arrows from the bodies, the trunks, and the ground one by one. 67. He lifted his chin and continued with a mental subtraction, clearly satisfied with the number after the equal sign this time. Lu Xiao's goal was simple. The remaining lizardmen couldn't be too many or too few. Otherwise, where would Li Tianjia and the others get their opportunities for higher-level kills? If there were no enemies to practice against, it would be quite unreasonable. After searching around, he took as many useful supplies as possible and wrote something impolite on the outer stone wall with the green blood of the lizardmen. Lu Xiao reopened the animal skin map to find a marked location for entering the core area of the falling star eye. The nearest mark was almost overlapping with his current position at the eastern gathering point. Arriving at the edge of the cliff, he found a lifting device, a rudimentary tool resembling a basket. By pulling the rope, he brought a rattan basket up from the bottomless pit. While dropping it was much simpler, just let go of the rope. Lu Xiao tested the rope's toughness and found it reliable. So he held on tightly and climbed into the basket himself. Slowly releasing the rope, the basket carrying him began to descend gradually. 20 minutes later, he was surrounded by thick fog, and the sky above the pit was shrouded in mist, making it impossible to see the situation inside the pit from a cliff. After continuing to descend for 5 more minutes, the originally milky white fog changed, turning from dense white to bright red, until it became a dark crimson color, with a bloody scent wafting through the mist. As Lu Xiao emerged from the blood-colored fog with the basket, the world inside the pit finally revealed itself. At the same time, the system also displayed a notification. Intermediate danger zone detected. Falling Star, I Chapter 33. Within the Heavenly Eye discovered intermediate danger zone. Falling Star Heavenly Eye received intermediate exploration reward. 5 physical freedom attribute points. Detected that the intelligent beings of the Galactic Order first entered this area. Galactic Order Origin Merit Points 50. Obtain Galactic Order Merit Points 5,000. With the system rewards in place, Lu Zhao's Galactic Order Merit Points officially exceeded 20,000, reaching 20,050 points. If all merit points were converted into RMB, he had already entered the ranks of the super rich with assets of 2 billion. Unfortunately, the merit points of the Galactic Order had limited use within the Origin, mainly for knowledge payments, language learning, and transporting some insignificant items. He poured all the physical freedom attribute points into agility, which reached 25, and after seeing the 4-dimensional superhumans among the lizardmen, this value seemed a bit meager. There was no choice but to accumulate little by little. Lu Xiao could only comfort himself. He already had the Pearl Spirit Body, and asking for more seemed a bit unreasonable. Under the blood-red, thick fog, the sky pit was dark and eerie, the barren ground desolate and lifeless, with not a single living being in sight, not even flowers, grass, or trees. Within the sky pit spanning dozens of kilometers, apart from the reddish-black soil and scattered small puddles, there was only one tree. To be precise, it was a massive tree with a lush blood-red canopy. That tree stood alone in the center of the circular sky pit, towering at around 200 meters, with the top third covered in thick fog. Is this the intermediate danger zone? But there's nothing here. Still suspended in the air, Lu Xiao looked around and indeed saw no living creature. Of course, it might also be due to the dim light in the pit, affecting his visibility. Pia, the basket made of vines, landed steadily on the ground. Lu Xiao stepped out, examined the rolled-up vines on the ground, and since he planned to leave, he was counting on these vines. After confirming there were no issues, he began to scrutinize everything around him. The soft, moist soil sank slightly with each step, and blood-red liquid seeped out from the surrounding soil. He crouched down, dipped a finger in it, and brought it to his nose. There was indeed a bloody smell, but not as thick as blood. It was more like diluted blood water. He casually grabbed a handful of a small substance floating in the air, resembling dandelion seeds, which was ubiquitous in the air. Opening his palm, this substance turned into blood water in his hand. It was not a biological entity, but merely a matter condensed from blood water. Everything here exuded danger and eeriness, completely different from Lu Zhao's initial assumptions. He looked toward the enormous object over 10 kilometers away, realizing that the answer could only be found there. His footsteps made a papa sound as Lu Xiao slowly walked toward the center of the sky pit. The irregular protrusions on the ground were roots that had drilled up from the earth, and in shallow pools, bubbles occasionally rose from the bottom. When they burst on the surface, a strong, bloody smell wafted up. What made this place barren, and what stained it with blood? Was it just that tree? To be honest, Lu Xiao felt a bit anxious. The pit was an intermediate danger zone, and if there were powerful creatures everywhere, he wouldn't have much to say. He could just run quickly and come back later when he was stronger. But ironically, there was nothing here. What was the lizard man doing down here? Could it be for laying eggs again? He wanted to mock himself for always being preoccupied with matters of egg-laying. But the bizarre and dim environment made it hard for him to even smile. Suddenly, Lu Xiao stopped. He slowly took out a cigarette from his waist pouch, lit it, and took a puff. This environment was particularly suitable for having a smoke. They say cigarettes are a man's spiritual support. When a person is under pressure, they especially need the comfort that tobacco brings. In reality, Lu Xiao couldn't feel the pleasure of nicotine being released in his alveoli because he was smoking a wrapped cigarette, which meant the smoke didn't reach his lungs but just circulated in his mouth and throat before he exhaled. However, the entire process of smoking still made him feel at ease. The humid blood scent extinguished the cigarette but's flame in just a moment. Impatiently, he lit it again. If this cigarette cost only 20 yuan a pack on Earth, here, the value of one cigarette was 50,000 yuan. After all, it cost him 100 merit points to exchange for it, so not finishing it would be a waste. Lu Xiao suddenly felt silly. Why did he exchange for a cigarette that cost 20 yuan a pack? In the eyes of the Galactic Order, it was the same. Next time, he should exchange for a supreme 999. Yes, let us do that. While self-deprecating, he was getting closer to that magnificent towering tree. The reason for using the word magnificent was not that Lu Xiao was running out of words, but because this tree could be compared to the tallest single buildings in the Shu region of China. In front of it, he felt like an ant. Looking up, the blood-red canopy had already enveloped him in its shade, and the blood-red branches blocked out the sun, with countless blood-red flowers embedded in the branches. Wait, Lu Xiao suddenly noticed some unusual glimmers in his line of sight. He focused and saw points of light flickering in some areas where the flowers had wilted, resembling the stars in the blood-red night sky, small yet distinct. Those are spiritual energy crystals. His gaze swept through the canopy, and he, who had long since been unflappable, was now stunned into silence. Countless spiritual energy crystals were hanging all over the tree. What is going on? Didn't T. Lung Yufeng say that spiritual energy crystals are produced in energy crystal veins? Is this a mine? Isn't this just fruit borne by the tree? Or is this what they call a mine? This tree, is it a vein? Lu Xiao felt his mind suddenly overwhelmed, teetering on the brink of a complete shutdown. Has internet slang become this non-mainstream now? Has it reached the point of calling a deer a horse? Soon, another thought arose. This time, I'm going to get rich. Absolutely rich. The value of this thing is for energizing spirits, and it's also specifically mentioned in the tasks of the Galactic Order, clearly indicating that even a high civilization like the Galactic Order attaches great importance to its value. Moreover, with an endless supply of spiritual energy, I can march forward on my path of indulgence. At worst, I'll return and turn all the lizard men into cured meat. And after eating for a year and a half, I'll directly become a four-dimensional superhuman. Ha 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 ha. A dazed young man stood there in the eerie environment, lost in his thoughts. What are you daydreaming about? Lu Xiao was suddenly jolted awake from his daydream by an incredibly deep voice resonating in his spirit body, reminiscent of the spiritual sound initiated by the Galactic Order, as if someone was whispering in his ear. Who? Who is it? He quickly scanned the surroundings, but found nothing unusual. Oh, it's not a Mo2A person, but a human? The voice carried a hint of surprise, mixed with mockery. Well, at least you're smarter than those idiots. The voice muttered to itself. Who are you? Why can't I see you? Lu Xiao knew the other party must be nearby. Can't see me? Ha 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 ha. As the laughter echoed, the entire canopy trembled, the rustling sound like a hurricane blowing through. It seems you're not that smart either. The source of the voice seemed to be examining Lu Xiao. Face me. The voice suddenly raised its volume, shaking Lu Xiao's spirit body. It was a tremor from within, and if he weren't resolute, he might have knelt down. Lu Xiao slowly turned around to face the tree trunk that was several hundred meters wide. He vaguely felt that the source of this voice was this tree. Now, what do you see? Stupid human. Stupid humans. Why does this phrase sound so familiar to Lu Xiao? It seems that all extraterrestrial beings particularly like this phrase. Are you Mr. Tree? As soon as he said that, Lu Xiao felt a wave of shame. The words sounded so disgusting. The other party also seemed to be disgusted, and the atmosphere became awkward. Human of the Galactic Order, your kind has provided me with plenty of blood food not far to the south. South? The River Valley Plain? Did the blood of dead humans get swallowed by it? So far away. However, it doesn't seem impossible. This guy's roots have already reached the sky. Recently freed from the spirit, knowing a bit of archery, he has killed quite a few people in battles with a bunch of scum, and he seems to carry some aura of a seal master. The Mo2A people have been dealt with quite badly by you. Lu Xiao felt like a naked little wife in front of this guy, trying hard to cover his body, but finding he couldn't keep any secrets. What level is this tree? Is it really just a medium-level threat? Why do I feel like I'm nothing in front of it? Wait, what does freed spirit mean? Does it refer to the transformation of a spiritual body? It seems to be about right. Mr. Tree, are the Mo2A people you mentioned those green-skinned lizards? Despite feeling a chill in his heart, Lu Xiao still pretended to be very humble. What else? Besides those stupid green reptiles that eat each other, there are no other intelligent beings here. The voice was evidently resentful about this. For the sake of your kind, I won't kill you. But if you kill the Mo2A people, then you must replace them. The voice was high and mighty, seemingly controlling the life and death of all creatures around. Replace them for what? Lu Xiao asked. to provide me with enough blood food. Before this, the blood of the camel beast was quite tasty, but now, your human blood seems even better. So, what you need to do is deliver 100 humans to me every day. Remember, they must be alive. Damn, no wonder the lizard men love catching camel beasts. It's all to feed this thing. And now it even likes drinking human blood. Can it really be picky? I really want to ask if it has ever tried the taste of excrement. Perhaps it would change your perception. I would absolutely be willing if you asked me to find you 1,000 living people to produce excrement. Mr. Tree, when you say tomorrow, do you mean a cycle of origin? There aren't many humans left, and it may not be enough for your blood food. Lu Xiao asked pretentiously. Nonsense. Then what can I get? Lu Xiao tried hard to act like a sycophant. Like the Mo2 people, blood cherry blossoms, and energy crystals. Got it. The blood cherry blossoms of the lizard men are also given by this thing. Lu Xiao squinted and smiled flatteringly. But the cavalry in the south and the remaining Mo2 people are still threatening me and my kind. I'm also worried that these scum will make your future blood food decrease more and more. The voice was full of threats. That's something you should worry about. Lu Xiao cursed inwardly. If I chop you down, how much blood cherry blossom energy crystals would there be? Listening to you droning on. Little scum, you seem to want to play tricks with me. Lu Xiao felt a chill run down his spine, sensing countless eyes watching him. It seems you lowly scum don't even know who you are facing. As the voice fell, the earth trembled, and countless roots burst from the ground, swinging in the air like long whips, approaching Lu Xiao. Mr. Tree, you must have misunderstood me, Lu Xiao said while retreating. He couldn't understand why this guy suddenly turned hostile. Could it be that it has mind-reading abilities? Really? Then let me extract your spirit core and see if it's a misunderstanding. It seems there's no negotiating now. Lu Xiao drew his wind catcher and leaped back. The other party, a medium-level threat creature, wasn't enough to scare him into not acting, although it was indeed quite large. He quickly escaped into the distance. The sound of roots slapping the air echoed behind him, and he needed to get away as soon as possible to plan again. Suddenly, he felt that taking out his bow was a mistake, or to shoot. This is a typical case of shooting at nothing. Little scum, you actually have a ceiling space container. The voice seemed surprised by something on its own body. Turning around, he saw the densely packed, slender roots straightening into lines, stabbing towards him. In dodging, his ankle was caught by a root, and a huge force dragged him toward the tree trunk. Lu Xiao hurriedly drew his hunting knife and severed the root, entangling him, rolling on the ground to stabilize himself. But a tree root, like a wooden spear, pierced through his calf. He felt a sudden loss of strength and looked down to see the root piercing his leg was actually sucking his blood. Is this a leech? With one swing, he cut the root, and blood splattered out from the severed root. I'm the one getting chopped, yet the blood flowing is mine. He shoved a red pill into his mouth, clutching his hunting knife in both hands, the blade flashing up and down, temporarily blocking the approaching roots. As the red pill began to take effect, the wound on his calf rapidly healed, and he didn't waste any more words. After slashing out 2 strikes, he turned and fled. With a dexterity of 25, he wasn't messing around. His running speed would definitely make him a world champion on Earth. Of course, he couldn't compare to a cheetah that could reach an absolute speed of 100 kilometers per hour, but sprinting over 10 meters in a second was still quite impressive. At full speed, the roots could only maintain their distance from him, making it very difficult to get close again. If it weren't for the soft soil, he might have really escaped directly. Running non-stop for 10 kilometers, seeing the basket he used to descend right in front of him, Lu Xiao slightly turned his head to glance back. He found that he seemed to have already escaped the range of the root's attacks. There were no longer any tendrils chasing him. Well, one could only say he was too serious while fleeing. Just as he caught his breath, he suddenly felt unsteady underfoot. The ground began to surge, and clearly, something was coming up from below. Damn, this sinkhole below is filled with this tree spirit's hair. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds echoed all around, and roots thicker than his entire body burst through the soil and stone, raising their heads like giant pythons. This is a bit unreasonable. Lu Xiao quickly assessed the current situation. Obviously, just running away wasn't a solution. He had to fight. Shooting arrows? Useless. Where to shoot? The tree trunk is bigger than a football field. Could it be that he could only use fire? Chapter 34. The burning of Cao Cao in his mind flashed the line from Romance of the Three Kingdoms. To defeat Cao Cao, one must use fire attacks. Wasn't Cao Cao exactly what lay within the sinkhole? It wasn't just a chain of boats. It had turned into an aircraft carrier. Burn him. Since fire had to be set, he had to play the role of Huangai this time. If the fire ship couldn't get close enough to crash in, it wouldn't ignite. He hadn't forgotten that the lit cigarette went out after a moment without being smoked. The air in the sinkhole was too saturated with blood energy. But the premise was to shake off the roots, get closer to the trunk. He wasn't sure how the tree spirit could lock onto his position from this distance. Could it be that it was using its eyes? He didn't think the vision of a tree spirit could be that good. Lu Xiao made a large arc, shaking off the relentlessly pursuing roots behind him, while tilting his head to observe the trajectory of the roots' movement. He discovered that his position was always accurately locked onto. He dragged out a portion of a lizardman's corpse from the wreckage and threw it into the distance. Sure enough, he noticed some of the roots move towards the location where the corpse landed, quickly wrapping it up like a zongzi. But this slight change in trajectory also made Lu Xiao catch on to some clues. The corpse only drew the root's attention after it hit the ground. Didn't this mean that the tree spirit locked onto his position through ground vibrations? Thinking this, Lu Xiao pushed off the ground with force, leaping high into the air, and landed over 20 meters away. In midair, he noticed countless roots entangled at his jump-off point, intertwining to create an air pocket. So that's how it is. His judgment was correct. Intermédiat danger. Lu Xiao glared at the distant trunk, squinting his eyes. There was no need for any props. Lu Xiao bounced up and down, getting closer to the center of the sinkhole, while the roots emerging from the ground could only lock onto his brief jumping position. If they were a step slow, they would fall behind. You dare come back? When Lu Xiao was still 500 meters from the trunk, the voice echoed again in his spiritual body. Not wanting to waste words, Lu Xiao pulled out a black gelatinous orb in midair, stuck it onto the arrowhead, and rubbed the surface hard. The orb ignited instantly, falling lightly to the ground. Then he picked it up again, aimed at the treetop, drew the bowstring fully, and shot a fire arrow out. This wasn't enough. Lu Xiao imitated the action, since he had plenty of these gelatinous orbs from the lizardman. 7 or 8 fire arrows shot towards different positions. You dare. The voice showed no panic, but was clearly furious. At the treetop, flames ignited the branches. What initially seemed like an inconspicuous spark quickly flared up, turning into a raging fire. Hello, Cao Cao, I'm back. Lu Xiao smiled, wearing a face that seemed to invite a beating. Foolish human, do you know what you've done? Typical villain monologue. Lu Xiao couldn't be bothered to respond. The roots that had been chasing him around suddenly all reached for the tall trunk, vigorously slapping at the raging flames, hoping to extinguish them. Unfortunately, it was completely useless, and instead, a large number of roots caught fire, spreading the flames to even more areas. In less than a few minutes, a third of the treetop, within a few kilometers, was consumed by the flames. A large number of energy crystals fell like ripe apples, making Lu Xiao's heart bloom with joy. But when he saw large swathes of blood cherry blossoms being engulfed and melted by the fire, he couldn't smile anymore. Without the entanglement of the roots, Lu Xiao, like a scavenger, quickly grabbed the fallen energy crystals and stuffed them into the wreckage, his movements swift and practiced. Some branches also fell after being burned off, and naturally, some blooming blood cherry blossoms were collected by him. Lu Xiao's heart was soaring, but the tree spirit's heart was bleeding. The entire treetop had been engulfed by flames, as if the heavenly fire was burning in the night sky. The massive blood cherry tree emitted a whimpering sound, with huge burning branches crashing down repeatedly. The thick fog in the sky was shrouded by firelight, and the crimson fog was dispersed by the black smoke. Everything here resembled the descent of heavenly fire, a scene of apocalypse. The burnt roots lay limp on the ground. This blood cherry tree, which had lived for who knows how long, was struggling for breath in the sea of fire. In stark contrast was a little boy picking mushrooms, gleefully collecting pear-shaped crystals and blood cherry blossoms, satisfied as he stuffed them into his arms. Lu Xiao's smile was radiant. This harvest was enough to wake him from countless nightmares with laughter. Until the falling star eye has changed to an intermediate danger zone. The falling star eye has changed to an extreme danger zone. The falling star eye has changed to a death zone. The falling star eye has changed to a domain distortion zone. What does this mean? Lu Xiao looked in terror at the series of system prompts, his mind blank, as events far beyond his comprehension were unfolding. This unpredictable sense of danger made every pore in his body explode in an instant. This blood cherry tree has merged with my spiritual body for nearly 1,000 years. I never expected that today it would be completely destroyed by you, this human scum. It was the same voice, but this time the tone conveyed no longer contempt or superiority, but a chilling self-mockery. Mr. Tree, what are you talking about? Lu Xiao truly dared not be reckless this time. Intermediate danger was his limit, and now this. Aha! The laughter was mad and piercing. Mr. Tree, do you really think I'm just a blood cherry tree? As soon as the words fell, Lu Xiao was horrified to discover that in the surrounding soil, in the blood pool, even in the air, blood was separating from other substances, and drops of blood began to coalesce in mid-air, forming pulsating blood orbs. Well, humans may be weak, but there is no other choice at the moment. Countless blood orbs suddenly smashed towards Lu Xiao. Although there was no pain, the blood orbs began to merge around him, converging until his entire body was enveloped by a massive blood orb, leaving only his head exposed, completely unable to struggle. From that moment on, Lu Xiao's body no longer obeyed him. The blood flowing through him felt as if it was being controlled by someone, firmly binding him. There must be some misunderstanding between us, actually. Lu Xiao struggled to launch a verbal attack, but the other party did not give him a chance to finish. The blood orb compressed violently, and he felt as if his whole body was being twisted like a giant trying to squeeze him into a pulp. The pain almost made him lose consciousness. In his fading vision, a blood shadow flew out from the trunk, instantly crashing into his mouth. That mass felt solid, and as it entered his body, it began to wander throughout him, soon seemingly finding the location of his spiritual body. A feeling of indescribable powerlessness pierced through his body and mind. This is an attack on the spiritual body. Lu Xiao's consciousness blurred little by little. The death of the spiritual body would mean he was completely erased. Memories from the past 20 years rushed past him in a blur. When everything froze at that afternoon in the CAF, the reverse playback of memories came to an end. Death, so this is what it is. I really am just an ant. The cold darkness began to slowly devour his thoughts and soul. Chapter 35, Blood Demon, Lu Xiao, What is Death? No one can explain it clearly. It is vaguely thought to be a kind of pain or a kind of release. The sorrow of loved ones or the exhilaration of enemies. At the moment when consciousness is completely severed, death is a kind of nothingness, a thorough and utter darkness, as if turned into a speck of dust, aimlessly drifting in the boundless void. God said, "Let there be light." Indeed, in the darkness, light appeared. The light was so intense that it instantly dispelled all darkness. The surrounding scenery suddenly changed, and Lu Xiao found himself on an immense battlefield. His body was unexpectedly a towering, monstrous figure, 3 heads and 6 arms, standing several zhang tall, entirely blood-red. He had only consciousness, but could not control this monster, as if he were merely watching a first-person movie in VR. Different races of beings fought desperately on a desolate black land, various bizarre colors bursting in the air, blooming on the ground. The blood pool beneath this body attracted every drop of blood spilled by the surrounding creatures, gathering towards it. Countless arrows and magic struck this body, but only stirred waves of blood. This body, like an indomitable war god, recklessly charged through the enemy ranks, reaping lives with almost no resistance, until a human wielding dual swords emerged from the opposing crowd. This human was so conspicuous, not only because he was the only human here, but also because both sides were retreating from him. Lu Xiao could even feel the body he inhabited trembling slightly. This was a silent world consisting only of images. Lu Xiao followed the gaze of this towering monster, fixating on the human in front. The blood pool beneath his feet erupted, and countless streams of blood transformed into sharp arrows, shooting towards the human. At the same time, the human's figure vanished from the spot and reappeared right in front of him. The vision trembled, looking down at the human, and in an instant, the body was struck by hundreds of swords. The view suddenly shifted to the side of the head. The human was already far away, with countless blood swords trailing behind, but all were effortlessly dispelled by a wave of his hand. A rectangular void-like door unfolded before him, and the blood swords vanished into that curtain-like portal, never to be seen again. The body was heavily injured, and blood quickly moved towards the wounds. An arm clenched tightly, causing all creatures around the human to explode in an instant. But the human vanished again, and the vision switched between three different heads, never finding the human's trace. In the distance, the battlefield stretched infinitely. On the ground, countless beings twisted together like a torrent, and in the sky, shadows of light flickered, with dragons exhaling fire amidst the clouds, while numerous dark spots trembled with it. With just a glance, the vision turned to the back, where the human was at the neck connecting the three heads. That stern and heroic face was so close to him. Those obsidian-like eyes were deep and indifferent. At that moment, he pressed one hand against the nape of his body and opened his mouth, uttering two words. Although Lu Xiao couldn't hear, he could infer from the lip movements that those two words were spiritual seal. A wave of darkness enveloped him, and in an instant, the body began to collapse. The blood suspended around began to fall back to the ground, and the vision became blurry, as if the body was out of control, fleeing frantically without regard for anything. But there was nowhere to escape. The human easily erased his dying assault like a maggot burrowing into bone. The vision suddenly locked onto that void door, and then the whole body crashed into it. After a brief darkness, the view suddenly brightened. Lu Xiao's consciousness followed the body as it emerged from the sky, uncontrollably smashing into the ground. At that moment, what he could see no longer belonged to the body's perspective, but was the spirit still attached to the body. This feeling was wonderful because he could sense everything around him, no longer limited by vision. In the silent view, the body smashed into a sea of flowers like a meteor, dust swirling everywhere, the earth trembling, and everything around collapsing and surging. When everything returned to calm, time flowed rapidly. The body lay quietly in the wasteland, eroded by time, returning to dust. Yet the conscious spirit, just before its impending demise, merged with a seed of a blood cherry tree. Containment spirit activated, passive activation, draining from the spirit, draining complete, warm and comfortable. Eyes slowly opened. In the view, the enormous blood cherry tree crown still burned in the sky. Lu Xiao realized he was lying on his back on the ground. He slowly sat up, checked his body, and found nothing unusual, not even a scratch. Did I just have a dream? He pinched his somewhat heavy head. Wasn't I trapped by the blood sphere and then killed by that blood shadow? How did I end up lying here taking a nap? And what about this long string of system prompts? This is acquired blood source pearl. Spirit talent quality increased to first tier. Intelligent being 87242-82231-25241-2241. Total spirit attributes reached 21. Intelligent being total spirit attributes reached 21. Please choose from the following rewards. Spirit free attribute points 2. Random auxiliary item reward. Beginner ability. Night Owl. Intelligent being 87242-82231-25241-2241. Total spirit attributes reached 101. Intelligent being total spirit attributes reached 101. Please choose from the following rewards. Spirit free attribute points 5. Intermediate ability. Focus. Intermediate ability. Eagle Eye. Spirit Pool reached limit value. Spirit Pool transformed into Spirit Lake. Spirit Lake reached limit value. Spirit Lake transformed into Spirit Sea. Intelligent being 87242-82231-25241-2241. Please find the domain marker as soon as possible. Intelligent being acquired beginner ability. Blood Summon. Please choose from the following rewards. Spirit free attribute point 1. Random jewelry item. Faith clue. Detected that the Galactic Order intelligent being killed the original magic level life form. Blood Demon Seekin. Galactic Order original merit points 100,000. Acquired 10,000,000 Galactic Order merit points. Gain Galactic Order identity protection. Detected intelligent being exceeding level killed intelligent being. Acquired exceeding level kill reward. Physical free attribute point 1. Detected intelligent being killed original magic level life form. Blood demon seeking. Acquired magic level life form kill reward. Physical free attribute point 50. This domain limit value. Acquired magic level life form kill reward. None. This domain cannot provide magic level life form kill reward. Completed. Magic level life form kill. Acquired title. Demon Slayer. Title name. Demon Slayer. Title obtained. Kill magic level life form. Title effect. Significantly increased damage dealt to life forms with dark and taboo source cores. Greatly enhance the reputation of the original forces. Detected intelligent being possesses magic level blood source core. Acquired title. Blood demon. Title name. Blood demon. Title obtained. Possess magic level blood source core. Title effect. Effects greatly enhanced when the holder releases blood source abilities. Dear Galactic Order Human, your strength has been recognized by the original point laws. Please name yourself. This name will become your unique name in the original point and will be permanently recorded in the original point chronicle. Slap. Lu Xiao fell back down, lying flat again. Quietly, he checked his attribute panel. Category, organic intelligent being. Source, galactic order. Race, human. Aim, to be named. Gender, male. Title, Demon Slayer. Height 1.76 meters, planetary measurement. Physical fitness, 50. Toughness 8. Strength 12. Agility, 25. Explosiveness, 5. Spirit. Pearl Eye, hidden blood, origin pearl, hidden blood, origin core. Demon hidden, soul, 93. Spirit C, 5121. 5 senses. Vision 3. Proficiencies. Bow mastery, beginner. Identification, beginner. Body techniques. Beginner precision, passive body technique, slightly increases ranged attack hit rate. Dynamic archery, passive arrow technique, shooting accuracy unaffected while in motion. Energy techniques, blood drawing, blood source. Beginner energy technique, active technique, deactivates blood within control range. Blood droplets into soldiers. Blood source. Beginner energy technique, active technique, materializes blood into weapons. Blood armor, blood source. Intermediate energy technique, active skill, covers body with blood to form armor. Source. Blood physique. Source core energy technique, passive skill. Continuously generates own blood when spirit body is uninjured. Blood scent. Blood source. Beginner energy technique, passive skill. Obtains biological information through the scent of biological blood and can sense biological location within a certain range. Close, open, close again, open again. After countless confirmations, Lu Xiao discovered that all of this was real, a bit unreal, and truly left him baffled. The spirit energy crystals falling to the ground no longer seemed fragrant, and the blood cherry blossoms drifting in the sky no longer appeared beautiful. He stared blankly at the sky. His brain, already malfunctioning, felt dizzy. Perhaps if he dreamed again, he would return to reality. Chapter 36. Galactic shock in a medieval castle. Countless creatures were busy at their respective posts. A small beast with feet, but no hands, and a head resembling a tray, waddled slowly around the hall, balancing a delicate porcelain plate on its head. As it passed by a high-backed chair, a slender arm reached out and took a bunch of translucent white grapes from the plate. In the high-backed chair, a girl with 2 buns was crossing her legs, opening her small red mouth in frustration, and without any other movement, a grape flew directly into her mouth. In midair, a creature resembling an octopus floated down in front of her. Seemingly aware of some bad news, the girl impatiently turned her head away. The little octopus lazily drifted back up to the hall, merging with countless others of its kind. Then a few more little octopuses landed in front of her, but this time she waved her hand to shoo them away. Gurgle, gurgle, oh, what's wrong? Not happy? A face worm beside her stretched its head forward with a smile. Who provoked the great wind envoy of humanity? Gurgle, gurgle, tell me, and I'll help you get back at them. Quickly move your stinky mouth away. The girl frowned and shouted, don't you know you have bad breath? Gurgle, gurgle. Hey, I did eat 2 river bugs last night, so it was a bit smelly, but it was delicious when I ate it. Gurgle, gurgle. The face worm shifted its massive body and pulled its head back a bit. What's wrong? Gurgle, gurgle. Is your merit not high enough? Or are there too many weaklings? Talk to your brother. I might be able to help. The girl shot at a fierce glare. What can you help with? We're evenly matched. If you have the ability, give me your clan's merit, or Did you win this time and refuse to take my place? The face worm smiled obsequiously, winking at the girl. Come on, which two clans are we? We're almost in the same boat. Oomph. The girl turned her face away and swallowed a white grape, then stopped talking nonsense. This time, everyone from the outer star systems are tough characters. Gurgle, gurgle. Our two clans are already weak. If we can keep our current position, I'd be laughing my back off. But that position of yours is still tempting. Gurgle, gurgle. Sigh. The girl was too lazy to deal with it. Sighed and murmured, the casualties have exceeded 50, and it's not even been a single origin day. This time. Don't even mention the clan's merit assessment. I don't even know if we can send enough humans to the Middle Thousand World. The sages of the Academy will definitely scold me to death. What should I do? As she thought about it, the girl felt like crying. She shouldn't have taken this job. She initially thought she might gain some benefits, but it turned out so miserable. The little octopuses in front of her kept gathering more and more, and no matter how she commanded, they wouldn't leave. She simply pulled her hood down, closed her eyes, and pretended to sleep. Come on, let the bad news come. Just bully me, since I'll just get scolded anyway. Wind Envoy Song Qingfong. Come here for a moment. Suddenly alert, the girl Song Qingfong jumped up from the high-back chair. Yes. After saying that, her body floated up and turned towards the inner hall. Hee, gurgle. The guy's probably angry. Luckily, he didn't call me gurgle, gurgle. The face worm looked at the girl's back, gleefully. As she soared past thousands of high-backed chairs, Song Qingfong looked enviously at those creatures sitting in the front row, thinking about how impressive it would be to sit there one day. At the end of the hall, a man from the Feather Clan was sitting at a stone table, gracefully pouring wine into the exquisite cups in front of him, and then poured some into the stone cup in front of himself. Song Qingfong landed lightly, changing from her earlier sorrowful demeanor to a serious one. Arrow Sage, I have arrived. Sit, the Feather Clan man gestured with his hand. Song Qingfong sat down a bit awkwardly, her gaze fixed on the exquisite cup in front of her, thinking to herself, when did Arrow Sage become so good-tempered? Even pouring wine for me. He wouldn't be trying to kick me out, would he? Try the Rollin' wine from the small realm. It tastes good. The Feather Clan man spoke kindly, making Song Qingfong's heart race even more. However, she still weakly extended her small hand, picked up the cup, and brought it to her lips to taste. Her eyes sparkled, and then she gulped it down. Good wine, delicious. After putting down the cup, Song Qingfong praised it a couple of times, her eyes blinking as she looked at the incredibly handsome Feather Clan man in front of her. This Arrow Sage was strikingly beautiful, and his figure was unmatched, but he exuded an intimidating aura. Wind Envoy, your human race performed very well this time. Your assessment has passed. Huh. Song Qingfong's already large eyes widened in shock. Arrow Sage, did I hear that wrong? The Feather Clan man frowned slightly, clearly finding her a bit rude, but since the human race had achieved great merit this time, he didn't pay much attention to it. I will inform the sages of the Academy later. Your reward will be sent to the Academy. As for your position, Song Qingfong's mind was still stuck on the previous sentence, and she didn't hear anything the Feather Clan man said. Temporarily take the first position. If there are any adjustments later, I will inform you. MM. Song Qingfong nodded in a daze, her head spinning. The human race's merit this time will also receive a reward from the Galactic Order. You may leave now. The Feather Clan man finished his drink and indicated that Song Qingfong could go. Then, he extended a hand as white as jade from his white feather robe and pressed down on a corner of the stone table. Star patterns floated, shadows rippled. In an instant, all the seats in the hall, starting from the second one, moved back a slot. The high-backed chair Song Qingfong had been sitting in was carefully brought to her front by a small beast and gently placed in the first position. And this first position was right in front of the Feather Clan man's stone table. The top 10 positions had ample space, with a semicircular long table filled with rare fruit drinks, and there were 3 small beasts dedicated to service at each position. Song Qingfong stood in front of her seat, dazed and confused. What's going on? Who am I? Where am I? And what have I done? Around her, thousands of eyes were staring at her, all asking the same questions. What happened to the human race? What did the human race do? After a long time, Song Qingfong touched the high-backed chair that felt both strange and familiar, sat down, and shifted her, but to find the most comfortable position. With a snap of her fingers, A large group of little octopuses that had been waiting for a long time hurriedly floated to her front. No way. Suddenly, a scream echoed in the quiet hall, causing many floating little octopuses to drop in fright. The Feather Clan man, sitting at the stone table practicing calligraphy, swiped his brush angrily, raising his head with some impatience to glare at Song Qingfang. Pulling her head back, Song Qingfang curled up in the high-backed chair, not daring to look up. 100,000 merit points. Killed the blood demon. What is going on? And it was directly protected with the highest level of identity protection. Eve, I don't know who did it. She had a look of terror on her face, wondering what kind of monster the humans had sent this time. Who is he? Where is he? What exactly did he do? Chapter 37. Adjustment with a sudden jolt. Lu Xiao sprang up from the ground. What are you sleeping for? Get up and get excited. Come on. Let's think about what exactly happened and how it suddenly turned out like this. It's a bit chaotic, but no worries. Let's sort it out first. The elementary school teacher taught us that answers follow questions. The middle school teacher taught us that conclusions follow reasons. And Master Ikkyu taught us that questions have answers, while the Buddha taught us that there are causes and effects, but from a perspective of the original point's nature. To unravel the mystery, one must find the right question. Lu Xiao decided to outline the established facts first. First, I killed a life form deemed a demon level by the central authority, and the system fully acknowledged and highly evaluated my kill. Second, during the reward process, some original point tasks were also completed, resulting in a batch of new rewards. Third, my spiritual body attributes increased significantly, and the talent of my spiritual body, the Pearl of Containment, also leveled up. Fourth, I obtained the blood magic inheritance of the deceased, and a blood source pearl appeared within my containment pearl spiritual body, along with learning 5 techniques clearly related to the blood source pearl. From the conclusions alone, one answer was already obvious: how this blood demon, Serkin, was killed by me. Thinking of this, Lu Xiao's expression was a bit strange, as he wanted to laugh but also felt some lingering fear. The absurdity was that this unknown but powerful blood demon, after I destroyed the blood cherry tree body, directly drilled into my body intending to perform an original point-style possession, but was instead devoured in reverse by my containment pearl spiritual body. Or perhaps it shouldn't be called devoured. At least there was still a blood source pearl left behind. The lingering fear was also about this. If it weren't for the domineering effect of the containment pearl spiritual body, I would have been dead by now. The last moment in my memory, that shadow of blood pouncing towards me, should be the spiritual body of the blood demon Serkin. He dared to come at me so openly, naturally confident in his victory. This kind of thing had probably been done by others countless times. But today, he flipped the script. This wasn't just stepping on a steel plate. It was more like a fly hitting a flypaper, unable to escape. So, that vividly real memory should actually belong to this blood demon Serkin. It turns out that this hidden figure in the tree who loves drinking blood, Grand Eunuch Chao, once had his glory, but unfortunately, he was easily exterminated by our human race. Speaking of which, the man who defeated Serkin was absurdly strong, at least in my understanding. He was beyond the 5 elements, no longer within the 3 realms. The speed of that sword, and his effortless summoning of the Void Gate, especially that final command of Spiritual Seal, Lu Xiao shook his head in a daze. Truly amazing. Regardless, I must thank this extraordinarily powerful human. It was he who defeated this blood demon Serkin, and it was because of the Void Gate he summoned that Serkin escaped to the Falling Star Eye, serendipitously allowing me to reap great benefits. If I have the chance to see this human again in the future, I must express my gratitude. However, that seems unlikely. After all, so many years have passed, and Serkin has been surviving here for hundreds of years. The human should have long since perished. Under the blazing firelight, Lu Xiao propped his chin and paced back and forth. The next question was a bit tricky. How does the talent of the containment pearl spiritual body operate? The spiritual body attributes had clearly increased significantly. Judging by this increase, even if I had to eat lizardman's flesh, it might take me years. But this time, it was only a matter of over 10 minutes. Additionally, there was a blood source pearl inside the containment pearl. What was that about? And most outrageously, I directly gained 5 blood source techniques. It's not that I was dissatisfied with the quantity. But if you say that a character like the blood demon Serkin only had 5 primary and intermediate techniques, no one would believe it. You've turned him into a pearl to contain in your mouth. How did you only come up with 5 techniques? Of course, it's not to say that these 5 techniques aren't appealing. They're indeed very appealing, but why not something like Divine Rapture or Shattered Earth Rebirth? Techniques that fit the blood demon's temperament? Again, let me reiterate, they are indeed appealing. Gradually sorting out the framework, Lu Xiao felt his mind clear up considerably. He didn't like the feeling of being troubled by too many questions. This shouldn't be considered a mental obsession with cleanliness, just a simple dislike for having too many burdens. This time, the original point was quite generous, directly granting him the right to name himself, indicating that he was no longer at the level of an ant. Name assignment. Ren Pingsheng. Name assignment completed. You will have the unique name, Run Pingsheng. This name will be recorded in the original point. Next was his favorite multiple-choice question segment, as he had no options in the previous state. The total attributes of the intelligent biological spiritual body have reached 21. Please choose from the following rewards. 2 free attribute points for the spiritual body. Random item reward from the original point. Primary technique. Night Owl, the reward of free attribute points for the spiritual body. He would probably never choose in his lifetime. Belmanonpas. Lu Xiao chose the primary technique. Night Owl. Night Owl, primary active technique, can maintain vision in darkness after activating with spiritual energy. The night of the original point could come at any time, a continuous 7 days of night. This technique would be a good preparation in advance. Next, the total attributes of the intelligent biological spiritual body have reached 101. Please choose from the following rewards. 5 free attribute points for the spiritual body. Intermediate technique. Focus. Random intermediate proficiency in auxiliary class. Looking at the explanation for the intermediate technique. Focus. It was an auxiliary performance technique that enhanced elemental affinity absorption efficiency. Although he didn't know the specific value and growth logic of elemental affinity, it should be considered a divine skill for those like Lung Yufeng who possessed elemental talents. However, for Lu Xiao, it was truly useless. Then looking at the intermediate technique, Eagle Eye, there was no doubt that this was what he needed. Eagle Eye intermediate active technique consumes spiritual energy to summon a spiritual energy eagle at high altitude, sharing its vision. Continuing, the intelligent biological body has obtained the primary technique, Blood Call. Please choose from the following rewards. 1 free attribute point for the spiritual body, random jewelry item. Faith Clue. This one was a no-brainer. Lu Xiao decisively chose the random jewelry item. Calculating random jewelry item. Random jewelry item confirmed. Obtained jewelry item. Amber ring. A small ring landed in his hand. Name, Amber ring. Quality, ordinary. Item details. Slightly increases the wearer's agility attribute value. One can only say it was average, but jewelry is always rare. Having it is already good. I've been single for over 20 years and here I am, putting on a ring without much thought. Is it destined for me to find a girlfriend here? Moving on, he allocated 50 points of free physical attribute points evenly between agility and burst. Then he enjoyed the thrill of the system rewards. The total physical attributes of the intelligent biological body have reached 51. Please choose from the following rewards. Primary physical technique. Hardening, 2 free attribute points for physical ability. Item, Poison Spike, glancing at hardening, it was a defensive technique. While Poison Spike was a spear imbued with poison elemental damage, neither seemed suitable for him. But considering the old saying that having more techniques doesn't hurt, Lu Xiao still chose hardening. Hardening, primary physical technique, temporarily increases the hardness of the skin and muscle tissue. Thus, all the rewards he could obtain were finally cleared out. As for the kill reward that couldn't be given in this realm, Lu Xiao didn't care too much. After all, there was no customer service hotline to reason with, but with the original point rules in place, that reward likely wouldn't escape. He checked his panel attributes. Category, organic intelligent life form, source, galactic order, species, human name, Ren Pingsheng, gender, male, title, blood demon, height 1.76 meters, planetary measurement, physical attributes, endurance 8, strength 12, agility 50, burst 30, spiritual attributes, pearl containment eye, hidden blood origin pearl, hidden blood origin core, magic hidden soul 91, spirit C 5121, 5 senses, Vision 3 proficiencies, archery proficiency. Beginner. Identification, beginner, physical skills, beginner precision, passive physical skill, slightly increases long-range attack hit rate. Dynamic archery, passive archery skill, shooting accuracy is unaffected while in motion. Hardening. Active physical skill, temporarily increases the hardness of skin and muscle tissue. Energy skills, blood calling, blood source beginner energy skill, active skill. Deactivates blood within controlled range, blood to arms. Blood source beginner energy skill, active skill, materializes blood into weapons, blood armor. Blood source intermediate energy skill, active skill. Covers body with blood to form armor. Source blood physique. Source core energy skill, passive skill. Continuously generates blood as long as spiritual body is unharmed. Blood scent. Blood source beginner energy skill, passive skill. Gathers biological information through the scent of blood and can sense biological locations within a certain range. Eagle Eye, intermediate active energy skill. Consumes spiritual energy to summon a spiritual eagle from high altitude, can share its vision. Night Owl, beginner active energy skill. Allows vision to remain in darkness after activating with spiritual energy. Hee, this truly feels like exchanging a bird gun for a cannon, an endless satisfaction within. Feeling that the bloody scent in the pit is so sweet. Moreover, Lu Xiao turned his head, looking at the blood cherry tree with diminishing flames and the scattered spiritual energy crystals on the ground. Chapter 38. Linging the bodies of the Mo to all people. Remnants among the defective products were cleared away. In front of the spiritual energy crystal blood cherry blossoms, what could be taken was no different from a waste. The enormous blood cherry tree was in a state of decay, completely lacking its former grandeur. Lu Xiao expressed doubt about the blood cherry tree bearing spiritual energy crystals, as his expertise in appraisal told him that the blood cherry tree could produce blood cherry flowers and blood cherry fruits, but it definitely would not bear spiritual energy crystals. This was likely a peculiar creation of the blood demon. After all, it was already a miracle for the blood cherry tree to grow this large. The defective product with a sealed space of 125 cubic meters felt quite large before, but in the presence of the numerous spiritual energy crystals, it seemed somewhat cramped. Ren Pingsheng, I am Wind Envoy Song Qingfang. A somewhat familiar voice echoed within the spiritual body, causing Lu Xiao to stop and listen carefully. Congratulations, you have become the first individual of the galactic order human race to reach the Walker realm in the Little Thousand World. Lu Xiao recognized the voice as that of the woman who had spoken when he just drifted to the origin point. As the guide for this galactic order human race, I am here to communicate with you via Lingyin according to the rules of the origin point. Hello, Lu Xiao replied lightly. You are quite uninteresting. I said so much, and you only responded with 2 words? The woman's voice was slightly angry. Sorry, I was a bit distracted earlier. Hello, Song Qingfang. I remember your voice. Today I'm in a good mood, so I want to hold it against you. But addressing someone by their name without a title is extremely disrespectful. You must call me Wind Envoy Song Qingfang. My voice is so pleasant. It would be strange if you didn't remember it. Strange, you clearly Haven T left the insect goo. How come you have a name now? Saw the... What is insect goo? Lu Xiao's mind raced, feeling this girl could answer many of his questions. Haha. Insect goo is just our term. The place you are in is actually called the Little Thousand World. Beings that have not reached the Walker realm will be stranded there. Have you found the Dao mark? What is a Dao mark? It refers to towns. The Dao marks of the origin point are all located there. Oh, no wonder there was a task in the galactic order to search for towns, so that's what it meant. Not yet. Currently, I have no clues about any towns. Is that so? You Haven T even found the Dao mark. Yet you are already at the Walker realm. Not bad, not bad. It seems my descendants still have talent. Wind Envoy Song Qingfang, are you also from Earth? Correct. I should be a few hundred years older than you. Lu Xiao, an ancient person? What ancient or modern? In the origin point, age has no significance. I'm very curious about this Little Thousand World. Can you tell me about it? Why do you refer to it as goo? And what does the Walker realm mean? Well, there's no harm in telling you, since you're already a walker, even if you Haven T entered the Middle Thousand World yet. Goo is a term from Earth. You must have heard of it. It refers to putting various poisonous insects into a jar, sealing it, not letting them out or giving them food or water, and letting the poisonous insects kill and devour each other. The ones that survive will become stronger. Doesn't that seem similar to the realm you are in? As for walkers, it's a term for a level of strength. Beings in the Little Thousand World are divided into 4 tiers: weak, frail, ordinary, and strong, corresponding to your physical attribute values. Most of our Earth human race are frail, which is the lowest tier. You have just broken through to strong and entered the walker realm. I see. Throwing beings of different races and different star domains here is meant to quickly cultivate strong individuals through brutal combat. Are all humans in this Little Thousand World? Of course not. What are you thinking? Do you think the Little Thousand World is so vast that it can hold all of you? The rules of the origin point are very strict. It allocates based on the total attribute values of the races. The stronger the race, the fewer numbers they will have together, while the Earth human race has low attributes, so we have more people together. But each batch will drift in different Little Thousand Worlds. Do you understand? Now that you mention it, I understand. I remember you said earlier that the number of human races drifting into the origin point is over 100 billion. With so many people, am I the first to become a walker? I'm not sure about other star domains, but in the galactic order, you are indeed the first. How does it feel to have such honor, especially since the Earth human race is the weakest among all human races? From frail to walker, it's really difficult. Song Qingfang seemed to recall her own experiences from years ago, still feeling a bit frightened after all this time. The low gravity of Earth means that human physical attributes are weak, starting low, which is really difficult. What is the true meaning of us being drifted to the origin point? Lu Xiao finally asked the core question. Child, you should be asking what the meaning of your survival on Earth is. Lu Xiao didn't expect the other party to counter his question, and he found himself unable to answer it. Birth, aging, illness, and death, experiencing all aspects of human life, these are just the essence of survival. What is the meaning in that? Lu Xiao wanted to say contributing to the socialist cause, contributing to human progress, but he knew that was merely a notion propagated by the ruling class. He truly did not know what the actual significance was. Can't answer, huh? The reason the origin point is called the origin point is that it is the starting place of everything, just as life originates from spirit, and the universe originates from the origin point. It's too profound for you to understand. You just need to know that the reason Earth humans can enjoy carefree times is not because they are an exceptional race, but because there are ancestors like me fighting in the origin point. Understand? It's very tough. What if there were no you? No us? You've seen beings from other races. You don't really think they can't find Earth, do you? Or do you think Earth civilization can withstand them? Is Earth continuously being protected? What else? I've already said too much nonsense. Do you have any other questions? Hurry up. After finding the Tao mark, what should I do? This, I cannot tell you, because you can only understand the situation of the Little Thousand World. This is a restriction of the origin point's rules. I can only say that once you find it, you will know. Other than transforming the spiritual body, what else do spiritual energy crystals do? Simply put, they are for energizing the spiritual body. This thing is hard currency. You can think of it as money. How are energy crystals produced? Are they dug from the ground or grown on trees? Grown on trees? You really came up with that. When life dies or dissipates, the remaining spiritual energy in the spiritual body or corpse decays along with the body, turning into energy crystals. What you said about digging from the ground is actually somewhat reasonable. How big is the Little Thousand World? What if I can't find the Tao mark? The size is uncertain. I don't know which Little Thousand World you are in. If you can't find it, just keep searching until you do. Don't expect me to tell you. To be precise, I don't know which Little Thousand World you are in, nor do I know where the Tao mark in your Little Thousand World is. And even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. Then, all right, that's enough. I've already made an exception by telling you so much today. As the first to enter the Walker realm among the galactic order human race, you will naturally have some benefits, but those can only be realized once you find the Tao mark. Perhaps we will meet again, child. After that, there was no more sound. Lu Xiao remained silent for a long time. The information conveyed by Wind Envoy Song Qingfang was substantial, answering many of his questions and clarifying his next goal. Find the Tao mark. Chapter 39. Target 8 in the falling star. I is no longer as eerie as it once was. The blood on the ground seems to have dried up along with the destruction of the blood cherry tree. The blood remnants floating in the air have long since vanished with the soaring flames. This place, once a vibrant paradise, may soon regain its former vitality. The ground is now devoid of any debris, and the defective products have been completely filled in. The bodies of the Mo2A people that took up space have already been cleared away. After tidying everything up, Lu Xiao searched for the basket he had descended in, slowly rising through the thick fog back to the mountaintop. Based on his current understanding of the small thousand worlds, the only way to find the signpost is to rely on the number 11 bus. The Mirror Lake and Aiden marked on the B skin map of the Mo2A people likely indicate the location of the town. Fortunately, there is no time limit. Since he has already gained enough benefits, there is no need to rush. Heading north, Lu Xiao boldly traversed the jungle. It's not that the Mo2A people no longer pose a threat to him, but rather that his current speed and agility are simply not something they can easily catch up to. Weak, humble, ordinary, strong, before becoming a traveler, it surprisingly divides into 4 tiers, just as Song Ching Fong said, categorized by physical attributes. Isn't that just a grading system of 25, 50, 75, and 100? It seems he indeed belongs to the weak category, and he should belong to the average among male humans on Earth. Well, saying that Earth humans are weak is not off the mark at all. While pondering life philosophy, Lu Xiao raised his hand and shot an arrow. A ghostly green leopard fell from a nearby branch. He raised his right hand, activating blood conduit. A large amount of blood gushed from the leopard's penetrating wound, quickly gathering in the palm of his right hand, then transforming into a scarlet blood arrow. This arrow, formed from coagulated blood, can be both flexible and rigid. Its weight equal only to that of the blood. With a full draw, he shot out with a whoosh. A series of thudding sounds echoed through the forest. The trees along the straight line were pierced, and after nailing into a massive rock, it turned into a small puddle of blood. Lu Xiao couldn't be more satisfied. Blood for soldiers allowed him to have endless arrows on the battlefield, and the speed at which the arrows materialized greatly increased his shooting frequency. His spiritual C attribute exploded. Both his spiritual energy storage and recovery speed allowed him to hardly consider energy consumption. Unfortunately, this blood demon Serkin was left with only a lingering spiritual form. If his physical body had also been devoured by the pearl, wouldn't that be? But on the other hand, if others still have their bodies, would he even have the chance to pick up the scraps? Lu Xiao chose not to enter the Mo2A people's marked smoke and sand wetlands to the west. Instead, he opted for the northern area marked with a cross by the Mo2A people. The reason was quite ridiculous. He disliked wetlands, and he had already tasted the flesh of the Mo2A people. He wanted to find something else to try. With no incidents along the way, he soon arrived at the northernmost peak of the Falling Star Eye. Standing by the cliff, he gazed into the distance. The endless forest stretched far away, with no end in sight. Eagle-eyed, he saw a phantasmal eagle soar from above his head into the clouds. If this mountain isn't high enough, then I'll go look from the clouds. The phantasmal eagle circled high in the sky, and Lu Xiao finally used its line of sight to see the edge of the forest. It was a gray-yellow desert. There should be something at the junction of the forest and the desert, but this angle didn't allow him to see it. At least he now knew what area he would be passing through. When he was on Earth, Lu Xiao had visited the northwest a few times. Personally, he quite liked the vast plains shaped by the wind, not for any other reason, but at least he wouldn't suddenly encounter something unexpected. The Mo2A people probably marked it with a cross because they disliked dry places. Previously on Earth, it was too difficult to take a spontaneous trip. However, here, it seemed to have become a daily routine. Quickly descending the mountain, Lu Xiao moved through the forest like a leopard, and indeed, his current speed and agility had already surpassed that of a leopard. The jungle quickly retreated from his view, and various strange animals in the woods were startled and scattered by this rampaging creature. Lu Xiao would occasionally stop to observe some special flowers and plants, likely containing many good things, but for now, he could only satisfy his curiosity and enjoy the spectacle. His appraisal proficiency was just at the beginner level, and it seemed that this proficiency could only be improved through knowledge accumulation. However, this was understandable. If one could appraise without knowledge, it would be too game-like. And this is a real world. In front of him, a herd of wild cattle grazed leisurely. They were not exactly cattle, but they were about the same size and had 2 horns. As they ran quickly, Lu Xiao shot 3 arrows with a whoosh. 6 robust, mutant cattle struggled a few times before collapsing to the ground, and a large amount of blood gathered around their bodies, forming a bright red blood armor that continuously oozed blood light. The entire process was seamless, as if he merely passed by to greet them. With this blood armor, the surrounding animals were in trouble. The blood water within the armor continuously transformed into blood arrows. Shooting them, Lu Xiao felt no remorse. He didn't want to waste time rushing, as he was certain that his archery proficiency was not something that could grow merely through rewards. While rapidly dashing through the jungle, he continuously aimed and shot at moving animals. Lines of blood-red light traced fleeting arcs in the forest, and any animal that had poor luck was pierced by an arrow, and this luck depended on Lu Xiao's archery skills. At the same time, he gradually understood the effect of explosive attributes. The instantly unleashed power not only made his arrows faster and more lethal, but also allowed him to achieve burst speed and quicker starts on top of his constant speed. Why can a muscular person lose to someone trained in combat or Sanda? Theoretically, their constant strength isn't on the same level. But understanding how to instantly explode muscle strength and release power quickly can resolve a fight in an instant. The same goes for dribbling past opponents in basketball and football. Your ability to maneuver relies on body flexibility and explosive power. If your start is slow, others can still catch up to you. Pushing off the ground, Lu Xiao leaped 10 meters into the air, lightly landing on a tree branch. This was not his limit. Using the branch's elasticity, he soared forward, shooting another arrow in the air. However, he clearly wasn't skilled enough in such movements, missing the target. He had only seen such rushing actions in ninja anime before and never expected he could easily perform them himself now. Unfortunately, the running action with his arms swinging back not only looked silly, but was also impractical, which he decisively scorned as not ergonomic. Lu Xiao stopped in front of a corpse of a blue-blooded leopard. After drawing blood, he found that the blue blood turned red once it gathered on him. So the hope of acquiring a blue blood armor was dashed. He decided to take a break. After running this distance, he had covered at least several dozen kilometers. He lit a campfire and roasted the entire leopard over it. Soon, a delicious aroma wafted through the air, and some vines stealthily approached, drawn by the scent, only to be brutally severed by Lu Xiao. After eating the roasted meat, the spiritual body of the pearl seemed to awaken from slumber, beginning to absorb the leopard's vitality and gradually converting it into a slight increase in power. His current resilience and strength were still quite low, but he could accept that. After all, he was an archer and didn't need to engage in close combat. Moreover, if he continued eating like this, he could slowly replenish his strength. When the prompt for Power 1 appeared, Lu Xiao stopped eating. Running with a full stomach was not a good idea, and he felt nauseous. The journey ahead was long. He very prudently buried the open flame and continued heading north. As he ran and shot along the way, time seemed to pass quickly. When a large gray-yellow area appeared among the shadows of the trees ahead, he finally reached the end of the forest. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. Entering Lingfeng Canyon. This area is currently in a war zone. Chapter 40. War Filmo, the Realm of War. Seeing these 4 words, Lu Xiao felt a bit nervous and excited. With a hawk-like gaze, he looked down at the scene below. There were no signs of war breaking out in the gray-yellow desert. Looking down at the junction of the desert and the forest, a massive crack in the ground snaked from east to west, dividing the forest and the desert. This should be Lingfeng Canyon. Lu Xiao stepped out of the forest and stood on a high cliff on one side of the canyon. The wind howled, sounding like the cries of evil spirits. This canyon should not be called Lingfeng, but rather Ghost Cry. The canyon was deep and unmeasurable, as it seemed to have no end. It was about 1 kilometer wide from north to south. The cliffs on both sides were covered with organisms resembling flutes, which clung to the rocks with their tails, swaying in the wind. The ghostly cries came from countless unknown creatures that were neither animals nor plants. Inside the canyon, good heavens, Two armies were facing off from a distance. To the east, a dark mass of countless insects could be seen. There were two types of insects. One type was the shovel beetle, the size of a wolf, with 6 legs and a head resembling pincers, sporting 2 large claws. The other type was the giant maggot, known as the corruption yen. The corruption yen was likely the queen of the insect tribe, surrounded by hundreds of thousands of shovel beetles. To the west, the orderly formation of 1,000,000 cardors stood. The names sounded strange, but they resembled humans in appearance, albeit taller. Their looks were akin to elves from fantasy movies, with the males being tall and handsome, while the females were not only beautiful, but also had curvaceous figures. Each cardor held a longbow, clearly prepared for battle. The distance between the two armies was 1 kilometer, with Lu Xiao perched atop a cliff in the center, over 300 meters above the ground, and the rock walls on both sides were nearly vertical. The cardor held their ground in the advantageous position, waiting for the insect tribe to initiate the attack. The atmosphere was tense, frozen at the brink of war. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao sat cross-legged, taking out a roasted leopard leg. The small stool was ready, and the spectators brought their snacks to watch this epic war film. After a long while, until Lu Xiao finished eating the roasted meat, there was still no movement from the insect tribe. The only audience present was getting anxious. Had these two factions been in a standoff for days already? What a waste of time. On Earth, they would have demanded refunds by now. With a firm resolve, Lu Xiao drew his bow and shot an arrow at the nearest corruption yen. A bloodline traced through the air above the canyon. Although the canyon's fierce winds slightly altered the arrow's trajectory, the corruption yan's large size ensured that the arrow struck true, injuring the hefty maggot, though the actual damage was likely limited due to its thick flesh. A sharp scream echoed. The injured corruption yen thrashed violently, and the shovel beetles around it became agitated, perhaps thinking that the cardor had initiated the attack, or simply realizing they were within range and deciding to charge. A large number of shovel beetles surged forward, and with the vanguard charging ahead, the following beetles followed suit. Lu Xiao grinned wickedly and sat back down. The show was finally about to start. Amidst the swirling dust, countless shovel beetles rushed towards the cardor formation, unafraid of death, obeying the queen's commands. Their 6 legs stomped in the dust, and their large claws opened and closed. Ahead of them, the cardors stood ready, without a hint of panic. A cardor perched on the cliff was constantly monitoring the distance between the shovel beetles and their own line, shouting something that Lu Xiao couldn't hear because it was too far away. When the beetle army was 500 meters away from the cardor, tens of thousands of cardor drew their bows simultaneously. The front 2 rose, aiming straight ahead, while those behind angled their bows 30 degrees upward. The sound was swallowed by the dust storm, but a rain of arrows surged from the cardor formation, tracing a graceful arc before raining down into the charging mass of shovel beetles. In an instant, right below Lu Xiao, numerous shovel beetles were struck by arrows, rolling on the ground, some even pinned to the earth. Those injured or mortally wounded beetles couldn't even struggle before being trampled into a mass of green blood by their compatriots rushing in behind. The second wave of arrows followed quickly, resulting in more chaos. Lu Xiao had never seen a race as orderly as the cardor. Each individual stood firm, not firing randomly. Their actions synchronized, each volley launched in unison. Such area attacks were far more effective in battle than individual shots. After the third wave of arrows, below Lu Xiao, the bodies of shovel beetles had begun to pile up into small mounds, obstructing the advance of those following behind. Lu Xiao roughly calculated the timing of each volley. It was about every 2 seconds. Wow, these cardor were born archers. The vanguard of the insect tribe was thwarted, but the subsequent shovel beetles continued to rush forward, some using their foothooks to climb up the cliff and continue their charge. Although suffering heavy casualties, the line still pressed closer to the cardor formation. When the charging shovel beetles were less than 300 meters from the cardor line, the front 2 rows of cardor switched to point shooting mode, as the beetles on the cliff were too difficult to deal with and wouldn't be affected by the rain of arrows. Who would have thought that in this 2-dimensional war, the insect tribe would suddenly launch a 3-dimensional offensive? Fortunately, these insects were merely using inertia to climb a short distance and height along the cliff. Otherwise, Liu Xiao would have to change his position to continue watching the show. Getting accidentally injured by the actors would not be good. At 200 meters, the corridor line changed. Some began to move backward, while the remaining tens of thousands charged directly into the beetle mass. Liu Xiao could clearly see that these charging corridor were not even carrying arrows, merely holding their bows for a death charge. Liu Xiao realized what they were doing. They were going to their deaths. To give their kin behind them time and distance to attack, they had to sacrifice themselves. And like Liu Xiao, each corridor only had a quiver with 20 arrows. The arrows they shot could not be retrieved. So they had no choice but to charge to their deaths with their bows. Tens of thousands of corridor formed a wall of flesh, crashing into the mass of shovel beetles. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere, limbs scattered as the beetles easily tore apart and bit into the corridor, while simultaneously, the corridor behind rained arrows of fury upon their fallen kin and the beetles that were devouring them. This was a war of races and also a fight for survival. Song Qingfang was right. This was a curse, and everyone was just a worm in the curse. The corridor had the advantage of discipline, each possessing high archery skills and a mature understanding of warfare, while the insect tribe's advantage lay in their fearlessness of death and their bodies being more adapted to various environments, excelling in close combat. It was hard to say who would win this war. The first batch of corridor began their death charge. This method of using human shields could not be called foolish, as it was the only option under such circumstances. Those who had a chance to survive and continued to withdraw from the charging ranks were likely the ones who earned the title of Ant 10 Slaughter, given the opportunity to live as firebrands and elites. Liu Xiao felt that these corridor must have known about the existence of the origin point. Otherwise, why would everyone carry standardized bows and arrows? Or perhaps this race had already been at war before coming to the origin point. This was clearly a case of an armed populace. Batch after batch of corridor perished under the claws of the beetles and the arrows of their own kin. The battlefield was stained with red and green blood. Liu Xiao didn't know if it was due to the blood origin pearl, but now when he saw blood, he felt a bit excited. The insect tribe suffered heavy losses, but brought the distance between the two vanguards slowly closer. Once the beetle army broke into the corridor lines, the corridor would be in grave danger. The Cador clearly understands this as well. From Liu Xiao's position, it can be seen that their rear has quietly moved back, preparing to set up a second line of defense 500 meters behind the first. Moreover, they have built a stone wall over half a person high in front of the second line of defense using stones. Of course, these actions are completely invisible to the insect race. The small million Cador entrenched here have become isolated and a pawn. Liu Xiao is observing and learning. These are not things that can be learned in a university classroom. The shovel beetle swarm finally charged into the Cador formation. The Cador, fighting desperately, beat with longbows and used arrows as swords, hoping to take as many of these insects' lives as possible. Unfortunately, the effect was minimal, just as they had suffered greatly from the initial attacks. Now, they were being bitten fiercely in return. The dead Cador were mostly left in pieces, gruesomely dismembered. If it weren't for the command of the corrupt queen to attack quickly, these corpses would probably have been gnawed to the point that not even bone fragments would remain. The first line was broken. Over 1 million Cador perished, while the insect race's casualties would only be greater. The Cador did not waste their fellow tribesmen's blood. As the shovel beetles slaughtered them, they had already unleashed a rain of arrows. Liu Xiao wanted to say to the Cador leader, "You are truly cold-blooded," but at the same time, he admired his decisiveness in killing. If it were him, he probably wouldn't be able to do it. But upon reflection, if he were shouldering the fate of his race, he might do the same. It was just a matter of different positions. At this moment, the shovel beetles had already crossed over the piles of both their own kind and enemies, starting to charge towards the second line. Behind them, the corrupt queens moved their plump bodies forward little by little. The battle had only unfolded for 2 hours, and both sides had already paid the price of millions of their kind. Arrows rained down, blood flowing like a river. An hour later, the Cador's second line also fell to ruin, and the insect race's casualties had approached half, while the Cador had lost another over 1 million. At this point, the most critical problem arose. They were about to run out of arrows. It must be said that this is the most unfortunate situation for archers. Clearly, they could still fight, but the circumstances did not allow it. Arrows were continuously transported from the rear to the front, but it was merely a drop in the bucket, and there was even a 2-minute vacuum period. The outcome seemed to have become irreversible. Some Khador without arrows charged directly into the beetle swarm. This was the first time individual impulsive behavior appeared among the Khador, indicating that despair had caused their hearts to collapse. Lu Xiao sighed deeply and finally stood up. Considering that you look quite similar to humans, let me lend a hand. Chapter 41 Special Appearance from a High Vantage Point. Lu Xiao looked down at the slowly moving corruption yin in the canyon below. As the mother of insects, they enjoyed treatment akin to that of a queen, with bodies resembling maggots, making it hard to identify where their heads were. Their semi-transparent, massive bodies revealed plump internal organs and thick green blood vessels beneath their skin. Whatever. We have plenty of arrows. If there are no bloodshed soldiers, Lu Xiao would never waste ammunition. But since it's there, it must be put to good use. With the bow drawn taut, blood transformed into arrows. His gaze locked onto a bang. Bang! Bang! 3 arrows were fired in quick succession. Then he aimed at the next one, firing another 3. The blood arrows pierced through this body, and the pus-like green blood exploded instantly. He didn't care whether these 2 were alive or dead. As long as they were within his range, they were just stationary targets. Blood from his armor continuously transformed into blood arrows, and Lu Xiao began to shoot rapidly, turning into a stationary artillery. Bang! 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 Above the canyon, blood arrows drew red lines as they struck at the slowly moving giant mother insects. They were in a tragic situation. They initially thought they were safe far behind the lines. Even if the enemy attacked, there were plenty of shield beetles guarding them. Suddenly, they were taken by surprise. How did such a thing appear above them, shooting accurately from afar? It was a fact that they were slow-moving and large targets. But the key was that this guy was on a cliff 300 meters high. What the hell could they do about it? A series of piercing, shrill squeaks erupted. The shield beetles guarding them became instantly chaotic. All the insect race now noticed this uninvited guest above them, but they were at a disadvantage, unable to climb the rocky wall. Looking up at Lu Xiao, who was firing continuously, they had no way to respond. This left the loyal shield beetles in a frenzied state, madly crashing toward the base of the cliff where Lu Xiao was continuously attempting to climb up. It really echoed that saying, "It's in a hot pot. I can't be bothered with you," Lu Xiao thought, ignoring these insects. His target was and every arrow was aimed at them. Finally, one collapsed with a loud thud. It was unclear if he hit a vital spot or if it bled too much. But after taking 7 or 8 arrows from Lu Xiao, it was done for. The shield beetles around it seemed to be in a daze the moment their mother insect died, standing still in a bizarre manner. A large number of shield beetles began to pile onto their mother insect, hoping to use themselves as a shield to protect the... Unfortunately, they underestimated the sharpness of Lu Xiao's arrows. This only helped him accumulate kills without any effect, as more and more fell into pools of blood. The insect race began their madness. They started to stack themselves. Countless shield beetles climbed over each other to build a flesh ladder. This method proved effective, quickly ascending to a height of over 100 meters along the vertical cliff. Many shield beetles fell, but even more climbed up. 100 meters, 200 meters. The speed surprised Lu Xiao. Meanwhile, the chaos in the rear of the insect race, combined with the death of many mother insects, caused a sudden shift in the battlefield ahead. The pressure on the Katarai suddenly decreased, their follow-up forces no longer pushed forward, and many shield beetles stood dazed on the front lines, allowing them to easily turn the situation around and happily reap insect lives. Just as was bewildered by this sudden change, they saw countless shield beetles building a wall of flesh on the distant cliff, desperately rushing toward the top. At first, they thought the insect race was planning to use this method to climb to the top of the cliff and attack them from above. But it didn't make sense. These insects couldn't attack from a distance. What was the point of going up? Were they really going to jump down from such a height? Wasn't he that suicide? A metamorphosis warrior who learned the skill of long-distance viewing finally saw everything clearly. He quickly went to the main camp and informed the leaders, including Prince Indu of, "Are you saying a human is ambushing the insect mother from the high cliff?" Indu was tall and handsome, with features that seemed sculpted, exuding a heroic aura. "Yes, great Prince Indu. I used, and I saw very clearly. That human has exceptional archery skills. The arrows he shoots are blood red and unmatched in sharpness. The insect race is now madly launching an attack on him." Indu nodded and continued to observe. "Yes." The metamorphosis warrior responded and left. Indu turned to his right rear, where a female stood. Her skin was like creamy white jade, and her flawless face had a pair of pure blue eyes that blinked thoughtfully. "Tanya, it seems we are being saved by a human." Indu's expression was cold and slightly disdainful. "You shouldn't hold prejudice against humans. There are strong ones among them." Tanya spoke earnestly. "If it weren't for this human-s appearance, we wouldn't escape the fate of defeat. That is only because we don't have enough arrows. If Indu clearly didn't want to concede, what if we were to fight on the plains?" Tanya said casually. "There are no ifs." Indu insisted, but then realized he had fallen into his sister's trap and held back the rest of his words. "This human has helped us. Shouldn't we do something in return? My great brother, Prince Indu of..." Tanya looked toward the high cliff, though she couldn't see the human clearly. "I know," Indu replied indifferently. Then he shouted sternly, "All troops advance. Recover arrows along the way." The order was quickly relayed. The army began to advance. At this moment, Lu Xiao on the cliff was unleashing firepower on the below. Every time it fell, a large number of shield beetles on the makeshift flesh ladder lost consciousness and fell, causing repeated failures in their attempts to attack. One commanded around 10,000 shield beetles, and there were at least 1,000 here. In just a quarter of an hour, over 100 had perished under Lu Xiao's arrows. The crazed insect race was no longer just stacking flesh ladders. They were practically filling in a slope with shield beetles. At this point, was no longer their main enemy. This small human who could directly kill mother insects was the real threat. If this human wasn't dealt with, the insect race would truly be doomed. Lu Xiao glanced at the insect engineering project below, which could be listed among the top 10 wonders, and smiled coldly. "Let them be strong. Let them be strong. The gentle breeze brushes the hilltop. Let them be arrogant. Let them be arrogant. The bright moon shines on the great river." In the blink of an eye, another screamed, and its bloated body fell still. He felt a bit frustrated. None of these were metamorphosed beings. After shooting for so long, he and T even received a notification for a cross-star kill reward. If it weren't for Lu Xiao's numerous achievements in the galactic order, he might have given up by now. As for running away, these shield beetles couldn't possibly catch him, which was also the confidence he had in ignoring these foolish insects. At the same time, he was considering another matter. On the other side, the army had already dealt with the entangled shield beetles and was marching forward in unison. They were capturing those dying shield beetles while collecting arrows from the ground and the bodies. In front of them, the insect race's actions were simply insane. They had actually formed a steep slope upward. Lu Xiao also noticed the approach of the army. It seemed this seemingly elven race still had a bit of blood in them, knowing to seize the opportunity to come back and reclaim their ground. Arrows fell in an arc, and a large number of scarabs plummeted from the insect tower. At this moment, the Zerg had completely become a target. Their command system was simple and crude, probably consisting only of attack this, attack that. The current situation for the Zerg was simply to attack Lu Xiao. So Cardor became the biggest beneficiary, collecting heads. The corrupted Yin, which was farther away from Lu Xiao, had already begun to retreat. With their slow, crawling speed, withdrawing was basically a pipe dream. Over 300 corrupted Yin had already died under his arrows, with some severely injured but not dead yet. This was almost 1/3 of the total number of Zerg queens. Combined with the kills Cardor had made at the front, the Zerg were now in a dire situation. As Cardor unleashed wave after wave of arrow rain, the flesh towers built by the scarabs at the cost of countless lives collapsed in despair before they could achieve anything. The demoralized Zerg had lost their fighting spirit, and the remaining scarabs gathered around their queen, forming small circles to defend. Lu Xiao collected the wind and swallowed a white pill, stretching his arms and sitting cross-legged. It seemed that this epic war film was nearing its end, and yet, He had unexpectedly played a role in it. Chapter 42. Tanya looked up at the top of the cliff, where a human sat leisurely, as if the blood and gore of the valley was child's play, as if he had never participated in it at all. What a strange human, she thought to herself, a charming smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Give me the claw. She didn't seem to know who she was talking to. Yes, Princess Tanya. Soon, a female Kadori presented her with a claw. Tanya, what are you doing? The expression on Indu's face, which had been serious, softened slightly, but he still maintained his usual authority. I want to meet that human and express my gratitude on behalf of the string control elves. Before Indu could respond, she jumped several times toward the cliff wall. You. Indu intended to say something to her, but seeing that she had already run far away, he swallowed his words, sighing helplessly. This sister of his was truly beyond his control. Your Highness, do you need someone to protect her? A servant behind him bent down to ask. Forget it. If there's real danger, sending a few people wouldn't help. Out of sight, out of mind. Indu decided to let it be. He was still quite excited inside, this time with his father, the king of the string control elves, not around. The clansmen who had once obeyed his father were now under his command. Although there were many flaws overall, they still won in the end. For Indu, who was stepping into his commanding position for the first time, it felt like honey in his mouth. But all of this was internal reflection. Externally, he had to maintain the demeanor of a king. In truth, he was also eager to meet that human. No matter how much prejudice he had held against humans before, they had indeed turned the tide of battle and presented him with a luxurious gift. It was indeed luxurious. His clansmen had already produced 6 ant-hunter slayers and over 110 slayers. These titles boosted their combat power tremendously. A specialized claw clung to the cliff, and Tanya, like a nimble spirit cat, used the thin rope from the claw to quickly ascend the rock wall. When she stepped onto the previous claw and shot out another, repeating this, Tanya soon climbed to the top of the high cliff. Something was moving on the cliff wall, immediately catching Lu Zhao's attention. The movie was almost over. How could there suddenly be another audience member? Turning his head, he was surprised to see a female Kadori with bright blue eyes, stunning beauty, golden hair cascading over her shoulders, a few strands blown by the valley wind. Her graceful figure wrapped in a silvery garment and wearing a short fur outfit outside. Only the 2 pointed ears peeking from her hair indicated her difference from humans. To be honest, Lu Xiao had seen beautiful women on Earth, at least in photos, and perhaps even those influenced by the 3 great Eastern sorceries. But none could compare to the one before him. He stood up to face the female Kadori. The longbow on her back showed she meant no harm. They stood 10 meters apart, and Tanya did not move closer. After some awkward opening remarks, Lu Xiao decisively spent 100 merit points to exchange for the Kadori language. I am Tanya, the daughter of Musil, the king of the string control elves. On behalf of the string control elves, I express my heartfelt gratitude for your noble deeds and bravery. She clenched her right fist and placed it on her left chest, a gesture of respect among the Kadori. String control elves? Well, others call you Kadori, and you call yourselves string control elves. That's fine. The name elf suits you better. The king's daughter, so you're a princess? Are all princesses this beautiful? But it seems the females of the string control elves are quite beautiful. Speaking of which, it seemed he had spoken with an alien for the first time, not counting the MO to awe people, of course. Just passing by, shooting a few arrows. Lu Xiao replied, feeling a bit low. He had no social anxiety, but he just didn't know how to communicate with a race outside of humanity. Fearing he might say something wrong and embarrass himself, like being recorded in some Kadori history. Your noble deeds saved us. May I know your name? Tanya's eyes were clear, her words sincere. My name is Lu. Ping Sing. He almost slipped up. Ren Pingsheng, I will remember this name. Where are your people? At the origin point, it was almost impossible for a lone wolf to survive, and Tanya was puzzled as to why this human was alone. The others are busy with their own matters. I'm by myself. Lu Xiao spoke truthfully. Tanya looked slightly surprised. This person was truly acting as a lone wolf. What surprised her even more was that this human had nothing on him. Where was his bow? Where were his arrows? Did you know about the situation here before coming to the origin point? It seems each of you was somewhat prepared. Yes, for this. The Elven King convened a royal meeting, something that hasn't happened in hundreds of years. When my father returned, he began making arrangements, and I, along with my brother Ndu, who is the leader of this string control elf army, came together. Tanya explained, not hiding anything, her gaze directed towards the cliff below. This is our first battle at the origin point. It is very crucial for us, and we were very fortunate to meet you. You are indeed very lucky. At least you knew about the origin point in advance. We, on the other hand, are quite tragic, Lu Xiao thought to himself, cursing the galactic order internally. Look at the treatment others receive, and then look at what you all are doing. Surely your clan received no news? Tanya looked incredulous. Being thrown into the origin point without preparation was no different from seeking death. She couldn't imagine what would happen to her clansmen if they faced war unprepared. Moreover, this human had become such a strong individual without any preparation. Haha, Lu Xiao chuckled helplessly. Let's not talk about that. It's all tears. By the way, how did you get up here? With this, Tanya took the claw from her back and showed it to Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao stepped closer. He was surrounded by a blood-red aura, blood radiating from his body. Tanya suppressed her inner tension and tried to remain calm. Talking to this human made her feel his friendliness, but when he truly approached, the sense of oppression was almost tangible. His blood armor exuded an overwhelming pressure. Lu Xiao casually took the claw, trying hard to focus solely on it, not daring to linger on Tanya's figure and face. What a super beauty. He was afraid that if he looked too long, he might nosebleed, and that would truly be social death. Moreover, he had a blood source physique, a large volume of blood. While others bled, he estimated he would spray. While struggling with his thoughts, he examined the claw in his hand, marveling at the exquisite craftsmanship and clever design. He wanted one so badly, but it felt a bit awkward to ask directly. He returned the claw to Tanya. Can I borrow it for a while? Lu Xiao looked directly at the elven princess, trying to convey sincerity. Is that okay? This was the first time an alien man had looked at her so closely, and an unknown feeling suddenly layered over the pressure, making her feel slightly breathless. Yes, of course. Tanya hurriedly replied. That's good. I will return it after I'm done. In truth, Lu Xiao just wanted to use the claw to cross the Lingfeng Gorge. What he meant by returning, it was simply tossing it back down after getting to the other side. But however it sounded, it felt like he was afraid Tanya wouldn't lend it to him. No. Humans control the strings of life and death. No need to repay. Keep the claws. I still have many, and you are the hero who saved us. If we are on the land of the string-controlling elves, we will treat you with the most precious unicorn wine and engrave your name on the monument of saints, so you can enjoy the blessings of the string-controlling elves forever. Tanya Kakababa said a lot in one breath. As a princess of a tribe, it is very rude not to express gratitude to the hero who saved her. Lu Xiao scratched his head. He had no interest in drinking or engraving stones, but he was very happy to get the claws. Then thank you. This thing is quite useful to me. Feeling that the communication with the alien was quite harmonious, Lu Xiao thought to ask more things. Aren't you called Cardor? Why are you also called string-controlling elves? Cardor is a transliteration of our language, meaning elf. Seeing Lu Xiao step back a certain distance, Tanya relaxed a lot. We elves have many different tribes, just like you humans. There are also humans on our planet. Huh? You have humans there too? The surprised expression on the other party made Tanya feel that this human is actually not that dangerous. Yes, the humans on our planet are good at business. Trade is their specialty. Additionally, they are very smart and like to study some strange things. My father believes that these things only make people lazy or vain, but I still like some of them and secretly hide them from him. Tanya seemed to think of some interesting things, and the corners of her mouth slightly curved up. This made Lu Xiao a bit dizzy. Even without laughing, she looked exaggerated, and when she did laugh, it was a bit too much. Don't look. It seems there are humans not just in the galactic order. Lu Xiao muttered to himself. You. Tanya nervously covered her small mouth while pointing at Lu Xiao. Me? What's wrong with me? Lu Xiao looked confused, thinking he had something weird on his face, and hurriedly reached out to touch it. How could you say the name of your star domain? This is taboo at the origin. Tanya hurriedly said. My father once warned us that we must not reveal the name of our star domain at the origin, or we might be retaliated against by other star domains. Huh? Is there such a thing? Lu Xiao was dumbfounded. He really didn't know. detected that Ren Pingsheng has questions about retaliatory actions outside the origin. Would you like to spend 10 Galactic Order merit points to exchange for related knowledge? This operation is approved by the origin. Would you like to exchange? Yes, yes, yes. Retaliatory actions across star domains and within star domains occur frequently. Please always be alert not to disclose your planet and star domain. It's over. Lu Xiao had a face that looked like he had eaten something terrible. Chapter 43. Trust no need to play like this. Your perspective is still too small. Perhaps those seemingly weak creatures at the origin are civilizations with technological explosions on their own planets and in their own star regions. After going back and thinking it over, I still feel uneasy. What if they come back with some two-dimensional foil or three-phase waves and wipe out Earth in an instant? There is no such thing as not being able to find you on Earth. They could directly destroy your solar system and see where you run to. Lu Xiao stared blankly at Tanya, his eyes shifting from sorrow to helplessness, then from helplessness to a glimmer of sharpness. This series of changes frightened Tanya greatly. She could clearly sense that this human named Ren Pingsheng had a fleeting intent to kill. At this moment, she felt as if she had eaten something foul. It was fine for her to know, but why did she have to remind him? Now, all he had to do was kill her. I will definitely keep the secret. I absolutely won't reveal the secret of the string control elf hero. I swear to the Lord of String Control. Tanya hurriedly raised her small hand. No need. I believe you. Lu Xiao smiled helplessly. He certainly understood why Tanya was so eager to swear. But killing her would be meaningless. Even if her spirit returned, she could still seek revenge, and resentment would only deepen. Besides, he only mentioned the Galactic Order, without referring to Earth. At least it was a consolation for himself. Moreover, this beautiful elven princess in front of him seemed trustworthy. Her looks were indeed a bonus. Let us consider this as if I never said it, and you didn't hear it, understood? Tanya nodded obediently. Lu Xiao was somewhat satisfied and nodded. I see you must have come from the west. Did you encounter any towns along the way? Tanya thought for a moment and then shook her head. We encountered a few gathering points of extraterrestrial creatures, but they were not large enough to be considered towns. Seeing that Lu Xiao was no longer entangled in the matter, Tanya breathed a sigh of relief. She realized that communicating with this human was fraught with danger, far more stimulating than the previous battle, but she found it very interesting. Life among the royal clan was indeed dull. I know what you're looking for. My father also instructed us to search for towns. The origin markers are in the towns, and after this trial here, we must find the markers. I have a rough guess and plan to search north first. If there is nothing, then west. Lu Xiao looked toward the desert north of the canyon. Tanya nodded heavily. I see if you're right. Then the direction we initially chose was indeed wrong. It doesn't necessarily mean you were wrong. You can follow your plan first. If it proves to be wrong in the end, we can try what I said. After all, our ultimate goals are the same. You came from the west. Did you pass through the smoke and sand wetlands? Yes, we did pass through a large swamp area where there were some Moda people. They looked particularly ugly, but were very strong. Tanya exaggeratedly gestured the size of the lizard-like creatures, pouting her lips to imitate a lizard's big mouth. This made Lu Xiao laugh out loud. He found this elven princess not only naturally beautiful, but also very funny and cute. It seems that we both cleared out the Modi people quite thoroughly. Based on the distribution map of the Modi people, this unfortunate group has likely been wiped out, with the remaining ones being used as food by Li Tianjia and his companions. Huh? Really? You also encountered them? Yes, some of the Moda among them have already transformed. Did you obtain their spirits? Tanya shook her head helplessly. No, we know how to obtain the spirits, but by the time they brought the Moda corpses to us, the spirits in the bodies had already vanished. This is the tragedy of the Archer and the hierarchical concept. First, the corpses are far away, and they have to bring the corpses to the clan leader's place. In the process, the spirit has long departed from the body. So your clan doesn't have a single transformer? Lu Xiao pressed for more. Actually, there's 7, all scouts responsible for reconnaissance. They killed the Modi people during the reconnaissance and could search for spirits on the spot. What about you? Tanya shook her head, her lips pouting again, clearly unhappy about it. Smiling, Lu Xiao reached into the remnants and pulled out 2 broken energy crystals, wrapped them in a leaf, and handed them to Tanya. Here, this is a thank you gift for the claws. Tanya looked at Lu Xiao, then at the leaf package he handed over, and curiously asked, "You're giving this to me? What is it?" "It's something you and your brother need. One for each of you." Lu Xiao just smiled and indicated for her to take it. Tanya suspiciously accepted it, opened the leaf, and saw two faintly glowing energy crystals inside. Her enchanting eyes widened in disbelief as she looked up at Lu Xiao. "This is an energy crystal. 2 of them. Are you really giving them to me?" Lu Xiao nodded. "This is too precious. Energy crystals are the most valuable treasures. Ren Pingsheng, you may not know this, but energy crystals can allow a person to directly become a transformer, and they can also allow transformers to recharge their energy anytime. I can't accept this. Absolutely not. No, this one do. You've helped us greatly, and I can't repay you. Now you are giving me energy crystals. This is not acceptable." Tanya was struggling internally. She wanted the energy crystals so much, but her beliefs and the royal concept she had been raised with made her strongly resist such charity. This conflicting psychological reaction was evident in her trembling hands as she slowly extended the leaf package back to Lu Xiao. But her pale hands moved as if in slow motion. "I know their function, but you can accept them." Lu Xiao casually took out another energy crystal. "Tanya." The meaning was clear. This thing was very precious to them, but for him, it was just a casual gift. As the saying goes, well shouldn't be flaunted, but also depends on the timing. If it weren't for Tanya's warning, he might have made an irreparable mistake later. Her single warning was crucial for Lu Xiao. Moreover, the greater his value and ability, the heavier this verbal promise would weigh. Tanya's hands remained stiff in midair. She remained hesitant. Even though Lu Xiao didn't care at all. The more this was the case, the more Lu Xiao felt his choice was correct, proving that the essence of the elven race was kind-hearted. He simply closed Tanya's hands and pushed them back. At the moment their fingertips touched, both of them felt a subtle shift in their hearts, and Tanya's face flushed red. Tanya struggled to organize her words. She didn't know what to say at this moment, making the atmosphere momentarily awkward. "I'm preparing to leave. Please let your clan know. Don't shoot me into a sieve later." Lu Xiao glanced down the cliff, breaking the awkwardness. Okay, I'll notify them right away." "Wait, are you leaving now?" Tanya found herself somewhat reluctant to part with this human. "Yes, your battle is over, and I should set off too." Lu Xiao didn't dare to say that the good show had ended, and it wouldn't be proper for him to linger on. I hope you can accept this." Tanya finally accepted the gift. She took a silver-white necklace from around her neck and timidly handed it to Lu Xiao. "This is the only thing I brought from the origin." She didn't specify what it was for, but her previous refusal to give it to Lu Xiao indicated that this necklace was something she cherished deeply. Lu Xiao took it in his hand and found the necklace to be lighter than silver, with a beautifully crafted sapphire pendant. "Thank you, I really like it." He generously put it around his neck. In Earth customs, this was also a form of gratitude. Tanya's expression was complicated, but her lips were sweetly smiling. "Thank you." Ping Sing. Tanya pressed her 5 fingers together and gently placed one hand on her chest. After gazing at him for a moment, she turned around and walked away with light steps. Lu Xiao didn't know what the different gestures meant. He simply nodded slightly and watched her departing figure, silently wishing this beautiful and lovely foreign princess well. Just as Tanya was about to descend the cliff along the previous hook, she turned around, looked at Lu Xiao, and waved her arms vigorously. Lu Xiao smiled and waved back at her. In his line of sight, Tanya's stunning figure flew down the cliff and soon landed on the ground, where many of her kin had been waiting for a long time. Surrounded by the crowd, she returned to the main army, and after communicating with a remarkable male elf, Tanya waved her hand again in Lu Xiao's direction. Receiving the signal, Lu Xiao felt no reservations. He might not trust the elven race, but he believed in Tanya's promise. He learned to descend the cliff using the hook claws like Tanya, and although his movements were somewhat rough and his posture not very graceful, he managed to land safely. Under the watchful eyes of countless string-controlling elves, Lu Xiao boldly walked from the southern cliff to the north. His radiant crimson aura exerted a strong sense of pressure, but due to the prince's orders, no one dared to raise their bows. Although this human had turned the tide of battle for them, and even gifted them 2 energy crystals, it wouldn't change my view of humans. They are too cunning and changeable. Indu's gaze was fixed on Lu Xiao, who was traversing through the main army in the distance. That's your opinion. It doesn't represent me. Most of the mentor's teachings are correct, but the judgment of humans is too one-sided. At least he is different. Back among her kin, Tanya resumed the solemnity and authority of royalty. And I believe that my father wouldn't want a string-controlling elf who doesn't understand gratitude to accept gifts from others. Indu turned his head, looking somewhat dejectedly at his sister, then at the leaf pouch in her hand. Frowning, he let out a deep sigh. Given his sister's personality, it was indeed possible that she wouldn't give him the energy crystals. You win. This human has earned my recognition, Indu. Fine. Tanya smiled slightly, but then coldly said, his name is Ren Pingsheng, not just this human. Remember, he is the hero of our string-controlling elves. All right. He is the great string-controlling human Ren Pingsheng. Later, I will tell father about his achievements. Whether they could be inscribed on a monument will be up to him. Indu spoke softly, fearing that others would overhear. Oomph. Tanya snorted lightly, which could be seen as acknowledging her brother's attitude. Arriving at the northern cliff, using her hook claws to maneuver, Lu Xiao soon reached the cliff top. He stood high above the cliff, facing Tanya, waving goodbye. Tanya also vigorously waved her arms, but feeling it diminished her royal dignity. The motion gradually became smaller. Lu Xiao smiled and turned to leave. Before him lay an endless desert. Who knows what lies within it? Chapter 44. Wind-eroded Yardong. Intermediate danger zone discovered. Wind-eroded Yardong. Detected that the Galactic Order's intelligent beings first entered this area. Galactic Order merit points. 10. Receive Galactic Order merit points. 1,000. As the area notification lit up, Lu Xiao turned to look back at the path he had come from. The wind and sand had long buried his footprints, and the Falling Star Eye and Lingfeng Canyon had also disappeared into the slowly drifting yellow sand. This was a wind-eroded landscape, with the soil being gray and hard, and the surface covered with sand and stones, but it was not a desert. Crossing over a black-gray hill exposed on the sandy ground, he looked out to see a vast expanse of desolate land, with steep hills standing among it. This was the Yardong, a magical wind-eroded landform, with hard soil that had been sharpened by years of wind and sand, resembling statues standing majestically in the wilderness. Lu Xiao did not know what this small world really was. Was it a planet, or just a fictional space? However, the landscape here was strikingly similar to Earth. This often made him feel dazed, as if he were exploring an uninhabited area in the northwest. He had been moving through the wind-eroded Yardong for an unknown amount of time. Without the alternation of day and night, time had indeed become ethereal. Since the moment he drifted away from the origin point, several Earth days had passed. 4 days? 6 days? During this time, he had not slept even once. Yet he did not feel particularly fatigued. Indeed, with a different body, the biological clock seemed to have refreshed and disappeared, and his physical structure must have undergone subtle changes. He still felt he should take a nap. Previously, in the forest, there had been no conditions for it, and no one knew what might jump out of the jungle. But here, in the boundless open desert, it felt relatively safer. Searching for the tallest dirt mound, he shot out his grappling hook and used the rope to climb to the top of the mound. The top of the mushroom-shaped mound was flat. Lu Xiao took out a piece of bee skin and spread it on the ground, pulled up his hood, and lay down. The sound of the wind howled, a noise that seemed like a lullaby in his ears. He closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep. In his dream, he saw his university classroom. Familiar smiling faces of classmates, the lively dormitory with friends, passing by the campus beauty while getting water, and himself in a graduation gown taking a photo with classmates under a giant cherry blossom tree, all smiling with hope for the future. When everyone threw their caps into the air, Lu Xiao suddenly saw countless branches of the cherry blossom tree reaching out behind him, and one by one, his classmates died tragically in front of him, blood and flesh flying, their smiling faces stained red with blood. He sat up abruptly. His chest heaved violently. He quickly scanned his surroundings. It turned out to be just a dream. Thank goodness, just a dream. But some dreams never wake. The rustling sounds made him suddenly alert. It was a noise different from the blowing wind and sand. Lu Xiao bent down cautiously to the edge of the mound. He saw a line of creatures stretching for dozens of kilometers, moving from east to west. The mound, he was almost right where this line passed. The rustling sound was indeed from these creatures moving. The upper half of their bodies resembled humans, while the lower half was like snakes. These creatures, called Gyoin, although they had human-like upper bodies, their completely white eyes and gaping mouths made Lu Xiao feel no connection to them whatsoever. He did not dare to stand up, only peeking from his elevated position to observe the distance. The Gyoin wielded a variety of weapons, including long bows, which made him somewhat wary. And, in the sandy terrain, who knew how fast these things could move? The only advantage was that they surely couldn't climb high, as they had no legs. Countless Gyoin passed beneath him, and from time to time, there were rustling sounds. With nothing else to do, Lu Xiao exchanged for the Gyoin language, curious to hear what these half-snake, half-human beings were saying. "I'm so hungry. I'm hungry too. I want to eat you. Can you move away a bit? I'm really hungry. When can we get out of here? Your meat must be delicious. You bumped into my tail. Did you just eat a bug? It smells bad. Get away. Don't poke me with your fork." Damn, these Gyoin were a bunch of good-for-nothings. Lu Xiao lay back, staring at the sky, feeling quite depressed in reality, regretting learning the Gyoin language, as it had gone from mere rustling noise in the wind to a stream of nonsense in his ears. Boom! A loud noise came from the distance. Lu Xiao hurriedly flipped over into a prone position, looking toward the source of the sound. He saw an incredibly huge sandworm emerging from the ground. What the hell? This ISNTA desert. Where did this sandworm come from? He quickly checked the information about this worm through the system. The system information indicated that this was not a creature from an extraterrestrial galaxy. It was a native creature of this small world and was not considered an intelligent being. In other words, this thing was a fool. All right, he was facing a tough opponent. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous loud noises came. 3 more sandworms drilled out from the ground. Their gaping circular mouths were filled with barbs, unfathomably deep, resembling a hell of blades. Just that mouth was estimated to be dozens of meters wide. With Lu Xiao's current strength, extraterrestrial creatures did not pose much danger to him, as the origin law limited the attributes of extraterrestrial beings, no matter how powerful. They were still at the level of a traveler. But native creatures had no such restrictions. And how could he shoot an odd giant like this with a bow and arrow? He might shoot until next year without knowing if he could kill it. Even Lu Xiao was quite wary of this creature. For the Gyoin, encountering one was a calamity. 2 meant disaster was not singular. And now, this was a catastrophe. The line of Gyoin instantly turned into a chaotic flight. Are you kidding? We're all longworms. You're big and thick, while I'm small and slender. I don't even have the size to fit between your teeth. Why should longworms make things difficult for each other? I'll run first as a courtesy. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if a self-service party had begun. The giant sandworms started calling for friends, continuously emerging from the ground. And there were also signs of soil and stones shifting on the other side. It seemed the Gyoin were about to be surrounded. When the sandworms slammed their big mouths down on the Gyoin group, a massacre began. After crashing to the ground, they swallowed hundreds of Gyoin and soil into their bellies, then burrowed back underground, their massive bodies and tails following, eventually disappearing into the holes where their heads had emerged. Then, all the sandworms began to move through the sand like dragons leaping across the field. With each leap, the Gyoin covered by shadows on the ground disappeared without a trace. This scene was extremely brutal, but not bloody at all, as there was no blood. All the Gyoin were swallowed alive. Run, run, help, who will save us? Still the same unnutritious cries. Compared to the string-pulling elves, the Gyoin group was utterly disorganized and undisciplined, a bunch of scattered soldiers, though they were slightly better than humans. Lu Xiao was also afraid that one of the sandworms might mistakenly bump into him, so he activated his disguise and quickly blended into the mound. But he was unsure how the sandworms detected the Gyoin, as he had never seen the sandworm's eyes. Yet these blind Gyoin, unable to hide, all burrowed into the Yardon group. It must be that these structures could serve as cover, making them feel somewhat safe. Damn it, Lu Xiao really wanted to curse in Gyoin language. You all hurry up and get lost. Don't come here to harm me. Chapter 45. Greeka. If before in Lingfeng Canyon, Lu Xiao was merely an audience watching an epic war film, this time, he was witnessing an outdoor circus performance of rampaging beasts. Previously, he was a bystander outside the battlefield, but this time he was truly in the thick of it. Moreover, not only would the beasts on the field attack him, but even the clowns from the circus might gang up on him. What a stroke of bad luck. Lu Xiao thought to himself, could it be because of his blood-source physique? Lying dumbfounded at the top of the mound, he felt utterly helpless. All he could do was watch as 7 or 8 giant creatures spun and leaped in the distance, observing the Jiu-Yin tribe sliding around the wasteland with their snake-like tails, listening to the trembling sounds of those hiding among the Yadin formations. Lu Xiao suddenly wished he could just continue sleeping. Perhaps when he wakes up next time, these big and small creatures would be gone. Gradually, Lu Xiao's mindset improved a lot, not only because the sandworm was busy dealing with the Jiu-Yin and hadn't come over, but also because through long observation, he felt that these gigantic creatures possessed a kind of alternative beauty. With a massive body measuring 300 to 400 meters long and 50 to 60 meters wide, flying up and down in the sand. At first, there was a natural fear of its size, but once you realize it is merely an animal surviving on instinct, you see it doing nothing more than a routine act of feeding. It's hard to associate it with evil or cruelty. It was like a diver in the deep sea watching a whale continuously devour schools of fish. It seemed just a part of the natural ecological routine. And beneath the shimmering waves, every movement of the whale was stunning. Unless, of course, it accidentally swallowed the diver along with the fish. And now, Lu Xiao was that diver beside the whale. Stay put. Don't move. Everyone don't move. As long as we don't move, the sandworm won't notice us. Commands echoed among the Jiu-Yin, as if the tribe had discovered some patterns in the sandworm's behavior. Could it be that the sandworm, like the blood cherry tree, sensed the position of living beings through ground vibrations? Lu Xiao began to pay extra attention to the sandworm's movements. Indeed, he noticed that those Jiu-Yin who remained still in the wasteland were never attacked, while those fleeing were quickly detected and devoured. The Jiu-Yin formed a long line, with members gathering in the distance, both in front and behind, but maintaining a considerable distance from this hunting ground. Their individual strength might not compare to the sandworm, but in numbers, they seemed to be preparing to confront the sandworm. Lu Xiao found it hard to understand the Jiu-Yin's actions from any angle. This was a very unwise choice. Firstly, there was no gain, and secondly, the losses would be too great. The sandworm was a native creature. Even if they sacrificed their snake-like lives to kill it, what would be the significance? Unless the sandworm had some other value. Suddenly, a thought struck him. These Jiu-Yin had been moving westward from the east across the desert, where there was no fresh water or food. Could they be tempted by the flesh and blood of the sandworm? Just as Lu Xiao pondered this, a particularly strong Jiu-Yin emerged from the gathered ranks. And even from several kilometers away, Lu Xiao could sense its uniqueness. Its scales were exceptionally bright, its size 2 circles larger than an average Jiu-Yin, and it wielded a shining long knife that looked extraordinary. Was it going to challenge the sandworm? The Jiu-Yin swayed its body, its snake-like form moving left and right, gradually accelerating, and finally, at an incredible speed, it rushed westward into the combat zone, locking onto an area where the ground was starting to churn. With a splash of sand, a massive sandworm's head emerged from the ground. The Jiu-Yin had already arrived nearby, leaping directly onto the sandworm's head. What a display of skill. The Jiu-Yin soared into the air alongside the sandworm's head, raising its long knife high and striking down fiercely, piercing into the sandworm's flesh and splattering black blood everywhere. The sandworm, being so massive, seemed to feel a slight sting, but it merely trembled slightly. The Jiu-Yin gripped the long knife tightly, sliding along the sandworm's body while pulling down with all its might, causing black blood to gush out like a fountain, tearing a gaping wound in the sandworm's back. Wow! Wow! Grika! Grika! Below Lu Xiao, the Jiu-Yin hiding among the Yadin formations cheered as they saw their kin injure the seemingly invincible sandworm in an instant. The Jiu-Yin named Grika was indeed valiant, embodying the spirit of a warrior aiming for the enemy general's head. The sandworm finally realized it was in pain and began to thrash violently while moving forward rapidly, like an aircraft carrier rampaging across land. Grika held tightly onto the long knife embedded deep within the sandworm, struggling to stabilize itself and not be thrown off. While drawing a short knife from its waist, continuously hacking at the torn flesh of the sandworm. The pain was driving this massive creature into a frenzy. With a loud crash, the wounded sandworm collided with another of its kind, sending up a cloud of dust, and the struck sandworm was left dazed on the ground. Of course, as it fell, it inadvertently took dozens of innocent Gyoin with it. Seeing the dazed giant lying down, the surrounding Gyoin rushed in, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Although the sandworm was enormous, its body was soft due to its adaptation to moving underground, making it easy to cut through its outer flesh. By the time the sandworm regained its senses and lifted its head again, it was already crawling with the excited Gyoin. Unfortunately, they celebrated too early. The sandworm rolled over, and the Gyoin on its back vanished without a trace, leaving no indication of whether they were flung off or turned into mush. Meanwhile, the sandworm that Grika was attacking began to roll as well. Just as Lu Xiao thought this brave Gyoin had turned into a puddle of blood, he spotted half of Grika's head exposed at the sandworm's wound. This guy was fierce. It had directly cut through the sandworm's flesh and burrowed its entire body inside. The long knife gleamed coldly, continuously slashing and damaging within a wound. Before long, Grika's figure was completely out of sight, clearly having delved deep into the sandworm's body. Lu Xiao didn't have a strong opinion about the Gyoin tribe, but he couldn't help but admire Grika. Not that he considered himself a hero. At least he wouldn't confront the sandworm as Grika did. He just felt that anyone who faced death without fear and possessed their own combat wisdom, whether friend or foe, was worthy of respect. Lu Xiao couldn't determine what method Grika planned to use to kill this colossal creature. Simply tearing it apart wasn't fatal for the sandworm. After all, the damage done so far was akin to a child falling and scraping their arm. There was bleeding, but no serious injury. As the sandworm leapt high and crashed down heavily, burrowing into the sand, Grika and the sandworm also disappeared from sight. The other sandworms continued to thrash about like giant whales on the wasteland, while the Gyoin could only watch helplessly as their kin disappeared one by one on the horizon. No second Grika appeared. Perhaps there were others, but they vanished too quickly. As the number of Gyoin in the area where the sandworms were active sharply decreased, the scene gradually calmed, with only a few scattered Gyoin still trembling in the wasteland. Without the movement trail of prey, the frequency of sandworms emerging from the ground also began to decline. For the Gyoin, losing a few 100,000 tribesmen is not unacceptable. At least most of the Gyoin are still alive, obediently staying put and not daring to move. For a full quarter of an hour, the desolate land filled with deep pits remained silent, until a massive head poked out from one of the deep pits. But it only emerged its head, and then seemed to be stuck, remaining rigid and silent in place. A pitch-black object crawled out from the back of the sandworm, black blood dripping down, revealing shiny scales. This object slowly moved to the top of the sandworm's head, raising a long knife high above, the black blood receding, revealing the strong figure of Jelly Jia, standing like an ancient war god atop its trophy. Immediately, cheers erupted from the entire Gyoin tribe. Impressive, impressive. Even Lu Xiao couldn't help but want to applaud. This Gyoin named Jelly Jia had completely refreshed his definition of a warrior, not to mention how it had killed the sandworm. But the term wise and brave was indeed fitting for it. The cheers continued for a long time, for Jelly Jia, and also for the corpse of this giant sandworm, which would be enough for all the Gyoin to enjoy a hearty meal, possibly with leftovers. However, the awkward part was that all the Gyoin still dared not move. This was what one might call psychological support. After another quarter of an hour, some Gyoin were forced to move towards the sandworm's corpse. It was likely that the sandworm deep underground had long since fled. And this batch of Gyoin, tasked with the mission of stepping on mines, safely reached Jelly Jia's feet, both relieved to have escaped the calamity and admiring the hero's dazzling figure. Seeing that it was safe, countless Gyoin rushed forward, instantly surrounding the corpse of the sandworm. They truly went straight for it, opening their mouths wide and starting to eat. The Gyoin were delighted, but Lu Xiao felt a bit restless. These guys clearly weren't leaving so soon, and he could only be forced to stay on the mound, unable to go anywhere. But he had evidently underestimated the Gyoyin's hunger level and efficiency in eating. In less than an hour, the entire sandworm had been reduced to a massive skeleton, with not even a trace of flesh and blood left in the soil. On the vast, desolate plain, millions of Geoine formed a giant circle and began their journey eastward. Lu Xiao, who had witnessed the entire process, watched them depart as he also set off on his journey north. Chapter 46. Bloodthirsty beetle, a gust of yellow sand howled across the endless wasteland. Apart from that, there was only the silent loneliness. Wiping the dust off his cheeks, Lu Xiao squinted into the distance, where the view remained boundless. Looking up, the sky was gradually darkening, and that star resembling the sun had finally clocked out. This also meant that he had been surviving at the origin for a full 7 Earth days, with no alternation of day and night, and time passed so slowly. He quickly climbed to the top of a gray stone mountain, stepping on its peak. Ping, ping, sink. Do you accept the spiritual sound interaction request? Accepting the interaction requires no merit points. Yes. Chao Feng, I am Cold Yufeng. So it's this guy, Cold Yufeng. Hello, Cold Yufeng, goodbye. Hey, how can you say goodbye like that? I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Speak. Lu Xiao sat cross-legged, gazing into the distance. First, your ranking on the merit record is missing. They asked me if you exchange for identity protection. Second, it's about time I inform you about some information regarding the origin. Third, as a reserve member of the Hidden Dragon, you need to accept tasks within the group. Lu Xiao's gaze locked onto the distance. Right, I did exchange for identity protection. Let's talk about the second point. Okay, then there's no problem. Otherwise, some old-timers would doubt my judgment in selecting people. As for the second point, when your physical attributes reach 101 or your spiritual attributes exceed 51, you will have broken through from a strong practitioner to a traveler. I will tell you what a strong practitioner and a traveler are shortly, and then you need to find the origin marker in the small 1,000 worlds, right? I know about this. How do you know that? And you also know about the small 1,000 worlds? Are you being honest? Did you all know about the wandering of the origin long ago? Why would you think that? The advanced civilizations in other star domains notified various races before wandering. I don't believe the Galactic Order didn't inform the civilizations on Earth. Cold Yufeng fell silent for a moment. This question I actually don't need to answer, but I can give you a hypothesis. If the people of Huaxia had known about this before wandering, what do you think would happen to all of Huaxia? Now, it was Lu Xiao's turn to fall silent. If this hypothesis were true, social chaos would be certain. Whether it would affect the regime is hard to say, but basic order would definitely be lost, as they had been too comfortable for too long. Suddenly, introducing concepts like alien civilizations and the origin would likely trigger riots. And perhaps by then, the degree of harm to the populace would be far greater than it is now. I understand, my perspective was too narrow. What else do you need to tell me about the origin? To become a traveler will take a long time. During this time, you should work hard to improve yourself, especially in combat proficiency, and try to avoid getting involved in large-scale wars between races. If you awaken elemental talents, you can seek out elemental cores scattered throughout the world. If you sense a divine call, you can seek out the location of the deity calling you to complete the divine bestowal. What are the elemental cores you mentioned? Could it be that you have awakened elemental affinity? Not really, I'm just curious. I thought you were as lucky as I am. Lu Xiao rolled his eyes. I'm much luckier than you. You awakened elemental talent, but I awakened a gifted spiritual body. Elemental cores, how should I put it? They generally manifest as a special element, like a wind elemental core, which might appear in the eye of a tornado, looking like a green light sphere. Hee. As for other elemental cores, I'm not sure. Will there be many creatures guarding the elemental cores? Yes, basically there will be. Elemental creatures tend to gather around elemental cores, as it can enhance the source core within their spiritual bodies. Got it. In Lu Xiao's view, countless small sandworms were intertwining in the yellow sand, and at their center was a yellowish light sphere. What else? Our worlds are divided. So within the world you belong to, the number of humans is limited. If any emergencies arise, I can't help you. Sigh. Sigh? Why are you sighing? I just feel that the information you provided is not very nourishing. Chao Feng, I am the deputy leader of the Hidden Dragon, so you should learn to show respect to me. Okay, fine, great deputy leader comrade. Since our worlds are divided, what is the point of assigning tasks in a group? We're divided now, but that doesn't mean we will be in the future. By the way, about the task. I just remembered, there's a task to obtain energy spirit crystals as much as possible, as they are strategic resources. Also, the Galactic Order has upgraded the human race's level, and there are said to be great benefits. It should be that the human race has achieved great merit. So you might want to pay attention to the humans around you to see if anyone has done something significant or if there is someone particularly strong. Significant? All right, that significant thing is probably something I did, and that particularly strong human is probably also me. Okay, I'll keep an eye on it. How is the current situation on Earth? Gradually stabilizing. The population in most cities has returned, and specific data is being compiled. There are some casualties, but it's still within a controllable range. You should be from Qiantang, right? The vast majority of the people who wandered from Qiantang have returned. According to reliable news, you encountered an attack from an alien creature. Is that true? Yes, a kind of alien creature called a night steed. It seems you're safe and sound, so I won't waste more words. The situation in Qiantang has stabilized. You can rest assured about that. What will happen after I find a marker? This I know, but I can't say it. What do you mean? The laws of the origin restrict me. Spiritual sound cannot convey information outside of this world. Unless we are on Earth and face to face, some things can only be said then. I see. It seems you know quite a bit. Hee, that's right. Don't forget how long our hidden dragon group has existed. All right, I have things to attend to, so I'm hanging up now. Do you think this is a phone? Go on. See you later. The spiritual sound ended. See you later? The words from Cold Yufeng seemed to contain other meanings, but there was no need to delve into them now. If I'm not mistaken, that pearl shining in the twilight is the Earth elemental core. Hundreds of small sandworms clustered around the light sphere, bathing in its yellowish glow. It seems the sandworms themselves are elemental creatures. No wonder they thrive underground. The small sandworms are small only in comparison to the giant sandworms Lu Xiao had seen before. These small sandworms are at least the size of a truck. They crowded around the light sphere, fearing being pushed out by their kin. As the sky darkened, the star of this world was radiating its last light and warmth. The afterglow illuminated the horizon, turning it crimson. The night of the origin had finally arrived. As the light faded, countless stars seemed to break free from their restraints and appeared. The wind-eroded Yadin, devoid of moonlight, was completely swallowed by darkness. Meanwhile, countless points of light appeared on the ground. These light points were clearly some kind of creature, as each point was constantly moving. Lu Xiao's mind stirred, activating the night owl ability, and everything in his field of vision gradually became clear. Lu Xiao was grateful he had gained this ability. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to get by in the night of the origin. Within his sight, he finally realized what the light points were. They were palm-sized beetles. In the stone mountain where Lu Xiao was, these beetles were crawling out from every crevice or soil layer, searching for something. The stars in the sky and the beetles on the ground both flickered with faint light, making Lu Xiao momentarily unable to distinguish between heaven and earth. He caught a beetle and placed it in his palm to observe closely. Name, blood beetle, source, native species, so this thing is called a blood beetle. As he examined the beetle, it unexpectedly stabbed Lu Xiao's palm with a sharp spike. In an instant, his palm was pierced, and the beetle quickly sucked 2 tubes of blood. Damn! Lu Xiao immediately flung the creature away. However, the blood beetle crazily approached again. It couldn't fly and could only approach Lu Xiao from various angles, as if he were the most delicious food in the world. This thing sucks blood. Realizing this, Lu Xiao suddenly discovered that to the blood beetle, he truly was like Tang Seng's meat. He had a source blood physique, which could continuously produce blood, and the quality of his blood was probably very high. No wonder the beetle went completely insane after just one taste. Blood dripped from his wounded palm onto the ground, and a scene that made Lu Xiao's scalp tingle appeared. All the light points in the stone mountain suddenly turned toward him and rushed over, with even more light points emerging from the cracks in the rocks. Oh my God! This scene made him feel like he was about to explode, a chill rushing from his feet straight to his head. The blood beetles, like the sandworms, were also native creatures of this world, with low intelligence and instinct-driven actions, and their craving for blood was the core of their instincts. Dodging left and right, Lu Xiao quickly leaped down the mountain, while the swarm of beetles followed closely behind him like a river of light. He took out a palm leaf and quickly bandaged the wound on his palm. Perhaps the scent of the palm leaf masked the smell of blood, and the swarm behind him gradually slowed down and then lost its direction. Lu Xiao immediately understood that sandworms sensed the location of prey through ground vibrations, while beetles relied on smell. Suddenly, he thought of something and grinned as he looked toward the direction of a light sphere already obscured by the swarm of sandworms. Chapter 47. Rock Element Core. To approach the Earth Element Core, one must first pass through a swarm of sandworms. Any one of these creatures could swallow Lu Xiao whole with a single bite. Although these small sandworms are currently enjoying the nourishment provided by the Element Core, like hungry chicks, who knows when their behavior might change. Just like their parents who swallow anything in sight. Moreover, their existence may be protecting the Element Core from other creatures, showing a rather selfish demeanor. Charging in recklessly? That is not Lu Xiao's style. After all, he is a university graduate and still possesses normal reasoning abilities. That wouldn't he be called charging in? It would be akin to courting death. However, the appearance of the blood beetles gave him a plan. He took out the wind catcher, condensing blood into arrows. The metallic scent of blood wafted out, immediately attracting the nearby blood beetles. Aiming at a distant sandworm, the bowstring trembled. A blood arrow flew through the darkness, easily piercing the target. The damage to the sandworm wasn't significant, but it began to bleed black blood. A large number of beetles immediately pounced on the sandworm. However, what attracted them wasn't the sandworm's black blood, but the blood water created by the blood arrow. It seemed that the black blood held no allure for the blood beetles. No matter, as long as it works. Any blood will do. Lu Xiao's lips curled into a smile as he watched countless blood beetles crawl into the massive body of the sandworm, all to snatch the blood water left behind by his arrow. Being flooded by thousands of beetles, one can imagine how terrible the sandworm must feel. The gigantic creature, akin to a freight truck, suddenly convulsed and rolled continuously. The more it struggled, the crazier the blood beetles became, relentlessly damaging the internal tissues of the sandworm with their needle-like stingers. Interesting. Seeing that the method was effective, Lu Xiao didn't idle around any longer, shooting arrow after arrow, drawing blood from his own wounds to continue firing, and more sandworms fell under his onslaught. The ground was dotted with glowing points, madly gathering towards the sandworms in the darkness, quickly surging into the sandworm's body, frantically feeding and destroying, then spilling out from the already battered and gasping sandworm, immediately rushing towards the next one. The sandworms were utterly helpless against the blood beetles, without eyes. They didn't even know what was happening around them, why their companions were struggling so violently, jumping up and down. Were they trying to get in front? The true instigator stood at a distance, silently shooting blood arrows, observing coldly. Each glowing blood beetle gathered together, forming flowing rivers of light, swallowing one sandworm after another. All for that tiny bit of Lu Xiao's blood within the sandworms. This is what they call ants attacking an elephant. Lu Xiao began to approach slowly. The blood beetles were highly efficient, and many of the sandworms had fallen silent. Soon, he stepped onto a sandworm's corpse, still some distance from the Earth Element Core, as the writhing bodies of the sandworms completely blocked his path. A quarter of an hour later, a path made of sandworm corpses lay before him. His agile body leaped between the massive bodies, quickly reaching the forefront. A glowing object blossomed in the dark night, appearing nakedly in his line of sight. Upon closer inspection, he realized it wasn't a sphere at all, but a diamond-shaped stone floating above the sand. Due to his lack of affinity for elemental energy, Lu Xiao felt no indication of what this glowing stone could bring him from such a close distance. Name: Rock Element Core. Purity: Newly born. Attribute: Earth of Creation. Query found regarding Ren Ping Sheng's questions about elemental purity. Would you like to spend 100 merit points to exchange for relevant information? Yes. Elemental purity. The origin is constructed from the earth element of creation. The longer the elemental existence, the higher the purity and the greater the contained elemental energy. What the hell? This isn't the earth element core. Are you taking advantage of me not knowing how to read? It clearly says rock. Why is the attribute earth and the name rock? Query found regarding the relationship between rock element core and earth of creation. Would you like to spend 10 merit points to exchange for relevant information? Yes. Rock element is one of the branches of the earth element. Damn, after all this, it's a bastard child. Fine, part of my ignorance. I guess I wasted my physics class. Query found regarding Ren Ping Sheng S questions about the new elemental purity. Would you like to spend 10 merit points to exchange for relevant information? Yes. Newly born elemental purity. The lowest tier of purity. All right, that was expected. The elemental core purity contained within the small thousand worlds must be the lowest tier, but even so, it had enough elemental energy to attract the surrounding sandworms. Just how powerful is this thing? Lu Xiao slowly approached the light source, but just as he took a step forward, the nearby sandworms began to stir, with many of them raising their heads in his direction. Damn it, do I have to wipe you all out? Since you're not being sensible, then don't blame me for summoning my little brothers. Bow drawn, blood arrows flying. The blood beetles, busy in the back, seemed to receive a command, and streams of light began to flow from the sandworm corpses, sniffing out the scent of blood and rushing inward to attack. Half an hour later, the swarm of sandworms surrounding the rock element core was nothing but lifeless heaps of flesh. Lu Xiao stepped forward, walking towards the rock element core. Brilliant and sacred, he moved slowly, harboring reverence for the unknown. Even though the sandworms were crowded together, they dared not approach within 20 meters of the rock element core. There must be a reason for this. Otherwise, with their intelligence, they wouldn't have been able to estimate it so precisely. As he stepped into the 20-meter radius, the rock element core changed in that instant. The originally quiet floating diamond-shaped stone suddenly flared with light. What's going on? Why did it light up? Did I trigger some mechanism? Lu Xiao quickly retracted his right leg. At that moment, a loud bang echoed. A 2-meter-long conical stone spike suddenly erupted from the ground where he had just stepped. Had his movements been even slightly slower, his entire leg would have been pierced through. Bang, 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 bang. The muffled sounds continued to resonate as one conical stone spike after another erupted from the ground within a 20-meter radius of the rock element core. The originally flat, sandy ground was now covered in spikes, resembling the back of a porcupine, forming an impenetrable net. So this is why the sandworms wouldn't dare to approach. Lu Xiao was drenched in cold sweat from this sudden turn of events. In his dazed state, he was very grateful for his vigilance. Had he carelessly walked in, he would have likely ended up pinned here, flesh and bone together. Is the rock element core alive? It actually possesses self-protection awareness and ability? Lu Xiao's original intention was merely to take this unclaimed object away in a subpar item, as it would be a treasure for those with an affinity for earth elements. But the reality was evidently more complicated than he had imagined. Not only did the rock element core attract sandworms, but it could also autonomously deploy elemental abilities, and it was an area of effect attack. This was a bit excessive. Is it really that difficult to pick up something? Lu Xiao reached out to touch the stone spikes. The rock was extremely hard, the tips sharp, and these spikes not only could harm nearby creatures, but also tightly enclose the rock element core at the center. That S ruthless. That S tough. Today, it seems he has kicked an iron plate. Chapter 48. Central. You know nothing about the rock core, actually. Lu Xiao could have used his grappling hook to grab the rock core from a distance of 20 meters. But before he could confirm whether the stone spikes were the only lethal move of the rock core, he didn't plan to act recklessly. If this thing had any hidden tricks, he would truly be in a situation of unavoidable disaster. After thinking it over, he decided to make use of his new little friends. He lightly pulled the bowstring, aiming the arrowhead at the rock core, and shot a blood arrow slowly, without much force. As the blood arrow touched the rock core, it instantly transformed into blood water, and the rock core dimmed in brightness. The core itself didn't shudder at all from the impact, and there wasn't even a scratch on the surface of the diamond-shaped rock. This was the effect Lu Xiao wanted, not to knock it away, but to stain its surface with blood water. Like being guided by a laser, the blood beetles behind him came rushing in, accurately launching an attack on the rock core. His blood had an irresistible allure to these beetles. They would do anything just to get a taste. The interlaced stone spikes posed a significant threat to a creature of Lu Xiao's size, as the sharp tips could easily pierce through flesh. However, for the blood beetles, it was merely a light drizzle. They easily navigated through the rocks and soon reached the vicinity of the rock core. Due to the stone spikes, they could even crawl directly onto the rock core. Just as the blood beetles were about to touch the core, a yellowish light suddenly surged. Lu Xiao had been prepared and quickly stepped back a few paces, fearing that some strange magical move might occur. All the stone spikes shattered with a loud crash, turning into a pile of rubble. Then, these fragments began to roll towards the center spontaneously, eventually gathering together to envelop the rock core, forming a gigantic diamond-shaped stone pillar. With each crackling sound, Lu Xiao's little companions were crushed into powder like stress toys. Clearly, this was also a kind of rock elemental ability. Compared to the previous stone spikes, this ability leaned more towards defense, and the interplay of offense and defense was quite complementary. Lu Xiao rested his chin on his hand, staring at the stone pillar before him. This all-encompassing defensive posture indeed gave him a headache. Was it planning to maintain this state indefinitely? Or would it dissipate soon? Should he wait? Or should he go all out against it? A quarter of an hour later, the diamond stone pillar remained motionless, showing no signs of disintegration. The rock core seemed to be greatly frightened, determined not to reveal its true form again. This left Lu Xiao feeling frustrated. He circled around the outer perimeter of the pillar, unable to figure out how to crack this tortoise-shell-like defense. During this time, he also tried to attract the blood beetles with blood water, hoping that the number of beetles could break through, but it ended in failure. However, he noticed that there were invisible gaps in the stone-constructed pillar where blood water could flow in. He suddenly recalled an image. The moment the blood arrow hit the rock core, when the core was stained with blood water, its glow had notably dimmed. What did this mean? He wasn't sure, but he decided to give a shot since he couldn't think of a better method. The blood from his wound continuously flowed out, forming a 20-meter-long rod. Lu Xiao pressed one end of the rod against the stone pillar, allowing the blood to flow along the rod and onto the pillar. The strong scent of blood attracted the blood beetles, so Lu Xiao could only keep using one hand to solidify the blood into spherical shapes and throw them out to grab the attention of these little creatures. The blood continued to seep into the surface of the pillar, and some had already penetrated through the gaps in the stone. Lu Xiao felt a strange sensation. With the connection of the blood rod, it seemed like this blood was still a part of his body and had considerable vitality. But this was not part of the blood source ability. It seemed he still didn't understand the blood source pearl well enough. Perhaps this ability had even more powerful effects that he was completely unaware of. For now, he couldn't think about that anymore. Being constantly entangled by the blood beetles, he was starting to feel overwhelmed, with swarms of beetles crawling all over him, feeding voraciously. Unable to break through his blood armor and the blood rod's defense, they could only crawl around aimlessly on Lu Xiao. In times like this, it was essential to remain calm. He simply closed his eyes and used his spiritual body to sense his blood. The strands of blood seeping into the stone pillar were steadily approaching the center through the gaps. It was right there. A strand of blood finally broke through the layers of rock, flowing into the hollow space. Lu Xiao could even feel the warmth brought by the glow. More blood followed continuously, and if it weren't for his blood source physique, he would have long since bled to death. And if it weren't for his spiritual sea being ample, he wouldn't have been able to sustain his series of chaotic maneuvers. The inflowing blood was slowly rising in the hollow space until it touched the rock core. At that moment, the rock core seemed to panic as if it had its tail pulled. Lu Xiao couldn't see it, but the dazzling yellowish glow instantly dimmed, and the newly formed rock trembled continuously, resisting. It didn't want to be possessed by any creature. Perhaps it was born to be free. The elemental essence of the world is far nobler and purer than life itself. Even though it lacked intelligence, it looked down upon all beings. Blood Pearl Spirit. Passive activation, absorbing rock element. Absorption complete, WTF? Blood Pearl. You. Me? At the same time, the stone pillar collapsed in an instant, turning into a pile of rubble. In the darkness, there was no longer any yellowish light. The rock core was gone. Lu Xiao struggled to shake off the blood beetles on him and quickly moved to a distant position. He felt like a thief fleeing in a panic. Although he had previously thought about taking the rock core, he never expected it to end like this. The unruly rock core, after being touched by his blood, offered almost no resistance and was taken away by the blood pearl in one fell swoop. truly taken away in one fell swoop. It seemed the blood pearl looked down on this so-called newly formed rock, casually picking it up like trash and seemingly puzzled as to why its master wanted it to absorb such a thing. Lu Xiao sat on a rock, dazed, with no focus in his eyes. His thoughts lingered on the information displayed on his panel for a long time. Category: organic intelligent being, source of galactic order, species, human name, Rinpingsheng, gender, male, title, blood demon, height 1.76 meters, planet measurement, physical stats, endurance 8, strength 12, agility 50, explosiveness 30, spiritual body, blood pearl eye, hidden blood source pearl, hidden blood core, magic hidden, rock source pearl, hidden rock core, newly formed hidden, spirit 91, spiritual C 5121, 5 senses, vision 3, proficiencies, archery proficiency, beginner, identification, beginner, physical techniques, beginner precision, passive physical technique, slightly increases long-range attack hit rate, dynamic shooting technique, passive arrow technique, shooting accuracy is not affected while in motion, hardening, active physical technique, temporarily increases the hardness of skin and muscle tissue, ability, blood manipulation, primary blood source ability, active ability, inactivate blood within the control range, blood to soldier, primary blood source ability, active ability, materializes blood into weapons, blood armor, intermediate blood source ability, active ability, covers the body with blood to form armor, source blood physique, core ability, passive ability, continuously generates blood as long as the spirit body is unharmed, blood scent, primary blood source ability, passive ability, obtains biological information through the scent of blood and can sense the location of organisms within a certain range. Eagle Eye, intermediate active ability, consumes spiritual energy to summon a spiritual eagle at high altitude, sharing its vision. Night Owl, primary active ability, can maintain vision in darkness after activating with spiritual energy. Rock Spike, intermediate earth element active ability, rocks protrude from the ground in a spike-like manner within a 20-meter range. Dense Rock, intermediate earth element active ability, attracts surrounding rocks to completely envelop itself, continuously consuming spiritual energy during the process. Rock Control, primary earth element active ability, controls surrounding rocks, continuously consuming spiritual energy during the process. There are indeed new beads inside the bead container, the Earth Source bead. Not only that, but there are also directly 3 new elemental abilities, 2 of which Lu Xiao has seen before, 1 for attack and 1 for defense, and the last one, Rock Control. Why does that name sound like a beauty control? Just looking at Lu Xiao's panel, it's really hard to imagine he is a specialized archer. Anyone would think he is some sort of mage. In fact, he doesn't want to be like this. Really, it's quite embarrassing. Also, what exactly is the situation with the bead container? Previously, obtaining the blood source bead could be understood as the spirit body of the blood demon colliding directly with his own spirit body, and during the back and forth tugging, the bead absorbed the other. However, this time it was clearly just his own blood touching the earth source core, and his spirit body was still 20 meters away. How did he succeed in absorbing it? Detected that Ren Pingsheng has doubts about spirit body talents. Can consume 1,000,000 points of galaxy order merit to exchange for related knowledge. This operation point is approved. Do you wish to exchange? A bit hesitant after all. This is 1 million merit points, worth hundreds of millions in cash, countless luxury cars and beauties, and could buy several courtyard houses in first-tier cities. This is 1/10 of his merit points. After gritting his teeth, yes. Currently known information about the containing bead spirit body is as follows. First, organisms with the containing bead spirit body can obtain the blood essence of the consumed organism's corpse through consumption, while also nourishing themselves. Second, the containing bead spirit body can absorb or devour the spirit bodies of other organisms, and the absorbed spirit body will nourish the organism itself. Third, as a talent spirit body, the containing bead spirit body has growth potential, and the effectiveness after growth is unknown. Fourth, the containing bead spirit body is a hereditary talent, meaning that only after the original spirit body owner dies will the next owner appear. That's it. This is 1 million? Just this. Lu Xiao directly coughed up a mouthful of blood. What is this? Aside from the 4th point, I already know about the others. And what use is the fourth point? It's completely useless. What I want to know is not these things. I know far more than what the center told me. Do you know that the containing bead spirit body can devour the source core? Do you know that the containing bead can remotely absorb the elemental core? Central. You know nothing about the true power of the containing bead. Sigh. My 1,000,000 merit points. Chapter 49. Journey. The Central Authority's understanding of the pearl in the mouse spirit body is still at a very initial stage. It can absorb physical and spiritual attributes, and that should be all the Central Authority knows. However, just this information about the pearl is worth 1,000,000 merits. Of course, this is because the pearl in the mouse spirit body is a hereditary talent. Only when the owner dies can the next owner of the pearl in the mouse spirit body appear, which greatly increases the difficulty of obtaining information about the spirit body. If Lu Xiao remembers correctly, the meaning of pearl refers to the precious pearl held in the mouth of the deceased. In fact, looking at the literal meaning, it is quite ominous. But aside from superstition, pearl also signifies the most valuable possession of the deceased. So what is the most valuable possession? The essence of the flesh and the spirit body. Of course, in this sense, it really isn't wrong. But what about the pearl being held? Does it all just mean literally? Can the essence be directly transformed into a pearl? That's amazing. The talent spirit body is indeed so extraordinary. The fact that he possesses the pearl must not be known to anyone. He understands the principle that a common man can be punished for possessing a treasure. The more extraordinary the pearl, the greater the danger if it is discovered. However, he seems to have not found an answer to the question of directly absorbing the rock core through his blood. Perhaps he is thinking in the wrong direction. This part does not depend on the pearl itself, but on a special property of the blood source ability. Yet, he has not received any results from questioning the system multiple times. He vaguely feels that when the blood is connected to him, it will not lose its vitality even if it is not inside his body. It still remains a part of him. His perception and spiritual energy can also spread through the area covered by the blood. The effectiveness in this regard can only be verified through continuous experimentation. This time's harvest cannot be deemed small. Absorbing the rock core allowed Lu Xiao to directly obtain the rock of rebirth, transforming him from an element-insulating body with no elemental affinity into a master of the rock element. In addition, the use of the blood source ability has given him a whole new understanding of this special ability. If developed properly, perhaps the combination of different elements can yield even greater effects. The most terrifying thing is that if the pearl can absorb the rock core, it can also devour more elemental cores. Isn't that? Just thinking about it makes Lu Xiao's mouth curl into a grin. Standing at the peak of the stone mountain, looking down at the desolate desert, he suddenly feels a surge of heroic sentiment. 70 Earth years ago, a voice echoed in China, proclaiming that the people of China had stood up. Today, Lu Xiao's heart echoes a similar sentiment. Humanity on Earth will stand taller because of me. In the dark night, a figure flies across the wilderness. The figure stands tall, showing no signs of movement, only slightly bending its front legs, leaning its upper body forward, and spreading its arms to maintain a windward posture. Beneath its feet is a rock, with the underground rock layers continuously pushing it forward, allowing the figure to fly swiftly. Lu Xiao covers his mouth and nose, revealing only his eyes as he looks ahead. While others use rock control for battle, he uses it to escape. The abundance of spiritual energy allows him to expend it freely. Galloping through the wilderness using rock control, although it is not as fast as running at full speed, it spares him physical strength. Even though he struggled with the initial use of rock control and fell a few times, he has become much more adept now. Previously yearning for the swift and carefree experience of flying on a sword, he has now had a taste of a scaled-down version. But it still feels like just playing on a skateboard. Lu Xiao has turned away from heading north and is now heading west. In the vast, dark night, only the stars above and below accompany him. He did not have this experience in the city. In the dim environment, looking up at the starry sky is quite a wonderful feeling, a sense of being engulfed by the galaxy and merging into the night. The glow of blood beetles is scattered on the ground. These little creatures also have their natural enemies, a small beast with 3 legs and 2 long tentacles. They continuously prey on the beetles in the wilderness. Lu Xiao shows no mercy to these small beasts, He shoots arrows at them whenever he sees them. After all, the blood beetles had previously helped him. Moreover, his archery skills are so low that he himself finds it hard to watch. After several battles and long periods of training, he still hasn't improved. He even feels that the origin point is forcing him to abandon the path of physical cultivation. A pack of wild wolves bursts out from a distant ravine, initially running parallel to him. Once their numbers exceed 20, they collectively turn and charge directly at him. These wolves are enormous, almost 2 sizes larger than an Alaskan Malamute, one of Earth's sled dog breeds. With a twang, the arrow is released. Moments later, 3 wild wolves whimper and retreat, leaving behind more than 10 companions that are lying on the ground, gasping for breath. The surrounding blood beetles gather around, sharing the spoils with Lu Xiao. The journey is long, and Lu Xiao is not in a hurry. He directly lights a bonfire, skins the huge wolf carcass, and places it on the fire to roast. The blood beetles enjoy the blood while Lu Xiao savors the roasted meat. The 2 different species coexisting peacefully like old friends, each content in their own way. He tries the roasted meat and finds that the blood beetles show no interest, so he reluctantly gives up on teasing these little friends. The juices mixed with the aroma fill his stomach with satisfaction. The surrounding rocks gather around him, forming a low wall. If it weren't for Lu Xiao's lack of knowledge in engineering, he could have even constructed a small building from the ground up. The pearl continues to absorb the essence of the prairie wolves, but he is not satisfied with just a small enhancement. He adds some blood cherry petals to the roasted meat, and those that do not know would think he is just adding seasoning. Resilience, strength 2, slight increase in physical attributes from absorbing intelligent biological essence. System messages keep popping up. Blood rage? Not possible. Lu Xiao's blood has long transcended normal human limits. However, the swelling pain in his muscles and bones makes him cautious, and he does not dare to stuff a whole bunch of blood cherry petals into his mouth. He doesn't want to suddenly develop bone spurs or turn into a character like Kimimaro from Naruto, with bones growing all over the place. His uncooperative stomach begins to complain, and the roasted wolf feast reaches its conclusion. Resilience increases by 10, and strength jumps to 22. Now Lu Xiao's physical attributes have reached resilience 18, strength 34, agility 50, explosiveness 30. If 101 is the threshold for a traveler, Lu Xiao aims to soar past 400 in the small thousand worlds. After all, no one knows what kind of strange things the subsequent origin point will throw at him. The stronger he is, the more confident he feels. Moreover, there's still a lot of blood cherry petals left. He just doesn't know if there's a limit to their enhancement. If not, that would be terrifying. Rocks continuously emerge from beneath the soil, and the low walls around Lu Xiao rise rapidly, replacing the sandy ground with rock. His eyes lower slightly as his thoughts control the arrangement of the surrounding rocks. With a flicker of his mind, a domed stone house gradually takes shape. There are no doors or windows, just 3 air holes that are barely big enough for one person to pass through. When he opens his eyes again, he surveys his surroundings with satisfaction. Perfect. He lays the wolf skin down comfortably, lying on it. It smells a bit foul, but in this environment, one cannot ask for too much. The bonfire beside him crackles warmly, and Lu Xiao falls directly into a dream. Chapter 50. No need to be polite, the night passed uneventfully, and when he woke up, it was still night. Wrapping himself in a coat made from the fur of a prairie wolf, he stuffed the remaining roasted meat into a defective piece. With a slight flicker of thought, the rocks that formed the stone house began to fragment rapidly, turning into stone dust and disappearing into the darkness. The stone house, which had risen from the ground, completed its brief mission with the departure of its creator. A hard stone slab protruded beneath his feet, and the push from the ground came silently. Lu Xiao set off again. The temperature in the night wilderness was extremely low, and the wind and sand felt like icy blades cutting through. He had considered using his rock manipulation ability to directly fashion a stone cart, which would at least be more comfortable and provide some protection from the wind and sand, but after trying, he ultimately gave up. The reason was that he couldn't apply rock manipulation simultaneously for both thrusting the surface rock layer and stabilizing the rock structure. And maintaining bidirectional rock control consumed more energy than he could handle. In his mind, the perfect state was one where his energy recovery and consumption were balanced. Sliding quickly on the stone slab beneath his feet seemed simple and crude, but it actually tested his application and understanding of rock manipulation. As he was controlling not the slab underfoot, but the rising rock layers behind him that formed a downhill slope, Lu Xiao was essentially surfing, with the layered rocks behind him acting as the waves. Come on, speed up. He lowered his center of gravity and increased the slope of the rock layer behind him. The speed kept increasing as he controlled the surrounding rock layers while maintaining his body balance. I'm flying. He charged toward the steep slope, launching himself into the air and awkwardly spinning around before landing, thankfully without falling. Yay! A 360-degree spin in midair. Difficulty level 2. 0. His cheers quickly dissipated in the wind and sand. For some, loneliness is more unbearable than death, but for Lu Xiao, loneliness had always been his friend. Because friends can deceive or drift apart, but loneliness will not. It will always accompany you, whether you want it or not. In the wilderness, he freely raced around, increasingly mastering the use of rock control, and his speed continued to rise. Some oblivious local creatures were drawn to his movements, but those with ideas couldn't catch up, and those who did get close quickly became appetizers. This frail human from Earth had seemingly become the man at the top of the food chain in this wilderness. Come on, catch me, Lu Xiao shouted, waving his arms. Behind him, the ground surged, and the mountains trembled as dozens of giant sandworms twisted and turned on the surface, drawn by the vibrations of the rock layers, chasing an invisible prey. Ha ha! So exhilarating. Laughing freely, Lu Xiao felt like a lone boat in a stormy sea, seemingly on the verge of capsizing, yet stubbornly leading the tide. He constantly changed his posture and altered his path, teasing the massive creatures behind him. With every thrilling dodge, his proficiency in rock manipulation was rapidly improving, and the adrenaline rush mixed with the exhilaration of freedom felt like a cocktail served with ice, making it hard for him to stop. The ground ahead began to collapse, and he leaped, the rocks beneath him climbing up his body to form an airtight stone armor. When a sandworm that had taken a shortcut raised its massive head from the ground, Lu Xiao was already firmly standing atop it, clad in brown rock armor. Seamless in his motion. Be good and listen. He clasped his hands behind his back, murmuring to himself. Standing atop, the true master of this wilderness stirred his emotions. Unfortunately, before he could enjoy it for a few seconds, the sandworm plunged back into the ground. Lu Xiao continued to slide forward on his stone slab. After a long while, he looked back and saw no sign of the giant earthworms. He waved his hand behind him, even though no one could see. It felt like a ritual. A sandstorm obscured the stars, and the howling winds whipped up yellow sand, wreaking havoc on the world. Sitting by the campfire, Lu Xiao leisurely chewed on roasted meat, listening to the wind moaning outside the stone house. Beside him curled a litter of small sand foxes, looking at the roasted meat in his hand with their big, innocent eyes. Their parents and tea returned due to the storm, and they had been inexplicably taken in by this strange human, cuddled in the soft, warm wolf fur blanket. The little sand foxes didn't know whether to be afraid or to enjoy the moment. He threw a few pieces of cut meat over, and they hesitated about whether to eat. Go ahead, it's not your meat. The human spoke, looking less frightening than they thought. One brave little sand fox stood up and quietly approached, licking a piece of meat on the ground. So fragrant, it thought, biting into it. Soon, the other little sand foxes gathered around. Lu Xiao smiled as he watched these adorable creatures with big ears and sharp mouths, cutting a few more pieces and tossing them over. He didn't know how long it had been, but the storm gradually died down. Lu Xiao turned his head to look at the open door of the stone house. In the dark night, two sand fox heads poked out. It seemed their parents had come to find their children. He took one last look at the litter of small sand foxes that had fallen asleep, hoping they would grow up safely. Then he got up, and the other side of the stone house opened. Lu Xiao did not take the wolf fur or the remaining roasted meat. He left them behind along with the stone house for the family. Lu Xiao. English notes. Don't rush. I haven't finished reading. It's your turn to write to me. I'm thinking about what to write. Write what you want. Can I write whatever I want? Are you that casual? Not at all. I'm serious, very serious. Then remember to give it to me when you're done. Sure. The stars and glow receded before his eyes, flashing back in solitude like memories. Once, he had wanted to travel the rivers and lakes together, but now he was alone in the wilderness. The fierce cold wind brushed against his cheeks, and his mood inexplicably dipped. Everything on earth felt like a distant memory, seemingly far away, yet close at hand, having crossed the Naya Bridge, but not having drunk the Mengpa soup. He raised his head, looking toward the height. There, layers of lights lit up one after another. Each time a light turned on, a little head would peek out from the balcony and wave at him. Until the last layer of light went out, the world seemed to truly darken. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Rock spike. Rock spikes suddenly erupted from the ground. The dull sound of flesh being pierced echoed in his ears. Everything before his eyes became clear again. Scanning the surroundings, dozens of emaciated humanoid creatures lay pierced by rocks, their human forms no longer recognizable. Among them, a long claw, resembling a spicy strip, was just over 10 centimeters away from him. Sand ghosts. Looking at the information on this native creature, Lu Xiao's expression turned cold. A dangerous creature that could trigger the recollection of others' memories and induce various illusions. A group of devils wandering in the wilderness. Hell, Lu Xiao sneered. The rock spikes instantly shattered, and he held the wind catcher, his gaze icy as he looked at the ghostly sand ghosts outside the rock spike range. Thank you for reminding me of some things I didn't want to recall. By the way, let me send you a message. The bowstring twanged, and arrows streaked through the night. The sand ghosts began to scatter in panic, but their speed was not fast. One after another, they fell onto the yellow sand, until the last one was pierced through the head, collapsing into the night. Don't mention it. Chapter 51. Earth Order Entering Mirror Lake. This area is currently a war zone. As the system prompt lit up, Lu Xiao stepped out onto the sandy soil of the wasteland. Ahead, the endless grassland was blooming with flowers, vibrant and green, while behind him lay barren yellow sands, an uninhabitable land. The eastern horizon was already tinged with dawn, and the earth was regaining vitality. Lu Xiao did not expect that the journey from east to west had taken a full 7 Earth days. He lit a cigarette, walked onto the grassland, and lay back. The effectiveness of the blood cherry blossom petals indeed stopped increasing after reaching 50, but the effect of the pearl spirit body remained. Although the enhancement from consuming the flesh of creatures in the wasteland had become increasingly weak, it seemed that the essence of these creatures' vitality was nearly of no benefit to him at this point. Stamina, 51, Strength, 52, Agility, 50, Explosive Power, 30. Looking at his physical attribute panel, Lu Xiao couldn't help but laugh and cry. Originally, the weakest attributes of stamina and strength had now become his strengths. Since he had arrived at Mirror Lake, there was no rush to continue his journey. A psychic hawk soared into the sky, confirming that there were no threatening creatures nearby. The soil loosened and then collapsed into a deep pit. Lu Xiao jumped into the pit, and the rocks above quickly closed over, forming an underground stone chamber. From the hawk's perspective, it was hard to discern any signs of burial here. After finishing these tasks in the pitch-black chamber, the Galactic Order will perform a spirit transfer for Run Pingsheng. Searching. Origin Law 99 approved for this transfer. Searching intelligent biological life status. Meets transfer requirements. Ren Pingsheng's original body returns to its origin. Spirit transfer in progress. Opening his eyes, he found himself in his familiar bedroom, sunlight pouring through the window, quiet and peaceful. But what did all this lush greenery mean? He got up and found himself covered in climbing plants, with their roots embedded in his temples. It seemed this was the life-sustaining effect he had exchanged for 20 merit points. Lu Xiao's face turned pale. A vegetable person really becoming a plant? Never mind. It was better than keeping his body at a low temperature. At least there was no stiffness, and his body seemed to maintain considerable vitality. As he woke up, the plant quickly fell off him, visibly withering at a rapid pace. Hearing movement from the inner room, the bedroom door was suddenly pushed open. Lu Xiao widened his eyes, looking at his father who burst in, followed by his mother whose face was filled with joy. His father said nothing, just smiled, his eye wrinkles deepening, his eyes bloodshot. Smile. His mother pushed past his father, rushed him like crazy, and hugged Lu Xiao tightly. Tears streamed down her face as she trembled, holding him tighter and tighter. "You finally came back. You finally came back." His father stepped forward and embraced the mother and son together. "It's good that you're back, just good. Dad, Mom, how did you come?" "Grandma's being taken care of by your uncle and aunt. She's been very tired lately, so we didn't bring her along." His father kept observing his child. "Why did you come back so late?" "Most people from Qiantang returned long ago." His mother sobbed, turning to pull out a pile of tissues to wipe her cheeks. "Yes, your dad and I returned 7 days ago." A few days later, the highway reopened, and we've been here for a few days. It seemed that Lung Yufeng was right. The living order in Qian'an had basically been restored. One couldn't help but admire the capabilities of the government and the hard-working masses. "We'll talk about that later. Has anything changed during this time?" "Changes?" His parents exchanged glances. "Too many changes. Let me think about where to start," his father said casually. "Come, let us all sit down and you tell me properly." After nearly 2 hours of conversation with his parents, Lu Xiao roughly understood the series of changes that had occurred on Earth over the past 10 days. First, the Galactic Order officially intervened in Earth affairs. The United Nations had been renamed the Earth Order Alliance, abbreviated as Earth Order. The original 5 permanent members had added one more seat, reportedly from the Galactic Order. It seemed that in the future, the Galactic Order would also intervene in significant matters on Earth. Secondly, there was an explosive release of new scientific research results. Many problems that had troubled human scientists were solved in a short time, especially in quantum mechanics, string theory, renewable energy, and medicine. Even the deadliest killers of human life, such as cancer, AIDS, and leukemia, surprisingly had developed treatment methods. Additionally, the Earth Order introduced the Galactic Coin, which within just a few hours connected with all global currency payment systems. Its purchasing power was relative to RMB at 100,000, almost equivalent to the value of the merit points Lu Xiao had previously understood. It was said that this currency could be used throughout the galaxy, but the acquisition channel was only through merit exchange. Furthermore, after the Earth Order was established, it immediately issued a series of decrees, several of which were closely related to Lu Xiao. For instance, the establishment of an origin information sharing platform, where anyone providing valuable information could receive tangible benefits. Additionally, those listed in the racial proxy record could enjoy key protection and resource supply from the Earth Order, including their families. Moreover, the Earth Order was also synchronously collecting information on individuals who had not yet returned and established the Earth Proxies Alliance, hoping that metamorphosed individuals, those with physical attributes above 50, or those who had acquired elements or faith, would join. Finally, the Galactic Order would provide corresponding support based on the amount of merit acquired by each country. This support was not limited to theoretical knowledge and civilizational technology. Consequently, each country began large-scale implementation of the Origin Strategy Plan, and for those still unreturned, various attempts at poaching were made, even leading to assassinations of unreturned individuals. The streets had nearly daily inspections, as Lu Xiao had not yet returned, making him a key focus for the streets. Just before Lu Xiao woke up, community workers had delivered living supplies to his parents, showing incredible care and emphasizing that they need not worry about any living necessities, stating that Lu Xiao's return was a good thing. His father learned during a casual chat with the street staff that there were currently fewer than 10,000 unreturned individuals in Qiantang, each treated like a treasure. Some vegetative individuals without relatives in Qiantang were directly placed in senior care facilities, with the military providing dedicated care. In just a few days, Huaxia had issued the Floating Personnel Protection Law and the Floating Information Security Law, directly legally restricting the safety of certain information and individuals. As for Lu Xiao's parents' experiences at the Origin, they were quite moving. Within their small world, millions of people had directly fought with extraterrestrial beings for 3 whole days, ultimately unable to hold out. His father, holding his mother, had jumped off a cliff. According to his mother, she never expected to experience the tragic story of a hero's sacrifice during wartime at her age. However, because of this, their feelings for each other deepened, and his mother looked at his father with a gentler gaze. It seemed that nothing had changed, yet everything seemed different. The earth had changed, the country had changed, even his own home had changed. Lu Xiao asked his parents to prepare dinner while he sat on the balcony, deep in thought. His identity must be kept strictly confidential. This was just the beginning. Countries had already begun engaging in assassination and poaching. It seemed that the game on Earth had quietly begun. Once these machines started, many things were beyond the imagination of a recent graduate like him. The street over there should be easy to handle. After all, there shouldn't be many people with the ability to return now. 100 merit points are hardly anything to him, but for an ordinary person, it could be an astronomical amount. Life on Earth also requires some arrangements, but it must be done quietly. Otherwise, if the actions are too conspicuous, it would be easy to be noticed. Having the identity of a preparatory member of the Hidden Dragon Group should be useful in some situations. He doesn't know how much knowledge beyond Earth civilization the Galactic Order has given to humanity on Earth, but he is sure that some events outside his understanding will occur. So it's essential to prepare early. While his parents were preparing dinner, Lu Xiao took a trip to the community. He reported his complete return and casually fabricated a story about how he ultimately died at the hands of the Matu'a people after fleeing into the forest. The community took serious notes on the information about the people in the forest, including the Matu'a, as most of the staff had already perished during the attack by the cavalry. When Lu Xiao mentioned that there were even more terrifying extraterrestrial creatures in the forest, they listened with wide eyes, not daring to blink. The information Lu Xiao provided was very important to them, and after reporting it, they might even receive commendations from higher authorities. However, the news of Lu Xiao's complete return still left them quite depressed. It was not easy to have a unique talent within their jurisdiction, and both the district and the street had attached great importance to him. But now it was completely over. As he was leaving, the community secretary patted Lu Xiao's shoulder earnestly, encouraged him, and reluctantly let him go. That night, the family gathered around the dinner table and enjoyed a wonderful meal. Since Lu Xiao left his hometown to attend university in Xiantang, he had very few opportunities to be with his parents. This time, the experience of returning to the origin gave the family a sense of happiness after experiencing separation and loss. When talking about Lu Xiao's experiences at the origin, he didn't go into detail, partly because he didn't want his parents to worry and partly because he couldn't let them know too much to avoid causing trouble. However, after dinner, Lu Xiao told his parents that he was already bound by the rules of the origin and expressed his intention to continue his journey there. To his surprise, except for his mother being a bit sad, his father actually supported his decision. In his father's words, they could just consider it as Lu Xiao working and living in Qiantang, and he could occasionally come back to visit them. His mother's words were even more pragmatic, saying that if he died over there, he would just come back. Clearly, parents who had experienced death at the origin viewed the matter quite openly. This also completely dispelled Lu Xiao's worries. However, his mother still set a rule for him in the end. He must not find a monster as a wife. Later that night, his parents went to bed early, and Lu Xiao stood alone on the balcony, looking up at the starry sky. The massive list of agents was still prominently displayed at the top of the heavens, but his own code had long disappeared. The concrete jungle, brilliantly lit, showed that ordinary citizens had moved on from the incident of drifting from the origin and returned to normal life. He kept refreshing web pages, hoping to learn more information. The internet was filled with news and speculations about the origin, with most believing that the origin and reality were in different dimensions or realms. The origin was just a simulation game for resource competition among advanced civilizations, and those who returned were equivalent to being eliminated from the game. This time, humanity performed quite well in the game, so advanced civilizations provided decent rewards, and that was all. Of course, some news caught Lu Xiao's attention. An employee of a certain operator was arrested for selling the list of those who had not returned, becoming the first person to be eaten by crabs since the drifting information security law was enacted. In a small country, many bodies of those who had not returned went missing, suspected to have been taken by American agents. And in England, someone returned claiming to have become a transcendent, sharing a wealth of details about spiritual transformation. Lu Xiao smiled slightly while scrolling through the news. Beside him, in a flower pot, some small stones were mysteriously piling up higher and higher. Chapter 52. Undercurrents. The next day, Lu Xiao got up early, or rather, he didn't sleep at all. The transformation of his spirit body had transcended the original structure of his brain, and he now required very little sleep. Dressed in casual attire, he jogged leisurely around the community while interacting with the central system in his thoughts, consuming 200 merit points from the galactic order, exchanging for physical ability replication. Physical ability replication completed. A surge of power enveloped him, and his entire body instantly became light and strong, as his earthly body directly replicated the physical attributes and techniques from the origin point. As his physical values from the origin point skyrocketed, the merit points required for replication also increased. It seemed that for the galactic order, the importance of biological bodies on Earth was minimal. They could fully replicate them using high technology beyond human reach. Otherwise, it wouldn't only require such a small amount of merit points for exchange. Detected that Rin Pingsheng has doubts about the safety of using galactic coins on Earth. This issue does not require merit points to address. Galactic coins are the universally equivalent exchange currency within the galactic order, now integrated into all financial systems on Earth. All usage operations have been encrypted and hidden using Brody information, and users and their actions will not be detected or recorded by any Earth technology. Due to existing technological reasons of Earth civilization, galactic coins have been bound to existing payment accounts of Earth humans, and users can complete exchanges directly through existing payment methods. Nice. The galactic order is quite thoughtful. The money isn't stored in banks, which undoubtedly greatly enhances security. Detected that Rin Pingsheng has doubts about identity protection. This issue does not require merit points to address. The identity information and deeds of the protected individual will not be disclosed through any information exchange channels of the galactic order. This protection measure includes all biological entities within the origin point and the galactic order. It seems they just want to disclose it, and there are no more practical protection measures. Oh well, I can't expect too much. Detected that Rin Pingsheng has doubts about using spiritual energy outside of the origin point. This issue does not require merit points to address. The spirit body is the source of life that transcends space. Abilities that can be used unrestricted in any realm or space. But spiritual energy replenishment cannot be achieved outside the origin point. I see. Lu Xiao had tried this last night. He could use abilities while on Earth, and the only limitation was that once the spiritual energy was depleted, it couldn't be restored. It seems spiritual energy can only be replenished in the origin point. Consuming 10,000 merit points from the galactic order. Galactic coin account balance. 10,000. Hee, a drop in the bucket. I hope the redemption ratio is truly 100,000. That would indeed be the pinnacle of my life. Wait, I'm getting a bit carried away. Although there are no safety issues with using galactic coins. Once assets are purchased, it involves property rights and tax issues. As a recent graduate, with a retired civil servant father and a stay-at-home mother, why would I suddenly become wealthy? Wow, now I understand what it means to have money with no place to spend it. Sitting on a bench in the community, Lu Xiao dialed the phone number. Beep, beep. Hello, how can I assist you? I need to find Bai Ling. Okay. I will transfer you immediately. Please hold on. Now transferring to a dedicated line. After listening to a minute of soothing music, Bai Ling's voice came through. I am Bai Ling. Is this Chao phone? Her voice was breathless. It seemed the girl had rushed over. Does the Hidden Dragon team not provide a mobile phone? Yes, I'm Chao phone. I need to consult you about something to see if you can help. Hold on with your matter. Have you interacted with anyone after you returned? Have you disclosed information about the origin point and yourself? Bai Ling's tone was serious. It seemed this issue was very important. My parents and some people from the community. People from the community? What did you talk to them about? Tell me everything in detail. Seeing her resolute attitude, Lu Xiao described the general situation. The other end of the phone visibly relaxed. Fortunately, you handled it relatively well. To ensure the safety of Hidden Dragon team members, the identity information of each member is highly confidential. Even as a personal assistant, I cannot indirectly inquire about your true information. This is something you must remember, Chao phone. Okay, I understand. According to Hidden Dragon team regulations, I will ask you some questions, and you only need to answer yes or no without providing specific details. You can lie on sensitive questions. Is there such an operation? I'm starting now. Does your physical attribute exceed 50? Yes. Does your physical attribute exceed 100? No. Have you awakened elemental affinity? No. Can you sense divine summons? No. Did you find a town in the origin point? No. Has your origin point code ever appeared in the merit record of the ethnic agent? Yes. Has anyone interacted with you through the origin point code? Yes. Does anyone in the origin point know your true identity? Yes. Does anyone on Earth know your true strength in the origin point? No. Have you obtained information about spiritual energy crystals in the origin point? No. Have you communicated with extraterritorial beings in the origin point? Yes. Do you master at least one ability? Yes. Have you encountered exceptionally powerful humans in the origin point? No. Have you experienced any special situations in the origin point? What is a special situation? I'm not sure. That's how the question is phrased, Bai Ling said helplessly. It seems like everything I encountered was a special situation. And I'll just write no. Is that it? Seeing Bai Ling not continue speaking, Lu Xiao asked. That's it. Please wait. The sound of a pen scratching against paper continued from the other end of the line. Why not use a computer for statistics? Lu Xiao wondered. For information security, everything is recorded on paper now, Bai Ling replied solemnly. I see, Lu Xiao nodded. I guess the internet is basically undefended against a high civilization like the Galactic Order. But from another perspective, the state isn't entirely submissive to the Galactic Order. I've finished my questions. Now I'll sink some information to you. All right, go ahead. I'm listening. The Galactic Order made direct contact with the governments of Earth 7 days ago. The reason is that the total merit value of the human race during this drifting process currently ranks first among all races. The Galactic Order has indiscriminately provided solutions to some scientific and theoretical problems, but due to the existence of different regimes and ideological camps among Earth humans, a vast amount of resource support cannot currently be realized. After negotiations within the Earth Order, each country will establish its own merit statistics, and resources from the Galactic Order will ultimately be distributed based on the merit proportion. How is it determined which transformer belongs to which country? Lu Xiao asked. Transformers can be directly identified by the system. You can simply ask the system to search for the phrase merit attribution. So it's up to the system to directly determine the attribution and ultimately tally the merit values. While this is fair, it puts the countries in a weaker position. Who knows if these transformers might betray their country? Chao Feng, as a reserve member of the Hidden Dragon team and a descendant of Huaxia, you must stand firm and not be misled by the policies of other countries. Understood. I know what to do. Don't worry. Can I ask how our Huaxia ranks among the countries? Sure. This information can also be seen at the central hub. Oh, is that so? Then you don't need to tell me. I'll check it myself later. Do you know anything about the resources that are yet to be allocated? Sorry, my authority is insufficient. I'm not clear on that. Well, then let's assume it's very valuable. If a little is given away, it could cure diseases that countless geniuses on Earth have failed to conquer for hundreds of years. The real treasure must be incredibly powerful. It's hard to say who might get it and be able to unify Earth. That was the first thing I mentioned. Let me continue. This time, the potential for origin drifting may cause a reshuffling of national power, so various countries have taken a series of covert actions against the Transformers. I remind you here to keep your identity information strictly confidential, especially during the time you are returning to Earth in your spiritual form. Some countries have established special action teams specifically to assassinate returning Transformers. Damn, if I'm assassinated while in my spiritual form returning to Earth, that would really be the end. I understand. I'm already being very careful. Every Transformer still at the origin is a valuable resource. If you encounter a Transformer at the origin, regardless of which country they used to belong to, try to get them to join us or obtain their identity information. The country will guarantee their physical safety and provide substantial resource support. If you have the ability, do your best to assist more Chinese people in becoming Transformers. These will all become your capital for transitioning to formal membership in the future. All right, whatever other countries are doing, we're doing the same. Okay, what else? Currently, the Galactic Order has monitored all mobile signals. Some information about the Origin's follow-up can only be passed verbally. Right now, I can only inform you of some current news about the Origin domain. If it's information about signposts or towns, you don't need to say it. I already know. Well then, based on your mobile signal and previous political requests, you should be in Xintang, right? Yes. Lu Xiao slapped his forehead, realizing he hadn't thought of the mobile signal issue. There's a special task that requires your assistance. Can I choose to refuse? Yes. It's not a mandatory task. Then go ahead. I'm listening. All right. I'll first inform you of the general details about the person. If you choose to participate, I'll tell you the specifics. A student from a certain university in Qianning has become a transformer and has completed the divine faith. Currently, his information has been known by foreign forces. I'll participate. Tell me the details. Lu Xiao already knew who this transformer was. Okay, I'll take note. Here are the task details. This student's surname is Li, first name Tianjia, and he is currently under key monitoring at a rehabilitation center in Xiantang. Reliable news indicates that Li Tianjia is the leader of a Chinese team still at the origin, and there have already been several transformers in the team. However, one member has leaked team information to foreign forces, and currently, hidden forces from 3 countries have infiltrated our country, preparing to carry out destructive actions against Li Tianjia and several other transformers. Due to uncertainty about the opponent's identity, number, and capabilities, there may be vulnerabilities in the monitoring task, requiring transformers to participate in assistance. First, to protect the bodies of these transformers from being destroyed. Second, to locate these destroyers, and during the operation, execution can be carried out. Third, if possible, extract useful information from the destroyers. Understood. How do I participate? How will the security team recognize my identity? I will inform them of your title later. The code phrase is, "The crabapple blossoms sleep soundly." But one must still keep an eye on the azure. Why is the code phrase a classical poem? Don't ask me. It's a directive from above. All right, I'll head over shortly. What were you going to tell me before? I want to use galactic coins to spend money, but various asset proofs are quite troublesome. Is there any way to resolve this? Okay, I'll take note. You can contact me later. I'll make arrangements. Then I'll hang up. Wait, you need to be careful to hide your face while carrying out the task. Transformers generally have excellent memories. You should be aware of this. Thanks for the reminder. Goodbye. After ending the call, Lu Xiao immediately returned to his rented house, greeted his parents, took some things, and headed straight to the Qiandang Rehabilitation Center. Chapter 53. Guard Duty. Qianning Sanatorium is not far from the community where Lu Xiao rented a place. But due to the impressive speed of the electric scooter, it took over half an hour to arrive nearby. The sanatorium is located near Westlake, surrounded by beautiful mountains and clear waters, with lush trees providing shade. It has long been a place for retired old cadres and high-ranking leaders to recuperate. There are also 2 hospitals nearby, and the flow of people is considerable. If it weren't for the recent incidents, this would be a popular spot for tourists. Lu Xiao parked the electric scooter at a nearby hospital and walked to Qiantang Sanatorium. At this moment, he was carrying a large military backpack that was more than half his height, containing the short bow he had trained with before. The quality was mediocre, but it was barely usable. At the entrance of the sanatorium, 4 soldiers stood tall, guarding the entrance like gatekeepers. Lu Xiao's approach immediately drew their attention. No entry allowed. One soldier raised his arm to stop Lu Xiao. I'm here to assist with the supervision of the transcenders, sent by higher authorities. Lu Xiao thought it was amusing to use such lines himself in his lifetime. The soldiers scrutinized Lu Xiao from head to toe, dressed in casual clothes, carrying a large backpack, and wearing a mask during the day. He looked suspicious. However, the unit's leader had indeed mentioned that someone would come today. Name? Chao Feng. That matches. It's indeed this name. The soldier relaxed slightly. Please wait here. I will report now. Before long, a middle-aged man in a crisp military uniform swiftly walked out. Judging by the 2 bars and a star on his shoulder, he seemed to hold a high rank. The middle-aged man was taken aback when he saw Lu Xiao. How could the authorities send a young kid to assist with guard duty? He approached Lu Xiao, his sharp eyes staring intently at the young man. Lu Xiao could sense the killing intent emanating from him. This was someone who had seen blood. Even without a smell of blood, the intimidation that radiated from him was enough to indicate that this soldier was extraordinary. Fallen leaves flutter in chaos. The foolishness of the spirit is sealed away. The middle-aged man murmured. The report is that the begonia is asleep, but one must still keep an eye on the green. Recognizing the coded language, the man nodded slightly. Follow me. Without much further conversation, the man led Lu Xiao into Qiantang Sanatorium. Lu Xiao had been here before. Prior to the incident, the sanatorium also served as a physical examination center. It had a main building that was 4 stories high, with 10 two-story inpatient buildings distributed on either side of the main building, and 4 additional buildings for the station soldiers and staff. There were 2 sports fields and a small lake connected to West Lake, with excellent greenery, featuring plants and tall, aged phoenix trees everywhere. The man led Lu Xiao into an old building, climbing the creaking wooden stairs to the 2nd floor and entering an office. Inside the office, a man and a woman were seated on an old black leather sofa. Upon seeing the middle-aged man enter, they immediately stood up. When they noticed Lu Xiao behind a man, their expressions reflected a mix of surprise and mild suspicion, which made Lu Xiao a bit irritated. The special agent sent from Yanjing, codenamed Chao Feng, the man said coldly to the two. The man by the sofa saluted Lu Xiao and extended his hand, smiling. "I'm Jiang Tao. Nice to meet you." Lu Xiao was not very accustomed to such formalities, but still shook hands with Jiang Tao. "Hello, Jiang Tao." The woman beside him stomped her right foot heavily on the ground, producing a crisp sound as she saluted as well, but did not extend her hand. "I am Fang Xiao." "Hello." Lu Xiao nodded slightly at her. He then looked at the middle-aged man. The man, feeling Lu Xiao's gaze, became somewhat impatient and coldly said, "Wei Qiu." This person was indeed succinct with words, leaving Lu Xiao unsure of how to respond. "Jiang, please explain the situation to him." Wei Qiu sat down at his desk, which had nothing but an old telephone and a photograph on it. "All right, Wei Commander. Chao Feng, let's sit down and talk." Compared to Wei Qiu's indifference, Jiang Tao was much friendlier with a smile on his face. The 3 sat down. Currently, there are a total of 72 unreturned individuals here, of which 5 have been confirmed to have become transcenders. We have a battalion of guard forces, totaling 503 personnel, with 109 doctors, nurses, and caregivers. The 5 transcenders are all housed in Building 9, while the other unreturned individuals are arranged in the main building and other wings. The permanent force in the sanatorium is 300 people, while the remaining personnel are on standby and resting in temporarily requisitioned civilian houses in the southeastern direction outside the sanatorium. Goodness, a battalion's worth of troops to protect 72 vegetative patients. That's quite a hefty investment. Lu Xiao suddenly felt a bit redundant. Both the main building and the 10 inpatient buildings have sniper teams assigned, and there are no blind spots for surveillance in the entire sanatorium. Each soldier is equipped with electronic fence identification that can show everyone's location in real time. Considering the connection between the Turtle Pond in the sanatorium and West Lake, we have also equipped infrared at the pond. Additionally, only 5 people can enter Building 9, and they must pass iris detection to gain entry. Lu Xiao listened, somewhat confused, but nodded in acknowledgement. It sounded as if not even a fly could get in. That's the general situation. In a while, I'll take you for a tour of the sanatorium to familiarize you with the environment. Jiang Tao spoke clearly, methodically, and with confidence in this guard plan. "Close the door," Wei Qiu said without looking up, casually. Lu Xiao's mouth twitched. Wasn't this just a dismissal? How much animosity did Wei Qiu have against him? The 3 exited the office, and Jiang Tao gently closed the door. Once outside the small building, Jiang Tao smiled and offered Lu Xiao a cigarette. "Don't mind him. Wei Commander has been in a bad mood due to the recent setbacks at the origin point." Now I understand, Lu Xiao realized. Knowing that the troops in Qiantang had been completely wiped out at the origin point, which must have been a significant blow to the active military personnel. "I was there too, but on the North Bank," Lu Xiao said. Wearing a mask, he couldn't fit the cigarette in his mouth, so he tore a hole in a mask and lit it himself with his lighter. "We initially had a chance to win, but our weapons were limited, and we didn't want to harm civilians." Fang Xiao interjected, clearly upset, indicating that not just Wei Qiu had grievances. Talking about it now is just hindsight. The event has passed, and the fact is we were eliminated. Protecting these seedlings is currently our most important responsibility. Jiang Tao stretched his muscles. That side is a battlefield. This side is also a battlefield. Neither is easy. "Are there any leads on the infiltrators from abroad?" Lu Xiao asked. "No, not a single clue," Fang Xiao replied, her voice low and fierce, clearly feeling very guilty about the outcome. "I've read the internal briefing. Now, the ones executing these tasks in various countries are the elite among elites. even including transcenders with abilities. It's normal not to have leads for now. After all, the enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. Jiang Tao comforted, pointing outside the door. There's so many people, and not all of them have blue eyes and blonde hair. It's really difficult to distinguish them in the crowd. After finishing, he turned to Lu Xiao and said, Chao Feng, you're so young. Did you just graduate from military school? Oh, forget I asked. Realizing he had asked something inappropriate, Jiang Tao quickly stopped. Take me to Building 9 to have a look, Lu Xiao said, making the two feel a bit awkward. We really don't want to take you in, but the rules there are very strict now. Not even you are allowed entry. Reluctantly nodding, Lu Xiao had initially wanted to check on Li Tianjia's situation, and he estimated that the other 4 confirmed transcenders were acquaintances as well. Then I'll just stroll around the sanatorium. You two go about your business. Both were the backbone of the guard force, and it wouldn't be appropriate for Lu Xiao to keep them company the whole time. All right, I'll head back to my post. Jiang Tao was also quite straightforward. Before leaving, he tossed him a pack of cigarettes and said with a smile, Special supply from the army. Lu Xiao laughed as he took it, saying thank you. You keep this. Feng Xiao handed him a black round disc the size of a fingernail. It's an electronic fence recognition device. If you don't wear it, some places will trigger an alarm. Got it. Lu Xiao stuffed the disc into his pants pocket. The two went their separate ways. Lu Xiao raised his eyes to look at the main building. He could sense that something there was threatening him. With his eyesight, he quickly spotted the cold muzzle of a gun in the shadow on the rooftop and the pair of vigilant eyes behind it. It was awkward. The other party seemed to be looking at him through the scope. He could only wave his hand and grin foolishly in that direction. He found me. On the rooftop, said the sniper. The observer lying behind him looked surprised. No way. From 500 meters away, you saw him? The boy with the big-eyed Fong? Yes. He locked onto me at first sight, the sniper said, feeling frustrated. You're just guessing. Stop talking nonsense. Why would I lie to you? He's waving at me. The observer. Chapter 54. A Flaw in Perfection in an Outdoor CAF by Westlake. 3 East Asian faces were leisurely sipping coffee under the eaves. The surrounding environment was extremely noisy, with locals in Xian'an next door cracking sunflower seeds and playing dodiju, mixing Mandarin with the local dialect. It was unclear why this CAF had chosen such a location. However, the chaos outside had no effect on the 3. Their spiritual bodies were engaged in a heated discussion through star-patterned spirit sound. Matani-san, we must act quickly. We didn't return to waste time in Huaxia. Mukumo, calm down. You must believe that our actions here are worthwhile. Besides, gaining merit at the origin point is not so easy. Katadai, stop wasting time with him. This guy has recently taken in 2 underground idol group students at home, and now all he thinks about is how to torment those 2 women when he gets back. Baka. Matani, what do you mean? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have joined this organization. I would have come to Huaxia to carry out missions. Idiot. With your ability, it's already lucky you didn't die at the origin point. Gaining merit is harder for you than anyone else. I brought you in because your ability is better suited for use on Earth. The organization values you highly. What you can gain here is not less than merit. You should thank me, not oppose me. I'm the team leader. You must show me respect. Matani, you know me. That is not what I meant. But does this really make sense? I understand that. Their number of transformational beings is indeed terrifying. How much can our shogunate really do? Stupid. Ordinary transformational beings don't need to be concerned about. Only those with exceptional talents are our targets. Destroy their bodies on Earth, so they can't return, and their merits will no longer belong to their original countries. There are indeed many transformational beings, but they have even more targets to defend, making it easier for us to act. Exceptional transformational beings are indeed terrifying. Those people are the chosen ones. Favored by the gods, they could directly become samurai. Unfortunately, we don't have that fate. That's destiny. But the foreign saying goes that one can also achieve immortal military exploits at the origin point through physical skills. Once this operation is over, everyone can take a good rest, enjoy themselves, and the true battle will begin after returning to the origin point. Matani-san, I'll follow your lead. By the way, it's really noisy here. Why do these Huaxia people like to make so much noise when playing cards? Team leader, target locked, now returning. In the star-patterned spirit sound, a new voice emerged, and the expressions of the 3 stiffened simultaneously. Inugawa, Report the information. Yes, team leader. The target is in Building 9, with a number of military personnel ranging from 280 to 310. Each building has a sniper team deployed. What is the reason for confirming the target is in Building 9? Building 9 has the fewest number of people allowed in. Other buildings average more than 10 medical staff, while Building 9 has no more than 5. Then it's settled. The target is in Building 9. How much spiritual energy do you have left? 1/3. There is another situation. I've discovered assassins from another country. Confirmed. They are well hidden, but my spiritual vision can see them. They've been active around the area and should be from Southeast Asia. Transformational beings? Uncertain. Good. Orders. Yes. 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 Orders. The operation is scheduled for 4:15 a.m. tomorrow. In Ugawa, immediately relay the target location to those assassins and let them know our operation time is 4 a.m. Then return. Yes. The three stood up together, and the one named Kitadai paid in fluent Chinese. Soon, the three disappeared into the crowd at Westlake. At Xiantang's sanatorium, in the pavilion by Turtle Pond, Lu Xiao finished a phone call with his parents, telling them not to wait for him to eat, as he might be out for a few days. A hawk circled overhead, but its vision was not very effective here, as too many trees completely covered the ground. If the assassins were not transformational beings, this game of chess would drag on for a long time, but this possibility was slim. Firstly, acquiring heavy weapons was too difficult. Secondly, the number of assassins was certainly not large. Facing a battalion of defenders, one would be courting death without some abilities. Therefore, the assassins were most likely transformational beings. Moreover, the assassination action would begin soon. Transformational beings had a limited time to return to Earth, and their spiritual energy could not be restored. The return time for those who had not come back was unpredictable. Once they returned, the assassination itself would have failed. Considering these factors, Lu Xiao could basically confirm that this assassination targeting Li Tianjia and others would not drag on for more than 3 days, and it could even happen today. The spirit sound could not cross dimensional boundaries. Otherwise, he really wanted to tell Li Tianjia to return immediately, which would solve everything. With nothing to do, Lu Xiao scrolled through his phone. He opened WeChat to check his classmates and friend circles and to ask how they were doing. To his surprise, all his WeChat friends had disappeared. What is going on? Were my friends? But when he opened a system message sent to him by WeChat, he was stunned. Dear WeChat user, after security department checks, you revealed your identity as a transformational being in the WeChat group game. This action violates Article 8 of the Free Information Security Law. It is prohibited to publish, promote, or disclose any real or virtual identity of a transformational being via the internet. However, considering your special identity and that the violation occurred before the security law was issued, no punishment will be imposed. However, all your personal information, friends, historical messages, historical location information, and all other operation traces on WeChat will be deleted. The game group will be dissolved immediately, and your WeChat account has been placed on a high-priority protection list. All future operations, locations, and messages will be encrypted at the highest level. Please report your identity to local authorities immediately and seek protection. Do not trust any unfamiliar messages. WeChat wishes all transformational beings success. Safety. Thank you for your continued support and trust in WeChat. Damn, how did I forget about this? My identity as a transformational being has probably already been exposed. There are probably too many ways to access WeChat chat records. I'm afraid I've already been put on the assassination list. No, the real danger isn't to me, but to my family. Ordinary people's personal information is completely unprotected. Even a resume can expose all key information. Lu Xiao immediately wanted to call the Hidden Dragon Group, but just as he was about to dial, he stopped. No, if the Hidden Dragon Group intervenes, my family's real identities must all be registered. It's not that I don't trust the Hidden Dragon Group, but every organization is made up of people, and as long as they are human, problems may arise. Moreover, he believed that with his current merits, any country would disregard everything. After much consideration, he decided to deal with this hidden danger in his own way. He changed his WeChat nickname to Dead Returned. Then he posted a moment, saying, "So damn terrifying. It's good to be back." This was just the first step. Relocating his family was also urgent. The only thing that might have been revealed was his identity as a transformational being, but he believed that the current assassination operation mainly targeted exceptional transformational beings. At least for this wave, it was not his turn yet, and there was still time. With a long sigh, Lu Xiao felt very guilty. His seemingly casual behavior might have brought disaster to his family and friends. After the sigh, his expression suddenly turned exceptionally fierce. Those who came to carry out assassination missions might also come looking for me and my family and friends in the future. Then you won't be able to go back. I want to let all the petty scoundrels know that Qiantang, no one who comes here can leave. Chapter 55. Assassination. After having dinner in the cafeteria of the sanatorium, the sky gradually darkened. From a distance, various rhythmic square dance music began to play, mixed with the sounds of different instruments. During this time, Lu Xiao had been sitting alone in the cafeteria, not moving around, and he hadn't seen Zhang Tao and Feng Xiao again, let alone the deeply resentful Lord Wei Qiu. The station troops seemed to have forgotten his existence. In the deep of night, the energetic elderly finally packed up and went home, and the entire lakeside returned to its intended tranquility. At 3:50 a.m., in the southeastern corner of Qiantang Sanatorium, Turtle Pond, four heads surfaced simultaneously, and silent blow darts disabled the infrared sensors along the shore. On the other side, in a civilian house in the northwest direction outside the courtyard, Mu Zhao was holding a rat, which struggled desperately, even biting his finger. Gazing into the rat's eyes, Mu Zhao suddenly lost consciousness, and Bei Dao supported him, gently laying him down on the ground. Next to Mu Zhao, there were four corpses. The rat that Mu Zhao had been holding had now escaped from his grasp, skillfully maneuvering its limbs and tail while occasionally winking at the three humans standing before it like giants. Mitsutani attached a small device to the rat. Act according to plan. Mu Zhao, let's go. Yes, team leader. Then, the rat dashed out of the house, heading straight for the sanatorium. Inugawa parted the curtains of the second-floor bedroom and looked towards the sanatorium. At 4:00 a.m., in the flower bed of the main building, a rat kept looking around, seemingly waiting for something to happen. The surroundings of all the buildings were brightly lit, as if it were daytime, just as it disdainfully watched a cockroach scuttle by. A loud explosion échoué. It felt the entire ground shaking violently. Then came the piercing alarm. Action! The voice of team leader Mitsutani came through the star-patterned spirit sound. The rat shot out of the grass, running into the light, heading straight for Building 9. Soon, it arrived at the entrance of Building 9, which had a sliding single glass door with no gaps, leaving it to hide in the shadow under the steps outside. Numerous soldiers ran past it, but none noticed the rat. Reached the target door. What was that explosion just now? Did those people succeed? Uncertain. I can't see from my position. But after the explosion, there were no other sounds. I suggest detonating it directly. Not enough yield. You must detonate on the second floor. It seems those people are fools. We have to do it ourselves. Baida, report the situation. Infiltrating. Infiltration successful. Heading towards Ward 9. In the shadows, the rat saw a man in Huaxia military uniform walking quickly towards it, head down. SAV Baida. Proceed as planned. Team leader Mitsutani's spirit sound was somewhat excited. The soldier stopped under a tree, seemingly afraid of being illuminated by the light. He pulled a small jar from his pocket, nodded at the rat, and threw the jar towards a door. In an instant, the jar released a large amount of smoke, enveloping the area around the entrance of Building 9. Then he threw out an irregularly shaped piece of clay, which stuck to the door. With a muffled bang, the glass door didn't shatter completely, but dented at an odd angle, revealing a small opening. The rat, panicking in the smoke, ran into the building, but the device on its body got stuck. Mu Zhao, have you infiltrated? Not yet. I'm stuck by the bomb. It kept twisting its body, finally finding a suitable angle to inch forward. Need help? Bei Dao, are you still nearby? I've evacuated. The Huaxiao people have arrived. 16 Huaxiao people are approaching Building 9. Inugawa reported. Don't panic, I'm on it. Mu Zhao, have you successfully infiltrated? Mitsutani shouted anxiously. Mu Zhao. The team leader's shouts echoed in the spirit sound, but Mu Zhao never replied. Just as the rat was about to break free from the glass's constraint, it saw something that filled it with terror. In the smoke, a giant masked face appeared behind it, with eyes staring fixedly at it. Then its tail was grabbed, and with immense force it was yanked out. Just as it was about to bite through the fuse to detonate the bomb on its back, it felt its body lighten, and it was thrown into the air, spinning wildly. The rat, with poor vision, could only sense the world turning around it, the wind howling. But it still remembered its mission and bit down hard on the fuse. However, before it could sever it, it felt a chill as something passed through its body, and then it lost the ability to exert force. Opening its eyes, Mu Zhao suddenly sat up from the ground. He didn't use the star-pattern spirit sound, but shouted loudly, "I'm dead. The bomb didn't detonate. I was killed by a man in a mask." An enraged Mitsutani rushed into the room and slapped him across the face. "Bastard, don't make a sound. The rat is dead. The bomb did not detonate." The assailant used a short bow. Inugawa continued to report his observations. "That masked man is inspecting the rat's corpse. Wait. He glanced this way. He seems to have discovered us." The usually calm Inugawa's spirit sound was filled with unease and panic. "Mission failed. Baida. Withdraw from the target area. Evacuate immediately." "Inugawa, are you sure the Huaxia people discovered us?" Beidao clearly had doubts. "Definitely. He is approaching us quickly." Inugawa was already shouting. Mu Zhao and Mitsutani ran madly out of the house, and Inugawa jumped down from the second floor, sprinting with them towards the northern woods. In the dark forest at night, the three moved swiftly, using the distant light to navigate quickly. This was their pre-planned escape route. The woods were not large, but densely forested and filled with pits, making it difficult to spot them even with night vision. To the north was a tea village where their vehicles were waiting. "Beidao, we will meet at Point B in 3 hours. Inugawa, keep an eye on the rear." While running, Inugawa quickly turned back, and just a glance left him horrified. "That masked man is less than 300 meters from us. He's faster than us. Damn! Bastard, is it just him?" "Yes, just him. I'll hold him off. You two retreat." Team leader Mitsutani stopped, turned around, drew his saber, and held it across his chest, while Mu Zhao and Inugawa sprinted past him on either side. Their footsteps faded into the distance, and the surroundings fell completely silent. In the pitch-black wilderness, Mitsutani focused his energy, preparing to confront the Huaxia man. The eerie silence made his heartbeat race. He could only see within a 10-meter range. Why was there no sound of running? Did that Huaxia man bypass him? No, if the opponent dared to chase alone, it was to save time. He would definitely encounter me. Mitsutani was confident, as he had excellent swordsmanship, having reached a beginner's mastery level and possessed both dynamic vision and beginner strength techniques. It could be said that an ordinary person could hardly withstand even a single strike from him. At the starting point, it was by relying on this martial prowess that he had killed 3 external transformists. "Since you ruined our plan, you shall repay with your life." Mitsutani quietly moved his feet, holding the knife in mid-stance, with the tip aimed forward. In the darkness ahead, the sound of a bowstring vibrating echoed. In an instant, a drop of blood appeared, and Mitsutani suddenly turned his head, simultaneously deflecting with his knife. In the collision, the red line changed direction, grazing past his ear and piercing forward. Fast, accurate, ruthless, and the opponent could see me. Mitsutani's heart trembled. "Oh!" A slightly surprised voice abruptly emerged from the darkness. As the voice sounded, it was clearly getting closer at a rapid pace. Mitsutani didn't wait to die. He charged forward, hoping to close the distance with the opponent. Another muffled sound rang out. The voice was now within 30 meters of him. Mitsutani instinctively dodged, but found no arrows flying towards him. Immediately after, 3 loud bangs resounded above his head and behind him. Not understanding what was happening, he suddenly turned around, but it was too late. His right arm, right leg, and left leg were each struck by arrows, penetrating wounds, bones broken, and the arrows nailed to the ground were bizarrely turning into blood. The knife fell to the ground, and Mitsutani knew he was done for. Completely done for. The person didn't pause at all. They shot one last arrow, and then there was no more movement. This arrow directly hit Mitsutani's forehead, embedding itself in his brain. He didn't even have a chance to face this Chinese man. It ended just like that. Mitsutani slumped to the ground, his beloved knife in front of him. To get this knife to China, Yamato had paid a considerable price, but looking back now, it seemed ridiculous. I failed. He has already gone after you, Run. This Chinese man is very powerful. Extremely powerful. Run. Group leader. Mitsutani-san. Group leader. Mitsutani's heart was weary. He didn't reply to the star-patterned spirit sound again, but stared blankly at his knife. He needed to return to the starting point in the last moments. Otherwise, his spirit body would also wither and die. Just as he was preparing to let his spirit body drift, a system message plunged him into ultimate despair. Detected damage to the spirit body of the intelligent life form. Drifting is not possible. Now it was completely over. Chapter 56. The End. Qiantang Sanatorium. Wei Qiu squatted by the turtle pond, his face serious. Lifting the head of a corpse in front of him, revealing a blood hole the size of a thumb in the center of its forehead. Was it an arrow? He asked in surprise, glancing at 3 other corpses nearby. It was an arrow, Jiang Tao replied from behind him. That child? Wei Ying asked. The child's name is Chao Feng, Jiang Tao replied. Wei Qiu stood up, his gaze sweeping over his subordinates standing straight behind him. You all, not one of you is as good as a child. Report the battle losses. Yes. Feng Xiao responded loudly. 2 people are missing. The gate of Building 9 was blown up, but there are no signs of intrusion. 4 assassins were killed on the spot. Which 2 people? One is Wang Wuchuan, who was on standby outside, but the guard said he entered the sanatorium at 4 a.m. tonight. The other is Chao Feng. He told us before leaving that he was going to chase the remaining assassins. Find Wang Wuchuan. Did you send someone to follow Chao Feng? Did you let him go alone? Report. We sent someone, but Chao Feng was too fast. By the time our people chased him out, he was already gone. Wei Qiu felt a tightness in his chest. The assassins had sneaked into the turtle pond, disabled the infrared alarm system, and his men had not noticed anything, resulting in a child solving everything with ease. And as if that wasn't enough, Building 9 had almost been breached. Although he didn't understand why the attackers only blew up the gate and then disappeared, he sensed something was off. But the key was that his men had no idea who was behind it. Was there a traitor among his own? He glanced at the wounds on the 4 corpses. The arrows were deadly. In a pitch-black environment, facing 4 opponents, what kind of background did this child named Chao Feng have? Report. A soldier ran up to him. Speak. Chao Feng has returned with 3 corpses. He is at the gate booth now. Damn it. Wei Qiu couldn't contain himself. Go. He felt he had underestimated Chao Feng. This was no ordinary child. When he rushed to the gate booth, he saw Lu Xiao and the 3 corpses beside him. Were these? Wei Qiu was still confused, wondering what the situation was with these 3. For over at Turtle Pond, 3 here, and 1 is still on the run. I'll handle that one shortly. These are 2 groups of people. Lu Xiao pointed to a rat corpse at the corner of the wall. One of them controlled the rat with an ability. There should be something on the rat, likely a bomb. I didn't dare touch it. You handle it. Wei Qiu followed Lu Xiao's finger, but saw nothing in the darkness. How did the 4 at Turtle Pond die? Wei Qiu knew he shouldn't ask, but couldn't hold back. Shot dead. What was the first explosion about? Oh, someone used a spear. There should have been explosives inside. They intended to throw it to kill me. But their aim was poor. Why do you think these are 2 groups of people? The 4 by the lake were communicating. These 3 don't talk at all, so they must have another way of communicating. Also, the ones at Turtle Pond used blow darts and spears. This one used a Japanese sword. He pointed at Mitsuya, who had already stiffened. The other 2, I don't know. They died before they could act. Wei Qiu felt a sense of disorientation. Did he not deserve to win at the starting point? Were all metamorphosers like this? What was the point of fighting? The way Chao Feng spoke casually belied the danger it posed to him. Did he think foreign countries would send fools to carry out assassinations? Not to mention that they were all like 007. At the very least, they were elites among elites. And you took down all these people with a bow that looked like it was low quality? Were they all just here to play with him? His expression was indifferent as he unconsciously took out a small vial of medicine from his pocket, opened it, and dumped a few pills into his mouth. He felt he would have shadows if he didn't take some medicine. I'm going to find the last one. I have a general idea of where they are. You'd better send a car with me. Xiao Zhao. Immediately take my car to send Chao Feng over. At least he still needed them. Wei Qiu felt a bit better. Yes. A soldier behind him immediately responded. Soon, a military-registered Hongqi vehicle drove Lu Xiao out of the sanatorium. After the Hongqi car drove away, Jiang Tao located the rat corpse according to Lu Xiao's direction. It was indeed a bomb, but it was small. However, if used inside a building, it could cause a catastrophe. Jiang Tao carefully disassembled the miniature bomb from the rat and handed it to Wei Qiu. Wei Qiu waved his hand, signaling to take it away directly. How come he knows everything, and we know nothing? Chao Feng is a metamorphoser. He can no longer be considered an ordinary human. We owe him this time. If that rat had gotten inside, then... The 4 at Turtle Pond are from Southeast Asia. These 4 are from Yamato. Wei Qiu interrupted Jiang Tao. If what Chao Feng said is true, there are at least 4 metamorphosers accounted for here. Wei Ying, Wang Guochuan's corpse has been found in a residential area to the northwest, along with 3 civilian corpses. A sergeant reported. Bastard. Wei Qiu's face darkened. Those behind these people must pay the price. Half an hour later, the Hongqi sedan returned. Wei Qiu, Jiang Tao, and Fang Xiao ran over from the entrance of Building 9, only to find that besides Xiao Zhao, Lu Xiao was missing. And there was an additional corpse in the car, while Xiao Zhao appeared to be in a daze. Where is Lu Xiao? Wei Qiu demanded loudly. He said he dealt with the person and was going home. Everyone, Xiao Zhao, tell us what happened. Describe it to us. Jiang Tao still wore a smile. I drove to a park near the broken bridge, as he instructed. As soon as we arrived, someone saw us and ran. He charged out, jumped, shot an arrow, and finished it. After that, he dragged the person into the car, this one in the back seat. He told me he originally wanted to leave a live one. But this person somehow died, probably from poison. That's all. Everyone. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Why did this seemingly light-hearted story feel as simple as a child going out to buy soy sauce? So why are you in a daze? Isn't this a good thing? Jiang Tao continued to ask, sensing that Xiao Zhao's mental state was off. That jump was at least 10 meters high. I've never seen anyone jump that high. And he shot the arrow in midair. Just one shot. Everyone understood why. Is this still human? A 10-meter jump. There are no animals on Earth with that ability. Why not fly? And how is your archery more accurate than our gunfire? Don't you aim when you shoot? How do you aim in midair? Others need absolute stability to shoot arrows, but you shot while jumping. Wei Qiu unconsciously reached into his pocket for the medicine bottle, but suddenly remembered he had already taken some. Did he say anything else? About this person. At this moment, the only one who could think normally was Jiang Tao. Yes, I remember now. He said this person seemed to be able to see him from very far away. He should also be a metamorphoser with abilities. He also said all of tonight's people were garbage. None could fight. Everyone, Jiang Tao, I'm going to write a report. You handle the rest. Wei Qiu felt unprecedentedly tired. He really wanted to go back and do nothing. Yes, Wei Ying. Should we talk to Yanjing about this and express our gratitude? Jiang Tao has always had a good impression of Chao Feng. This boy, who clearly has the skills to slay dragons, is very low-key. All right, I will contact Yanjing now. After saying that, Wei Qiu left for the old building without looking back. Sitting in front of the computer, Wei Qiu struggled to type a passage in the report. At 4 a.m., 4 individuals infiltrated the guarded area, disabling the alarm system. At 4:05 a.m., another assassin entered the guarded area, attempting to breach the building of a key figure, but failed. Subsequently, a second group of 4 individuals eliminated. Agent Chao Feng single-handedly killed 8 people. After finishing, he rubbed his forehead, feeling exhausted. Chapter 57 Hometown, 3 bowls of century egg and lean meat congee. A bowl of mixed noodles, 4 fried dough sticks, 6 fried eggs, 2 bamboo steamers of meat buns, and a bowl of salty soy milk to take away. Back at the rented community, Lu Xiao skillfully ordered his meal at a nearby breakfast shop. Okay, just a moment. The boss quickly got to work. At 6 o'clock, as dawn broke, some office workers who lived farther away began to leave for work. Lu Xiao had already changed into a fresh outfit and naturally removed his mask. He felt that he had handled the early morning guard duty quite well, having dealt with 2 groups of people. The restless forces could be quiet for a while now. Sitting on the bench in the breakfast shop, he was somewhat distracted, staring at his hands. When did he start to think that killing was so commonplace? Those 8 were not extraterrestrial beings. They were human. He reminded himself. They were living, breathing individuals. But why did he feel no guilt, no pity, or unease? As if he had just completed an extremely ordinary and familiar task. Others' growth was merely about doing things with high profile and living humbly. But why was his growth marked by cold-blooded killings and arson? This shouldn't be due to a transformation of the spirit, but rather a problem within his own psychology. Was he always a pervert? Forget it. The more he thought about it, the more disturbing it became. He didn't want to think so much. The world was, after all, a place where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Whether by arrows or money, one could kill a person. The means differ, but the outcome is the same. Recalling last night, he had been comfortably staying in the pavilion at Turtle Pond, only to have 4 heads suddenly surface in the water. How could he tolerate that? When those 4 made it ashore, it would really be over in the blink of an eye. He made the last one throw the spear that was aimed at him, which was purely because his bow was unreliable, coupled with the fact that the spear thrower was struggling to survive, managing to withstand 3 arrows without falling. It seemed that he had used some form of hardened body technique to endure those 3 arrows. The appearance of these made him feel that the matter was not so simple, so he headed straight for Building 9. Sure enough, he found smoke rising from that direction and saw a soldier throwing something into the smoke. Being naturally suspicious, he directly transformed his blood into tiny droplets and threw them onto the soldier. The explosion confirmed that there was something wrong with this person, but the safety of Building 9 was more important. He rushed to the main entrance and saw the shattered, bulletproof glass door, with a mouse carrying something on its back at the damaged spot. He caught the mouse, feeling that what it carried was either a bomb or a gas bomb or something similar. After some hesitation, he threw it into the air. If it exploded, at least the damage would be minimized. He shot the mouse mid-air, and when it landed, he noticed blood on its teeth. Using his blood-scenting ability, he immediately detected the direction of Mu Mao's position. After that, it was a smooth and pleasant task to take care of this assassination group from Yamato. He then found the last Inagaka by following the blood scent. In fact, Lu Xiao was not sure if the 8 dead were all of them. But this was an excellent opportunity. If these people were not foolish, they would definitely go all out. So based on comprehensive judgment, even if there were still some who slipped through the net, they wouldn't cause much trouble. The 4 who died at Turtle Pond were not all Transformers, but the next 4 definitely were. Mu Mao's spirit could control mice, while Inagaka had the ability to see through and see in the dark. The last one who died looked completely different from how he appeared at the sanatorium. This person should be able to change his appearance, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter the sanatorium. As for the person on the hillside preparing to challenge him one-on-one, Lu Xiao had no impression of him at all. He first used the bowstring to create a sound wave that made him lose balance while dodging, then jumped into the air, shooting 2 arrows, and, after landing, shot 2 more arrows to finish him off. All packed, the boss handed 2 bags to Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao paid and headed home. During the ride, he called the Hidden Dragon Group. "Chow Phone, it's me, by Ling Strange." This time there was no customer service to transfer the call. "How come you answer directly? Your number has been registered, so it was transferred directly to me. By the way, I should inform you that this number is linked to your real information." Lu Xiao suddenly didn't want to talk to these people anymore. If the state wanted to know who you were, it was too easy. There was simply nowhere to hide. We have already changed the original information of the number, and all past records related to it have been deleted. Additionally, your future signal frequencies will be independently encrypted, so you can use it with peace of mind. "Thanks, I guess," Lu Xiao replied irritably. "You're welcome. It's what I should do. I have already received news that you completed the task. The Hidden Dragon Group is very satisfied with your performance." "Oh, you knew so quickly?" "Yes, the local garrison submitted a report at 5:12 a.m., stating that you single-handedly killed a total of 8 assassins from 2 different organizations. The garrison also expressed their gratitude to you." "Oh well, let them send me some special supply cigarettes next time." "No need for thanks." "No problem. I'll send them directly to you. I've taken care of what you asked yesterday, and you'll have a new identity. This identity will use the name you gave me before, Ren Pingsheng. You will receive materials like ID cards, citizen cards, and passports tomorrow." "Cease. I used the name Ren Pingsheng at the starting point too. Can we change it? Is that so? Then I'll change it right away. I have a ready-made one. Just call it Ren Wuxing. Is that okay? Do you all name things so casually?" "Not really. This was needed by a previous preparatory team member, but that member sacrificed 2 days ago." "Well, isn't that a bit unlucky?" "Not yet given to him. It shouldn't count." "Then send it to me. I don't use this name much anyway." "Okay, you'll receive it tomorrow. The electronic ID can be used in 5 minutes. Can I ask how that preparatory team member sacrificed? Sure, he died in an assassination operation by America. Okay, I understand. Then I'll leave it at that. I'm hanging up. After hanging up the phone, Lu Zhao's previously pleasant mood completely soured. The hidden dragon side should have already understood all his information. Even his ancestors for 18 generations must know. It's impossible to guard against. You say, as a fresh graduate, how could he have imagined that layer? Sigh. Under big data, there truly is no privacy to speak of. Forget it. The new identity is also under the surveillance of Hidden Dragon, so it doesn't make much difference. He just needs to find a way to eliminate this layer of risk cleanly. After having breakfast with his parents, Lu Xiao suggested that the family drive back to Wuqing. He wanted to visit his grandmother and other relatives and friends, and take care of some matters. Qiandang was only a 2-hour drive from Wuqing. This ancient city in Zhejiang had hardly changed since Lu Xiao was born, which isn't exactly a compliment. It only shows that the city's development was slow. But no matter what, hometown is hometown. It feels like a dream when you return from the outside. Here is where it is real. Because of familiarity, the smells, the street scenes, the dialect, the food, all felt so intimate. His grandmother, who had been taking care of his parents in a state of turmoil, and his uncle's family, looked even more exhausted in her already frail state. When the family arrived at his grandmother's home, tears unconsciously gathered in the corners of Lu Zhao's eyes as he saw this elderly woman who had passed 70. He turned aside, quickly wiping away the tears with a smile. Seeing her beloved grandson, his grandmother was in high spirits, struggling to sit up against the edge of the bed. The adults all left the room to let the two of them chat alone. Lu Xiao had no secrets from his grandmother. He only omitted the dangerous details to avoid worrying her. After learning that Lu Xiao had become a transcender and could not return often, his grandmother smiled and gently ran her fingers through his hair, slowly saying, "I used to not believe in fate, but as I grew older, I realized that once a person's fate is spoken, it is destined. Smile. This is your destiny. Be brave and venture forth. I can no longer help you much, but raising you has been the greatest happiness of my life." Lu Xiao remained silent, his childlike silly smile conveying to her that his grandmother was still very young, and that they would travel across the country and the world together. They would go to Yanjing and see the alley where his grandmother lived as a child. There were still many good days ahead. His grandmother kept smiling, her skin on her palm already loose, and he could feel that there was no flesh between her skin and bones. Lu Xiao held her warm palm, sitting quietly by her side, occasionally talking about things in Qiandang and listening to his grandmother share her stories. Time passed slowly like this. Chapter 58. Small Goals Until Grandma Fell Asleep. Lu Xiao quietly left the bedroom. Previously, Grandma had taken care of his parents and uncle's family by herself, but now his parents and uncle's family were all taking care of Grandma together. It was fortunate that everyone had come back early. Otherwise, it would have been a physical and psychological torment for an elderly person to face all her children unconscious in the house. Some things had to be arranged quickly, and time was of the essence. He immediately contacted Bai Ling and requested that Grandma be placed under intensive medical care. Intensive care is health care for important individuals, which is one of the benefits he received as a preparatory member of the Hidden Dragon Group. Within 15 minutes, Bai Ling had arranged a bed and dedicated medical staff at a local nursing home in Wuqing, stating that they could check in the next day, and accommodations for relatives were also arranged. One must say that the efficiency of national institutions is high, and Lu Xiao was quite satisfied with the overall efficiency of the Hidden Dragon Group. Upon learning that Lu Zhao's family and grandma were going to a nursing home to enjoy the treatment of senior leaders, his uncle's family was obviously a bit bewildered. Lu Xiao merely said that a father of a college classmate was a leader and that he had a very close relationship with this classmate, so he helped arrange it. Everyone understood this kind of social etiquette, and it was easily brushed aside. Leaving Grandma's house, Lu Xiao stopped at a communication store by the roadside and used his electronic ID from Ren Wuxing to get a new SIM card. This was necessary, to be honest. He no longer dared to use the old one, so he would use this new number when calling the Hidden Dragon Group in the future. With a new SIM card, Lu Xiao sent a group message to some acquaintances, informing them that he had changed his number. Some classmates and friends replied, confirming they had saved the new number. His phone rang. It was a high school classmate. "Hey, Lu Xiao, Change your number? Yeah, Lao, Kai. Is it really necessary to call just for this small matter? Are you in Wuching recently? Yes, why? Oh, what a coincidence. We're having a high school reunion. I'm counting heads and was hesitating whether to invite you, a Hangzhou resident. But then you sent me a message, so I thought I'd ask. Since you're in Wuching, you shouldn't run away. What's going on? Why suddenly a reunion? You guys haven't done anything like this in 4 years since graduation. Isn't it because of the experiences of separation and loss? Everyone has had their share of life and death experiences, making them cherish life even more. The bonds of friendship are precious, right? So we thought we could get together, boast a bit, exchange resources, and since most of us are looking for jobs, having more friends means more opportunities. All right, send me the time and place via text. If I'm still in Wuching, I'll attend. Don't you dare run away. It's tomorrow noon. You must be there. If you skip out, I'll bring people to Qiantang and make you regret it. How could I? You know what kind of person I am. All right, I'll definitely be there. Good. As long as you said that. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Oh, wait, will all the classmates be there? I know what you're going to ask. Don't play dumb. Everyone will be there. You have to come whether you want to or not. Lu Xiao hesitated. Hang up. You must be there tomorrow, or we'll all collectively make you regret it. New number, right? We'll call until your phone crashes. Hang up. See you tomorrow. After ending the call, Lu Xiao sighed. Was he afraid of killing and arson, but afraid of a reunion? Well, it wasn't fear. He just felt a bit unnatural about meeting certain people. Whatever. Let it come. He had seen it all. He dialed Bai Ling's number with his old number, feeling a bit embarrassed after disturbing her 3 times that day. Zhao Feng, hello. Bai Ling's voice was still calm. Thank you for helping with my grandmother's situation. This is part of my duties, and I also appreciate your trust in the Hidden Dragon Group. Understood. I would like to exchange Galaxy coins for RMB, with the funds transferred to Run Wuxing's bank account or e-wallet. Sure, as a transcender, spending Galaxy coins is also part of the final settlement the country conducts. So direct currency exchange is allowed. The exchanged Galaxy coins will belong to the state. It seemed he wasn't the only one doing this. The exchange rate is 100, 000, right? Yes, that rate hasn't changed for now. The national currency has remained stable. All right, then I'll exchange 1000 Galaxy coins. How much? Bai Ling's voice became slightly less steady. 1000 Galaxy coins, Lu Xiao repeated. After a moment of silence, Bai Ling adjusted her tone and asked seriously, Zhao Feng, are you sure you have 1000 Galaxy coins? That's 1000 merit points. Yes. Hold on, don't hang up. The amount is a bit large. Let me report to the higher-ups first. Okay. The other end of the phone started playing soothing music. This wait was a bit long. After about 5 minutes, the music finally stopped. Zhao Feng, the exchange is not a problem, and it's not because of the large amount, but because such a large single exchange of Galaxy coins has never happened before. There have been similar cases, but the exchanged Galaxy coins did not exceed 2 digits. For the state, currency is just a piece of data, while Galaxy coins are the real valuable exchange items. Let me confirm with you again. Do you really want to exchange 1000 Galaxy coins at once? Yes. Lu Xiao was glad he didn't try to exchange his 10,000 Galaxy coins all at once. Otherwise, he might have been directly monitored. Okay, I will send the exchange operation to your phone. As a friendly reminder, do not purchase diamonds or gemstones, and do not buy current medical services, as many technologies and products will undergo thorough innovations in a short time. Okay, thank you. He understood regarding medical services, but what was the story with diamonds and gemstones? Zhao Feng, 1000 Galaxy coins means that your merits exceed 1000 points or even higher. I won't ask how much you actually earned, nor will I inquire how you obtained these merit points, but this merit is very important to the state. Have you completed the merit attribution? Not yet. Will the merit value decrease after exchanging merit for Galaxy coins? Not at all. Once merit attribution is confirmed, you will be counted on the historical total merit value, so it won't be affected. That's good. I will confirm it soon. Big sister, once I confirm the merit attribution, the whole world will probably know that there's a Huaxiao person who must be dealt with. Otherwise, Huaxiao will always be number 1. Okay, as soon as possible. Is there anything else? I need a decent job for my hidden identity. Sure. Do you have any specific requirements? State-owned enterprise. Working in a state-owned enterprise is relatively free. All right. I will arrange it immediately. Is it in Wuching or Qiantang? Qiantang. Okay, I will arrange it right away, and will send you a message when it's done. All right, thanks. Nothing else, goodbye. Goodbye. Having a personal assistant is great. The salary doesn't come out of his pocket, and the work is done efficiently. Soon, an encrypted message was sent to his phone. Lu Xiao opened it to find a QR code multimedia message. After scanning, it provided a download link for an app, and it looked quite professional. After downloading and opening it, no registration was needed. Only his title and exchange amount had to be filled in. After completing the form, he clicked on exchange. With a sound effect, consumed 1,000 galaxy coins. Galaxy coins balance 9,000. He opened the electronic wallet linked to Run Wuxing's ID. Well, 100 million yuan was credited. Lu Xiao carefully counted how many zeros were behind the one. This was the first money he earned since graduation. A large sum of money that directly fulfilled everyone's little dreams. Chapter 59. Planning with a significant amount of money in hand. No one would have expected that the first things he bought were actually 2 pens and a notebook. After that, he slipped into a CAF where smoking was allowed indoors and began to slowly plan for the future. Plan before acting was Lu Xiao's consistent approach to handling matters. He meticulously recorded the information he experienced and learned, dividing it into 2 sections, Earth and the origin point. As scattered information was compiled, various keywords and critical questions began to emerge. On the pages filled with black ink, questions marked in red appeared. What is the relationship between the origin point and Earth? What is the meaning of spirit and life? How to ensure safety on Earth? In the end, Lu Xiao used 4 words to tell himself how to arrive at the answers to these 3 questions. Be strong enough. Only when he became powerful enough not to rely on anyone or any force would the answers to these questions naturally be revealed to him. At the origin point, the physical attributes required to meet the standards of the Traveler Mirror stage exceed 101, or spiritual attributes exceed 51. Lu Xiao believed that it would be difficult for humans on Earth to achieve this in the short term. Of course, he did not rule out the existence of individuals with talent or fortunate encounters similar to his own. However, one thing Lu Xiao was certain of was that humans on Earth could not compare to him when it came to merit points. The blood demon Seekin was a ruthless character that should not exist in the small thousand worlds. His appearance was itself a coincidence among bugs. Not to mention the encounter with himself and being drained by the pearl. Once his merit attribution was determined, danger would not only come from foreign forces, but from civilizations beyond Earth, and even from other advanced civilizations outside the galactic order. As long as he had not confirmed his merit attribution, no civilization would know which human within the galactic order possessed terrifying levels of merit. As Song Qingfang said, there were countless human civilizations within the galactic order. Who would you target for assassination? Would you wipe out every human planet? Is the galactic order just a joke? However, on the other hand, perhaps the merit of the blood demon Seekin was not that significant. Maybe his own perspective was too limited, so he believed it was a lot, and he had been scaring himself all along. Putting down his pen, he turned to look out at the sky. Countless numbers were lined up. Each short character represented a person fighting for survival. Perhaps this was a road of no return, or perhaps he was just an unknown figure on Earth. Or perhaps any misstep could completely erase him from this universe. But since he had already stood in the middle of the road, he had to see what the end of this road was. Let those behind him always look up to his back, and let those monsters in front of him always fear the presence behind him. Picking up the pen again, he opened a new page. He drew 4 boxes, the first for archery, the second for blood source, the third for rock source, and the fourth for energy skills. He then transcribed the panel information one by one and illustrated each energy skill in a cartoon form. Lu Xiao had a bold idea. The origin point was not a virtual game world, but a real existing space, where all energy skills and physical skills truly existed, created through the accumulation of experience and training into a form of spiritual energy application. They were like a software package composed of countless individual formulas. Relying on system rewards was merely a matter of luck, and it was hard to say whether there would be more after that. So why not create his own? Among the basic energy skills of the rock source, there was the skill of controlling rock, but there was no skill for controlling blood in the blood source pearl. Instead, He had mastered the higher-level skill of blood drawing, which likely resulted from the spirit pearl randomly absorbing certain energy skills from some blood source pearls. This made Lu Xiao sense the possibility of creating his own energy skills, and the existence of multiple source pearls allowed him to even attempt to combine various energy skills. At the same time, his insights from controlling rock could lead to more understanding. Of course, everything had to start with controlling blood. The two large red characters control blood were circled emphatically. Galactic Order of Merit Record for Planet 932-221-01821. Genesis Society 2. America 3. Brotherhood 4. Ancient Philosopher Alliance 5. Azure Dragon Society 6. Church of the Dead 7. Omni. Huashan 9. Exilé d'Immortal Alliance 10. World of Martial Arts. Unexpectedly, Lu Xiao found that the majority of the top-ranking entries in the merit record were not countries, but various unknown forces. The population-advantaged Huaxia was only ranked 8th, and the 9th place felt like an organization related to Huaxia. What was going on? Hidden forces? Ancients? It was all chaotic, feeling adrift. He sensed the world order was undergoing drastic changes. Ancient families like Bonaparte seemed to be emerging. For them, the concept of a nation might just be a secular form of political power, and what they truly revered was the foundation of their family and absolute military power. The merit record only displayed rankings without specific merit values, making it impossible to judge how significant the gaps between the rankings were. Lu Xiao habitually reached for his waist, only to find the inferior product was no longer there. Helpless, he could only put the notebook into his pants pocket. "Boss, check please." The next day, the special car from a nursing home entered the community where his grandmother lived. Lu Xiao's family, along with his uncle's family, traveled light and accompanied the car to the nursing home. Wuching was not large, and after 20 minutes, they arrived at the nursing home situated in the northern mountains. The moment the car window was opened, he could feel the warmth of nature. Lush mountains, clear waters, the sound of birds and fragrant flowers. A mountain spring flowed down from a high place, merging into the pond water of the nursing home. There was no noise of the world, nor polluted air. Everything made Lu Xiao very satisfied. His grandmother's accommodation was arranged in a 2-story independent small building, equipped with dedicated nursing staff. Although the living environment was a bit old, it was warm and comfortable. 3 meals a day were specially catered, while accompanying personnel could only eat at the buffet in the dining hall. Everyone was very satisfied, except for his grandmother, who seemed a bit restless, repeatedly telling Lu Xiao that living at home was perfectly fine and that he didn't need to trouble himself so much. With Lu Xiao's continuous reassurance, his grandmother reluctantly accepted, saying she would stay for a while and then leave. Apart from Lu Xiao, the other family members would stay at the nursing home to accompany her during this time, which relieved Lu Xiao a lot, as the elderly needed not only medical care, but also the companionship of family. As noon approached, Lu Xiao left the nursing home and headed independently to the designated location for the class reunion, preparing to meet high school classmates he hadn't seen in 4 years. The venue for the gathering was a well-known internet celebrity CAF in the area. In recent years, such light luxury CAFs had become popular, transforming old houses into tranquil spots that combined classical and modern styles, making it quite a refined place. Lu Xiao was not one to be late, nor did he have a flair for making a grand entrance. After estimating the time, he rode his mother's scooter to the CAF. A Land Rover sped past him from behind, but slowed down ahead. When his small scooter was parallel to the driver's seat, the passenger window opened. Lu Xiao. Hearing someone call his name, Lu Xiao turned to look. He recognized the girl in the passenger seat, but couldn't recall who she was for a moment. "Who are you?" "I don't recognize you." "It's Xia Junqin." "What kind of eyes are those?" "All right," Lu Xiao thought helplessly, with all that heavy makeup. She looked nothing like the Xia Junqin he remembered. "Haha, so it's you. It's been 4 years, and you've changed a lot." Xia Junqin glanced at Lu Xiao's scooter, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. "I'm going ahead." "Okay, see you later." With that, the window closed, and the Land Rover accelerated away in an instant. Lu Xiao glanced over and noticed that the license plate was from Qiantang. Inside the Land Rover, the man driving scoffed. "Is this your classmate? The standard is really low." Xia Junqin's expression turned awkward as he explained. "Just graduated, still counts as half a student, I guess." The man continued to mock. It seems like your class reunion isn't that interesting. Not at all. There are few people from good families. I can introduce you to them later. Xia Junqin forced a smile. I hope so, the man replied casually. Chapter 60 gathering. By the time Lu Xiao arrived, the small alley outside the store was already filled with private cars, indicating that his classmates were doing quite well. The LCD screen at the entrance displayed a welcome message for the graduates of a certain grade from Wuqing Middle School, giving it a rather formal appearance. The CAF, named Farewell, was transformed from an old blue brick house, and its decor matched the name, exuding a unique elegance. Behind the entrance screen, there was a square outdoor garden, measuring over 100 square meters, surrounded by a circular corridor. Entering further, there was a courtyard-style building with 2 floors, blending the ancient and modern beautifully. Although it was called a CAF, tea and meals were also available. At this moment, 2 long tables were set up in the garden, with 4 rows of chairs arranged on either side. The tables were filled with various fruit drinks. It seemed Lu Xiao hadn't arrived too early, as over 40 people were already seated, forming circles and chatting animatedly. Scanning each face, he noticed that after 4 years, while their appearances hadn't changed much, the aura, attire, and the light in their eyes were markedly different. Xia Junqin, whom he encountered on the way, was also there, sitting next to a serious-looking man whom Lu Xiao didn't recognize, likely the driver he saw earlier. Lu Xiao is here, someone shouted, and everyone turned to look at the entrance. Upon seeing Lu Xiao, some faces lit up with genuine smiles, while others merely glanced before looking away, and a few even assessed his outfit before ignoring him. Lao Kai waved vigorously at him, gesturing for him to come over and sit. Lu Xiao smiled and walked over. His close friends from high school were mostly gathered in one spot. I was worried you wouldn't come. I was about to make a desperate call, Lao Kai said. His full name was Kai Yong Shun, and with his silver tongue, he thrived wherever he went. Back in high school, a group of them snuck out of school to an internet CAF at midnight, only to be reported and caught by teachers at the wall. Everyone's parents were called, but this guy somehow managed to persuade the principal to forgive him with his eloquence. How could I not come? With such a grand gathering, I had to show up. Lu Xiao replied. You've been in Xiantang for 4 years. You've practically vanished from the face of the earth, said Li Lei, slapping Lu Xiao's back hard. What? Now that you're doing well over there, you don't want your brothers from Wuqing anymore? Of course not. You know my school is out in the boondocks. It's not easy to get into town, let alone meet up with you guys, Lu Xiao answered. In fact, many of his high school classmates were also attending universities in Xiantang, but they rarely interacted as the universities were scattered across the city. Lu Xiao had always been a troublemaker in high school, receiving both praise and criticism, but his good grades saved him from becoming a target for the disciplinary director. As old friends reunited, the conversation flowed easily, shifting from school to jobs, from majors to gossip, eventually circling back to their shared experiences. Lu Xiao ordered a latte and quickly blended in. You guys don't know, we were directly attacked by a monster with 4 legs and 4 hands at the origin. That thing killed on sight. Our community has over 3,000 people, and we initially thought we could fight back, but one encounter left us defeated. Ugh, don't even mention it, one classmate lamented. You guys in Xiantang are weak. At least we had some back and forth with land octopus monsters. Seriously, nobody. But I personally killed one. That monster was covered in slime, and its blood was green. So disgusting. I still wash my hands 5 times a day, another chimed in. You all are doing fine. I'm the one suffering. I was in Australia, facing a bunch of foreign idiots with a pile of nasty meatballs. The foreigners are not good people. When we meet, it's all smiles, but over there they form their own groups and push us to the front, leaving us to do the dirty work. After that, I immediately left. To hell with democracy and freedom. It's all nonsense, said a tall, lanky guy who looked weak, but was a notorious troublemaker back in school. How come you suddenly returned from Australia? Any news about the transcendents over there? Someone immediately asked. Haha, you think I have information about the foreign transcendents and the unreturned ones to sell? If I had it, I would have sold it on the platform long ago. It wouldn't be your turn, he replied. Cut it out. Boring, the tall guy continued. But the survival skills of foreigners are indeed strong. Labor costs are high abroad. So many tasks are done at home. Their ability to handle outdoor tasks and use cold weapons far exceeds ours. While you guys were attacked by monsters, we were actively seeking fights. However, Our human bodies are indeed weak. We could catch them off guard at first, but soon we were taken down by bugs called scythes. Is it true what they say online? That killing aliens earns you merits? 1 point equals 100,000? Someone asked. Yes, it's true. This information is public in Australia. But you have to be a transcendent to get it, the tall guy answered. But not every alien killed grants you merit. You must take down the transcendents among them. Killing a monster is already hard enough, and now you have to take down a transcendent? That is too difficult, another commented. Is it true that killing an alien transcendent can make you a transcendent too? I'm not sure if it's true, but it seems to have some validity. Otherwise, how would transcendence come about? They just transform, right? No wonder the unreturned ones are so sought after. When people on the street saw I came back alive, their faces were as gloomy as could be, said another. Not all unreturned ones are transcendents, and not all transcendents are unreturned. ISNT, there are posts circulating online claiming that transcendents have the right to return to Earth anytime. I've seen that post too, but when these transcendents come back, don't they all become gods? Not quite so exaggerated, but they are definitely no longer ordinary people. Whether we can rise to the top in Huaxia depends on this batch of people. We're like the ones eliminated in a game, with no more chances left. Since you put it that way, is there a chance that among us there could be transcendents? Someone joked. Hee hee, there is a possibility. Who among you is one? Speak up. Get lost. Hey, I heard our Huaxia is barely in the top 10 for merits now. It might drop out tomorrow, someone sighed, causing the mood to dampen as no one wanted to see their country appear weak at such a time. That is not necessarily true. We have a large population base. So there are surely many unreturned and transcendents. Lu Xiao interjected. True, but let me tell you, becoming a transcendent isn't necessarily a good thing. Nowadays, there are many cases of transcendents and unreturned ones going missing or being harmed. With so many people talking and with information so accessible, it's too easy for someone with bad intentions to find out, Li Lei sighed. How do you know? Did you catch someone in your prison? Li Lei, who had attended a police academy and had been working in the local prison for a year, replied, You guessed it right. We've caught quite a few, but not those who come for assassinations. Those aren't under our jurisdiction. We've caught people selling domestic information to foreign entities. Back then, we called them traitors. Now, they're treated as spies. What is the use of assassination? Others are living well at the origin. What is there to fear? You don't get it. If a person's physical body on Earth is killed, do you think that person can still be considered a citizen of Earth? Their personal merits no longer belong to any organization on Earth. Simply put, they become a black household. Is there such a scheme? Who decided that? The Galactic Order decided that. No wonder, no matter how strong the Transcenders are, on Earth they are just like vegetables, easily dealt with. That's why now they treat the unreturned and Transcenders like treasures. If anything happens to these two types of people under their jurisdiction, the local leaders are absolutely doomed. Right now, developing GDP and everything else is secondary. The main achievement is to see how well the local unreturned are resettled and protected. Let me tell you, those confirmed as Transcenders are no longer under the local government's management, but are directly overseen by specialized agencies. The local government only needs to manage the unreturned. Damn, I should have known better back then. I should have found a place to hide and just survived. Haha, who says otherwise? I now think that finding a good job is all nonsense. It's better to become a Transcender at the origin, once and for all. Even if I end up dying, it's fine. I can come back to enjoy luxury cars and beautiful women, and the country will still support me. Sigh, I missed such a great opportunity. What a pity, what a pity. Not to mention, Lu Xiao also gained a lot of practical information from his classmates' gossip. Moreover, the information online about the origin and Transcenders seems quite accurate, likely sourced from some Transcender Zone explanations. The discussion among everyone grew increasingly heated, and the scheduled time had arrived. Buzz. The electronic music began to play. Old Kai stood in front of everyone with a microphone. Dear elders, fellow classmates, and comrades who have been tormented by Teacher Sue for 4 years, please pay attention. Everyone stopped talking and turned to look at Old Kai. Today marks the first reunion of our Wuching Middle School graduating class in 4 years. I'm both excited and nervous. As he spoke, he pretended to wipe away tears, causing everyone to burst into laughter. The reason for our gathering today is not only because we share the bond of having gone through 3 years of the most painful times together, but also because we have recently experienced life and death, truly experiencing what it means to live and die. Emotions distinguish us humans from other beings, and friendship is the bond that connects us, not to mention love. I want to say much. Today's reunion includes some small programs, but the main purpose is for everyone to chat about life, discuss careers, and talk about life itself, so that we don't let our feelings for each other fade or break. Shouldn't there be applause here? Haha. Everyone started clapping. Old Kai nodded in satisfaction. Some classmates haven't arrived yet, but everyone's time isn't just blown by the wind, so we won't wait. Those who are late will be punished. How to punish them is up to everyone to decide. Another round of applause and cheers erupted. Also, let us not form any small cliques. There are names under every seat. Everyone, follow my instructions and sit in the position with your name. 3, 2, 1, go. Everyone complied, standing up to find their seats. Lu Xiao found his position and sat down. At this moment, he realized that the boys and girls were actually mixed up, and there were girls sitting on both sides of him, while the seat in front of him was empty. Clearly, this arrangement was carefully designed by Old Kai and the others. Once everyone was seated, Old Kai's voice continued. Very good. Everyone is obedient. I, Teacher Kai, am very satisfied. Get out of here. Instantly, a bunch of people started to heckle. All right, now we will start the first segment. Form groups of 6. Choose a group leader and a group name, then the game segment will be useful. Let us begin. Lu Xiao glanced left and right. Their group also had 6 people. The seat in front of him was empty, but Xia Junqin was sitting right next to him, and she had brought her boyfriend, making a perfect 6. So, who will be the group leader? A past academic achiever in the group spoke up. Bounding you, you've always been the class monitor. You don't want to be the group leader now? Xia Junqin asked with a smile. The man behind her seemed uninterested in everything, engrossed in his phone. That's fine, but we need to ask for everyone's opinion. Lu Xiao, what do you say? Bounding you looked at Lu Xiao coolly. You can do it. Lu Xiao replied casually. Okay, since everyone agrees, I will be the group leader. I've also thought of a group name, the number 1 in the world. A chill ran through Lu Xiao. He really wanted to strangle Old Kai for putting such a guy in his group. All right, let us call ourselves the number 1 in the world. Our group has a huge advantage. 4 boys and 2 girls. We will definitely win a game. Xia Junqin said excitedly. My boyfriend is from Qiantang Sports University. He is definitely top-notch. Bro, what do you go by? I'm Bounding you. Just graduated from Qiantang University. Bounding you said, extending his hand in a very businesslike manner. Jiang Weihai. The man Xia Junqin brought responded coolly, but still shook hands with him. I'll be starting at a foreign company soon. Where are you working, brother Jiang? Jiang Weihai was dressed in branded clothes and looked handsome. It was clear he came from a good background, which made Bounding you want to befriend him. Congratulations, congratulations. Jiang Weihai said dismissively, and the conversation ended there, obviously looking down on a newly employed small worker, even though Bounding you was also a graduate of a prestigious university. Seeing the other party's reaction, Bounding you felt a bit embarrassed, but didn't pursue it further, though he was more convinced that Jiang Weihai had a notable background. Bounding you not bad. Finding a job at a foreign company so quickly, truly a top student. Another girl in the group said enviously, we are all just trying to make a living. Once the topic of employment came up, the few of them started gossiping, with Bounding you generously sharing some of his job hunting experiences. Only 2 people in the group didn't pay any attention. One was Jiang Weihai, and the other was Lu Xiao. However, their expressions were completely different. Jiang Weihai was as cold as ice, while Lu Xiao wore a smile. Whose seat is that? Group leader Bao. Can you check whose name is written under the empty seat? There were 7 empty seats in total, and Xia Junqin wanted to see who it was in her group. Besides her, the other was a typical Annie-type girl, which made her feel quite superior. But she was still a bit worried about the empty seat. Bounding you heard this and reached under the empty seat to pull out a piece of paper. It read 3 characters, Qi Dongxue. Upon hearing this name, Xia Junqin's face immediately fell. Lu Xiao reacted the same way, glaring fiercely at Old Kai, who was babbling at the podium, wanting nothing more than to take him out right then and there. However, the other 2 male classmates, including Bounding you, had their eyes light up. Chapter 61. Secrets. All right, everyone. Old Kai picked up the microphone again. Game time is here. But before the game starts, we need to punish the newly arrived classmate, Zhang Chun. Amidst the cheers, a slightly shy and handsome boy walked up to Old Kai and stood in front of everyone. The method of punishment will be decided by his group leader, so please have Zhang Chun's group leader stand up. A girl immediately stood up and stomped her foot heavily on the table. Get lost, Old Kai. You dare punish my person. Zhang Chun, come here. To everyone's surprise, Zhang Chun really ran over to the girl. She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him forcefully. This scene left everyone speechless, and the venue fell silent. But soon, there was a thunderous cheer. Sister Qing is powerful. Sister Qing is fierce. Sister Qing, I want that too. After more than 10 seconds of passionate kissing, the girl suddenly pushed Zhang Chun away, whose face was already flushed, feeling like he might faint at any moment. That's enough, the girl shouted, tilting her chin at Old Kai. Enough, enough. Old Kai immediately quieted down. This girl's name is Yi Qing, known for being the bossy girl during her school days. Her father is a leader in the Wuqing military district, and she has inherited his fiery temper and learned martial arts, making her someone the local delinquents dare not provoke. It's rumored that she has feelings for the introverted Zhang Chun, and it seems to be true. Now, let us continue the game. Before we start, each group will take turns to report their group name. I'll go first. Our group is called the best in the world. Bounding, you stood up first. A few people in the group applauded, but the others reacted coldly. The next group. After all groups reported their names, the game officially began. The first game is simple, yet not simple. Everyone must share a secret about another classmate's past. The secret that causes the biggest uproar will earn that group a point. Great. Everyone agreed. Now think for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, each group will send one person, and we will rotate. Start. As expected of Old Kai, he has brought up all sorts of crazy ideas. This kind of person is like the legendary party ghost, always coming up with various fun games. And the key is that he is particularly popular. Who will go first? Bounding, you scanned the crowd, and his eyes landed on Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao, you go. Sure enough, the good things never come to him first. He was the first to think of this. But gatherings are meant for fun, so Lu Xiao didn't mind. However, secrets are secrets. They need to be revealed without hurting the person involved. What should he say? As he racked his brain, the game had already started. I'll go first to break the ice. Even if what I say isn't explosive, please give me some encouragement. A boy stood up. Do you all remember that time during evening self-study when our Chinese teacher, Teacher Mao, suddenly had a stomachache? It was during the drizzle stops when he was halfway through reading, and suddenly he covered his rear and ran out. Who doesn't remember that? The crowd erupted in laughter. The taste is already here. Just remember that, because it was Li Lei and Wang Chong who put laxatives in Teacher Mao's teacup. I saw it with my own eyes. The boys cheered, and everyone turned to look at Li Lei. You bastard, you dare to say that? Li Lei and the tall Wang Chong rushed in front of the boy, grabbing his neck and shaking him violently. Good. Not bad. The first secret is quite interesting, Old Kai said, but the response was lukewarm. I noticed the girls didn't react. Perhaps the taste was too strong for them. Next, I'll go, said a heavily made-up girl, standing up. The secret I'm going to share isn't that's scandalous, but I believe everyone will be surprised, she said while glancing at Lu Xiao. This glance left Lu Xiao puzzled. This is about our classmate, Dong Shui. Oh, before she even finished, the boys started to stir. In her 3 years of high school, Dong Shui was only called to the office by the homeroom teacher once. Of course, those praises don't count. Does anyone know what really happened that time? The girl kept winking at the crowd, enjoying the anticipation. What happened? Come on, stop keeping us in suspense. Because Qi Dong Shui exchanged notebooks with a boy from our class. What was written in those notebooks, everyone should understand, right? Oh, this time, not just the boys, but the girls started to stir as well. This was groundbreaking news. Qi Dong Shui couldn't just be called a class flower, but was a goddess-level figure. This goddess referred not only to her looks and grades, but also to her purity, untainted by anything else. But you only have the beginning without the ending. What is the point? The uproar continued. I haven't finished, the girl said proudly. The venue fell silent, waiting for her to continue. Once after evening's self-study, I saw someone escorting Qi Dong Shui home. Oh, this time it felt like the roof was about to be blown off. Keep going, who is it? Who was the bastard? I, Li, will be the first to castrate him. Brothers, get your tools ready. At this moment, Lu Xiao quietly lit a cigarette, remaining silent. His expression showed no emotion throughout. Who is this boy? The girl pretended to be mysterious, her gaze sweeping over the boys present, finally landing on Lu Xiao, who was the only one facing away from her. It's him, Lu Xiao. Oh, huh. The cheers exploded but then abruptly stopped. Lu Xiao, what is going on? Why him? How could it be him? Are you kidding me? Li Lei, who had tightened his grip on his bench, squinted at the girl. Lu Xiao hangs out with us all the time. How could we not know about this? Yeah, how could Dong Shui possibly like? Bounding you started but realized he had said the wrong thing and swallowed the name back. All the boys and girls present were staring at Lu Xiao. But Lu Xiao neither denied nor acknowledged it, appearing indifferent, which only validated the girl's words. Indeed, he didn't want to deny it, nor would he ever admit it. Those memories were buried deep in his mind, unwilling to share with anyone. Really? A girl with long bangs and thick black-rimmed glasses leaned closer to him, whispering, "Not bad." Lu Xiao, hiding it very well, shouted Xia Junqin from the side. I didn't see it coming. The most beautiful peach in our class was picked by you in the end. Stop talking nonsense, Lu Xiao muttered quietly, turning his head to glare at Xia Junqin. For a moment, he wanted this chatterbox to drop dead on the spot. No matter how good his temper was, some things, once touched, could lead to death. Under that gaze, Xia Junqin immediately fell silent, her smile freezing on her face. What are you looking at? Behind Xia Junqin, a man twisted his neck and stood up, clearly wanting to back her up. Lu Xiao remained silent, only shifting his gaze to the man named Jiang Weihe. This man suddenly felt his whole body tremble, as if the bluestone slab under his feet was shaking. But since he had started, he couldn't back down and continue to hold Lu Xiao's gaze. Not bad. This secret is absolutely explosive. Of course, a secret is a secret. Its authenticity cannot be verified. If you believe it, it exists. If you don't, it doesn't. Everyone shouldn't be overly entangled with past secrets. Old Kai timely intervened, easing the atmosphere. Jiang Wei, he snorted coldly and sat back down, puzzled. He found that he no longer trembled after sitting down. Although the atmosphere has eased, everyone has begun to whisper quietly, with the focus on Lu Xiao and Qi Dongxue. Is it true? Dongxue and Lu Xiao? I don't believe it. Who is Qi Dongxue? She was directly admitted to Yanjing University, while Lu Xiao, if I remember correctly, was from a second-tier college in Qiantang. Not even a first-tier one. Could it be that Lu Xiao was the one exchanging notes with Dongxue? I think it's quite normal. What is wrong with Lu Xiao? The spoon was drawing circles in the coffee cup, and Lu Xiao remained silent, trying to comfort himself that the past doesn't need to be dwelled upon. Until someone suddenly exclaimed, Dongxue. Chapter 62. Shortened Lu Xiao raised his head and followed the gaze of the crowd to the screen. Behind the semi-transparent glass screen, a girl slowly walked out, dressed in white. Her dark hair peeked out from under a duckbill cap. Her fair neck was as graceful as a swan, and her almond-shaped eyes seemed to hold two dark grapes freshly picked from the vine, still clinging to the morning mist. Her delicate nose appeared to be intricately carved from jade, translucent and exquisite, while her cherry lips were naturally red, and her pale oval face was as enchanting as winter snow. She had a cold expression, silently standing by the screen, her gaze sweeping across her classmates. Eventually, she spotted Lu Xiao among the crowd. With everyone watching, she stepped lightly toward him. Behind her was a boy of similar age, whose features were chiseled and handsome, exuding a domineering aura that looked down on the masses. At that moment, a playful smile lingered on his evil yet handsome face. Dongxue, you're here. Bounding Yu stood up enthusiastically, smiling as he invited the girl to sit beside him. The girl nodded slightly, but kept her gaze on Lu Xiao. Hello, I'm Bao Ninggu, the former class leader of Qi Dongxue. Bounding Yu extended his hand toward the boy. The boy didn't even glance at him, closely following the girl instead. Slowly sitting across from Lu Xiao, the girl tilted her head slightly, her eyes searching Lu Xiao's face for something. You've lost weight. A melodious voice rang out. Not really. You've gained weight. Lu Xiao replied with a smirk. The girl frowned slightly, pouting her lips. Can't you say something nice? You're even more beautiful. Lu Xiao said. Since our classmate Qi Dongxue is late, shouldn't we have a little punishment? Old Kai began to stir the atmosphere. Yes. The crowd immediately responded. Bao Ninggu. As class leader and group leader, you decide. Old Kai instantly passed the ball to Bao Ningyu. Me? Bao Ningyu looked a bit flustered. After a moment of thought, he said, then let's have Qi Dongxue introduce this handsome guy who came with her. Good. The girls responded even more enthusiastically this time. Who wouldn't want to know who this movie-level handsome guy was? Get lost. Unexpectedly, the boy coldly snorted, giving no face at all. The atmosphere instantly turned cold. I'll do it. Qi Dongxue took the microphone that Bao Ningyu had handed to the boy and shot a cold glance at him. Hello, everyone. It's been 4 years since we last met, and I really miss you. This is my classmate from Yinjing. His name is inconvenient to say, and we are currently teammates. So they were classmates and teammates. Qi Dongshue's direct clarification of their relationship instantly cooled everyone's gossiping enthusiasm. Just now at the door, I heard a secret about my past, so I want to clarify it. Upon hearing that the person involved would continue the story, everyone perked up their ears. Qi Dongxue looked at Lu Xiao and continued. Those things are true. It was Lu Xiao who often took me home, and it was also he who exchanged notebooks with me. The venue fell silent, so quiet one could hear a pin drop. We were indeed in a relationship back then. Oh, the revelation dropped like a bomb, shaking the scene. If Qi Dongxue hadn't admitted it herself, no one would have believed that such a goddess-like figure had dated a nobody like Lu Xiao. Who was Qi Dongxue? She was guaranteed admission to Yinjing University, arranged by the school to live in the classroom building, usually serious and aloof, treating others gently while maintaining distance. She represented not only beauty and intelligence, but also mystery and defiance. And what was Lu Xiao? A nobody? Not quite. Indeed, Lu Xiao was quite good-looking, but academically he was just above average from an ordinary middle-class background, and his personality was introverted and quiet. The two had almost no intersection. A group of boys pinned Lu Xiao down, playfully admonishing this brother who had suddenly risen to the occasion. A guy who spent all day mingling with them had quietly gotten the goddess. They couldn't let it go without teaching him a lesson. The chaos continued for a long time. The handsome boy tilted his chin and quietly said behind Qi Dongxue, "Did you come here just for this? Does it concern you?" Qi Dongxue replied coldly, "Did I ask you to come?" "Umph." The boy sneered, stepping forward. "Lu Xiao, right? I'm Hua Feng." He extended his hand, a wicked smile on his face. The crowd pushed Lu Xiao out from the group, and everyone wasn't stupid. This guy was undoubtedly the current rival of his brother. He couldn't show any weakness at this moment. Although Qi Dongxue had said they were once a couple, it didn't mean they were now, but the past indicated future possibilities. Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao stood up and extended his hand, shaking hands with Hua Feng. At the moment their palms touched, a burning pain surged from his palm, while Hua Feng gripped his hand tightly, shaking it up and down. "I'm quite curious about what kind of person Dongxue was with in the past. Having seen you today, to be honest, I'm quite disappointed." Hua Feng smiled, tightening his grip on Lu Xiao's hand. Lu Xiao's palm turned red, and between their palms, the smell of burnt flesh began to waft. "Hua Feng," Qi Dongxue exclaimed, rushing to pry their hands apart. Everyone noticed something was off between the two, and soon realized that Lu Xiao's hand was already charred. With their palms connected, the pain was unimaginable. But Lu Xiao remained expressionless, as if the hand wasn't his, holding Hua Feng's gaze. "Turns out, you're also a transformer, a gifted one. But so what? Nobody noticed. Only Hua Feng saw it." Lu Xiao, with a calm expression, twisted his neck and slightly curled his lips in a chilling smile. Then an immense force surged. Hua Feng's eyes widened, and the strength directly made his right hand go limp. He wanted to pull back his hand, but was firmly held in place. Lu Xiao's face slowly moved closer to him. Dongxue must have had a tough time in Yinjing, always having flies buzzing around her. Crack! A sharp sound of bones breaking echoed. The two finally separated their hands, and Hua Feng's face twisted in pain. His right hand was almost deformed. Lu Xiao was not in much better shape. His palm was charred and cracked, the muscles in his palm were about 50% cooked, and a layer of blood flowed on the surface. "Your hand!" Qi Dongxue exclaimed, quickly holding Lu Xiao's right hand, placing her palm over it, ice crystals shimmering faintly. quickly wrapping Lu Xiao's injured hand in a layer of thin ice. You? Lu Xiao looked at the girl beside him in disbelief. She was also a gifted transformer. Hua Feng, how dare you? Her exquisite face showed anger for the first time. This time, she was truly furious. Hua Feng looked miserable. Indeed, Lu Xiao's hand was burnt, but his hand bones were almost broken. You feel sorry for him. Why don't you look at how your old flame treats me? This guy's strength is too much. Is he a bear? Now it was really a case of losing both the wife and the soldiers. The group had regulations against using abilities on Earth, but he thought he could take a chance to hurt this guy while shaking hands. Who would have thought? I'll remember you, Lu Xiao. Hua Feng spat out viciously. Dong Xue, come with me now, or I will report your purpose for coming to Wuqing to the team. That must hurt. Qi Dongxue ignored Hua Feng's words, murmuring in concern, the ice crystals around her palms swirling, unwilling to let go. It would be good if someone sees us. Using abilities in front of ordinary people was equivalent to exposing their identities. It was too dangerous. What's so bad about it? Didn't they see it before? A typical non-answer. Lu Xiao rolled his eyes. At such a close distance, the familiar fragrance filled his nostrils, and the various images buried deep in his heart burst forth like a flood, drowning his mind. I have to go. Qi Dongxue didn't raise her head, her voice tinged with reluctance. So soon? I made up a reason to come. Because of this Hua Feng? Not entirely because of him. I can't stay on Earth for long. 14 days? Lu Xiao said softly. Yes, Qi Dongxue suddenly looked up, their eyes met, and she saw her own reflection in Lu Xiao's obsidian-like eyes, the question she intended to ask forgotten in that moment. Once upon a time, this gentle gaze always made her forget her troubles and feel the reality of existence. Come on, there aren't so many shackles over there. Lu Xiao smiled, looking down at Qi Dongxue, who was gazing up at him. I will. She lowered her head again, shyly murmuring, it's not calm lately. You need to be safe in Qiantang. Aren't you leaving? Hua Feng had already reached the door and turned back, shouting. A black sedan had its back door open, parked at the entrance. I'm leaving. Qi Dongxue gently caressed Lu Xiao's palm, her heart aching. I'm sorry. Not yet done. It's medium rare, just right to serve. Lu Xiao said with a smile. Qi Dongxue smiled back, a bit annoyed, still so glib. I'm leaving. After saying that, she took 2 steps back, looked at Lu Xiao, turned around, and walked towards the door. Everyone watched her leave until she sat in the back seat and the car door closed. The window slid down, and Lu Xiao looked at that stunningly beautiful face. Qi Dongxue looked at him too, gently taking off her cap, revealing her neat short hair, paired with her pretty face. Exuding a youthful charm, Lu Xiao smiled, his fists clenched tightly. The entire CF's blue bricks trembled at that moment. The black sedan with military plates slowly drove away. We promised each other, if 4 years pass and I haven't changed, when you see me again, I will cut my hair short, very short. For years ago, a girl with hair down to her waist turned around and shouted loudly at herself as she stepped into the security checkpoint. Chapter 63. Betrayal. Qi Dongshua's departure left the gathering a bit desolate. After the excitement, there was just a hint of dullness. That Hua Feng, just now. Was he a transcender? Someone spoke up in the silence. It seems so. Look at Lu Xiao's hand. It's burned. I noticed that guy didn't have anything on his hands. After that, Qi Dongshua's ice. 2 transcenders appeared before us at the same time, and they clearly weren't ordinary transcenders. Everyone, Lao Kai didn't use a microphone. I believe everyone knows about the flowing safety information law. So everything you saw today, I know that's enough. Don't say anything outside. It's illegal. Is your hand okay? A girl with large black framed glasses came to Lu Xiao's side and asked softly. Don't worry. It's just a minor issue. Minor issue, my ass. It's almost like a pig's trotter. Even a fool can see how badly that hand was burned, but at this moment, his red hand was already covered with a layer of ice crystals. Jiu, Lu Xiao is already Qi Dongshua's person. You can give up now, can't you see? Lu Xiao, you actually have 2 beauties by your side. On the left is our goddess Qi. On the right is our Shui Jiu, holding one on each side. Xia Junqin joked with a smile. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. You'll eventually trip up because of that mouth. Li Lei coldly remarked, then slapped Lu Xiao on the back. Enough manliness, your hand is like this, and you didn't back down. It's clear you and Dongxue are a couple. Go to the hospital. Shuijiu was worried about Xia Junqin's words, nervously watching Lu Zhao's injured right hand. Her voice trembling as she spoke. It's nothing, Jiu, don't worry, just a little injury, it'll be fine soon. Lu Xiao comforted the petite girl who always cared about him, apologizing for making them worry because of his issue. If it were at the original point, this would indeed be a minor injury. Just take a white pill and it'll be fine right away. Damn, Earth is still not satisfied. Okay. The microphone crackled to life with Lao Kai's voice, a little delay due to the interruption, just now, after discussion by the organizing committee. It was decided to end the first round of games directly and move on to the next segment. Cut. The crowd erupted in noise. The second segment. Each person introduces their current status and future plans, one by one, starting with the first group. It was clear that everyone was a bit affected by the earlier events. The atmosphere was noticeably less enthusiastic than before. The appearance of two gifted transcenders right before them, one of whom was a classmate they had spent 4 years with, made it hard for anyone to remain completely calm. Suddenly, Xia Junqin stood up with a sweet smile. As for me, although I just graduated this year, my plan is to marry Wei He and then have a baby, to become a happy and beautiful mom. On the wedding day, you all have to come. Consider this your invitation. If you don't show up, you still have to send a red envelope. Oh, cheers erupted. Some offered blessings while others expressed dissatisfaction. What do graduates fear the most? Wedding invitation bombs. In that Jiang Wei, he seemed completely oblivious, standing at the end of the garden, continuously tapping on his phone screen. Xia Junqin wanted to give her boyfriend a declaration of love, but upon realizing he was unresponsive, she felt a bit disheartened and could only sit down with a deflated expression. Yet it was clear she held no resentment towards Jiang Wei He. Everyone thought Jiang Wei He was busy with something important, but Lu Xiao was fixated on his phone screen. This distance was invisible to ordinary people, but he saw it clearly. On that screen, Jiang Wei He had clearly typed out a line of text. These two are definitely gifted element transcenders. Make me an offer. I have photos of both. The blue bricks under Lu Zhao's feet cracked, and a piece of apple-sized green stone slowly rolled from the ground to his left hand. Suddenly, his left arm swung out, and the rock flew straight out. With a dull thud, Jiang Wei He fell to the ground, a purple-black blood mark appearing at his temple. Ah! Xia Junqin screamed hysterically as she saw her boyfriend fall, rushing out of the crowd towards Jiang Wei He. But someone was much faster than her. Lu Xiao directly reached Jiang Wei He's fallen position, picked up his phone, and quickly scrolled through the chat box. You bastard! What did you do? Why did you hit him? Xia Junqin punched and kicked Lu Xiao, but he remained unfazed. His brows furrowed as he continued to scroll through the chat records. Everyone was confused by this sudden turn of events. No one knew what had happened. Why did Lu Xiao suddenly attack Xia Junqin's boyfriend? Should we call the police? Someone asked Li Lei, since he was also part of the public security system. Wait a minute. Before Li Lei could respond, Lu Xiao said, something happened here. I'll decide whether to call the police after I confirm. He calmly took out his phone, with his right hand being inconvenient. He could only hold the phone between his neck. Tao phone, hello. Bai Ling, I ran into someone named Jiang Wei. Wei as in health, he as in river. He is selling information about transcenders through an app. How should this be handled? What is the app's name? Break line. Understood. I've locked your location. The national security people will be there soon. The information about Li Tianjia was leaked by this person. Are you sure? Yes. He deleted the previous chat records. But there's relevant evidence in the recent records. This person should have just returned from the origin point and is a member of Li Tianjia's team. Okay. Are you in danger? No, he is preparing to sell information and photos of the other two gifted transcenders. Two gifted transcenders. Hold on. This matter has escalated. I'll notify the Special Affairs Bureau now. Okay, I'll wait here. Have them hurry. Good. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xiao looked back at his classmates and said calmly, this person is selling information about Huaxia transcenders through his phone. The evidence is in the phone. And someone will come to handle it soon. Please wait a moment. Xia Junqin looked at the phone in Lu Zhao's hand in disbelief, then glanced back at the unconscious Jiang Wei He on the ground. Impossible, it can't be. You're lying, you must be lying. Wei He would never do such a foolish thing. Absolutely impossible. I know, do you like me? Because you like me, you resent Wei He. Lu Xiao, You're not human. Lu Xiao looked at this woman who had fallen into madness with pity. I'm different from him. I don't like to lie. And, Xia Junxin, do you think I would like you? Xia Junxin froze. Indeed, would Qi Dongshue's former lover like her? Lost in her heavily made-up and beautified self, Xia Junxin thought any man would covet her beauty, unaware that those who looked down on her were too lazy to bother with her. Everyone protect the scene, boss. Close the door. Li Lei realized the seriousness of the situation and shouted loudly. The boss was a middle-aged man with a beard, and he didn't know what was going on, but seeing someone lying on the ground in the garden, he immediately ordered 2 waiters to close the door. Xia Junxin slumped beside Jiang Weihe, tears streaming down her face. Weihe, why did you do this? We were about to get married. Why did you do this? Lu Xiao couldn't be bothered with her. The phone couldn't be turned off, so he continued to hold it in his hand, browsing through Jiang Weihe's WeChat chat records, hoping to find more evidence. Before long, he placed a phone screen in front of Xia Junxin. Xia Junxin lifted her head, glanced at the screen, and her expression quickly changed. That was a record of Jiang Weihe's sweet-talking other women and exchanging private photos, with explicit language and indescribable pictures. You liar, Jiang Weihe. You bastard. She stood up and kicked Jiang Weihe, who had lost consciousness, heavily with one foot after another, until she was too weak to continue and collapsed on the ground, crying bitterly. A group of classmates began to calm down from their shock, and 2 girls came over to help Xia Junxin up, supporting her back to her seat. Xia Junxin was indeed not likable, but she was also a weak person. There must be something to hate about a pitiful person, but the premise is that she is pitiful. A quarter of an hour later, the door was knocked on urgently. The boss opened the door, and more than 10 men in casual clothes filed in, closing the door behind them. Where's the person? One of them asked. Lu Xiao raised his hand. The newcomer immediately ran to his side. Lu Xiao handed them his phone and pointed to the unconscious Jiang Weihe on the ground. A slightly plump middle-aged man quickly browsed through the chat records, then patted Lu Xiao's shoulder. Good job, kid. Noticing Lu Xiao's right hand, he asked in surprise, injured? Just a minor injury, unrelated to this person. The man nodded and didn't say anything further, turning to face everyone. This person is suspected of selling information about floating personnel. Immediately apprehend him. We will verify the case carefully, and we will not wrong any good person, nor will we let any criminals go. He continued, the following matters are not related to you all. I hope you do not disclose this outside. The floating information security law, I'm sure everyone has heard of it. The group nodded dully. In such situations, the best choice is to cooperate honestly. You need to come with us. I won't go. You can handle it yourselves. No. That's the rule. You must come with us. The man was very persistent. Lu Xiao had no choice. It seemed he couldn't continue with the reunion. Fine, he replied, then went to his classmates. Sorry, I have to go with them. If Lao Bao comes, remember to kick him for me. What are you talking about? I'm never like this, Jiang, whatever. Well done. Go ahead. When Lao Bao comes, your share will be doubled for him. After a brief farewell, the Special Affairs Bureau personnel lifted Jiang Weihe into the business vehicle outside, and Lu Xiao got in as well. The classmates all came out and watched the convoy leave at the door. I feel like I can't see Lu Xiao clearly anymore, Lao Kai said. As if you could see him clearly before, Li Lei snorted, teasing, hurry up, the person has left, the tea can't go cold, continue. Lao Kai shot him a glance and picked up the microphone again. Chapter 64 Departure. As night fell, a figure leaped through the forest until he stood atop the northern mountain. Lu Xiao lowered his hood, the city lights reflecting in his eyes. This city held too many memories, some of which had been sealed deep within his heart, for opening that part was too painful. But once that short hair appeared, everything became clear. The frozen smiles, once just blurry shadows, were now vividly restored. The night breeze tousled his hair as he gazed at the starry sky, laughing freely and without restraint. Previously, Lu Xiao questioned his own powerlessness to fight or seize anything. He had no social status, no money, no background. Besides his hopes for the future and youth, he had nothing. But the world was different now. There was a path that allowed him to stand firm. For he was one, yet he was everything. Blood surged from his pores, enveloping his entire body, experiencing the subtle control of blood flowing in an orderly manner. He repeatedly attempted to divert the blood flow from the blood armor, allowing the blood threads to swim according to his will. The blood source pearl radiated crimson light within his spiritual body, and several blood threads slowly emerged from the blood armor, continually extending outward with his intention. He extended his hand, and the blood threads began to creep up, slowly winding around his arm. Silently, all the blood threads shattered like kites with severed strings, bursting into blood water that scattered with the wind. Again shatter, again shatter. Surrounding rocks continuously gathered, forming various shapes before Lu Xiao, as he felt the understanding of rock control while simultaneously manipulating the blood flow. Different elements had different affinities. Blood was more inclined towards the water element, yet it was more active than water, for it was part of the body. That layer of almost imperceptible affinity constantly drew Lu Xiao closer to the blood. In the east, dawn began to break. At the top of the northern mountain, two figures faced each other. One was the focused Lu Xiao. The other was a humanoid shape formed by intertwining blood threads. Its outline was slightly rough but cohesive. As Lu Xiao's heart willed, the blood figure began to change posture, its features gradually becoming clearer, and its form started to round out. Understanding blood source ability, blood control. Blood control, a primary active ability of the blood source, controls the active blood within mastery, continuously consuming spiritual energy during the process. A prompt from the central system appeared. The blood figure and Lu Xiao simultaneously clenched their fists. At that moment, Lu Xiao validated his suspicion. Abilities were not solely granted by the system, but were also learned, tried, and created by himself. He took another solid step forward. Returning to the nursing home, Lu Xiao handed his phone to his father, telling him to occasionally post on his social media account and also explain how to use his payment account. As for all messages, he instructed not to reply. If there was anything urgent, he could call a specific number, which naturally belonged to Bai Ling. His father sensed that Lu Xiao was about to return to the origin and said nothing more. Nor did he inquire about where such a large sum of money came from, only urging him to be careful. He assured Lu Xiao that he and his mother would take good care of Grandma, so he needn't worry. After chatting with Grandma for a while, who still hadn't fully accepted the nursing home's environment, but was much better than when she first moved in, she encouraged him to venture forth, and not to worry about her. After saying all his goodbyes, Lu Xiao left the nursing home. But instead of heading towards the city, he walked into the mountains. He searched for a rock wall in the northern mountain. When he arrived at the front of the rock wall, the hard stone strangely opened to the sides, revealing a passage that could accommodate only Lu Xiao. Once he entered, the rocks behind him closed up again, showing no signs of difference from the outside. Inside, centered around Lu Xiao, the surrounding rocks continually arched upward, forming a dome-shaped space of several dozen square meters. On the dome, several fist-sized holes led to the outside, which Lu Xiao had prepared as vents for himself. He sat cross-legged in the pitch-black space, with only a few beams of light shining down. He placed plants at his temples for sustenance. Closing his eyes, spiritual body transmission in progress. The rock layers above his head shrank to the sides, and sand fell from above, wiping the yellow sand off his face. Lu Xiao was lifted from the ground by the rocks beneath his feet, initiating spiritual sound interaction. Target 87242-82441-32345-5473. Huh? Lu Xiao? The voice of Li Tianjia came through the spiritual sound. Yes, it's me. Li Tianjia, are you still a falling star sky eye? Yes, still here. How's your situation? Just returned from Earth? I have something to discuss with you. You went back again? You sure are carefree. What is it? Is there someone in your team named Jiang Weihe? Yes, I remember this person. He's from Qian'an Physical Education Institute. He sacrificed during a battle against the Mo Tuo people before nightfall. What happened to him? After he returned to Earth, he sold the identity information of several transcenders from your team to foreign forces. Now the bodies left on Earth are being targeted by assassins. What? Damn, is there such a thing? Then, the first batch of assassins has already been dealt with by the military. Your bodies are currently safe and have been relocated to Qiantang Nursing Home, with military personnel providing round-the-clock protection. You shouldn't have to worry for the short term, but if possible, you might want to return for a visit. Okay, I'll arrange that. By the way, after you left, we cleared the entire mountain of falling star sky eye. Now, there are 161 transcenders, and the team has exceeded 700 people. So many succeeded in transforming? Lu Xiao was somewhat surprised. Yes, just yesterday. Wait, was it yesterday? Anyway, over 20 hours ago, we went into the sinkhole, and guess what we found? A giant tree that had been burned down to charcoal. That's not the key. The key is that we found a lot of spiritual energy crystals on the ground. A lot. Lu Xiao was speechless. It turned out to be the energy crystals he had overlooked. If you knew how many were in my leftover materials, you wouldn't have used the term a lot. Congratulations. Your team has many people, but be cautious about protecting your identities. If anyone returns to Earth, ensure the bodies of the transcenders are protected. Otherwise, it could be troublesome. Understood. I didn't know there were so many energy crystals in the sinkhole. No wonder those MO2A people had so many transcenders. We plan to accumulate power here and recruit more people. And once the team is formed, we'll take the next steps. Li Qianjiao was clearly still reveling in the joy of finding treasure. You need to watch out for a type of petal that turns into stone called blood cherry petals. Those petals are edible and can enhance toughness and strength. But be cautious of the risk of violent body reactions. They can enhance up to 50. Huh, those stone petals are edible? I saw them in the sinkhole and thought they were burnt petals, so I didn't pay much attention. Can they enhance that much? Yes. The Mo Toa people should have often consumed these petals before, but you must be careful of the risks of violent reactions. This information shouldn't be disclosed for now. Focus on collecting the petals and let trustworthy individuals enhance first. Okay, there's so many good things in this sinkhole. It would be great if you were here. Wait, how do you know this? You think I haven't been there? Oh, all right. Is it chaotic over there on Earth? You'll find out when you return. Right now, various countries and forces are secretly vying for power. Transcenders are the most sought-after group on Earth. The advantage of a team is its sheer numbers. But it's also hard to keep information closed. Your name, origin, and appearance could all become clues for those with ulterior motives, and people are hard to read. So you all need to be especially careful. Got it. I'll discuss it with Yishan and the others. By the way, I didn't get to mention last time you left in a hurry. Yishan is a gifted water element transformer. Oh, she is naturally intelligent, and with her gifted element, she will definitely be a great asset for you in the future. You don't seem surprised at all. Surprised? I'm very surprised. Absolutely taken aback. I already have 2 pearls in my spiritual body. It would be strange not to be surprised. If it were in the past, I would have been cursing on the streets. You have 1 gifted belief and 1 gifted element. Anyone would be envious and jealous, but now, I'm the exception. There is some information I need to tell you. The world we are in is called the Little Thousand World, where a large number of extraterrestrial intelligent beings are wandering. Their purpose is to kill each other, nurturing strong individuals through slaughter, and then find the domain beacons, which are the towns of this world. As for what happens next, I'm also looking for answers. Why does this sound so much like raising poison insects? We are the poisonous insects in the insect trap. Your historical biology is really good. Lu Xiao rolled his eyes. So what qualifies as a strong individual? Physical ability above 100. Spiritual body above 50 will be referred to as walkers. That should be considered quite strong. That's quite a high requirement. That's still a long way off. Don't forget about the blood cherry petals. Oh, can that thing be consumed infinitely? Yes, until you reach 50. That doesn't seem very high then. So this raising poison insects doesn't have much significance. Do you think everyone has blood cherry petals? Moreover, under the premise of not having explosive vitality, it might not be possible to consume continuously, so you need to be careful. Additionally, after I left the Falling Star Eye, I went north through the Lingfeng Gorge, and then entered the Wind Erosion Yardong. On the way, I encountered the Insect Tribe, Elf Tribe, and Snake People Tribe, and now I am heading west into the Mirror Lake area. Elf Tribe? Are they beautiful? Your focus is quite strange, but yes, they are very beautiful. TSK. Do you recommend we take this route later? I'll only provide information. How to choose specifically is up to you. The vertical drop in Lingfeng Gorge is very large, requiring a hook lock of over 300 meters to pass, which will take a lot of time, and the risks of crossing are not small. The Wind Erosion Yardong is a desert, and the biggest threat inside is the hundreds of meters long sandworms and occasional dust explosions. Of course, at night, there will be a type of blood armor bug that likes to suck blood. I'll remember that. Sounds pretty dangerous. Yes, from east to west, entering the Mirror Lake. I took a whole original point night. If it were you, it might take 10 times longer. You can estimate the distance from you to the Mirror Lake one by one. I suspect that the Aiden in the previous Matawa people's map is the town. We have a lot of people, and our movement speed is very slow, but at least you have information about the path you took. It's hard to say about other places. Once races encounter each other, they will go to war, but races like the elf tribe can communicate. If you meet them, you can look for their Princess Tanya and tell them you are friends of Rinpingsheng. Elf tribe. Princess Lu Xiao, you're quite lucky. You're involved with an elf princess. Big brother, can you focus normally? All right, but putting elf and princess together does create quite a vivid image. Yes, just like the image you have. Lu Xiao, what is up? Thank goodness for you. Can you be a bit more mushy? I'm serious. That's enough. I'm about to enter the Mirror Lake now. This is a war zone. All right, we're not in a hurry to get to the Mirror Lake. A strong team increases the chances of survival. Correct. Just like our war with the cavalry, it's happening all over this world. Even if individuals become walkers, facing such wars, the chances of survival are still very small. Understood. Let's leave it at that for now. If there are any new developments, I'll send you a spiritual message. Do you have any messages for them? Let me think. Yes. Tell them that every elf is as beautiful as a celestial being. That's it. Haha, got it. Take care. Take care. Spiritual message ended. Lu Xiao stepped back onto the grass and began to head towards the Mirror Lake. Chapter 65. The fairies still in the realm of war. How can there be fighting after returning from Earth? The grasslands rise and fall, vast and wide. Flowers bloom everywhere, and birds and insects flit about. Walking through this landscape, one can unconsciously forget that this place is still engulfed in the chaos of war, feeling only the harmony of heaven and earth, and a sense of tranquility. A plant resembling a dandelion rises vertically into the air when someone passes by, its fluffy hairs blooming in the air, drifting away with the gentle breeze. As Lu Xiao walks by, this plant seems to scatter around him in a welcoming manner, making him stop and watch for a moment. When he first arrived at the original point, everything was cautious, afraid of being inadvertently harmed by this unfamiliar world. But now, he understands how to view this place with a different perspective. If this small world had not been invaded by various creatures, it would indeed be extraordinarily beautiful. Perhaps Earth was like this before the emergence of Homo sapiens, primitive and wild, natural and pure, only gradually transformed into its current state by humans. Upon reaching the top of a high slope, the so-called Mirror Lake finally comes into view. Well, the name is indeed fitting. The entire lake appears like a sky-blue gemstone embedded in the green earth, with a calm surface that reflects the colors of the sky without a hint of ripples. Seemingly larger than the well-known Qintang Lake by several times. In the center of the lake stands a solitary city, not built on the lakeshore, but surrounded by water on all sides, with no bridges connecting to the shore. The lakeside area is fortified with high walls, and one can see several tall buildings within the city, particularly a pointed round tower that stands out prominently. The solitary city is nearest to Lu Xiao's side, with a small dock where a few small boats, truly resembling canoes, are moored. Is this the only means of transportation between the city and the outside world? Quite peculiar indeed. Shifting his gaze to the lakeside, he notices small boats quietly docked, with boatmen leisurely sitting at the bow, seemingly waiting for passengers to board. And the passengers. 3 factions are gathering into 3 large circular formations, occupying 3 directions on the shore, facing each other, no one daring to make a move. The numbers in these 3 factions are not large, estimated to be around 1 million, and it seems that reaching this point has cost them significant casualties. None of the factions are confident in defeating the other 2 in front of them. They maintain a distance of 1,000 meters between each other, leaving a V-shaped passage leading to the lakeside. Among them, one group looks familiar to Lu Xiao. Isn't it the Juin tribe? The other 2 factions consist of one called Nodoran, with tentacle-like dreadlocks hanging from their heads, while their bodies resemble humans. The other is even stranger, a small beast about the size of a hand, called Hake. Each Hake has its lower half implanted in the head of an animal, seemingly controlling it completely, resulting in a diverse array of creatures within their ranks, ranging from a mouse to a mammoth. The Hake faction is practically a wildlife zoo. Lu Xiao is at a loss for words. These three factions are boldly blocking the path to Mirror Lake. There's indeed a passage, but who would dare to go through it? No matter how brave he is, he wouldn't dare to walk openly between the three military formations. Just as Lu Xiao is at his wit's end, there is movement at the dock of the solitary city. 6 beings from different races board a small boat, slowly making their way to the shore. There are obvious stirrings within the 3 circular formations, each dispatching a small team toward the shore. The small boat moves slowly, with the boatman not rowing but silently standing at the bow, as if the boat's progress is entirely autonomous. It is unclear what the boatman's role is. As the small boat approaches the shore, the 6 beings disembark one by one, with 2 from each of the 3 factions quickly rejoining their own ranks. Soon, the 3 circular formations begin to withdraw slowly from the periphery of Mirror Lake. What's happening? Lu Xiao is somewhat puzzled. A few people came out from the city and then just left? Is this some kind of late-night study session? To sign in and go. During this time, members from the 2 factions by the lakeside continue to throw things into Mirror Lake. Lu Xiao carefully observes and discovers they are tossing the bodies of their kin into the water. The lake's water is quite strange. Whatever enters it splashes not a single drop, yet the bodies quickly sink and disappear, giving the impression that the entire Mirror Lake is like a giant jelly. The process of throwing bodies continues for a long time, with some bizarre rituals taking place simultaneously. It seems that these 3 groups were not always in a standoff, but had fought several battles before. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many corpses on the scene. After the Join and Hake finish disposing of the bodies, they begin to organize and retreat from the lakeshore, moving away, while the waiting Nodoran takes over the Hake's former area and starts throwing their kin's bodies into the lake as well. Once Nodoran completes their strange actions, Lu Xiao sees that the main forces of Join and Hake have vanished, with only a few scouts remaining in the distance, observing Nodoran. Eventually, Nodoran also begins to leave. It is unclear where they came from or why they are leaving. The once bustling lakeshore now only has 2 small boats waiting forlornly for passengers. The scouts from the 3 factions also disappear from sight, leaving Lu Xiao filled with questions. To quickly move toward the lakeside. If 3 different races have gathered here, Mirror Lake may soon welcome a 4th or even 5th faction. Seizing the moment of tranquility, he rushes to see what is happening. As he approaches the lakeshore, the smell of blood becomes stronger, and the signs of damage to the grassland become more apparent. However, the battlefield has been cleaned relatively well, with no obvious severed limbs or broken bodies. On the shore, the 2 small boats rest quietly on the glassy surface of the lake. The 2 boatmen, dressed in matching deep red robes, have their faces obscured by dark hoods, maintaining a bizarre stance with one leg standing straight and the other crossed at the waist. Even as Lu Xiao reaches the shore, the 2 boatmen pay him no mind. Their hoods don't even turn toward him. I want to go to the town. Lu Xiao isn't sure what language to use to communicate with the boatman, so he speaks directly in Huaxia language. The 2 boatmen remain unresponsive, creating an awkward atmosphere. How do I get to town? Can I board the boat? Excuse me. Can you say something? Lu Xiao feels he is experiencing the biggest social crisis of his life. Just then, he sees a line of small characters engraved on the boat. Transformers board here. What the heck? Well, it seems I was reckless. It turns out there are tips for visitors here. Lu Xiao jumps onto one of the small boats. The boatman places his crossed left leg back on the boat, and it begins to move slowly. At this moment, Lu Xiao notices another line of characters. Non-transformers get lost unless you have a crystal. Huh? What does that mean? Can you bribe the boatman? Is it so blatant? Isn't there a supervisory committee at the original point? Forget it. It has nothing to do with me. Now he understands why the boatmen were so unfriendly to him. He is a transformer, and according to the rules, he can board the boat directly. If he weren't, the boatman might be more willing to chat with him. The small boat moves at a turtle's pace on the lake, as if covered by a layer of plastic film, appearing particularly surreal, without a single splash of water. It glides across the surface of the lake rather than moving through the water. A glance beneath the surface sends a chill down his spine. Countless corpses are suspended underwater, seemingly imprisoned, motionless. The scene is horrifying, yet compels him to look a few more times, suppressing the impulse to reach into the water to investigate. Lu Xiao was well aware of the saying that curiosity killed the cat. The Mirror Lake was filled with eeriness. And he certainly did not want to capsize in this ditch, no, in this jelly. Moreover, judging by the ferryman's demeanor, this guy would definitely not save him. The 1,000-meter waterway took over half an hour, and fortunately, he was mentally prepared. Otherwise, he would have suffocated from boredom. Throughout the journey, there was no interaction between him and the ferryman, and he did not attempt to communicate with the robed figure again. When the small boat reached the shore, Lu Xiao jumped up, stepped onto the dock, and walked toward the city gate without looking back. Discovery: Yading City. Yading City is the location of the original landmark of this trial domain. Trial exploration reward obtained. 3 free physical attribute points. Language acquired. Primordial language, Chapter 66. Shopping the system prompt flashed by. But Lu Xiao didn't pay much attention to it. Beside the archway, there stood a stone tablet with 3 simple characters carved on it. Aiden City was not written in Huaxia characters, but Lu Xiao could understand it. Indeed, this was the Aiden mentioned in the map of the modeled people. It seemed that the lizard people had been here too. The gray-white city walls were not made up of stacked stones, but rather appeared to be a single piece of rock that had been simply polished into shape. Although it belonged to rock, Lu Xiao's earth control ability had no effect on these stones. As he touched them, he could feel that the surface of the rock was covered by an imperceptible thin membrane, which prevented the control of the rock source pearl. Though it was called a city gate, there was actually no door, just a 3-meter-high arched opening. It seemed that this town was not worried about external attacks. The so-called city walls and archway were more for show, or perhaps simply to prevent outsiders from seeing the situation inside the city. Looking through the archway, a layer of water or curtain created ripples that blurred his vision, and there was no sound coming from within. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiao stepped quickly inside. The moment he passed through the water curtain, everything before his eyes changed instantly. A bustling crowd, lively shops, and noisy sounds suddenly sprang up, leaving Lu Xiao stunned in place for a moment. He turned his head to look back at the rippling water curtain, which, like the outside view, was also a blur. There was no trace of the mirror lake to be seen. A wave had completely isolated the 2 worlds inside and outside. The stark contrast between the wildness outside the city and the prosperity inside was striking. On both sides of the street stood small, 2-story buildings shaped like gourds, varying in size but similar in style. Creatures of all kinds, dressed in different clothing and forms, strolled leisurely through the streets, occasionally entering what appeared to be shops. Outside the archway, everyone fought fiercely, with blood and flesh flying, while here, it was peaceful and orderly. Was this what they called a safe zone? The system did not provide an answer to his doubts, indicating that the question itself did not exist. This place was not absolutely safe, but rather some sort of rules and order prevented all beings from resorting to violence, or made it unnecessary to do so. Lu Xiao noticed that almost every building had a character carved above the entrance, and these characters were all different, not in Huaxia script, but in the original language, which he could understand. Hunt, kill, trade, paint, appraise, eat, forge, exchange, and so on. The characters above the doors likely represented the industries the buildings were engaged in, which was quite easy to understand from their literal meanings. Lu Xiao had no intention of moving his feet just yet, having suddenly entered a civilized society. He was curious to observe more. One thing that particularly caught his attention was that none of the creatures passing through the streets were ones he had ever seen before, not just because of their forms and appearances, but also due to their clothing. During his days at the origin point, from the black jumpsuits of humans to the chest armor of the modeled people, from the silver shirts of the corridor to the bare chests of the Joeen, apart from his own hunter disguise, he had not seen a single decent piece of clothing. However, the creatures here were completely different. Their attire was refined, and not a single one was naked. Even the extremely ugly half-beasts wore brownish-black long robes made of burlap. This discovery led Lu Xiao to a guess. These creatures were not simply wandering in from elsewhere. They had always lived in Aiden City. Their level of civilization was higher, and their purposes here were different from his. They possessed far more than he did. One could even say they were not the pests of the goo, or rather, Aiden City did not belong to the realm of the goo at all. Lu Xiao recalled that when he arrived at the dock, he automatically acquired the original language. The central system would not take unnecessary actions. The original language must be the common language of the origin point. And perhaps this meant he had truly entered the origin point upon arriving in Aiden City. With a clearer understanding in his heart, he naturally felt bolder. Lu Xiao stepped onto the street, brushing past unfamiliar creatures. The absence of shouting and fighting made him feel somewhat unaccustomed. In the core position at the entrance was a building with the character for trade hanging above it. Creatures were coming in and out, and driven by curiosity, Lu Xiao also walked inside. Inside was a spacious area of over 100 square meters, with various items hanging on the walls. There were several types of plants that Lu Xiao had seen in the falling star sky, though he wasn't sure what they were used for, along with parts from animals, teeth, leg bones, horns, even hearts and tendons. In addition, there were many different colored ores and seeds, some of which he had encountered in his identification studies. All the items came from this world. It must be a local shop. Lu Xiao suddenly felt as if he had entered a specialty shop set up for tourists. No one reached out to touch the items on the wall, and he naturally wouldn't try either. There were no salespeople. Only customers moved back and forth or whispered quietly. A stone slab stood abruptly in the center area. Seeing a creature place its palm on the slab and then leave, Lu Xiao imitated it and placed his hand on the slab. Star pattern connection completed. Trade building. Sonnet Trade Alliance, at your service. Current price list. Bay leaf, 217 plants energy crystal fragment. Cabbage, 162 plants energy crystal fragment. Sandworm blood, 47 pounds energy crystal fragment. Mammoth tendons, 71 pounds energy crystal fragment. So that's how it is. Through this stone slab, one can connect to the star pattern similar to the internet on Earth, which is quite convenient. The prices for the items were all settled in energy crystals. No wonder energy crystals were so highly valued. It turned out that besides allowing spiritual bodies to evolve, they serve as currency in the origin point. The shop also had a second floor, but Lu Xiao had no plans to go up for now. Instead, he directly exited the trade building. Now he felt more assured. In places of commerce, who would want to fight for no reason? He wandered into the adjacent appraisal building. The room was not large, with a long table dividing it into an inner and outer area. Behind the table hovered a creature with wings, which was difficult to classify as either a fairy or a little demon, currently flapping its wings and closely examining a piece of animal bone on the table. Seeing someone enter, the little creature looked displeased and raised its head. "We have a customer. Go out. Didn't you see the sign at the door?" This little creature was only the size of Lu Xiao's palm, but its voice was both rough and startlingly loud. At its shout, Lu Xiao hurriedly retreated. Turning his head to take a glance, there indeed was a sign at the entrance, marked with the character for customer, probably indicating that there was already a customer inside. It seemed the appraisal building could only accommodate one person at a time. Having learned this, Lu Xiao smirked and continued along the main street toward the inner part of Aiden City. Aiden City was not large. The main street twisted like a snail shell, extending in a circular pattern towards the center, with alleys connecting the streets, making the layout quite convenient. As he walked and looked around, Lu Xiao gained some understanding of the buildings within the city. The forge building was equivalent to a blacksmith shop used for forging metal objects. The pharmacy building sold various finished potions. The restaurant building, as the name suggested, was a place for meals. The painting building sold various maps and portraits of creatures. The appraisal building, aside from the one at the city gate, Lu Xiao found another one inside the city, which was for appraising unknown items. The tailoring building was akin to a tailor shop, selling various clothing. The bodyguard building, which he initially didn't understand, he learned about after eavesdropping for a while. It was for hiring bodyguards. The hunting building allowed specifying hunters to hunt local creatures. The guide building was for hiring guides, but Lu Xiao, having nothing to do, naturally wouldn't he waste money on that. The EZ Wu cannot really be called a house. Instead, it is a large open space where one can sit on the ground and display their items. Whether to sell or trade is up to the stall owner. The Liao Zi Wu is a place for treating hidden ailments, akin to a hospital, though Lu Xiao did not enter. The Du Zi Wu is a casino. There is no doubt that gambling is an innate nature of any living being, regardless of location. However, unlike the casinos on Earth, the games here are not poker machines or roulette, but rather bets on the outcomes of wars between different races in various star domains outside of Aiden City. The intelligence work at the Du Zi Wu is extremely detailed, even providing live footage and assessments of battles. Perhaps because Liu Xiao was not a gambler. He was soon kicked out after not watching for long, but he managed to note some information. There are actually 100 star domain races in this world. Yes, exactly 100. If calculated based on the number of humans that have drifted here, there are as many as 1 billion beings placed in this area. The betting board also displayed the estimated number of the order of the Star River's human race, which is 12,000. It seems there are still quite a few humans scattered around. The Jiuzi Wu is a place for dining and drinking, a venue for leisure, which needs no further explanation. Besides these, there are some special places. The Doutai is a circular stone platform over 2 meters high and about 50 meters in diameter. It should be a place for contests, but it was empty when Liu Xiao passed by, so its true purpose remains unclear. The Mingzi Wu is a space for meditation, though he does not understand its function. Could it be yoga? The Lianzi Wu is similar to a martial arts school or gym, given the intimidating appearance of the beings at the entrance. Liu Xiao suppressed his urge to go in and investigate. The Xingzi Wu has an unclear function, but it seems related to star patterns. The most mysterious is the Shizi Wu, as there are no explanations or visitors. Liu Xiao could never figure out what this Shi means. However, there was an elderly human sitting inside. Finally, he saw one of his own kind, and the old man looked quite familiar. But when Liu Xiao approached to chat, he immediately experienced the harshness of society, as the elderly human ruthlessly kicked him out without providing any reason. The Shizi Wu is one of the busiest places in Aiden City, and the reason is simple. It is where tasks are posted and accepted. Liu Xiao used star patterns to check some task details, and sure enough, there was a wide variety, mainly focused on collecting materials and intelligence. He had never heard of any of the material names, and regarding intelligence, it was specific to certain races, leaving him completely clueless. The only task that caught his eye was one seeking the elemental core, hoping someone could provide related information. He knew about this, but finally, he reached the end of the street, where the center of Aiden City is located. Chapter 67. The ruler at the end of the street was a semi-enclosed open square, oval in shape. At the center stood 2 independent stone platforms, each about 5 meters high, with an archway on top of each. The door frames flowed with water curtain ripples like city gates. The 2 archways were slightly different in material and color. One was made of silvery white wood, adorned with a character meaning to walk at the top, while the other was built of gray-black stones, embedded with a character meaning to travel. It was unclear what the purpose of these 2 doors was, but their presence at the core of Eden City indicated their importance. Aside from these 2 stone platforms, there was only one building in the square, a cylindrical spire visible from outside Eden City, standing less than 100 meters tall, tapering upwards. The spire was a milky white color and could be considered a landmark, as all the other buildings had a gourd-like shape, while this one was unique and completely out of sync with the surrounding architecture. The tower served as a secondary building, while the main building was a square 3-story residence, with a bright red door wide open, displaying a single character city. As Liu Xiao looked around, he noticed a tall, thin being about 2 meters high, standing at the door. It wore a purple bodysuit trimmed with gold, and had human-like skin and a pair of white eyes without pupils. Its long arms hung over its chest as it casually leaned against the doorframe. In this vast space, only Liu Xiao and this being were present, and due to the lack of pupils, Liu Xiao was unsure if the being was looking at him. "Bug?" The being spoke. "Huh?" Liu Xiao replied, confused. "Indeed," the being said, extending a hand from behind to scratch its cheek. "Come in with me." After saying this, it leisurely turned and entered the building. Only then did Liu Xiao see that the being had 2 very short arms behind it. Without suspicion, Liu Xiao followed it inside. The first-floor hall was very spacious, and it was evident that the owner favored purple and red, as the walls and decorations were primarily in these colors. In the center of the hall was a recessed fire pit, devoid of fuel or smoke, with flames continuously burning. Surrounding the fire pit was a circular red carpet, with no chairs present. The being pointed to the ground, indicating Liu Xiao to sit down, and then sat cross-legged itself. Following local customs, Liu Xiao complied and sat opposite the being, with the flames between them. Noticing Liu Xiao's curiosity about the fire, the being spoke. "Years ago, While I was in the trial realm, I met a human friend. When he first saw the fire here, he had the same expression as you. Lu Xiao looked up at those wide eyes and asked, "What happened to that human friend of yours?" "Dead," the being replied nonchalantly. Lu Xiao pouted. People here generally like to kill the mood with dark conversations, and he had grown accustomed to it. "Has this round of trials been going on for so long?" The being mused aloud. "It seems really long. You buds have already found your way here. I know very little about the origin point. If possible, I would like to know what significance Eden City holds for us and what the markers are." Lu Xiao directly cut to the chase, not wanting to engage in painful small talk. "Actually, this question shouldn't be answered by me, but you bugs arrived too early." The being glanced inside and continued. "Normally, bugs would enter the Watchtower City 10 days after the trials begin. At that time, I would need to organize a grand welcoming ceremony to welcome your arrival and also encourage you to leave quickly. It seems we are not very welcome." Lu Xiao wondered. "You'll understand why later," the being replied. Just then, a human in formal attire walked out from the inner room, holding a tray with 2 teapots and 2 teacups that Lu Xiao recognized. Lu Xiao was astonished as he watched the human approach, bow, and elegantly placed the teapots and cups before the being and himself, before turning to leave. "This is the human friend I mentioned earlier. Although I don't like him, some aspects of your human culture are quite nice." Like saying this, the being lifted a teacup to its lips and took a sip. "But you just said he was dead?" Lu Xiao asked. "Do you think he is still alive?" The being retorted. Lu Xiao's mouth twitched. He didn't want to continue this line of questioning. "You must be the master of Eden City," Lu Xiao tentatively inquired. "That's right, and I am also the ruler of this trial realm," the being said slowly, putting down the teacup. "My name is Sloth, the ruler Sloth. You don't need to remember this name, because you're just a passerby here. My name is Run Pingsheng." Although Lu Xiao didn't understand what a ruler was, he vaguely felt that the being before him held considerable power. Human names are always so strange. "Do you know what you are supposed to do next?" Sloth raised the teapot with its long-sleeved arm and poured tea for itself. "I don't know," Lu Xiao honestly replied. "Ha ha!" The being laughed heartily, but the teapot in its hand did not shake at all. "Did your star domain not inform you before the trials began?" Lu Xiao helplessly shook his head, explaining that it wasn't that the Galactic Order didn't say anything, but rather that the human government didn't mention it. "I would love to know which star domain you are from that dares to act this way, but you don't have to tell me. I'm just curious. Participating in the origin trials without knowing the content of the trials is no different from sending you to die." Lu Xiao chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging that Sloth was right. "Since your predicament has brought a bit of fun to my boring life, let me, the ruler, tell you why you are here and what you are supposed to do," Sloth said, shifting its position and sitting up straight, knowing that the important information was about to come. "Why aren't you drinking tea? You can give it a try. It tastes good," Sloth said with a relaxed demeanor. As Lu Xiao picked up the teacup, Sloth continued. "The place you are in is known as the Little Thousand World at the origin point. The Little Thousand World is divided into 3 types: the newborn realm, the primitive realm, and the symbiotic realm. The newborn realm refers to undiscovered worlds where everything is unknown, like a newborn baby. The primitive realm has been partially explored, but no ruler has emerged. There exist primitive intelligent beings that are generally quite powerful. The symbiotic realm has rulers and is a fully explored world. Indeed, this place is a symbiotic realm, and this domain has its own name, called Eden." "What does the trial realm you mentioned earlier mean?" Lu Xiao asked. "The origin point has requisitioned the symbiotic realm as a trial site. Because of your arrival, many people and things can no longer operate normally." "Which is not what I want to see," Sloth said, shrugging its small hands behind its back in a strange gesture of helplessness. "This is why we are not welcome." "Then, that's just one aspect. The number of bugs participating in the trials this time is too large, causing damage to the domain itself. Some bugs will also remain here long-term, bringing instability to the Eden domain," Sloth explained. "I understand," Lu Xiao nodded, "but we were also forced into this." "Of course. Just like I was forced to become the ruler of the Eden domain." Sloth seemed to touch upon a painful subject, its expression turning grim. "You must have noticed the 2 stone platforms at the entrance," Sloth said. Lu Xiao nodded. "The silver one is prepared for you. Once you become a walker, you will have the qualifications to pass through it and leave here for the Middle Thousand World." "I see." So the goal is to leave here and go to a new world. Lu Xiao suddenly understood, but he wanted to learn more, and Sloth clearly knew what was going to happen next. What happens after that? Where will I go? What I need to do? Where to go is up to you. You can later go to the exploration house to ask around. There might be people from your star domain or race there who can guide you. The Middle Thousand Worlds, haha, that place is the true origin. These residents in the city shouldn't be participants in the trial, right? Lu Xiao asked. Oh, you figured it out? Indeed, they are from the Mylan realm, the upper realm of the Yading realm. The other dark-colored signpost on the stone platform leads to the Mylan realm. Lu Xiao seemed to understand, but not completely. He asked, will I also go to the Mylan realm in the future? Slow laughed. No, you can't go there. Going would mean death. Chapter 68. The origin of Earth? I don't understand. Why? Lu Xiao asked. Haha. In the trial domain, different star regions and races maintain a balance of numbers and abilities. But in the Middle Thousand World, it's completely different. The dominant races in the Mylan realm are Kellen, Haber, and Huanghong. These three races fight against each other, but they have one thing in common. They all hate foreign races. So if you go there, it's death for you. What about the star regions? Shouldn't humans have branches in different star regions? Don't the star regions intervene? Lu Xiao questioned. Sluo smiled and elegantly poured himself some tea. Star regions are just territorial organizations outside the origin point. They can only restrain you outside the origin point, but is that physical shell really important? The growth systems of different races are completely different. How do you think the star region allows countless different races to continuously grow stronger? In human terms, like attracts like. When a star region has no more restraint on you and can no longer provide benefits, what value does it have? Only races are the most primitive and solid bonds. But if that's the case, the spiritual bodies of all beings are inherently independent existences apart from their physical forms, and the so-called races are merely shells. Lu Xiao countered. Sluo nodded. You're right. Even races are just a set of clothes draped over the spiritual body. However, the inheritance of civilization is deeply rooted. Can you understand this point? Lu Xiao agreed. Indeed, as humans, we have inherent cultural heritage, moral concepts, and even habits. These cannot be erased, even if we change our physical shells. I understand your point now. Dominator Sluo, since the Mylan realm is your upper realm, don't you face any danger? Those three races you mentioned won't pose a threat to you? Of course not, Sluo laughed, because I am Kellen. I see, but I don't sense your hatred for foreign races. Instead, I think you're quite a nice person. Lu Xiao's attitude was sincere. This Kellen named Sluo, as the dominator of the Yading realm, was willing to share so much knowledge with him, which had surprised him. Sluo simply smiled. Perhaps it's because I have a human friend. Can I just call you Sluo? Or do I have to use the prefix dominator every time? Haha, Sluo is fine. I'm quite easygoing on this point. Thank you, Sluo. What is our purpose in drifting away from the origin point? I still haven't figured this out. Is it just for races to kill each other, and the survivors leave the lower thousand world for the upper realm? The fact that you can ask this question indicates that the civilization of your human race has not yet reached a level 1 civilization and is still trapped on a certain planet, lacking the qualifications to participate in the resource distribution of the star regions. Am I right? Lu Xiao nodded. He understood some of the classification standards of cosmic civilizations. Earth's civilization was indeed only a level 0. 7 civilization. If I tell you that the origin point can determine the level and resource distribution of races and star regions in the entire universe, then tell me, what would be the significance of your coming here? This question suddenly escalated to such a level that Lu Xiao was also a bit confused. Could it be that the survivors are fighting for their own races and star regions? From a value perspective, that's true, but not entirely. Your race and star region only share your fruits, but the ultimate beneficiary is always yourself. Sluo, I can't fully understand what you're saying right now, but I believe I will understand in the future. Now that you know some answers, what do you plan to do next? Sluo asked with interest. I should continue to hone myself in the Yading realm and wait for the right moment to go to the upper realm. Lu Xiao didn't hide his plans. Oh, Sluo was surprised by Lu Xiao's choice. You should have already reached the Traveler realm. Why not leave immediately? The trial domain has little meaning for you now. To be honest, the lack of understanding of the origin point makes me feel insecure. The survival rules and order in Yading City should have more in common with the Middle Thousand world. By integrating more here, my chances of survival in the upper realm in the future will be greater. Moreover, for an unknown world, I still think it's better to accumulate stronger strength before facing it. Both strength and knowledge of unfamiliar environments are important. Of course, to put in my hometown's language, I'm being quite cautious. As his fingers traced the teacup, Lu Xiao became more resolute in his decision during the conversation with Sluo. Sluo nodded slightly, showing an appreciative expression. In every trial domain, the first traveler to pass the waymark will receive a considerable reward. If you choose to leave now, the reward will be yours. Aren't you tempted? Lu Xiao remained calm. If it were in the past, he would have been tempted. However, after receiving the reward for killing the blood demon Seekin, the trivial reward could no longer stir his heart. Fortunately, I have a good mindset. Sluo, if I stay in Yading City for a while, it shouldn't make you unhappy, right? After all, the other party was the Dominator and City Lord, equivalent to the Master here. If this Sluo didn't welcome him, he would indeed have to leave quickly. Haha, what do you think? Sluo pretended to be profound and smiled. Stay here. I've been here for over 100 years. Occasionally chatting with strangers is also a form of entertainment. That's good. Hey, you've been here for over 100 years? Why? Aren't you Kellen? Why not return to the Mylan realm? Sluo sighed and said helplessly, because I am the Dominator, and Dominators cannot leave their own realms. Huh? Why? Lu Xiao originally thought that becoming a Dominator meant being the highest official in one place, but he didn't expect it to mean being confined to a certain area. I have merged with the core of the realm. Although I am not the Yading realm itself, I cannot leave here. This is the fate of a Dominator, and also the greatest reliance of a Dominator. I cannot control Yading, but if the Dominator dies, Yading will detach from the origin point and become a lonely star. Lu Xiao blinked. There were too many illogical points in Sluo's words for him to understand. I know what you're confused about. The current Yading is not a planet, nor is it even a celestial body. It is merely a domain of the origin point. But when it detaches from the origin point, it will become a planet like the one you live on. At that time, will this planet be the same as it is now? Lu Xiao asked. Exactly the same. Sluo replied. Lu Xiao suddenly felt a chill down his spine because he realized something. I want to ask a question. I know what you want to ask. Yes. Every planet in the external world was once a part of the origin point, Sluo said solemnly. All living beings in this world originate from the origin point. Chapter 69. Food is heaven. Lu Xiao rubbed his forehead, feeling a heavy weight in his mind. He didn't doubt Sluo's words, but the implications of what he said were too shocking. On Earth, people had speculated about the relationship between the origin and Earth, and those speculations aligned more with Lu Xiao's understanding, that the origin was a virtual world, a place similar to the metaverse, where spiritual entities could traverse back and forth. But the origin had no real connection to Earth. However, the facts told him that it seemed to be different from what everyone imagined. The Earth he lived on was originally part of the origin, once merely a small world, and all living beings on Earth originated from the origin. Or perhaps the earliest ancestors were humans living in the origin. A multitude of scenes from a movie suddenly flashed through his mind. A man waking up in a shell-like, closed chamber, his body filled with metal tubes. The movie was called The Matrix. Why did he think of it at this moment? Because Lu Xiao could no longer discern which side was real. How? Hard to accept? This was the first time Lu Xiao furrowed his brow and fell silent during their conversation, prompting Sluo to ask with a smile. Yes, it's difficult and needs to be digested slowly, Lu Xiao replied. This is what I mentioned earlier. The gap in understanding makes many of my choices in the origin require caution. Making up for this isn't something that can be done in a day or two. Sluo nodded, but then suddenly raised two small hands in front of Lu Xiao, gesturing something. His expression darkened. Clearly something had happened. Sorry, we need to end our conversation early. Saying this, Sluo stood up. I should be the one apologizing for bothering you for so long. Lu Xiao also stood up and said apologetically. No, it was pleasant to communicate with you. Saying this, Sluo surprisingly extended his palm. Lu Xiao was a bit taken aback. Handshakes were a human social custom, but he also happily extended his hand to shake with Sluo. Sluo stood at the door, watching Lu Xiao's departing figure, as a human in formal attire approached from behind. How long has it been since I spoke with my kind? Slow turned his head to look at the expressionless human behind him. This child is not bad, right, Slow? But the human remained silent, his eyes hollow, no different from a corpse. Foodward House Lu Xiao sat alone at a window seat, gazing outside, still lost in thought about his conversation with Slow. He, usually cautious, didn't even consider why a ruler, a Kulan person, would share so much with him, as deceiving him would yield no benefit. The information about the laws of the origin could lead to countless reflections. The Aiden realm was the lower realm of the Mylan realm, which meant that the creatures of the Mylan realm could arrive here through drifting or other means. However, as a traveler who had passed the trials, his next destination was unknown. From Slow's tone, it seemed he still had the right to make a choice. This was crucial. If he made a poor choice, as Slow said, the consequences could be dire. Of course, what troubled him the most was the issue of Earth's origin. Comparing the current Aiden realm to Earth before it departed from the origin, there wasn't much difference. The only distinction was that this planet would be controlled by the Kulan people. And could it be that the ruler of Earth at that time was actually of a human race? Furthermore, the Kulan people could come from different star domains, and there were slight differences in their racial heritage, indirectly confirming why there were yellow, black, and white races among Earth's humans, and the cultural differences were vast. Could it be that these groups originally came from different star domains? Also, the ancient human worship of faith and elements seemed to stem from the inheritance of the origin. It was only because they had departed from the origin that their spiritual energy could not be restored, causing their abilities to gradually disappear. The descendants could only experience the shock brought by magic through film and television works. Everything seemed to make sense, but precisely because it all made sense, it made Lu Xiao feel frightened. It wasn't that some disaster was imminent, but rather that two worlds suddenly had a meaningful connection, instilling in him a fear of the origin's existence. Too many uncontrollable and incomprehensible laws existed, and who could say when Earth might return to the origin, becoming a battlefield of slaughter for countless creatures? Under the laws, everything seemed insignificant. His thoughts were interrupted by a large plate of delicious roasted meat that appeared before him. A female raccoon with golden brown fur stood at the table, extending her paw towards him and beckoning with her fingers. She was voluptuous and robust, but this kind of beauty was not something Lu Xiao could appreciate. He took out a broken energy crystal and placed it in her palm. The female raccoon skillfully placed a handful of crystal particles on his table and turned to leave, her plump backside swaying with exaggerated curves. Lu Xiao picked up a crystal from the table and examined it closely. It was the size of a fingernail, appearing to be a sphere, but was actually a geometric polyhedron shaped like a regular dodecahedron. The surface of the crystal bore no writing or patterns, but inside, he could vaguely see purple star patterns. The star patterns outlined the shape of two hands intertwining, which should be the symbol of the Kulan people. There were two types of crystal particles. One had blue star patterns, similar to different denominations of currency on Earth. He ordered the most expensive roasted mammoth hind leg from his food house, priced at 5 Kulan coins. Lu Xiao counted the crystals on the table, 9 purple star pattern crystals and 5 blue star pattern crystals. This elementary school math problem was naturally no challenge for him. The purple crystals represented 10 Kulan coins, while the blue ones represented 1 Kulan coin. It seemed that the Kulan coin was the primary circulating currency here, and the reason was naturally related to Slow's ruling race. This also hinted that the influence of the middle 1,000 worlds on the small 1,000 worlds was multifaceted. There were no chopsticks or forks, so he could only eat with his hands. This plate of roasted meat was worth 5 of a crystal, and it was enormous, easily the size of 6 of his heads. The crispy skin had been roasted to a golden color, and waves of meaty aroma mixed with spices continuously assaulted his nostrils. This was the first meal Lu Xiao genuinely enjoyed since drifting away from the origin. If it were before, he would have taken a photo to post on social media with the caption, "Weekend luxury meal." But now he simply focused on eating. The roasted mammoth was visually appealing and incredibly substantial, truly to his liking. With the first bite, his taste buds opened up and the aftertaste was endless. He didn't know what seasoning the chef of this food house had used, as it covered the greasy texture of the roasted meat, allowing the tenderness of the meat to be fully released, while also providing different flavors during the chewing process. At the same time, the essence of the mammoth meat gradually transformed into Lu Xiao's physical energy through his absorption, and the efficiency of this enhancement was quite high. Here, consuming the meat of the Mo Toa people was the fastest way to improve physical attributes, but the efficiency of mammoth meat was evidently higher, stemming from the mammoth's resilience and strength, which were far superior to that of the Mo Toa people. It might even be one of the strongest native creatures in the Aiden realm. It seemed that he no longer needed to worry about improving his physical attributes. With his food house, the question of what to eat and what was delicious was completely resolved. Lu Xiao even considered selecting ingredients from the menu that could provide agility and explosive attributes, as he hadn't found any species particularly known for these two attributes along the way. They say that good food can change one's mood, and it was indeed true. The hesitation and anxiety he felt earlier dissipated with each bite of roasted meat. In fact, worrying was useless. Although with greater power comes greater responsibility, he clearly hadn't reached the level of Spider-Man yet. Being patient and accumulating information and strength in Aiden City was the only thing he needed to consider at the moment. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten out. When the car arrives at the mountain, a road will surely appear. How could the ancients possibly deceive me? Just as he was eating and thinking, he saw 4 tall Kalan people walking leisurely into the exploration house opposite the food word house. One of them, however, is Slow, the ruler who has just parted ways with me. Chapter 70. The history of the Middle Thousand Worlds in this chapter. Despite the vast differences in race and status between Lu Xiao and Slow, the Kalan person treated him openly and without any airs, which gave Lu Xiao a favorable impression of this domain ruler. Perhaps the deceased human friend was indeed his close friend during his lifetime, which led Slow to have a familiar closeness to humans. Slow had previously told Lu Xiao that he could go to the exploration hall to gather information, and now that Slow had entered with 3 other Kalan people, Lu Xiao hastened his meal. He gobbled down a large plate of mammoth roasted meat, adhering to the excellent virtue of never wasting food, and in just one meal, his stamina increased by 2 points. Wiping the grease from his mouth with his sleeve, he quickly walked out of the dining hall and directly into the exploration hall. Lu Xiao had been in the exploration hall before, but did not understand its purpose. He initially thought it was similar to a police station, a law enforcement agency. However, it was clear now that it was not. Upon entering, he found the hall to be a circular space with 4 rows of long tables and benches arranged around the center. At that moment, more than 10